After 3 years of being a son-in-law, everyone believed they could trample upon me. Yet, I waited only for her to take my hand, and I would gladly offer her the entire world. Young master, you must come back with us. The Han family needs you to take charge now. Your father is gravely ill. Your brother is imprisoned. Only you can uphold the Han family. Your grandmother insisted that we bring you back. On Zitong Street in Yunqing, Han Sanqian, holding a gift box and dressed in clothes bought from a roadside stall, wore an indifferent expression. I have never been good with sweet words to win her favor. My brother was favored, and my grandmother, fearing I would usurp his place as heir, cast me out of the Han family. For 3 years as a son-in-law, I endured humiliation, and the Han family has never shown a shred of concern. It was she who forced me out, and now, with a mere word, she expects me to return. Does she think I'm a dog? All I desire now is to quietly live as a failure, without anyone disturbing my peace. Han Sanqian strode away, leaving a group of people exchanging glances in confusion. The Su family, a second-rate clan in Yunqing, had once been the refuge of Han Sanqian when he had fallen from grace 3 years ago. It was the patriarch of the Su family who arranged the marriage, which had caused quite a stir in Yunqing, not because of the union itself, but due to the fact that Su Yingxia married an unknown wastrel, becoming the laughingstock of the entire city. Only the patriarch of the Su family knew Han Sanqian's true identity, but 2 months post-wedding, he passed away, leaving Han Sanqian's identity a mystery, solidifying his role as the useless son-in-law. For 3 years, Han Sanqian faced derision and disdain. Yet, nothing compared to the coldness of being ousted from the Han family. He had accepted it, after all. Enduring humiliation had become second nature. Today marked the birthday of the matriarch of the Su family, and Han Sanqian had carefully chosen a gift, modest in value, destined to be ridiculed. However, with no money to spare, this was all he could manage. As for what had transpired earlier, Han Sanqian felt an unsettling tranquility within, almost wanting to laugh. His brother, with his silver tongue, could charm their grandmother, but was arrogant and indulgent, destined to meet misfortune. Perhaps this was fate's design to bring down the Han family. But what did it matter to me? I was merely the despised son-in-law of the Su family. Upon returning to the Su villa, a striking figure stood at the door, visibly anxious. Su Yingxia, a stunning woman and Han Sanqian's nominal wife, was so remarkable that their wedding had become a farce. Han Sanqian hurried over to Su Yingxia, asking, "Yingxia, who are you waiting for?" With palpable annoyance, Su Yingxia glanced at him. "Have you prepared the gift for grandmother?" Han Sanqian raised the gift box, saying, "Yes, I put a lot of thought into choosing it." Without a glance, Su Yingxia thought back to 3 years ago when her grandfather insisted on marrying her to Han Sanqian, and insisted he become the son-in-law. What puzzled her even more was her grandfather's final words, urging her not to look down on Han Sanqian. 3 years had passed, yet she could not fathom what merit this wastrel possessed that warranted her grandfather's special regard. Were it not for the Su family's reputation, she would have divorced Han Sanqian long ago. Don't speak out of turn later, all our relatives will be present, and you will inevitably face their mockery. Just endure it, I don't want to be embarrassed because of you, Su Yingxia advised. Han Sanqian nodded with a smile, appearing entirely unconcerned. Seeing his expression, Su Yingxia felt a surge of frustration. He lacked connections and any real talent. For 3 years, all he had done at home was sweep, wash, and cook, never engaging in anything else. Han Sanqian bore no resentment towards Su Yingxia's attitude, as marrying without any emotional foundation, especially to a man like him, was profoundly unjust to her, and he could understand her feelings. As they entered the living room, nearly all of Su Yingxia's relatives had gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. "Yingxia, you finally made it. It's grandmother's birthday. Why are you so late? Surely you weren't preparing a surprise for her?" The relatives greeted Su Yingxia warmly, entirely disregarding Han Sanqian's presence. Accustomed to being a mere background figure, Han Sanqian didn't mind being overlooked. It was preferable to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule. Yet, there was always someone dissatisfied. Su Yingxia's cousin, Su Haichao, made it a point to belittle Han Sanqian at every encounter, reducing him to a mere joke. He was the one who had propagated Han Sanqian's infamous reputation throughout Yunqing, frequently speaking ill of him. "Han Sanqian, what you're holding isn't a gift for grandmother, is it?" Su Haichao asked, a smirk on his face, eyeing the small gift box wrapped in paper, clearly seeing it as cheap. "Yes," Han Sanqian replied candidly. Su Haichao scoffed, "What is this? Did you buy it from a roadside stall?" Han Sanqian shook his head. "I bought it from a gift shop." Though honest, his answer incited laughter, and Su Yingxia's expression hardened. She hadn't anticipated that upon arriving home, she would already face embarrassment because of Han Sanxian. Typically, during such moments, Su Yingxia remained silent, viewing Han Sanxian as an extension of her family. His embarrassment was inconsequential as long as it didn't reflect back on her. Are you trying to be funny? Today is grandmother's 80th birthday, and you prepare a gift with such little effort? Su Haichao approached the coffee table laden with exquisite gifts, contrasting sharply with Han Sanxian's offering. Look at the gift I brought for grandmother, aged pure tea. Do you know how much this cake of tea costs? 880,000. Su Haichao declared proudly. Ah, that's wonderful, Han Sanxian replied, glancing at Su Yingxia, who had previously warned him speak less, so he chose his words carefully. Su Haichao intended to flaunt his superiority through his gift, continuing, even the residue from my tea is worth more than your gift. Don't you think so, worthless one? Han Sanxian smiled silently, as the room filled with mocking laughter. Although Su Yingxia had resolved to distance herself from Han Sanxian's affairs, he remained her husband in name, complete with documentation and a wedding, even if they had never shared a genuine marital relationship. Yet, with so many relatives present, his humiliation was also hers. Su Haichao, that's enough. Your wealth is your business. How extravagant your gifts are has nothing to do with us. No need to flaunt it, Su Yingxia said, her displeasure evident. Han Sanxian looked at Su Yingxia in surprise, for this was the first time in 3 years she had spoken up for him. Flaunt? Yingxia, you've misjudged my intent. Do I need to show off in front of a wastrel? I merely believe he doesn't value grandmother's birthday. And you, if he's so thoughtless and broke, why don't you support him? After all, this good for nothing is just living off you. Or is it that you don't care about grandmother's birthday at all? Su Haichao sneered. Su Yingxia's face flushed. Her family held the lowest status in the Su family, and their living conditions were the worst. She truly couldn't present expensive gifts. At that moment, Han Sanxian suddenly stood up, walked over to Su Haichao, and sniffed the pure tea. What are you doing? This is a gift for grandmother. What right do you, a wastrel, have to smell it? Su Haichao exclaimed angrily. Han Sanxian furrowed his brow and remarked, the allure of aged pure tea is undeniable. The older the tea, the higher its value in the market. However, this very fact enables many merchants to manipulate the prices, deliberately inflating them based on age. Pure can be categorized into raw and ripe tea. The cake of tea you are holding, predominantly in shades of green and dark green, can be identified as raw tea. Raw tea boasts a flavor profile that ripe tea cannot rival. Yet freshly produced raw tea contains a significant amount of caffeine, which can be quite stimulating to the digestive system. It requires a prolonged aging period. The longer it is aged, the less caffeine it retains. However, this cake of tea in your possession has been artificially aged, and the aging period is far from sufficient. Consuming it will undoubtedly pose health risks. I may be worthless, but you, by passing off inferior goods as premium ones and jeopardizing my grandmother's health, are far more despicable. Han Sanxian asserted emphatically, pointing at Su Haichao, as the entire Su family villa fell into an oppressive silence. You're talking nonsense. Grandmother hasn't drunk tea in 2 years. How could I possibly harm her? Su Haichao retorted, panic evident on his face, his eagerness to defend himself only serving to heighten suspicions of his guilt. Oh, is that so? Han Sanxian nodded, feigning enlightenment. So you are aware that grandmother doesn't drink tea, which is why you sought to deceive her with inferior goods. 880,000, all lining your own pockets, I presume? Su Haichao's gaze wavered, betraying his unease, for Han Sanxian's words struck a chord. He indeed had attempted to pass off substandard tea to save face for his family, believing that since grandmother no longer consumed tea, she had never discovered the truth. Little did he expect that in his attempt to flaunt his superiority before Han Sanxian, he would be exposed for his deceit. Your words are as fanciful as a fabricated tale. What do you know about tea? Su Haichao feigned composure. The relatives who had previously harbored doubts about Su Haichao suddenly realized they had almost been swayed by Han Sanxian's assertions. How could a man living off others possibly comprehend such refined products? Han Sanxian, if you don't understand, keep silent and stop slandering Haichao. Indeed, just look at yourself. What do you know about expertise? Can you even distinguish quality? You can only differentiate between salt and MSG. After all, you are just a house husband. Another wave of raucous laughter echoed, harsh and grating. Han Sanxian did not deign to defend himself during his time with the Han family. He had met a tea connoisseur and collector whose knowledge of tea surpassed that of anyone present. Yet, try to explain to those who lacked understanding was futile. What's causing such a commotion? An elderly voice interrupted, as the matriarch of the Su family finally made her appearance. The relatives stood up, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Since the passing of the Su family patriarch, the matriarch had held absolute power, her stature akin to that of Empress Dowager Cixi. Every matter, great or small, required her approval, and the relatives could attribute their fortunes to her influence. Some harbored hopes for her demise, believing it would grant them a share of power, but her robust health suggested those ambitions would remain unfulfilled for the foreseeable future. Grandmother, Su Haichao has brought you a cake of aged pure tea. Please discern its authenticity. Su Yingxia glanced at Han Sanqian, inexplicably believing his words, perhaps hoping to unveil the deception. Upon hearing this, Su Haichao panicked. Others might be unable to detect the tea's authenticity, but grandmother, having consumed tea for decades, would surely recognize the truth. Inviting her to judge its authenticity was akin to placing his head on the chopping block. Is that so? Let me see it, the matriarch commanded. With a face full of despair, Su Haichao, like a condemned man, presented the tea cake to her. Su Yingxia, eager to credit Han Sanqian, hastily added, this was identified by Sanqian. The matriarch's expression darkened as she scrutinized the cake, and Su Haichao's heart sank. If it turned out to be fake, her displeasure would mean a significant reduction in their inheritance. Su Yingxia shot Han Sanqian a glance, thinking he had finally contributed something to the family. If grandmother praised him, perhaps her attitude towards him would soften. However, the matriarch's next words doused her hopes with cold water. This is genuine. Why are you slandering Haichao? She questioned Han Sanqian directly. Taken aback, Han Sanqian realized that the tea indeed bore issues. He knew the matriarch was well versed in tea, so how could she fail to see it? Su Haichao was equally stunned. Had he actually managed to deceive her? Was it possible that age had dulled her senses? Grandmother, please look more closely at this tea. Han Sanqian attempted to explain, but the matriarch interrupted sharply. Are you implying that I am too old and my eyesight too poor to discern truth from falsehood? I declare it genuine, and so it is. Han Sanqian, grandmother has declared it genuine. Why do you persist? Mother, please don't be angry. Han Sanqian truly knows nothing and is merely pretending to be knowledgeable in your presence. Han Sanqian apologized to Haichao at once. Han Sanqian regarded the matriarch, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It wasn't that she couldn't see the truth, she simply chose not to expose her grandson. After all, I am but an outsider, a worthless son-in-law in your eyes. How could my presence tarnish Su Haichao's reputation? Slap! A resounding slap echoed through the air. Su Yingxia glared at Han Sanqian, her teeth clenched. I should never have harbored any hope for you. Her nails had left several bloody scratches on his face, and Han Sanqian clenched his fists in response. But upon seeing the tears welling in her eyes, he released them. The grievances she bore were largely due to his actions. What justification did he have to lash out at her? For 3 years, he had endured scorn and humiliation, yet Su Yingxia had suffered just as much. What was a trial for him was a calamity for her. I'm sorry I misjudged, Han Sanqian said softly. Su Yingxia felt as though her dignity had been stripped away, wishing for a place to hide. If not for his loose tongue, the situation would not have escalated to such an embarrassing degree. What good is your apology to me? You must apologize to Haichao, she insisted. Han Sanqian took a deep breath, approached Su Haichao, and lowered his head, saying, I'm sorry. A smirk danced at the corner of Su Haichao's mouth as he leaned closer to Han Sanqian, whispering, do you think grandmother didn't notice? I am her grandson, while you are merely a worthless son-in-law. Even if the tea were fake, she would still support me. Su Haichao's smug tone was particularly grating to Han Sanqian. Yet with the matriarch's blind acceptance of the tea's authenticity, he found himself powerless to contest it. This minor episode did not further diminish Han Sanqian's standing in the Su family, for he was already perceived as the lowest of the low. However, for Su Yingxia, accepting the situation proved extraordinarily challenging. Yet, her difficulty stemmed not from Han Sanqian's embarrassment, but from the realization that the authenticity of the tea was irrelevant. The matriarch's unwavering support for Su Haichao meant that even if Han Sanqian had identified a problem, she would still shield her grandson. As they approached lunchtime, Su Yingxia sidled up to Han Sanqian and said, I owe you a slap. Feel free to claim it whenever you wish. Do you really intend to repay me with just one slap? Han Sanqian replied with a wry smile, I do not wish to owe you anything. You are well aware that our separation is inevitable. Merely a matter of time, Su Yingxia remarked. Han Sanqian gazed at Su Yingxia's retreating figure towards the dining hall, unsure from whence his courage stemmed, and declared, "Do you wish for me to change? In this world, only you possess the power to inspire such transformation within me." Su Yingxia turned her head with a smile, though the expression bore a poignant melancholy. "Do not forget your standing within the Su family. You shall never attain significant recognition. Moreover, you are not a talent overlooked." During the lunch hour, the dining arrangements were dictated by familial hierarchy. Han Sanqian, as an adopted son-in-law, found himself relegated to the smallest table, positioned furthest from the matriarch of the Su family, surrounded solely by the household servants and cleaners. As they dined, a flustered individual rushed into the dining area. "Grandmother, someone has come bearing gifts," he announced to the matriarch. The Su family matriarch, celebrating her birthday, had not invited outsiders, a tradition upheld throughout the years. After all, the Su family was merely a second-rate lineage in Yun City, hardly deserving of sycophantic gestures. "Who is it?" the matriarch inquired. "They claim to be from the Han family. I cannot say for certain, as I have never seen them before," the individual replied. The Han family? Among those present, the only one bearing the surname Han was Han Sanqian. Yet, aside from Su Yingxia's fleeting glance towards him, none of the others made the connection between the Han surname and Han Sanqian. Chapter 3: The Phoenix soars high, adorned with a golden comb. The phoenix graces us, embellished with a golden hairpin. Auspicious and propitious, we present a jade abacus. The dragon and phoenix unite, offering a pair of golden bracelets. The mandarin ducks frolic among the lotus, complemented by a set of golden bowls and chopsticks. As the gift list was recited, the Su family exchanged bewildered glances. This was not a gift for the matriarch of the Su family. It was undoubtedly a bride price, a cash dowry amounting to 8,888,000. The members of the Su family stood in stunned silence. When the bright red 100 yuan bills were laid before them, the entire dining hall fell into a hushed stillness. Only the sound of hurried breaths could be heard. 8,888,000 was an astronomical figure for a second-rate family like the Sus. The matriarch, leaning on her cane, rose unsteadily and approached the gift presenter. Her expression animated as she inquired, "May I ask who you are and which of my daughters has captured your interest?" Upon hearing this, several unmarried young women of the Su family flushed with excitement. Although they did not know the identity of the suitor, such an astonishing bride price could only belong to a wealthy family. Marrying into a wealthy household was a dream they had long cherished. Su Yingxia's complexion paled. She was the only married woman in the Su family, which meant that all others had a chance, while she was left with none. "I am merely responsible for delivering the gifts. I possess no further information." The gift presenter arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving no trace of information behind. The Su family gazed longingly at the shimmering gold and the vibrant 8,888,000 in cash. Many began to salivate at the thought that if their daughter were chosen, they would soar to new heights, and the entire Su family would rely on them. "It must be me. I'm the most beautiful woman in the Su family," one voluptuous woman declared confidently. "Who do you think you are to be so certain? We do not even know who the main party is yet. Must you be so impatient?" came the retort. "Indeed, we all have a chance. Why should it necessarily be you? This wealthy young master could very well have taken a liking to me," another young woman countered. The younger women began to bicker, and the family was soon divided. "Stop arguing. We all have a chance." "Unfortunately, one person can only watch helplessly," Su Haichao remarked, glancing pointedly at Su Yingxia. Everyone present understood whom he referred to and erupted into laughter. Yes, we have lost one competitor. Thank you, Han Sanqian. If it weren't for you, we would have had one more opponent to contend with." Han Sanqian lowered his head, his expression dark and even somewhat ferocious. While these individuals were unaware of the Han family's true identity, he was all too aware. "Compensation? After 3 long years, do I need it? Enough arguing. I will keep these gifts for now. Once the gift presenter personally reveals who has caught his eye, I will bestow the bride price accordingly," declared the matriarch, bringing an end to the dispute. After lunch, Su Yingxia and her family departed without waiting for Han Sanqian, as this incident had stripped them of their dignity. They could not help but feel envious of the lavish dowry, especially considering that when Han Sanqian had joined their family, there had been no bride price or dowry at all. Upon returning home, Su Yingxia locked herself in her room. Her mother, Jiang Lan, furiously berated Su Guiyao. "Look at them, and then look at us. This is the disparity. If it weren't for your incompetence, The old master would never have allowed Han Sanqian to marry into our family. I was truly blind to think that marrying into the Su family would lead to a good life, only to end up with a useless man like you. The old master never considered passing the family inheritance to you. Look at everyone else, living in villas and high-rise apartments, while I'm stuck in this decrepit building with you. Being a daughter-in-law of the Su family sounds appealing, but having a useless husband like you, who knows what kind of miserable life I led? Su Guiyao hung his head, too afraid to retort. He was a typical henpecked husband and knew his shortcomings, not daring to express anger in front of Jianglan. Her domineering nature only exacerbated his ineptitude. I don't care. You must make Xia divorce this useless man immediately. The reputation of the Su family is of no concern to me. I just want to live well. Su Guiyao weakly responded. Father warned me not to let them divorce. And the whole of Yun City knows about this. Wouldn't it be a laughingstock to let them separate now? Jianglan began to throw a fit, sobbing uncontrollably as she sat on the floor, crying, Su Guiyao, you worthless man! How did I end up marrying such a coward? What sin did I commit in my past life? Are you willing to ruin our family for the sake of the Su family's reputation, destroying Ingxia's future in the process? She works on construction sites every day. Don't you feel any pity? She is a young woman, and she is forced to do all the hard labor while your relatives sit idly by. If you don't care for me, you should at least have some concern for your own daughter. The Su family was in the building materials business, and working on construction sites was commonplace. The reason all these burdens fell on Su Yingxia was indeed due to her family's low status within the Su clan. Su Guiyao's face revealed his pain. He understood that it was indeed his ineptitude that had led the old master to thrust Han Sanqian upon them. He bore a significant portion of the blame for this situation. However, the decision regarding the divorce was not his to make. The matriarch would rather see Su Yingxia and Han Sanqian live a life of mediocrity than allow the Su family to lose face over this matter. The wedding from years ago had already become a joke. After 3 long years, the incident had gradually faded from memory. If a divorce were to occur, it would undoubtedly be a topic of ridicule for all. The matriarch would never permit such an event to transpire. Han Sanqian approached the door, hearing the commotion from within. He sat on the steps and lit a cigarette, the rising smoke doing little to conceal the chill in his gaze. After finishing the cigarette, he prepared to enter, but Su Yingxia's voice reached his ears. Suddenly emerging from a room, Su Yingxia walked into the living room, where Jianglan was distraught and Su Guiyao looked pained. I will not divorce him, she declared. Daughter, are you out of your mind? Do you intend to spend your life with this good-for-nothing? Jianglan thought Su Yingxia would be the most eager for a divorce, yet her declaration was unexpected. I'm not crazy. For 3 whole years, though he has not achieved much, he has never complained while doing housework or cooking. Even caring for a dog would foster affection, let alone a human being. I may look down on him, but I do not hate him. This marriage was decreed by grandfather. If I must harbor resentment, it shall be towards him. Furthermore, grandmother will never allow us to divorce. She values the Su family's reputation above all else. At the entrance, Han Sanqian took a deep breath and smiled. Until today, he realized that he was not as contemptible in Su Yingxia's eyes as he had believed. This woman harbored some feelings for him after all. It turned out that extreme hatred could indeed breed love. Yingxia, I apologize for the grievances you have endured, Su Guiyao sighed, with tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Yingxia shook her head defiantly. I am not aggrieved. All along, Su Yingxia had thought she would eventually divorce Han Sanqian. She had even told him today that they would part ways eventually. Yet, when the issue was truly placed before her, she realized that the seemingly useless man had, over the past 3 years, ingrained himself into her heart. They had never held hands or displayed affection in public, maintaining a certain distance. Yet this man had slept beneath her roof for 3 full years, a bond that could not be easily erased. I am simply too unambitious, having genuinely developed feelings for him. Su Yingxia murmured, "Wir Herr Palips." At this moment, Han Sanqian opened the door and strode into the living room, gazing at Su Yingxia, whose face was streaked with tears. He reached out and wiped away the traces of her sorrow. Han Sanqian, you said I'm the only one who can change you. Indeed, he replied succinctly, turning away to leave. Chapter 4. Because of her in a presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel, Han Sanqian sat across from a woman, elegantly adorned with makeup and jewelry, exuding an air of aristocracy. Sanqian, I'm delighted that you chose to meet me, she said. The woman was Shi Jing, Han Sanqian's mother. Yet, facing the biological mother he had not seen for 3 years, Han Sanqian felt no stirrings in his heart, not even casting a glance away. Who would have imagined that I, the overlooked youngest son of the Han family, would one day have a role to play? I never expected you would either, he remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sanqian, I understand that what happened 3 years ago was profoundly unfair to you, but it was your grandmother's decision. And I had no choice, Shi Jing said, her emotions rising. Han Sanqian shook his head, responding, 3 years? So, in your eyes, unfairness only began 3 years ago? 13 years ago, when I was 12, the birthday cake bore only his name. You all rejoiced for him, but you forgot that I was merely 5 minutes his junior. From that moment, inequity descended upon me, persisting for 13 years, while he conquered you all with mere words. And what of me? No matter how hard I endeavored, no matter how outstanding my academic performance, you never acknowledged me. If he hadn't been imprisoned, would you have ever glanced my way? If the Han family had no heir, would you even remember that a person named Han Sanqian existed? She is unworthy of being my grandmother, and you are equally unworthy of being my mother. Shi Jing, struck silent by his unassailable words, covered her face and wept. The Han family owed him far too much, and he intended to reclaim it all. She had spoken of not wanting to be looked down upon, of not wanting to become a laughingstock. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Shi Jing said, Yunqing will establish a new company, and you will be in full charge. Huh, is this her test for me? Even in the face of the Han family's decline, she still doubts my abilities? Han Sanqian's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded Shi Jing. The prospect of a new company sounded appealing, granting him the title of boss. Yet Han Sanqian understood that this was merely a trial set by his grandmother. Only by successfully managing the company in Yunqing would he have the chance to inherit the Han family legacy. Shi Jing nodded, remaining silent. Fine. I shall make her aware of who truly deserves to inherit the Han family and the consequences of underestimating me. However, I'm not doing this for the Han family. I'm doing it for her. After Han Sanqian exited the hotel room, Shi Jing retrieved her phone. Mom, he has agreed. She hoped he would not let her down. Otherwise, even if she had to donate all the Han family's assets, she would not leave him a single cent. Though she hesitated to voice her thoughts, she ultimately refrained. For not only did the elderly matriarch of the Han family prioritize Han Sanqian's brother, but she herself, if not compelled, would never have come to Yunqing. The following day, a sensational announcement sent ripples through Yunqing. The Han family from Yanjing would establish a new company in Yunqing, and as a titan in the Chinese real estate industry, it was destined to significantly propel the city's development. Countless eyes were fixed on the Han family's new enterprise, eager to seek collaboration. 3 days later, the Han family officially launched Ruoshu Real Estate in Yunqing. Just as people pondered the peculiar name of the new company, another bombshell dropped. Ruoshu Real Estate had acquired all undeveloped wastelands in the western part of the city, with plans to create an entirely new district. No one doubted the strength of Ruoshu Real Estate. Indeed, the news prompted many to declare that the western area would become the most prosperous part of Yunqing. In no time, the entrance of Ruoshu Real Estate was nearly trampled underfoot, as numerous parties sought collaboration, hoping to partake in the burgeoning opportunities. The Su family, engaged in the building materials business, naturally desired a slice of the pie. Speculation arose that the Han family from Yanjing was indeed the same family that had sent a marriage proposal, much to the delight of the unmarried women in the Su family, who found the prospect of marrying into the Han family exceedingly enticing. Alas, this notion was swiftly dismissed, for any approach made by the Su family for collaboration was met with resounding rejection by Ruoshu Real Estate. On that day, all relatives of the Su family gathered for an internal meeting at the company. The matriarch, seated at the head of the table, surveyed her distressed kin before speaking. We face numerous competitors this time, but you should all understand the immense benefits of collaborating with Ruoshu Real Estate. It could elevate the Su family to the ranks of the top families in Yunqing. Thus, we must seize this opportunity. Mother, we have all tried. We haven't even met the owner of Ruoshu Real Estate, one relative replied. Indeed, it seems we are simply incompatible with Ruoshu Real Estate. Perhaps the Han family sending us a marriage proposal was not the Yanjing Han family at all, another chimed in. The group fell silent, and the matriarch, exasperated by their lack of resolve, exclaimed, So now you attribute our failures to mere incompatibility? Until Ruoshu Real Estate finalizes a partner, the Su family still has a chance. If we Haven team met them, we shall wait at their entrance. Each of us will take turns daily. Wait outside the company? Won't that be a laughing stock? The Su relatives, all proud individuals, were loath to engage in such an embarrassing endeavor. Su Yingxiao, with her head bowed, was oblivious to the unfolding scene until Su Haichao caught sight of her, a cold smirk creeping onto his face. This laborious task suits her perfectly. Does she really think she can evade it? He suggested. Grandmother, Yingxiao has little work lately, and we have plenty on our hands. Why not let her handle it alone? Su Haichao proposed, and the others quickly concurred. Yes, we can't let her lounge around in the company. If we rely on it for sustenance, she must contribute. The suggestion fell favorably upon the group, with Su Yingxiao's task deemed most appropriate for her. Yet, she was not merely avoiding responsibility. Her phone buzzed with a message from Han Sanqian, urging her to seize the opportunity and negotiate with Ruoshu Real Estate. Confused as to why he would send such a message, she pondered whether her involvement could lead to success when others had failed. Yingxia, do you agree? The matriarch inquired, not even glancing her way. Accustomed to bearing the brunt of arduous tasks, Su Yingxia resigned herself to her fate, recalling how she was always the scapegoat for unfulfilled duties. Grandmother, I am willing, she affirmed. Jin Haichao smirked with satisfaction. Yingxia, don't you dare slack off. Missing the chance to meet the owner of Ruoshu Real Estate would be untenable. Indeed, this is our family's opportunity. Don't just agree verbally while secretly shirking your responsibilities. Let us assign a security guard to accompany you, lest you neglect this matter. Listening to their remarks, Su Yingxia seethed with resentment. As a member of the Su family, she was treated like an outsider in this meeting, and the idea of being monitored was intolerable. I believe having someone accompany her is a wise suggestion, one relative voiced, with others nodding in agreement. Very well, you shall bring someone along. It will help share the burden should anything arise, the matriarch conceded. Clenching her fists in indignation, Su Yingxia impulsively declared, Rest assured, I will not slack off. I will secure this collaboration. As soon as the words were spoken, the conference room fell into an immediate silence, only to be swiftly filled with mocking laughter. Su Yingxia, have you lost your mind? How could you possibly achieve what none of us have managed to do? Ha ha, this is the biggest joke I've heard this year. You're killing me with laughter. Su Haichao's eyes sparkled as he seized the opportunity to oust Su Yingxia and her family. Although they held little importance, she was still a member of the Su family. Once the grandmother passed away, there would inevitably be a division of inheritance, but removing Su Yingxia from the family meant one less contender for that wealth. Yingxia, you said this yourself. What if you fail? Su Yingxia immediately regretted her words, but knew that retracting them would only render her a greater fool. If you succeed, I'll serve you tea and water and call you Sister Xia. If you fail, you must leave the Su family. How about that? Deal. Chapter 5. I'm sorry, boss, a pack of cigarettes, please. You're always so punctual, remarked the owner of the convenience store across from Su's company, gazing at Han Sanqian with a mix of admiration and disbelief. 3 years ago, this young man began appearing here with unwavering regularity, rain or shine. Initially, the owner found it odd, but soon realized that he left the store whenever Su Yingxia exited the company. The owner had a vague sense of Han Sanqian's identity. However, he never voiced it. Every family has its troubles, and this son-in-law of the Su family was regarded as a worthless individual by the entire Yin City. Perhaps he preferred to keep his true identity hidden. Anyway, I'm just passing the time, Han Sanqian smiled. The owner, a middle-aged man, admired Han Sanqian's dedication. For 3 years, he had shown up at precisely 4:30, quietly guarding Su Yingxia's side. When do you plan to pick her up from work? Just watching isn't enough. With no customers in the shop, the owner struck up a casual conversation with Han Sanqian. Han Sanqian glanced toward the entrance of Su's company, smiling faintly. The time is not yet right. Young man, may I ask you something? The owner inquired. Of course. You don't seem like an ordinary person. How is it that you became a part of the Su family? Although the owner lacked extraordinary insight, he encountered many customers daily and sensed that Han Sanqian was different. He couldn't quite place it, but he believed Han Sanqian did not fit the mold of what people described as worthless. Everyone has their needs, and I'm no different. Just like anyone else, I eat, drink, and sleep, Han Sanqian replied. I know that's not what I meant. The owner hesitated before continuing. Enduring so much criticism. If it were me, I would have crumbled long ago. Crumble? Han Sanqian chuckled. As a discarded son-in-law, he had endured far more than Su Yingxia, who had not succumbed to despair. He felt he had no right to falter. To others, Han Sanqian bore the weight of humiliation. Yet in his eyes, Su Yingxia faced far greater derision. What I endure pales in comparison to her struggles, he asserted. The owner sighed, choosing to say no more. After work, as usual, Han Sanqian bid farewell to the owner and rode off on his electric bike. Su Yingxia stood at the company's entrance until Han Sanqian's figure vanished. For 3 years, he had awaited her departure, and she would only leave once he had gone. Upon returning home, when Su Guiyao recounted the events of the meeting to Jiang Lan, she reacted as if she had lost her mind. Su Yingxia, are you insane? Have you thought about what it means to be expelled from the Su family? How will we live? Su Haichao is deliberately provoking you. Can't you see his intentions? Su Yingxiao replied calmly. He doesn't want us to share in the Su family's wealth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan's face turned ashen with rage. If you know that, why agree to it? If they couldn't manage it, what makes you think you can? Su Yingxia felt a whirlwind of emotions. She believed in Han Sanqian, yet she was uncertain whether her actions were right or wrong. Despite their low status in the company, the family would still receive some inheritance upon the grandmother's passing. If they were expelled from the Su family, they would have nothing. Betting her future on Han Sanqian felt like a monumental risk, but having spoken, could she retract her words? Mom, do you really not trust me? Su Yingxia questioned. Jiang Lan, furious, pounded her fist. How can I trust you? All those relatives of the Su family have met with failure. What makes you think you can succeed? What does she have to rely on? Su Yingxia genuinely did not know, as her commitment stemmed entirely from Han Sanqian's message. At that moment, Han Sanqian returned home and approached Su Yingxia, addressing Jiang Lan. Mom, you should believe in her. Yingxia will certainly succeed. Jiang Lan shot an impatient glance at Han Sanqian and coldly retorted, what does this have to do with you? If you hadn't married into our family, my daughter, being so beautiful, would surely have married into a wealthy family. You've ruined our chances. What right do you have to speak? Han Sanqian remained silent, opting to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Han Sanqian, can I trust you? Su Yingxia suddenly asked. Han Sanqian turned his head, a smile on his face, of course. What's going on? Jiang Lan sensed something was amiss and hurriedly questioned Su Yingxia. This can't be something that waste of space convinced you to agree to, right? Come here and clarify. Did he have a hand in this? Jiang Lan interrogated Han Sanqian. Su Yingxia understood that if Jiang Lan discovered the truth behind the message, she would undoubtedly make things difficult for Han Sanqian, potentially even forcing him out of the house. Mom, this was my decision. It has nothing to do with him, Su Yingxia asserted. Nothing to do with him? I think you're under a spell. Can you trust anything he says? Su Yingxia, have you lost your mind? Jiang Lan seized Su Yingxia's shoulders, gripping them so tightly that it pained her. Seeing Su Yingxia's distress, Han Sanqian's expression turned icy as he grasped Jiang Lan's wrist, his voice cold. Whether Yingxia can accomplish this will be revealed tomorrow. Why won't you believe in her? Jiang Lan was infuriated. Since when does this waste of space have the right to speak? Let go of me. You don't belong here, Jiang Lan snapped. Han Sanqian fixed a cold gaze on Jiang Lan, refusing to yield. This marked his first display of assertiveness in the Su family. Jiang Lan felt a flicker of unease in Han Sanqian's eyes, as if he could end her. Seeing the tension escalate, Su Guiyao quickly intervened. Let go of each other. It's already happened. There's no point in arguing now. We must find a way to ensure Yingxia succeeds. Once Jiang Lan released Su Yingxia, Han Sanqian also loosened his grip and said to Su Yingxia, I'll go make dinner. Jiang Lan, seething, glared at her reddened wrist, vowing, I will find a way to rid our family of you, worthless waste. At dinner, Jiang Lan did not join them. Su Guiyao spoke extensively about the weak water real estate matters, feeling anxious, knowing that if Su Yingxia failed tomorrow, Su Haichao and the Su relatives would not let them off easily. If they were expelled from the Su family, it would spell disaster for them. After dinner, Han Sanqian showered and returned to his room, finding Su Yingxia sitting on the bed, staring intently at him. Han Sanqian lay down on the floor mat and said, The owner of Weakwater Real Estate is my classmate. Oh, Su Yingxia replied simply, not probing further. The room fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. For 3 years, nothing had changed. Yet, today, Su Yingxia felt strangely unsettled, especially recalling the look in Han Sanqian's eyes when he had grasped Jiang Lan's hand. Don't wait for me at the company anymore, Su Yingxia suddenly declared. Han Sanqian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Su Yingxia was aware of this. All right. Su Yingxia turned her back to Han Sanqian. biting her lip as unexplainable ripples stirred within her heart. She had always believed she could nonchalantly divorce him, yet when Jiang Lan proposed the matter yesterday, she realized she could not. Despite his shortcomings and perceived uselessness, this man had remained steadfastly by her side for the past 3 years. Regardless of the harsh judgments cast upon him by the outside world or her own cold demeanor, he always wore a radiant smile in her presence. Human hearts are made of flesh, and Su Yingxia was not heartless. She now recognized that she had long grown accustomed to having him by her side. "Please pick me up at the company entrance," Han Sanqian said. Struck as if by lightning, he gazed at Su Yingxia's reclining silhouette, his astonished expression gradually transforming into one of bliss. Unable to see Han Sanqian's expression and hearing no response from him, Su Yingxia assumed his reluctance and, with discontent, remarked, "If you're unwilling, then never mind." Han Sanqian abruptly sat up, exclaiming with enthusiasm, I'm willing." Feeling his excitement, Su Yingxia's tears cascaded down like pearls, realizing that he desired so little. "I'm sorry for these past 3 years," she thought. Chapter 6. Signing the contract the next day, Su Haichao sat in his office, laughing uproariously at a phone call that nearly brought him to tears. Several peers from the Su family were present, bewildered by Su Haichao's inexplicable mirth. "Haichao, what is so funny? Do share. Please don't just laugh. Tell us what is going on. Is Su Yingxia backing out at the last moment?" Clutching his stomach in laughter, Su Haichao exclaimed, "Damn it. I'm laughing so hard it hurts. Su Yingxia is truly a fool. Just what is happening? Hurry and tell us." The younger members of the Su family were as anxious as ants on a hot stove. That crazy woman actually made Han Sanqian, that useless man, take her to Ruoshui real estate on an electric bike. Has she lost her mind? Upon hearing this, the office erupted in hearty laughter, no one able to contain themselves. "Ha ha, what they're going to negotiate like that? Do you think Ruoshui real estate would even entertain her? I suppose she's given up." "Haichao, your scheme has worked wonders. Su Yingxia is doomed this time. Once she's expelled from the Su family, she'll have no share of the inheritance." The group of young people colluded, none believing Su Yingxia could pull this off, and they were already prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. What if she stubbornly tries to backtrack? Someone voiced their concern. Su Haichao smirked coldly. "I've finally found an opportunity to kick Su Yingxia out of the family. There's no way I'll let her backtrack. Don't worry, I have a plan to ensure she leaves the Su family. Just stand with me when the time comes. Rest assured, we are firmly on your side. Su Yingxia has embarrassed us enough. Once she's out, we won't have to endure the scorn of outsiders. Indeed, Han Sanqian has humiliated me countless times. Finally, I can sever ties with him." At Ruoshui real estate, after parking the car, Han Sanqian looked at the visibly anxious Su Yingxia and smiled. "Don't worry. I've already talked to my classmate. We can sign a contract directly." Su Yingxia didn't inquire further about Han Sanqian's classmate. Yet many competitors were vying for the Su family's business, and she doubted that mere friendship could secure such a significant partnership. "Your classmate isn't just playing around, is he?" Su Yingxia questioned. "Of course not. Yes, my good buddy," Han Sanqian assured her. Seeing Han Sanqian's confidence lifted Su Yingxia's spirits. Although their earlier conversation hadn't drastically changed their feelings, some barriers had been lowered, and she understood that, regardless of her mindset, this matter needed to be confronted. Upon entering the company, before Su Yingxia could speak, a staff member approached her. "Are you Miss Su?" The professionally dressed, tall woman greeted her with a businesslike smile. Su Yingxia, taken aback, replied, "Yes, that's me. Please follow me." The elevator ascended directly to the top floor of Ruoshui real estate, and Su Yingxia felt her heart racing. Although the contract hadn't been signed yet, such treatment already hinted at hope. When the elevator doors opened, a middle-aged man awaited her. "Hello, Miss Su. I'm Zhong Liang, the project manager for the Qingxi project, and I am responsible for our collaboration with your company." Su Yingxia stood frozen, at a loss for words. Zhong Liang continued with a smile. "The boss is often busy with social engagements, so he usually doesn't attend in person. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Su Yingxia shook her head repeatedly, flustered. No, I have no questions. It's just we haven't even started discussing the collaboration yet. According to the boss's instructions, the contract is already prepared. I've signed it. If you find it satisfactory, you just need to sign as well," Zhong Liang explained. Su Yingxia was taken aback, staring at Zhong Liang. Although the owner of Ruoshui Real Estate was Han Sanxian's classmate, she never imagined it would be this smooth. They actually had the contract ready. Brother Zhong, you're not joking with me, are you? She asked incredulously. Of course not. This was all personally instructed by the boss. Please, follow me, Zhong Liang replied. Entering the office with Zhong Liang, Su Yingxia glanced at the contract. There were no issues, and the terms were highly beneficial for the Su family. No other real estate company could offer such generous concessions. Brother Zhong, are you sure you're not joking with me? Su Yingxia felt as if she were in a dream. If she could bring this contract back to the Su family, who would dare belittle her? Who would have the audacity to say she was useless? Zhong Liang handed her a pen, saying, "This is not a joke. If you find everything satisfactory, please sign." Su Yingxia's mouth felt dry. Everything was unfolding too smoothly. It seemed Han Sanxian indeed had a strong connection with his classmate. But how did he come to know such an influential person? With the contract in hand, Su Yingxia exited Ruoshui Real Estate as if in a daze. In the distance, a sneaky figure observed the scene and quickly took out his phone to inform Su Haichao. Upon receiving the news, Su Haichao was elated and immediately planned to convene an internal meeting to expel Su Yingxia from the Su family. What's wrong? Han Sanxian approached Su Yingxia, noticing her dazed expression and wondering if Zhong Liang had been unaccommodating. We signed a contract, Su Yingxia said, her tone flat. Han Sanxian smiled. Since the contract is signed, why do you look so lost? Su Yingxia wasn't lost. She simply felt that this reality was too surreal, as if she were dreaming. Just then, her phone rang, and upon seeing Su Haichao's name, she sighed. Su Haichao is truly impatient. However, he is bound to be disappointed this time, Han Sanxian replied. This is all thanks to you. Without you, our family would be finished, Su Yingxia said gratefully, looking at Han Sanxian. Keep this matter between us. Don't let anyone else know. Why? Su Yingxia looked at Han Sanxian, puzzled. This could change his standing in the Su family. Why would he want to conceal it? You'll understand in time, Han Sanxian replied. Su Yingxia nodded. Riding the small electric bike, Han Sanxian took Su Yingxia to her company before heading to the convenience store. With a shared glance of understanding between the boss and Han Sanxian, unspoken words echoed the sentiment that the moment had arrived. In the conference room of the Su company, all relatives had gathered. To their astonishment, the boastful claims made yesterday had now been laid bare, and I had genuinely believed in her capabilities. What could Su Yingxia possibly achieve? The collaboration we could not secure. How could she manage it? Haichao, while your grandmother has yet to arrive, I must remind you to ensure Su Yingxia pays the price. She must not be allowed to evade responsibility. Indeed, we must seize this opportunity to expel Su Yingxia and her family from the Su household. As the relatives buzzed with chatter, they fell silent upon the arrival of the matriarch of the Su family. The door swung open, and Su Yingxia entered. Su Yingxia, you haven't forgotten the words you spoke yesterday, have you? Before she could take her seat, Haichao eagerly interjected. With an air of composure, Su Yingxia replied, You haven't forgotten your words either, have you? Of course, I haven't forgotten, but what does it matter? Your failure to secure the collaboration renders my words insignificant. Haichao retorted smugly. The intelligence received from his informants had already indicated Su Yingxia's failure. If she had succeeded, surely she would not appear so dejected. Grandmother, I have negotiated the collaboration, and the contract has been signed for your review. Su Yingxia presented the contract to the matriarch. Instantly, disbelief spread across the faces of the Su relatives. The matriarch raised her brow, inquiring, You have signed a contract? Chapter 7, Accepting the Stakes. The matriarch finally acknowledged Su Yingxia, requesting her assistant to fetch her reading glasses. The Su relatives craned their necks, eager to glimpse the contract's details, unable to fathom that Su Yingxia could indeed secure a collaboration. In attendance were the majority, yet they had not even seen the owner of Ruoshui Real Estate. Why should she be any different? Her lowly status within the Su family had rendered her an outsider, and no one truly regarded her as kin. Yet, if she succeeded in securing the partnership, how would it affect her standing with the matriarch? Among the most skeptical was Haichao. For Su Yingxia's success would mean he would have to serve her, referring to her as Sister Xia, a humiliation he could not bear. Su Yingxia, you merely drafted a contract on your own. Who would believe that? You haven't even met the owner of Ruoshui Real Estate. Haichao scoffed. Indeed, I have not met the owner. The Qingxi project is solely under Zhong Liang's purview, and he has mentioned that the owner is quite busy, which I understand. Upon uttering these words, Su Yingxia ignited a stir among the relatives, who glared at her in outrage. How dare you forge a false contract to deceive us? I can't believe you would stoop so low to avoid being expelled from the Su family. Do you take us for fools? Their collective anger was palpable. As they regarded Su Yingxia as an adversary, their teeth clenched in fury. Hai Chao's tension dissipated, and he regarded Su Yingxia with disdain, saying, "You resort to such tactics because you fear being cast out of the Su family. After all, your family of three, along with your useless son-in-law, would struggle without the Su family's support. But fear not, I won't be entirely heartless. If you are starving, I may grant you a meal." Laughter erupted among the others, who echoed his sentiment. Indeed, we can still spare a meal. However, rather than take offense, Su Yingxia smiled and replied, "The authenticity of the contract is not for you to determine. While I may not have met the owner of Ruoshui Real Estate, the project lead is Zhong Liang, and his signature is on this contract. I am no fool, nor would I presume you to be foolish enough to think I would forge a document." An unsettling realization gripped Hai Chao. His face paled. The act of forging a contract bore no merit and would only incite the matriarch's ire. Could it be that she had truly secured the collaboration? Su Yingxia, how can you claim to accomplish what we cannot? Hai Chao's words faltered as the matriarch raised her hand, fixing her gaze upon Su Yingxia. Is this contract genuinely signed by you and Zhong Liang? Are we indeed the sole suppliers for the Qingxi project? Grandmother, I have invited Zhong Liang to our company tomorrow. The truth will soon be revealed, Su Yingxia asserted. The matriarch's face brightened, and she repeated the word good thrice. To the Su relatives, these words resonated like a tolling bell, weighing heavily upon them. The prospect of Su Yingxia earning the matriarch's favor was unsettling. Far from expelling her, it seemed she might soon gain significant influence. Su Yingxia, I never expected you to have such fortune, Hai Chao begrudgingly acknowledged. Tomorrow, representatives from Ruoshui Real Estate would visit the company, despite his reluctance. He could not dismiss the possibility that Su Yingxia was not merely fabricating empty boasts. You haven't forgotten your own words, have you? Su Yingxia prompted. Hai Chao gritted his teeth. Su Yingxia, this time, luck is on your side. But even if I were to go, I could achieve the same outcome. Do you truly expect me to serve you? Such a disgraceful task he would never accept, for he was the most powerful figure within the Su family and the most likely successor to the chairman's position. The thought of serving Su Yingxia was preposterous. Su Yingxia, do not overestimate yourself. A bit of good fortune does not grant you the right to look down upon Hai Chao. Indeed, do not consider yourself a hero. Perhaps I could have achieved the same, others chimed in. Su Yingxia, as an elder, I advise you to let this matter rest. You are merely lucky. Several relatives rallied in support of Hai Chao. Observing their condescending demeanor, Su Yingxia felt a mix of anger and amusement. How shameless they were. For it was Hai Chao who had made the initial agreement. If he had not secured the collaboration, would they have come to her defense when he sought to expel her from the Su family? To accept the consequences is to embrace the gamble. The matriarch spoke softly. Her words rendered those defending Hai Chao speechless, their expressions deflated. Hai Chao's face contorted with discomfort, yet despite his internal resistance, he dared not defy his grandmother's wishes. Reluctantly, he fetched a cup of tea for Su Yingxia, begrudgingly addressing her as Sister Xia. With his head bowed, his eyes glinted with malice, contemplating, this time, I shall let you bask in your triumph, but do not presume your days will be easy. I remain the most powerful figure in the company, and should I desire, I have countless ways to make you pay for this humiliation. Su Yingxia accepted the tea, but did not drink. Instead, she placed it on the conference table and said to the matriarch, Grandmother, I must return to prepare the materials. I still have to negotiate with Zhong Liang tomorrow. As the meeting adjourned and Su Yingxia departed with the matriarch, the other relatives lingered, unwilling to leave. Hai Chao, you must devise a plan to diminish Su Yingxia's confidence. She cannot be allowed to gain favor, one relative insisted. Indeed, if she is truly entrusted with the collaboration with Ruoshui Real Estate, your position will be jeopardized, another added. Hai Chao's expression darkened. As they articulated, if Su Yingxia were to partner with Ruoshui Real Estate, his standing within the company would undoubtedly diminish. Rest assured, I will not allow this vixen to succeed, he vowed. Upon returning home, Su Yingxia and Han Sanqian found Su Guiyao and Jiang Lan seated anxiously in the living room. As their family faced a critical juncture, the weight of uncertainty heavy upon them. Su Guiyao, devoid of courage, hesitated to attend the meeting, fearing the sight of his own expulsion from the Su family. Yingxiao, what transpired? Jiang Lan inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation, observing the anxious expressions on her parents' faces. Su Yingxiao smiled and reassured them, do not worry, we will not be driven out of the Su family. Su Guiyao gazed at Su Yingxiao in astonishment. Rising to his feet, unable to believe his ears, you truly secured the collaboration? Yingxiao, you did it? Jiang Lan, too, wore a look of disbelief. Su Yingxiao nodded and glanced at Han Qianqian, while others attributed the success to her. Only she knew that it was Han Qianqian who had facilitated the matter, making him the true hero. Indeed, the deal is done, and the contract has been signed, Su Yingxiao affirmed. Jiang Lan excitedly approached Su Yingxiao, pushing Han Qianqian aside, exclaiming, Yingxiao, my dear daughter, it was my fault. I should have had faith in you. What did your grandmother say? Did Su Haichao serve you tea? Su Guiyao suddenly regretted not attending the meeting, lamenting the missed opportunity to witness Su Haichao addressing her as Sister Xia. Grandmother expressed her approval, and Su Haichao did serve me tea. Su Yingxiao replied, feeling elated at her parents' joy. Her happiness naturally extended to Han Qianqian, yet Jiang Lan's discontent surfaced as she coldly remarked, what are you smiling about? This is all Yingxiao's achievement. It has nothing to do with you. As Su Yingxiao opened her mouth to defend Han Qianqian, she noticed him shake his head, resigning herself to a sigh. You can now rest assured. No one can expel us from the Su family. Indeed, I never imagined my daughter would achieve such success. I am truly overjoyed, Jiang Lan replied, basking in the warmth of family harmony. Han Qianqian, however, felt like an outsider and quietly retreated to the kitchen. That evening, Su Haichao and his father visited the Su family villa, determined to prevent Su Yingxiao from gaining any ground and to stifle her potential rise. Grandmother, are you truly entrusting this matter to Su Yingxiao? Su Haichao inquired in the living room. The matriarch, with an air of certainty, responded, since Yingxiao negotiated the contract. It is only natural she should oversee it. Is there an issue? Mother, you must consider this carefully. Su Yingxiao is, after all, a woman. If she establishes authority within the company, it will not bode well for Haichao, Su Guilin cautioned. The matriarch, displeased, retorted, speak plainly, do not beat around the bush. Grandmother, although Han Qianqian has married into our family, he remains an outsider. For 3 years, he has accomplished nothing. If Su Yingxiao gains control, are you not concerned that our family's assets might fall into the hands of this outsider? Su Haichao pressed. Yingxiao harbors no feelings for that good-for-nothing. Were it not for my concern for the family's reputation, I would have long since facilitated their divorce. The situation you dread will not transpire, the matriarch stated firmly. Su Haichao gritted his teeth and continued, Grandmother, who can predict the future? We must be cautious. Since the contract is signed, changing the person in charge would not affect anything. Are you willing to gamble our family's future on Su Yingxiao's relationship with Han Qianqian? Upon hearing this, the matriarch's expression grew serious. Although Su Yingxiao's relationship with Han Qianqian was tenuous, the future was uncertain. What if they suddenly reconciled? The Qingxi project was crucial for the Su family, promising to elevate their standing in Yunqing, which meant that the project leader's position would also rise within the company. If Su Yingxiao garnered support, there was a genuine risk of the family assets falling into Han Qianqian's hands. Grandmother, Han Qianqian has endured for many years. I suspect he has ulterior motives and may very well be waiting for this moment, Su Haichao added, embellishing his claims. The matriarch scoffed. That good-for-nothing dares to covet our family's wealth? He is merely dreaming. Very well, you shall oversee the project, and I will call Su Yingxiao at once. Hearing this, Su Haichao felt an inner triumph, but maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, saying, Grandmother, I do not wish to steal credit from Su Yingxiao. I only want what is best for the family. Having lived long enough to recognize deceit, the matriarch was not fooled by Su Haichao's words. You need not feign humility. I know your true intentions. Moreover, do not attempt to deceive me in the future. Such half-hearted flattery is beneath contempt, she admonished. Su Haichao nodded repeatedly, pledging, You are correct, Grandmother. I will commit to diligent work henceforth. As Su Yingxiao prepared her materials, a call from her grandmother struck her like a thunderbolt. Although she had successfully negotiated the collaboration, she could not fathom why it would be handed over to Su Haichao. Grandmother, Enough. I have made my decision. You may take the day off tomorrow, came the curt reply. Listening to the busy tone, Su Yingxiao seethed. knowing that Su Haichao had once again manipulated the situation to alter her grandmother's decision. Shortly after, her phone rang again, this time with Su Haichao on the line. As she answered, he gleefully taunted, "Su Yingxia, did you truly believe you had a chance to turn the tables? I assure you, you will forever be beneath me. Su Haichao, you despicable scoundrel, I secured this collaboration," Su Yingxia retorted defiantly. "And what of it? Grandmother has appointed me. Do you dare voice any objections? I should thank you, as without you, I would not be in charge of this project. However, since we are adversaries, you are destined to remain with that useless fellow." He sneered. Before Su Haichao could finish his sentence, Su Yingxia hung up, her anger boiling over. This was her grandmother's decision, and Su Yingxia knew she could not change it. With Su Haichao flaunting his perceived superiority, she felt utterly helpless. Su Yingxia let out a frustrated scream, startling Su Guiyao and Jiang Lan, who rushed into the living room. "Yingxia, what happened? Did Han Qianqian bully you?" Jiang Lan asked anxiously. Although Han Qianqian had been married to Su Yingxia for 3 years, Jiang Lan was aware that her daughter had never allowed him to touch her and did not want her precious daughter to be wasted on such a worthless man. "What happened?" Su Guiyao also inquired, concern etched across his face. "It is nothing. I merely needed to vent my frustration," Su Yingxia responded, recognizing that the outcome was already determined. "What do you have to be frustrated about? You successfully negotiated the contract for weak water real estate. You are now in charge of this project, which will surely elevate our family's status in the company. You should be celebrating," Su Guiyao said with a smile. "Father, grandmother changed the person in charge, and I am no longer responsible. Su Haichao has taken my place," Su Yingxia said, her spirits deflated. "What?" Su Guiyao exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend how Su Haichao could take charge of something that Su Yingxia had secured. Jiang Lan's anger erupted as she began to pace, cursing, "That scoundrel Su Haichao must have gone to your grandmother to slander you. I must confront him." As Jiang Lan prepared to storm out of the house, Su Guiyao quickly grabbed her arm, saying, "This is your mother's decision. What good would it do to confront Su Haichao now? What good? We always compromise. Should we allow him to walk all over us?" Jiang Lan shouted, her voice filled with frustration. "Guiyao, do you have no backbone left?" Su Guiyao fell silent, and Su Yingxia interjected, "Mother, father is right. Confronting him would yield no results. Are we to simply let this go? You have toiled diligently to negotiate a partnership, only to have it serve as a mere adornment for Su Haichao. Are you content with this?" Jiang Lan inquired. How could Su Yingxia possibly be content? Yet, the company is under her grandmother's dominion. Even in her dissatisfaction, she could only endure in silence. At that moment, Han Sanqian appeared at the doorway. Addressing Su Yingxia, "Rest assured, no one besides you will be accountable for this project." Jiang Lan, already fuming, directed her ire at Han Sanqian with a cold retort. "This is a matter concerning our family. What relevance does it hold for you? If you remain silent, no one will regard you as mute." Su Yingxia, alarmed, recognized that it was Han Sanqian's assistance that secured the collaboration, yet Jiang Lan's attitude towards him was so disdainful. "Mother, please go to bed. I will find a solution to this matter," Su Yingxia urged. Jiang Lan, in her frustration, had no inclination to rest, as Su Guiyao forcibly dragged her back to their room. After returning to her own quarters and shutting the door, Su Yingxia turned to Han Sanqian and said, "I apologize on behalf of my mother. She knows nothing, which is why. If I truly minded, I would have left home long ago." Han Sanqian replied nonchalantly, "Leave home?" The very notion struck a chord with Su Yingxia. Did he truly consider this place his home? With daily disdain and biting sarcasm, did he truly remain unaffected? Su Yingxia inquired, "You endure far more than I do. What right do I have to care?" Hearing this, Su Yingxia stood frozen, her hands covering her face, tears streaming down. "You are enduring all of this because of me?" The following day, Su Haichao donned the most expensive suit from his wardrobe, presenting himself impeccably at the company entrance to greet Zhong Liang's arrival. Although the contract had been signed, today's meeting was equally crucial, particularly in persuading Zhong Liang to accept the change in leadership. Su Haichao was confident in his ability to usurp Su Yingxia's position, as his standing within the Su family business surpassed hers, granting him greater influence. He was certain Zhong Liang would recognize the Su family's commitment to this collaboration. Upon spotting Zhong Liang from a distance, Su Haichao eagerly approached. "Brother Zhong, greetings. I am Su Haichao, the representative for the Su family on this project. He extended his hand, presenting himself with gentlemanly grace. Upon shaking hands, Su Haichao felt a surge of joy. It seemed Zhong Liang had indeed accepted the change in leadership. Su Yingxia had merely relied on luck to secure this partnership, rendering her presence inconsequential. Chapter 9. The Cunning Ones. Where is Miss Su? Zhong Liang inquired casually. Su Haichao assumed Zhong Liang was asking offhandedly and sought a flimsy excuse to deflect. She is ill. I will be responsible for all future collaborations with your esteemed company, he stated. Zhong Liang nodded and replied, in that case, let us reconvene once Miss Su has recovered. With that, he turned to leave. Su Haichao stood momentarily stunned before hastily pursuing him, saying, Brother Zhong, my involvement will be just as effective. Rest assured. My capabilities surpass those of Su Yingxia regarding our cooperation. Before he could finish, Zhong Liang paused beside his vehicle and remarked, many wish to collaborate with Ruoshui Real Estate. Given the lack of sincerity from the Su family, I will reconsider this matter. Watching Zhong Liang's car drive away, Su Haichao stood paralyzed. He had assumed Zhong Liang would be indifferent to the situation, but his stance was unexpectedly firm. To reconsider. Those words sent a shiver down Su Haichao's spine. The Su family was merely an average contender among numerous competitors. Securing this collaboration was already a remarkable feat. If he were to jeopardize it, his grandmother would undoubtedly have his head. What should he do? Was he truly expected to seek assistance from that wretched Su Yingxia? Su Haichao was unwilling. Having just flaunted his superiority over Su Yingxia the night before, how could he now grovel for her help in mending this mess? At that moment, Su Haichao's phone rang. Haichao, your grandmother has arrived at the company. Has Zhong Liang not yet come? Su Guolin inquired, feeling quite pleased with himself. As the opportunity snatched from Su Yingxia would solidify Su Haichao's position within the company. Should he succeed in this endeavor, becoming the chairman of the Su family would be all but assured. I will be in the conference room shortly, Su Haichao replied solemnly. In the conference room, relatives from the Su family gathered, as such an important collaboration warranted the presence of everyone. None dared to be absent. The Su matriarch sat at the head of the table and, noticing only Su Haichao's presence, asked, Is Zhong Liang not here yet? Grandmother, Su Haichao replied, head bowed. The Su matriarch's brow furrowed as she inquired, What happened? Have you offended Zhong Liang? Upon hearing these words, Su Haichao's relatives cast concerned glances at him, especially Su Guolin, who had been reveling in Su Haichao's success. If Su Haichao were to ruin this opportunity, his own aspirations for the chairman's position would be dashed. Haichao, what is going on? Did Zhong Liang change the time because he is unavailable? Su Guolin queried. Because Su Yingxia did not show up, Zhong Liang was quite upset. He said, as Su Haichao hesitated, the matriarch slammed her hand on the conference table and demanded, What did he say? Su Haichao, rendered speechless, quickly admitted. He said he would reconsider the collaboration with the Su family. The matriarch's anger flared, her face reddening. Had it not been for Su Haichao's earlier appeal, the project leader would never have changed, and Zhong Liang would not have been angered. Countless companies coveted this collaboration, and many wished to seize this lucrative opportunity. The Su family had already secured it, yet the incompetence of Su Guolin and his son threatened to squander it. Su Haichao, Su Guolin, should the Su family fail to partner with Ruoshui Real Estate, you too must leave the Su family, the matriarch seethed. Upon hearing these words, both father and son turned pale, never anticipating such dire consequences. Moreover, the matriarch was known for her unwavering resolve. If she commanded them to leave, there would be no mercy. Grandmother, the contract has already been signed. Can he truly back out? Su Haichao protested. The matriarch scoffed. Who is behind Ruoshui Real Estate? Are you not aware? With the Su family's meager influence, what can you do against them? Even if they presented you with a penalty for breach of contract, would you dare to accept it? Her words left the relatives of the Su family speechless, for as she stated, who would dare to claim a penalty when a Han family of Yinjing backed Ruoshui Real Estate? Only Su Yingxia could salvage this situation. You must figure out for yourselves. With that, the matriarch stormed out. The gazes of the other relatives shifted subtly towards Su Haichao, as they realized that after this incident, Su Yingxia's standing in the company would likely rise rapidly, potentially threatening Su Haichao's position. Previously, they had sought Su Haichao's favor because he was the most likely candidate for chairman. However, given his blunder in this matter, His reputation in the matriarch's eyes would undoubtedly plummet, casting doubt on his prospects for the chairmanship. Haichao, this is a predicament you must resolve on your own. We cannot assist you. Indeed, we are powerless to help. With the matriarch in a rage, you must act swiftly to remedy this situation. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. The relatives dispersed like birds fleeing a storm. In the conference room, only Su Guilin and Su Haichao remained. Su Guilin's face twisted with fury as he spat. I cannot fathom what kind of spell Su Yingxia has cast on Zhong Liang. Given your standing in the company, how could he still show her such disrespect? Su Haichao nearly ground his teeth in frustration before a cold smile crept across his face as he remarked, Su Yingxia likely has ensnared that fool in her charms. I never thought she would truly be such a vixen. Regardless, there is no choice but to have her step forward. Your grandmother's words are never empty promises. Su Guilin sighed. Upon this realization, Su Haichao felt a throbbing headache. Had he known, he would not have called Su Yingxia the previous night. Now, he was compelled to personally solicit her involvement. The slap to his face was rather swift. Reluctantly, he dialed her number. Time was of the essence. Should Zhong Liang choose another partner, there would be no room for redemption. Today, Su Yingxia was ordered to rest at home, filled with frustration and anger. As she languidly watched television, her phone rang. Just as she rose to answer it, Han Qianqian intercepted the call. It's Su Haichao, he announced. I'll take it for you. Uncertain of Han Qianqian's intentions, Su Yingxia nonetheless acquiesced. Yingxia, you need to come to the office immediately. Su Haichao's voice crackled through the speaker. Hearing his tone ignited her ire. Was it not enough that he boasted the night before? Did he require her to endure further humiliation at the office? Just as she prepared to respond, Han Qianqian gestured for silence. Yingxia is unwell, he stated firmly. Su Haichao's impatience flared upon hearing Han Qianqian's interruption. Put Su Yingxia on the phone. You have no right to speak to me. Oh, Han Qianqian replied dismissively, then hung up and powered off the phone. What are you doing? Su Yingxia queried, bewildered. Su Haichao is seeking your assistance. Zhong Liang must be unwilling to negotiate, and he hopes for your intervention, Han Qianqian explained. Su Yingxia was taken aback, asking, is that true? Of course, he affirmed. She sprang to her feet, urgency in her voice. Let's hurry. Even if you're anxious, it is not your place to be. You should be the one worried. I suspect your grandmother is quite upset. Su Haichao is practically begging for your help, aiming to usurp your position. Are you really going to assist him so readily? Han Qianqian countered. Su Yingxia remained perplexed. This collaboration was crucial for the Su family. If she succeeded, her status would rise. Yet, if things went awry, Su Haichao would undoubtedly face repercussions, and she would gain little in return. What should I do then? She inquired. Wait until he comes to plead with you. This is your opportunity for retribution, Han Qianqian replied with a smile. But, rest assured, have you forgotten? The owner of Ruoshui Real Estate is my classmate. A few days' delay is inconsequential, he clarified. Realization dawned on Su Yingxia as she gazed at Han Qianqian, reclining languidly on the sofa. Han Qianqian, I never realized you were so cunning, she remarked. Chapter 10. The forceful frustrated by the abrupt end of the call. Su Haichao hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. This scum dares to hang up on me. What audacity! He bellowed. Su Guilin felt a sinking sensation in his heart. If Su Yingxia refused to step forward, their predicament would be dire. Haichao, what is the matter? Is Su Yingxia unwilling to assist? He inquired. A cold smirk crept across Su Haichao's face as he replied. Han Qianqian answered, claiming Su Yingxia is ill. Ill. I suspect she is feigning it to evade responsibility, Su Guilin scoffed. Despite his anger, Su Guilin's intellect remained intact. They needed Su Yingxia to cooperate. The partnership was trivial compared to the threat of being ousted from the Su family. Haichao, let us go. I will accompany you, Su Guilin declared, with a frigid demeanor. Su Haichao, still seething from being hung up on by Han Qianqian, sought retribution. Upon arriving at Su Yingxia's residence, Su Guilin exhibited disdain. Indeed, she is the least accomplished of the Su family and resides in such a place. Father, they would be fortunate to have a modest abode with a meager salary. Can we expect them to live in the luxurious Yunding mountain villas? Su Haichao mocked. The Yunding mountain villa district symbolized status, and the Su matriarch's greatest wish was for the family to reside there, for only then would they truly step into the realm of elite society. When the doorbell rang, Han Qianqian directed Su Yingxia to retreat to her room. If she was to feign illness, she must commit fully to the act. As Su Haichao opened the door, his eyes blazed with fury upon seeing Han Qianqian. "Did you just hang up on me?" he demanded. "Indeed," Han Qianqian replied coolly. Suddenly, Su Haichao swung his fist toward Han Qianqian's face. "You worthless scum, what gives you the right to hang up on me?" He spat. In a flash, Han Qianqian launched a powerful kick to Su Haichao's abdomen. Before Su Haichao's punch could land, he crashed into the wall with a resounding thud, pain radiating from his midsection, forcing him to crouch on the ground. "Han Qianqian, how dare you strike my son?" Su Guilin erupted in fury. With icy disdain, Han Qianqian glared at Su Guilin, warning, "If you continue to speak, you'll be next." Su Guilin felt a jolt of fear. The formerly submissive Han Qianqian now exuded an intimidating presence. "Han Qianqian, how dare you hit me?" Su Haichao seethed through gritted teeth. "If you're here to plead, then act like it. Did your grandmother not make it clear what happens when you lose a partnership?" Han Qianqian retorted. This statement quelled Su Guilin and Su Haichao's anger, for the loss of collaboration could lead to their expulsion from the Su family. "Han Qianqian, what business is it of yours? Bring Su Yingxiao out," Su Guilin demanded. "How is it not my concern? Su Yingxiao is my wife, and she is currently unwell. I will manage things at home for now," Han Qianqian asserted. "Wife." At this revelation, both Su Guilin and Su Haichao scoffed derisively. "Han Qianqian, do you not possess a shred of masculine dignity? You rely on a woman for sustenance. Do you truly believe you have say here?" Su Guilin mocked. "Did Su Yingxiao consent to that? And are you not aware that she has been unfaithful? How do you think she secured the Ruoshui real estate deal?" Su Haichao shot back, his tone dripping with scorn. Han Qianqian's brow furrowed. He understood precisely how Su Yingxiao negotiated the partnership, recognizing Su Haichao's words as malicious slander. Advancing toward Su Haichao, Han Qianqian loomed over him with a menacing glare. Su Haichao instinctively recoiled, an inexplicable fear washing over him as he stammered. What do you intend to do? If you dare utter another disparaging word about her, I will make your existence unbearable," Han Qianqian threatened. Su Haichao's throat constricted as he swallowed hard, surprisingly finding no doubt in Han Qianqian's declaration. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Su Guiyao and Jianglan returned, stumbling upon this scene. "Guiyao, your son has quite the audacity, daring to strike my child." Seeing Su Guiyao, Su Guilin regained his arrogant demeanor, for he had always held an innate superiority over his timid younger brother, who had been bullied in his youth. "Han Qianqian, have you lost your mind, even daring to?" Before Su Guiyao could finish, Jianglan seized his arm. Although she harbored disdain for Han Qianqian, she had been seeking an outlet for her anger after Su Haichao usurped Su Yingxiao's project. The sight of Su Haichao being struck brought her joy. "Elder brother, your son brought this upon himself. Those who commit wrongs will inevitably face retribution," Jianglan remarked. "You." Su Guilin trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Jianglan. "What of it? What are you doing here? You are not welcome in my home," she shot back, her fierce disposition rendering Su Guilin defenseless. "Indeed, elder brother, what brings you to my abode? You have never graced us with your presence before." Su Guiyao found it rather peculiar. The relatives of the Su family never visited their home, yet today seemed to defy all expectations. Su Guilin and Su Haichao were too embarrassed to utter a word. Han Qianqian spoke up, explaining that the personnel from Weakwater Real Estate were unwilling to negotiate with the new manager, prompting them to seek help from Yingxia. He speculated that their grandmother must have been quite upset. Upon hearing this, Jianglan burst into laughter. "Brother, it's amusing to see you in need of our assistance today. Truly, fortunes ebb and flow," she remarked. Su Guilin's future now depended on Su Yingxia, and despite his reluctance, he could not challenge Jianglan's words. "Guiyao, we indeed acted improperly this time, and I apologize," Su Guilin admitted, leaving Su Guiyao momentarily bewildered, having only ever witnessed Su Guilin's domineering side. Su Haichao hung his head in shame, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. "Brother, mother must have imposed quite the punishment on you, otherwise you wouldn't be apologizing to me," Su Guiyao inquired curiously. "This time, you must assist me, or I shall be expelled from the Su family," Su Guilin confessed, not hiding the truth any longer. Having already lost face, he felt that as long as he could maintain his standing in the family, he would have a chance for revenge. Being cast out, however, would leave him with nothing. Han Sanqian was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. While he anticipated that the matriarch would exert pressure on Su Guilin, the idea of expulsion was far beyond his expectations. Why should I help you? You have made things difficult for us in the past, Jiang Lan firmly rejected. Sister-in-law, why engage in such self-destructive behavior? Collaborating with Weakwater Real Estate would also be beneficial to your family. If I am expelled from the Su family, will you stand to gain aside from a moment's amusement? Su Guilin retorted. After careful consideration, Jiang Lan recognized the validity of his argument. Su Guilin's expulsion would not affect her status in the family, but having Su Yingxia oversee this collaboration would hold significant implications. And where is Yingxia? Jiang Lan asked Han Sanqian. She is unwell and resting, he replied. Unwell? How did that happen so suddenly? Jiang Lan hurriedly entered the house, calling out as she rushed. Upon reaching the room and seeing Su Yingxia looking perfectly fine, she asked, Yingxia, are you feeling unwell? Su Yingxia smirked slyly and whispered, Mother, I am not unwell. Han Sanqian insisted that I feigned illness. Insisted? Jiang Lan was taken aback, quickly grasping Han Sanqian's intention and saying, I never expected this seemingly useless man to be so cunning. Mother, could you refrain from calling him useless? Su Yingxia replied, somewhat displeased. Jiang Lan glared at her, stating, while he may have handled this situation well, such cunningness is not a true skill. You aren't falling for him simply because he did these things, are you? Mother, I have been married to him for 3 years. In Chapter 11, The Puppet on a String, Jiang Lan's greatest desire was to find an opportunity to expel Han Sanqian from the Su family. Now, witnessing Su Yingxia defend Han Sanqian and accept their marriage, her anger surged. Yingxia, I warn you, do not develop genuine feelings for him. If you tie yourself to this useless man, your future will be bleak. I serve as a cautionary tale, Jiang Lan expressed, seething with indignation. Over the past 3 years, Su Yingxia's feelings for Han Sanqian had subtly grown. Even without the matter of Weakwater Real Estate, she would not consider divorce, especially since Han Sanqian had played a crucial role in facilitating this collaboration. Jiang Lan's harsh attitude towards Han Sanqian stemmed from her belief in his lack of ambition, convinced that revealing the details about Weakwater Real Estate would alter her perception of him. However, Su Yingxia sighed. Why can't you allow me to share this with them? Mother isn't angry. She simply wishes to prevent you from following in my footsteps. Noticing her excessive hostility, Jiang Lan softened her tone slightly. Mother, give him a year. He will not disappoint you. Su Yingxia believed that Han Sanqian was striving to change for her. Although she was uncertain about the specifics of this change, she trusted that one day he would earn the respect of those who looked down upon him. Jiang Lan scoffed. Just like your father, he is a useless man. What difference does it make if he is given 10 years? Look at your father. Is he successful now? Mother, while father may not have achieved great success over the years, has he treated you poorly? He has never sought out a mistress. Unlike many other men, happiness cannot be measured solely by wealth, Su Yingxia replied. Although Jiang Lan was angry, she recognized the truth in Su Yingxia's words. Su Guiyao was indeed poor and lacked ambition, yet he had never strayed, which was commendable compared to many men. Fine, I will give him a year to prove himself. But I warn you, he cannot lay a finger on you, Jiang Lan declared. Su Yingxia nodded, although she acknowledged her feelings for Han Sanqian. She was not yet prepared for that aspect of their relationship. As Jiang Lan exited Su Yingxia's room and entered the living room, she found only Su Guiyao and Han Sanqian. Where are Su Haichao and his son? Weren't they here to ask us something? Why have they left? Jiang Lan inquired. Su Guiyao glanced at Han Sanqian, a hint of trepidation in his gaze. Just moments ago, Han Sanqian's assertiveness in telling Su Haichao to leave had left Su Guiyao astonished. He had never seen Han Sanqian so upright and fierce, leaving him without the courage to intervene. This son-in-law had been submissive for 3 years. What had caused this sudden change, especially to the point of confronting Su Haichao? I let them go. Since the matriarch has changed the manager, it is only fitting that she resolves this matter herself, Han Sanqian stated calmly. This declaration struck Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao like a bolt from the blue, leaving them in shock. For the matriarch to personally intervene was akin to a toad yawning. Han Sanqian, are you out of your mind? Su Guiyao exclaimed. Springing to his feet, Jiang Lan looked equally alarmed, saying, Han Sanqian, do you have a say in this family? Do you realize the repercussions of your actions? The matriarch was akin to Empress Dowager Cixi. Despite Jiang Lan's fiery temperament, she dared not breathe a word in the presence of the matriarch. She will come, Han Sanqian replied with unnerving composure as he walked toward the kitchen. Jiang Lan felt an inexplicable sense of unease, questioning whether this seemingly useless man had suddenly transformed. Was he acting out of madness or clarity? Guiyao, what is going on? Has he lost his mind? Jiang Lan whispered. Su Guiyao shook his head. I don't know. But he is certainly different today. Jiang Lan pondered, recalling Su Yingxia's earlier words. Could it be that he genuinely possessed some talent? Do you think Mother will come? Jiang Lan asked. Su Guiyao chuckled helplessly. How could Mother come to such a place? Aside from her own villa, when has she ever visited anywhere else? Who would dare invite her here unless they resided in the Cloudtop Villa district? Jiang Lan nodded in agreement. The matriarch had long desired for the Su family to establish a presence in the Cloudtop Villa district, yet for years, she had not visited any relatives or even her own children. The following day, Su Yingxia maintained her morning jogging routine, rising promptly at 6 o'clock. After changing into her workout attire, she approached Han Sanqian's makeshift bed and asked, still pretending to be asleep? Han Sanqian sat up awkwardly, surprised that she was aware of his daily visits to see her after work and even knew about his accompanying her on morning runs. They left together. For the past 3 years, Su Yingxia's jogging route had remained unchanged, inevitably passing by the Cloudtop Villa district. Upon reaching the road leading to the Villa district, Han Sanqian inquired, You come here every day. Why is that? Surely jogging along this mountain road offers better air quality? Su Yingxia spoke with a gaze full of yearning, remarking that the gate at the foot of the mountain was a place that, apart from the residents of the villa area, no one could enter casually. She understood that this was a realm beyond her reach, and thus, merely gazing at it every day sufficed to satisfy her heart's desire. Her grandmother had always aspired to reside there, for only by living in that esteemed location could one truly step into high society. The cooperation with Ruoshui Real Estate might very well present the Su family with such an opportunity, which explained her insistence on having Su Haichao seek her out. Han Sanqian glanced at the villa perched on a mountainside and remarked that he had heard it was to be auctioned, as its previous owner had gone abroad many years ago and likely had no intention of returning. What are you thinking? Su Yingxia asked helplessly. That villa is the most expensive in the Yunding mountain area. It epitomizes status and identity. Many wealthy individuals will surely bid on it. And I've heard the estimated sale price is around 60 million. Do you know how much that is? 60 million is indeed a considerable sum. But it's not insurmountable, Han Sanqian replied with a smile. Before heading home, the two enjoyed breakfast together for the first time in 3 years. Shortly after returning, Han Sanqian found an excuse to leave the house. In the office of Ruoshui Real Estate's top floor, Han Sanqian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhong Liang stood respectfully behind him. For the auction of a villa in Yunding Mountain, find someone to assist me in securing it. Han Sanqian instructed. Zhong Liang appeared troubled. Young master, the funds from the Han family are only to be used for company development. Han Sanqian let out a cold laugh, tossing a bank card onto the desk. Since the age of 12, I have known the Han family was his, which is why I leveraged the family's connections to amass my own fortune. By 16, I had established my own company. You're responsible for the collaboration with Fengqian Company within Han family, correct? At this, Zhong Liang's breath quickened. The chairman of Fengqian Company, Qin Lin, has been a close associate of mine for many years, he replied. Chairman? Han Sanqian's lips curled into a devilish smile. Merely a puppet. Zhong Liang's heart trembled as he stared in disbelief at Han Sanqian's back. Qin Lin was, in fact, a puppet of the young master of the Han family? For all these years, had Han Sanqian been the true master behind Fengqian Company? Do you know why it's called Fengqian? Han Sanqian queried. Zhong Liang was rendered speechless with fright. The sword of Damocles hung above the Han family. Cold sweat dripped from Zhong Liang's forehead. He could hardly believe that Han Sanqian had been paving his own path since he was 12. Wasn't he that supposed to be a carefree age? The depth of his cunning far surpassed that of the Han family's eldest son. Who could have foreseen that while the eldest son of the Han family indulged in revelry, this young man had already suspended a sword over the heads of the Han family members? Rest assured, young master, I will keep this matter strictly confidential, Zhong Liang promised. His spine chilled. I will help you secure this villa at all costs. She wishes to jog along the mountain path. Whatever you desire, I, Han Sanqian, will find a way to provide it for you, he affirmed. Chapter 12. Parting for 3 days, the matriarch of the Su family has stepped out. It seems she is heading to Su Guiyao's residence. When this news spread through the Su family, every relative was utterly astonished. It had been many years since the matriarch had visited the homes of her children. She had even stated that she would only consider visiting if they were qualified to reside in the Yunding Mountain Villa area. Is that true? Grandmother is really going to Su Yingxiao's home? Impossible. Who spread such rumors? The WeChat group of the younger generation of the Su family buzzed with disbelief, each expressing their astonishment. However, when a photo of the matriarch getting out of the car surfaced in the group, silence fell. They all understood that her personal appearance was a tremendous favor to Su Yingxia, and Su Haichao, as standing in the company, would inevitably be affected. Upon learning of this development, Su Guiyao and Jiang Lan were equally astonished, left speechless for a considerable time. They had assumed the matriarch would never come. Yet here she was, making an appearance. The collaboration with Ruoshui Real Estate was crucial for the Su family. Whether they could integrate into the upper echelons of Yuqing depended on how they navigated this opportunity. The matriarch had dedicated her life as greatest wish to seeing the Su family reside in the Yunding Mountain Villa area. Therefore, upon hearing of Su Yingxia's illness, she became as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. If Zhong Liang sought other partners, all hope would be lost. Thus, she needed to come personally to ensure everything was in order. The matriarch, in her advanced years, nearly exhausted herself climbing the stairs. Su Guiyao and Jiang Lan had been waiting at the door and rushed to assist her upon seeing her. "Mother, why did you come in person? You could have just called, and we would have visited you," Su Guiyao said. "Indeed, Mother, a phone call would suffice," Jiang Lan added. The matriarch, panting heavily and looking pale, replied, "I came to see Yingxia. I heard she was unwell." Su Guiyao's heart sank. Su Yingxia was merely feigning illness. What if the matriarch found out? He shot a fierce glare at Han Sanqian, blaming him for this poor idea. Han Sanqian appeared unconcerned, inviting the matriarch inside and pouring her a glass of water, which she ignored completely. "Where's Yingxia?" the matriarch inquired after settling onto the sofa. "She is ill and is afraid of infecting you, so she is in her room," Jiang Lan explained. "She is not sick," Han Sanqian suddenly interjected. The room fell silent as if struck by thunder. Su Guiyao and Jiang Lan were nearly paralyzed with fear. They had tried desperately to conceal the truth, only to have Han Sanqian admit it outright. "What nonsense are you spouting, Han Sanqian? Yingxia is clearly unwell." Jiang Lan glared at him in anger. It was his suggestion to feign illness, and now he was the one revealing it. He was putting them in jeopardy. "Mother, please don't listen to Han Sanqian's nonsense. He knows nothing," Su Guiyao exclaimed in panic. The matriarch regarded Han Sanqian with displeasure, asking, "What do you mean she is not sick? Yingxia is the project leader. She secured the collaboration with Ruoshui Real Estate. Regardless of what Su Haichao has said, the decision to change the project leader rests with you. This situation bears responsibility on both Su Haichao's part and yours. Wouldn't you agree?" Han Sanqian stated calmly. "Who do you think you are, questioning the matriarch?" Su Haichao roared, his temper flaring. Su Guilin was equally infuriated. How dare this mere son-in-law challenge the matriarch? "Han Sanqian, you have no place speaking here. You'd best disappear from my sight or face my wrath," Su Guilin warned. "Grandmother, only Yingxia can resolve this collaboration. You must see that." Han Sanqian maintained his composure despite their agitation. The matriarch took a deep breath before saying, "What benefit do you think this will bring? Do you not fear that I might withdraw from this collaboration in anger and expel you from the Su family? Such a possibility does exist. Yet the potential losses for the Su family are too significant. You and T act so recklessly," Han Sanqian replied. "Are you so certain of that?" the matriarch questioned. "Grandmother, I merely wish to draw your attention to Yingxia. I mean no offense. If I have upset you, I sincerely apologize," Han Sanqian articulated. The matriarch smiled, her expression shifting from amusement to gravity. "Is this your plan? Parting for 3 days indeed warrants a fresh perspective." The smile on her face gradually faded, and Su Yingxia would never dare to play such tricks on her. As for Su Guiyao and Jiang Lan, they dared not breathe too loudly, for apart from Han Sanqian, she could not fathom who else could devise such a strategy. "My intentions are solely for the good of the Su family," Han Sanqian asserted. "The Su family? Is it your grandmother's Su family or Su Yingxia's? That distinction is less than clear," she mused. "Where is Yingxia?" the elderly lady inquired. At that moment, Han Sanqian's phone rang. Upon answering, he pressed the speakerphone button. "Sanqian, I just spoke with Zhong Liang, and he is willing to continue collaborating with the Su family. Su Yingxiao's voice echoed through the phone. Both Su Guiyao and Jiang Lan were bewildered. When had Su Yingxiao left home without their knowledge? The grandmother, hearing this news, must surely be delighted, Han Sanqian remarked. The elderly lady managed a strained smile and said, Yingxia, thank you for your efforts. Come to grandmother's house for dinner in a few days. Thank you, grandmother, she replied. The elderly lady then fixed her gaze on Han Sanqian, stating, Han Sanqian, if you harbor even the slightest covetousness towards the Su family, I advise you to abandon such thoughts immediately. I will never allow you to succeed. Rest assured, I have no interest in the Su family's wealth. Han Sanqian responded dismissively. The Su family's insignificance held no weight in his eyes. They were merely a second-rate clan, lacking substantial resources. After the elderly lady departed, Jiang Lan, still in the dark, confronted Han Sanqian. Han Sanqian, was this planned with Yingxia? Do you realize how perilous this is? Mother, don't you want to vent your frustrations? Han Sanqian retorted. After enduring humiliation in the Su family for so many years, don't you wish to express it? Jiang Lan was taken aback. Indeed, today's events could be seen as a means of relief for her. Without Han Sanqian's arrangements, how could the elderly lady have come to their home? Furthermore, in the future, the Su family's relatives would no longer dare to underestimate them. The projects in Yingxia's hands would at least allow her to stand on equal footing with Su Haichao. Even without Su Yingxia, the sisterhood has initiated an unwarranted campaign against her. Upon returning home, Su Yingxia was discreetly summoned by Jiang Lan to her room. Yingxia, you must honestly tell me if you are concealing anything, Jiang Lan pressed. What makes you think that? Su Yingxia replied, feigning calmness despite her inner anxiety. I can't shake the feeling that Han Sanqian has transformed into a different person. Didn't you notice his composure while speaking with your grandmother today? Who in the Su family would dare address her with such confidence? Jiang Lan remarked. Su Yingxia smiled, although she had not witnessed Han Sanqian's assertiveness. She had been quite startled when she learned of the plan from him. Nevertheless, she chose to trust Han Sanqian, and events had proven her faith to be well-founded. No matter what, as long as it benefits us, that is what matters, she concluded. 3 days later at the Su family villa, the elderly lady hosted a celebration banquet for Su Yingxia, inviting all relatives from the Su family. During the gathering, Su Yingxia elaborated on the collaboration with Ruoshui Real Estate, which delighted the elderly lady. However, the relatives harbored ulterior motives. Su Yingxia's rise to prominence was now an established fact, and her position in the company would undoubtedly strengthen. After all, Ruoshui Real Estate aimed to develop the western city into a primary urban area, a project that would require considerable time. Until its completion, who could challenge Su Yingxia's status? Su Haichao's expression darkened. He had been the highest-ranking young member of the company and was expected to inherit the position of chairman. Yet now Su Yingxia wielded significant power, inevitably diminishing his influence. However, he took solace in the belief that the elderly lady would never entrust the entire company to a woman. Besides the celebration banquet, a significant event was also unfolding in Yunqing, the auction of hillside villas in the Yunshan district. Though the Su family dared not dream of such extravagant matters, the interest in the auction was palpable. Today, the hillside villas were set to be auctioned, and speculation regarding who would emerge victorious was rife. Only 3 families in Yunqing possessed the financial capacity to bid, and it was merely a question of who would be willing to spend more to assert their status. Rumors suggested the expected sale price would hover around 60 million, an exorbitant sum indeed. Among the elite, who cared for such trivial amounts? Su Yihan, Su Yingjia's had previously exhibited overwhelming confidence when the Han family presented their betrothal gifts. Now, she nonchalantly remarked, perhaps this villa will be purchased by someone else. Yihan, are you suggesting the Han family had indeed sent gifts, yet their true intentions remained shrouded in mystery, leading Su Yihan to speculate that they might be planning a grand surprise for her, as she spoke with self-assuredness. The other younger females in the Su family felt a twinge of discontent. However, Su Yihan was undeniably the most beautiful among them, making her the most likely candidate for attention. If this were the case, would our Su family not have the opportunity to reside in the Yunding Mountain Villa area? Upon hearing this, even the elderly lady seemed moved. Although the collaboration with Ruoshui Real Estate could elevate the Su family to a first-tier family in Yunqing. If the Han family did indeed purchase the hillside villa, the Su family would gain considerable prestige, potentially surpassing the existing 3 major clans, an unimaginable prospect. Regrettably, the mysterious benefactor had yet to make an appearance. The elderly lady sighed, perplexed by the delays despite the extravagant gifts sent. Such a remarkable man will undoubtedly make a grand entrance once he is ready, Su Ihan asserted. Meanwhile, Han Sanqian remained absorbed in his meal, disregarding the conversation. Su Haichao cast a derisive glance and remarked, Han Sanqian, no one is competing with you. Have you never tasted such fine cuisine before? This remark elicited scoffs from many, who, while hesitant to confront Su Yingxia directly, felt no obligation to extend courtesy to this son-in-law. I'm nearly tired of these delicacies. Some people are so poor they've never tasted them. I wonder what it feels like to be impoverished. The elderly lady cleared her throat, silencing the jibes. Suddenly, Su Guilin received a phone call, his expression one of shock as he exclaimed, "So high. Warranty they estimating around 60 million? Who won the bid?" Upon hearing this, the Su family members focused intently on Su Guilin. "I see," he said, hanging up with a look of astonishment. "Father, what was the final price?" Su Haichao eagerly inquired. 89 million, Su Guilin replied. The number left everyone speechless. The elderly lady could hardly contain her emotions, as it far surpassed the estimated price by over 20 million. The intensity of the bidding was unimaginable, especially considering that the actual value of the villa could not possibly warrant such a price. 89 million, all spent for the sake of prestige. And indeed, Ihan was correct. It was a mysterious buyer whose identity remains unknown, Su Guilin added. Su Ihanis excitement. She had merely uttered her thoughts casually, never anticipating they would hold any truth. If it is indeed the mysterious Han family that has made the purchase, and she is a person of significance, then this is far more complicated than merely soaring to prominence. He should be making his appearance soon, Su Ihan said with an expression of anticipation. Although she had no idea what he looked like, the magnitude of the investment meant that even if he were an eyesore, she would still be able to accept it. "Grandmother, our Su family truly has a chance to reside in the Yunshan Villa district, and it would be the most luxurious hillside villa," Su Ihan proclaimed to the elderly matriarch. The grandmother, despite her advanced age, felt her heart racing. She was unaware of who had purchased the villa, but the betrothal gifts had undeniably been delivered to the Su family. Regardless of whom he had set his sights on within the Su family, it was an immense boon for them. "I hope he makes an appearance soon. I have been unable to sleep well for some time now over this matter," the grandmother remarked. After their meal, Han Qianqian and Su Yingxia took a stroll in the villa's back garden, maintaining a respectful distance of 1 meter between them. "Do you envy it?" Han Qianqian inquired. Su Yingxia understood he was referring to the betrothal gifts and nodded. "I am a person too. Of course, I would feel envious, but it is not essential. I am content with my current situation." Su Yingxia's candid response elicited a gentle smile from Han Qianqian. Had she claimed to be unaffected, he would have deemed her insincere. However, Su Yingxia could never provide such an answer. To spend 89 million on a villa, how affluent must these individuals be? Su Yingxia asked, her curiosity piqued. Han Qianqian pondered carefully before responding. Perhaps it is merely his pocket money. Su Yingxia blinked in astonishment, wondering if such an amount for pocket money was not a tad exaggerated. "Do you think the person purchasing the villa could genuinely be the one offering the betrothal gifts?" She mused. "Perhaps, after all, the betrothal gifts are substantial," Han Qianqian replied. "It seems that Su Ihan will be the most fortunate among the Su family, marrying into such wealth. I wonder what kind of life that would entail," Su Yingxia remarked, devoid of envy, merely curious. "Do you also believe it will be Su Ihan?" Han Qianqian chuckled. "Even if one were reluctant to admit it, she is undoubtedly the most beautiful among our generation. Such a wealthy individual would likely only have eyes for her," Su Yingxia stated matter-of-factly. "You are even more beautiful," Han Qianqian countered. Su Yingxia shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "Have you lost your mind? I'm already married. How could this concern me?" Han Qianqian huklid alfkwadli, choosing not to press the matter further. Shortly thereafter, Su Yingxia was called away by the grandmother, likely to discuss some important matters. Han Qianqian remained alone in the garden, surrounded by the vibrant blooms of early summer. "Han Qianqian, you haven't forgotten about our previous encounter, have you?" Su Haichao approached Han Qianqian from behind, his tone dark. Han Qianqian turned to face Su Haichao, who stood alone, and scoffed, "If you seek revenge, I advise you to find a couple of accomplices." Su Haichao shook his head. Why would I stoop to your level, you spineless coward? You are merely the live-in son-in-law of the Su family. Do you not understand your own status? There is no need for me to lower myself for you. Then why are you here? Han Qianqian asked, confused. Su Haichao responded. I merely wish to inform you that you should not think that because Su Yingxia has gained some standing, you can act with impunity. You will always be the live-in son-in-law of the Su family, regarded as a waste in our eyes. Han Qianqian smiled faintly, uninterested in engaging in a war of words. Seeing Han Qianqian unfazed and unresponsive, Su Haichao gritted his teeth. You spineless coward. Even when insulted, you can only endure it. Just look at yourself. Su Haichao aimed to provoke Han Qianqian into a confrontation, only to report back to the grandmother afterward. Is this your grand plan? Can't you think a bit more cleverly? Such petty tricks are futile before me, Han Qianqian stated. Su Haichao, gritting his teeth, was shocked that his scheming against Han Qianqian had been so easily seen through. Moreover, this so-called waste dared to insult his ambitions. By the way, I can strike you regardless of where we are. Don't think the Su family villa is a sanctuary. I would not hesitate even in front of the grandmother. Do you wish to be hospitalized? Han Qianqian stepped forward. Su Haichao, frightened, retreated 2 steps, utterly cowed. Han Qianqian chuckled and departed the back garden. Su Haichao, furious, stomped his foot in frustration, cursing himself for retreating. Why did he fear this waste? Even if Su Yingxia had a position in the company, it did not mean this waste held any significance. Han Qianqian, I will make you kneel and apologize. If I fail, I will not bear the surname Su. Su Yingxia spoke with the grandmother for less than half an hour, and Han Qianqian did not inquire about their conversation. However, based on Su Yingxia's expression, he could surmise some details. The grandmother had previously warned him not to covet the Su family's wealth, and it seemed she still harbored concerns on that front. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Su Yingxia gave the Anqianqian. No, what could I possibly have? He replied. Come accompany me shopping. I have plans with my friends, and I need you to help out. Is that all right? Su Yingxia requested. Han Qianqian readily agreed. Of course, no problem. Chapter 14. Disdainful eyes in front of the department store. The striking figure of Shun Lingyao caught the attention of several men. In just a few minutes, 3 men had already approached her. Dressed in a printed t-shirt paired with a crisp white jacket and a pleated white skirt, her long legs were on full display, captivating the gaze of many men. As Su Yingxia's classmate and close friend, Shun Lingyao was astonished to see Su Yingxia approaching from a distance, accompanied by a man. Surprised, she gasped slightly. Su Yingxia had been married for 3 years, and the infamous live-in son-in-law was someone she had only seen once at the wedding. Today, Su Yingxia had actually brought him out. Was she seeing things? What has you so astonished? Su Yingxia inquired with a smile as she neared. Shun Lingyao pulled Su Yingxia aside and whispered, Yingxia, is this the renowned Han Qianqian? Did I see that correctly? Throughout Yin City, even those who had never encountered Han Qianqian had heard his name, as the incident from 3 years ago had created quite a stir. Coupled with Su Haichao's deliberate provocations, even ordinary folks were familiar with the tale. Yes, Su Yingxia confirmed with a nod. Upon receiving Su Yingxia's confirmation, Shun Lingyao was further astonished. Su Yingxia's marriage had been fraught with grievances, and Shun Lingyao had advocated for her. Despite the passage of 3 years, the incident was still treated as a joke whenever mentioned. Have you lost your mind? How could you possibly bring him out? Shun Lingyao exclaimed. Su Yingxia understood her friend's concern. However, Han Qianqian was indeed her husband, and after confronting her feelings, she felt it was time for him to integrate into her life. I haven't lost my mind. You will be seeing him often from now on, Su Yingxia stated. You aren't actually accepting him, are you? Shun Lingyao asked, her face reflecting sheer disbelief. The prospect of frequent interactions implied that Su Yingxia would be taking him out often. Su Yingxia nodded resolutely. Although it is not complete acceptance yet, I am making an effort. Shun Lingyao rolled her eyes, wanted to say more, but swallowing her words. As long as you are happy, who am I to judge? After all, you are my best friend, she replied, stealing a glance at Han Qianqian. Shun Lingyao was surprised to find that if one disregarded his status as a live-in son-in-law, he was rather appealing. Despite his unfortunate reputation, he maintained a certain charm and charisma. Once inside the mall, the 2 women immediately entered shopping mode, trying on various outfits, while Han Qianqian patiently accompanied them, relishing the experience of shopping with Su Yingxia for the first time. Every time Shun Lingyao donned a seductive outfit, she would deliberately cast a glance at Han Sanqian. fully confident in her figure and beauty. Each outing would result in flirtations, as she believed men were inherently visual creatures, and Han Sanqian would surely be no exception. However, after several attempts, Shen Lingyao discovered that Han Sanqian only smiled when Su Yingxia changed her clothes. He hardly spared her a glance. Could it be that he was somewhat face-blind, showing no interest in her allure? Unfazed, Shen Lingyao decided to wear a particularly revealing outfit, a strapless bodycon dress that showcased her exquisite figure, and brazenly walked up to Han Sanqian. "What do you think? Does it look good?" she inquired. Han Sanqian appraised her from head to toe and admitted, "It looks good." Yet, the very next moment, his gaze shifted back to Su Yingxia, without a moment's pause. Shen Lingyao prided herself on her understanding of men, and Han Sanqian's eyes held no hint of desire. They were remarkably clear, a sincerity that could not be feigned. Thus, she was convinced that Han Sanqian was indeed face-blind, incapable of distinguishing beauty from plainness. At that moment, a man and a woman entered the store. The woman was dressed flamboyantly, while the man, broad and burly, sported a thick gold chain around his neck, exuding the aura of a nouveau riche. Upon entering, the woman selected clothing she fancied without even trying them on, instructing the sales assistant to wrap them. "I'll take this one too." As she approached Su Yingxia, who was about to try on a piece, the woman snatched it from her hands. Typically, sales assistants would fawn over such a generous customer. And since Su Yingxia had already tried several items without any intention to purchase, she was naturally disregarded. "What is going on?" "My friend had her eye on that piece first." Su Yingxia attempted to interject, but Shen Lingyao exploded first, questioning the sales assistant. The flamboyant woman looked down at Shen Lingyao with an air of superiority and replied dismissively, "I never try on clothes. People like you go in and out. Who knows how many germs you bring? Is it too much to try on clothes? How else would one know if they fit?" Shen Lingyao retorted, "Fit? If it doesn't just toss it aside. Women shop for the experience of spending money." "I'm sorry, but you wouldn't understand," the woman laughed. Shen Lingyao was seething with indignation. "I want to buy this dress." Su Yingxia finally spoke up. The woman sneered at Su Yingxia. "Why don't you ask her if it's for me or for you?" She then turned to the sales assistant, continuing, "If you're going to sell it to her, then the items I had you wrap can be put back." Without hesitation, the sales assistant stated, "This young lady expressed her intent to buy first. Why don't you choose something else? Must you be so arrogant? She is a customer, just like us." Shen Lingyao protested. The sales assistant smirked. "Customers come in all shapes and sizes. This young lady has purchasing power. Is something you can compare to?" Upon hearing this, the flamboyant woman burst into laughter. "Don't embarrass yourself. Weigh your wallet before you think you can compete with me." At this moment, the man with the gold chain approached the flamboyant woman. "Why waste words? Money is what counts. Do you have any? If you want to act like a god, you better put some real cash on the table." Shen Lingyao's face darkened. This flamboyant woman was clearly a mistress, and being belittled by her was infuriating. However, her wallet could never match that of this nouveau riche. Though Su Yingxia hailed from the Su family, she had always earned a regular salary, like any other employee. While she had recently become a project leader, her status had yet to translate into wealth. Su Yingxia began to speak, but Han Sanqian suddenly stood up and said, "So whoever spends more gets to buy?" The nouveau riche glanced at Han Sanqian dismissively. "What, you want to play?" Su Yingxia quickly moved to Han Sanqian's side, whispering, "Sanqian, don't stoop to their level." She didn't want Han Sanqian to act rashly. This nouveau riche was clearly someone with money, and there was no way to compete. Han Sanqian gently replied to Su Yingxia, "As long as it's something you like, I will ensure you have it." Hearing his resolute tone, Su Yingxia felt momentarily dazed, reminiscent of the time Han Sanqian texted her or when he said his grandmother would visit personally. She chose to trust Han Sanqian, feeling the same way today. Shen Lingyao didn't believe Han Sanqian had the means to compete with this nouveau riche either, moving closer to him to caution, "Don't pretend to be wealthy. It's best to avoid comparing yourself to him. Young man, I advise you to heed your friend's words. Otherwise, you'll be the one embarrassed." The nouveau riche said smugly. The flamboyant woman showed a flicker of interest in Han Sanqian's appearance, but upon realizing he was clearly poor, he didn't meet her standards. "Aren't you going to remove these eyesores? They're ruining my mood. Be careful I don't take my business elsewhere," she commanded the sales assistant. Not wanting to lose such a significant customer, the sales assistant opted to offend Han Sanqian and his companions. "Please leave. You are not welcome here. I'll take all the clothes in the store, but you also need to remove these two nuisances, Han Sanqian declared. Su Yingxia was taken aback by his words. All of them? How much would that cost? How could Han Sanqian possibly have that kind of money? Sanqian, are you out of your mind? Do you even know how much these clothes cost? Su Yingxia hastily interjected. Shun Lingyao shared her bewilderment, thinking Han Sanqian was merely a live-in son-in-law. Even if he had some hidden savings, it was impossible for him to afford such an expense. The nouveau riche burst into laughter upon hearing this. All right, I'll watch you settle the bill. If you can truly come up with that much money, I'll leave this store myself. How about that? The flamboyant woman laughed uncontrollably, as if relishing the spectacle. I've never seen someone so poor, yet still concerned about appearances. Do you know what happens to those who boast? The sales assistant also doubted Han Sanqian's capability, having encountered many affluent individuals. To her, Han Sanqian was nothing but a loser. We just did our inventory. If you wish to buy everything, the total comes to 463,800. I'll even give you a discount. I'll cover 800 myself. What do you say? The sales assistant said this with a tone of jest. Han Sanqian merely smiled coldly. All the sales credit should be attributed to her. He referred to another sales assistant, the only one who had not displayed any disdain throughout their interaction. As Han Sanqian approached the bar counter, Su Yingxia and Shun Lingyao stood frozen in anxious anticipation, while the nouveau riche and the flamboyant woman felt a twinge of apprehension at Han Sanqian's confidence. Could he truly have a means to settle the bill? Damn it! He had given his bank card to Zhong Liang. Chapter 15. He actually paid. Seeing Han Sanqian fumble to produce his wallet, the nouveau riche let out a sigh of relief, a triumphant smirk returning to his face. It's over. The bluff has collapsed. If you claim you forgot your wallet, it's going to be a laughable tale. The nouveau riche sneered. Poor fool. Can you stop disturbing my shopping? Just hurry up and leave. You're embarrassing yourself. Shun Lingyao subtly tugged at Su Yingxia's sleeve, whispering, Let us just go. I can't bear this humiliation. Su Yingxia looked at Han Sanqian in confusion. Was he really boasting for the sake of appearances? Han Sanqian was not that kind of person, but why was he acting this way? Su Yingxia shook her head and approached Han Sanqian, asking, Did you forget your wallet? Appeared visibly embarrassed. While he had indeed brought his wallet, he had forgotten that he had given his card to Zhong Liang. Upon hearing Su Yingxia's remarks, the nouveau riche burst into laughter, exclaiming, You truly have the audacity to utter such words. Who would believe you? Shun Lingyao's cheeks flushed crimson, extending all the way to her ears. She longed to flee but felt a sense of loyalty to her sister, Su Yingxia. Yingxia, heed my advice and come with me. Let him embarrass himself, Shun Lingyao urged, grasping Su Yingxia's hand. Sir, if you lack funds, you still have the chance to leave. The salesperson, lacking further patience, issued an eviction notice to Han Sanqian. At that moment, a breathless young man rushed into the shop, presenting Han Sanqian with a bank card, saying, Mr. Han, this is your bank card. Han Sanqian looked at the young man in astonishment. Indeed, the card was his, evidently delivered by Zhong Liang. The nouveau riche intended to make a few more jabs, but his expression turned ashen upon recognizing the young man's appearance. He had attended the auction for the hillside villa, and the staggering bid of 89 million was his own. All attendees knew that the mysterious buyer had avoided revealing themselves, opting instead for a courier, with the young man presenting the card to Han Sanqian. Even a fool could deduce that Han Sanqian was the enigma everyone in Yun City sought to uncover. Trembling, the nouveau riche felt his legs quaking, his flesh quivering as if powered by an electric motor. The thought of purchasing the villa for 89 million was unfathomable. His singular instinct was to flee, realizing that the person before him was not one to be trifled with. Let us go, he whispered to the alluring woman beside him. However, she, prideful and skeptical, insisted. Where are we going? The show is far from over. I want to see if that car can indeed process a payment. The nouveau riche seethed with anger, wishing he could silence her. Engaging in conflict with someone wealthy was tantamount to courting disaster. As Han Sanqian handed the card to the cashier, Shun Lingyao clenched her fists nervously, beads of sweat forming in her palms, while Su Yingxia inexplicably mirrored her anxiety. Please enter your PIN, the cashier stammered, presenting the POS machine to Han Sanqian, her hands trembling at the magnitude of the transaction. Han Sanqian glanced at Su Yingxia and smiled. How about you enter the PIN? Huh? Su Yingxia was taken aback. How could she input the PIN when she had no idea what it was? Give it a try, Han Sanqian encouraged. The first number that sprang to Su Yingxia's mind was their wedding anniversary. Could it be? Hey, why do you have to drag Yingxia down with you in your embarrassment? Shen Lingyao glared at Han Sanqian disapprovingly. Su Yingxia reached out and entered several digits she recalled. The transaction was successful. The previously disdainful salesperson stood there dumbfounded. It really went through. The nouveau riche felt no surprise. After all, he had just purchased the villa for 89 million, so 400,000 was negligible. The alluring woman, momentarily dazed, had anticipated a spectacle, but now found herself witnessing an unexpected payment. Yingxia, how did you know the pin? Shen Lingyao asked in disbelief, grappling with two revelations. First, Han Sanqian truly had wealth, and second, how had Su Yingxia, unaware of the pin, input the correct one? With her head lowered, Su Yingxia replied, "It's our wedding anniversary." Hearing this, Shen Lingyao's face flickered with unmistakable envy. Who was it that suggested leaving in disgrace? Han Sanqian interjected suddenly. The nouveau riche and the alluring woman, who had been poised to sneak out, froze in their tracks upon hearing his words. What does wealth matter? I am no pauper. Who are you to command me to leave? The alluring woman retorted defiantly, glaring at Han Sanqian. Han Sanqian merely smiled in silence. The nouveau riche, sensing the tension, felt his body tense with apprehension, realizing the gravity of his earlier statements. He knew that failing to adhere to his own words would not bode well for him. Reluctantly, he returned to the store, rolling back in like a ball of flesh. I apologize. My previous behavior was inappropriate, he said. The alluring woman, feeling humiliated, shouted at him. Have you lost your mind? Why do you obey him like a dog? A glint of malice flashed across the nouveau riche's face as he slapped the alluring woman. What nonsense are you spewing? Know your place. Su Yingxia and Shen Lingyao were taken aback. While the nouveau riche had previously suggested Han Sanqian leave, now he seemed to be losing control. Though he had claimed that Han Sanqian could pay and should depart, he had no reason to fear repercussions for breaking his word. The alluring woman, shielding her face, refrained from further protest. She could charm the nouveau riche, but understood that, should he truly become enraged, she could be cast aside at a moment's notice. I apologize, she muttered to the nouveau riche. Mr. Han, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. The nouveau riche inquired of Han Sanqian, his tone clearly seeking permission. After Han Sanqian nodded, he and the alluring woman departed. Shen Lingyao swallowed hard, sensing that the situation was far more complex than Han Sanqian merely having made a payment. The nouveau riche clearly feared him. Yet, how could this well-known, good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Han family instill such fear? Mr. Han, I sincerely apologize for my earlier demeanor. It was my fault, the previous salesperson said, bowing before Han Sanqian. Han Sanqian cast a cold glance away before turning to Su Yingxia. These clothes are now yours. How do you wish to proceed? Su Yingxia felt as if she were in a dream, not preoccupied with the amount Han Sanqian had spent, but rather with the significance of the bank card as pin, an intimate detail tied to their upcoming anniversary. I don't really know, she replied with a wry smile, contemplating how long it would take to wear all these clothes. Are you two not the same size? Han Sanqian asked, noting the differences in their figures. Shen Lingyao nodded. Separate the sizes that suit both of you. As for the rest, we shall forego them. Han Sanqian instructed the salesperson. And no, that can't be. The salesperson was taken aback, realizing she was witnessing the true nature of wealth, having paid. He could simply dismiss items as he pleased. Just give me the remaining sizes, Shen Lingyao exclaimed excitedly, but then realized Han Sanqian was the one who had paid, and thus held the right to dictate the fate of the garments. Is that all right? She asked timidly. Of course, Han Sanqian affirmed. Once the clothing arrangements were settled, the store agreed to deliver, sparing Han Sanqian the burden of labor, an immense relief indeed. Having purchased the entire store, there was no need to continue browsing. As they prepared to depart from the first floor, Shen Lingyao pulled Su Yingxia into the restroom, presumably to discuss something private. While awaiting their return, Han Sanqian noticed a piano training class recruiting students nearby and approached to observe the commotion. Sir, we also offer adult classes at our school. Would you be interested? An instructor approached Han Sanqian, handing him a flyer. As he gazed at the piano, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. It had been his greatest passion in childhood, yet he had not touched one in 3 years since leaving the Han family. May I give it a try? Han Sanqian inquired, pointing at the piano. Of course. The instructor responded eagerly. As I caressed the contrasting black and white keys of the piano, a familiar sensation surged within me. I pressed a key, my movements slightly awkward. Gradually regaining my familiarity, I fell into a rhythm, and the soaring, impassioned notes leapt from my fingertips. The crowd around me grew, drawn in by the enchanting music. Even a few piano instructors were left astounded. Soon, the onlookers formed a tightly packed throng, their curiosity piqued, with some recording snippets on their phones. Croatian Rhapsody, a signature piece by Maxim, employs a lively tempo to depict the remnants of Croatia's war-torn ruins, the sunset reflecting the tragic tableau of blood, tears, and dust. Han Sanchien, too, ignited the passion of the audience with this very composition. As the final note resonated, a wave of applause surged forth. "What's happening over there? Why is it so lively?" inquired Shun Ling Yao, emerging from the restroom, curiosity etched on her face. Su Yingxia, equally puzzled, remarked on the crowd's unusual gathering. At that moment, Han Sanchien squeezed through the throng and hastily approached Su Yingxia, saying, "Let us go." Chapter 16. Unexpected fame after Han Sanchien and Su Yingxia departed. A striking figure burst from the department store, scanning the surroundings in vain for Han Sanchien before returning, crestfallen. At 3 in the morning the next day, Han Sanchien was blissfully asleep on the floor when Su Yingxia's phone rang abruptly. Calls at such an hour were rare, and upon seeing the caller ID, Su Yingxia couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You're not still trying on clothes at this hour, are you?" she said, exasperated. Not bothering to pick up the phone, she activated the speaker, only to be met with Shun Ling Yao's piercing scream. "Yingxia, I'm in love. I found my Prince Charming." Su Yingxia couldn't resist rolling her eyes again. "It's the middle of the night. What on earth has gotten into you?" "Wah." Shun Ling Yao suddenly feigned tears, and Su Yingxia was too weary to engage. "If only I hadn't gone to the restroom yesterday. I wouldn't have missed my Prince Charming. Do you know what the commotion was about yesterday? Apparently, there was a handsome man playing the piano. You won't believe it. He has gone viral on short video platforms. I must find him and track him down." "What viral handsome man? It's late. What are you even talking about?" "If you don't clarify, I'm hanging up to sleep," Su Yingxia stated. "Wait, I'll send you the video right away." Moments later, a clip arrived. Su Yingxia opened it to find only a view of a man's back sitting at the piano, playing quite well. Yet she felt no particular connection. This must be some influencer hype. When did you become so irrational? Su Yingxia commented. No, I must find him and marry him. He is my Prince Charming. Only someone like him deserves a fairy like me. Shun Ling Yao exclaimed, as if in a frenzy, replaying the video countless times. Just go to sleep. Perhaps another video will emerge soon. Influencers are bound to reveal themselves eventually. Su Yingxia had no desire to entertain her frenzied friend. "Yingxia, I'm worried he might have a girlfriend. What if he is married? I'll lose all hope in life." Before she could finish, Su Yingxia mercilessly hung up the phone. Han Sanchien silently listened to their exchange, surprised that a moment of impulse led to such a strong reaction. As usual, he rose at 6, and after a morning jog, they returned home. After breakfast, Han Sanchien escorted Su Yingxia to work. Now, serving as project manager, Su Yingxia's workload had significantly increased. As Han Sanchien rode off on his electric scooter, Su Yingxia instinctively glanced back. That silhouette. Su Yingxia shook her head. Familiarity was natural after 3 years. During her lunch break, Shun Ling Yao called again, completely besotted with the previous day's internet sensation. "Yingxia, my heart is no longer my own. Can you save me?" Shun Ling Yao lamented. Su Yingxia, exasperated, retorted, "You've truly lost your mind over a mere influencer. Are you free? I'll come to your office. I need you to rescue me." Su Yingxia checked the time. There was still some downtime, and fearing her friend had lost her senses, she replied, "Come on over." Before long, Shun Ling Yao arrived at Su Yingxia's office, her phone still playing the video. She and T slept all night and looked as though she had aged a decade. Dark circles under her eyes, rivaling national treasures. "Darling, I am utterly captivated," she declared, collapsing on the couch in despair. Su Yingxia snatched the phone, preparing to turn off the video. Shun Ling Yao shot up, exclaiming, "Don't turn it off. If I can't hear the piano, my heart feels hollow." As she glimpsed that back, a figure flashed in Su Yingxia's mind. Han Sanchien, strikingly similar, almost identical. "What are you staring at? That is my idol. You're married. Don't even think about stealing my man," Shun Ling Yao warned. Su Yingxia frowned, uncertain. "Don't you think that silhouette seems familiar?" "Of course it's familiar. I watched it all night. How could it not be? Shun Lingyao replied, matter-of-factly. No, look at his clothes, Su Yingxia insisted. Peering at the phone, Shun Lingyao noted the stylish attire, finding nothing amiss. What about the clothes? She asked. They're identical to what Sanxian wore yesterday, Su Yingxia remarked, her heart racing. Had she overlooked this detail? Not only did the back resemble Han Sanxian, but even the outfit matched. Could it be that the man in the video was Han Sanxian? Han Sangqian? Shun Lingyao scrutinized the clothing, and indeed it was similar, yet she wasn't familiar with Han Sanxian's silhouette. Moreover, she had already convinced herself that the man in the video was hers. If it was Han Sanxian, her dream would be shattered. No way. It can't be him. The clothing is merely a coincidence. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Lingyao continued. Can Han Sanxian play the piano? When have you ever seen him? Well, I haven't. Su Yingxia admitted. Exactly. If he were truly that skilled, he must have practiced daily to achieve such proficiency. It couldn't possibly be Han Sanxian. That is true. Su Yingxia nodded. Mastery of the piano requires years of dedication. Over the past 3 years, she had never witnessed Han Sanxian play. And even if he had once known how, he must have lost that skill by now. While the two friends fervently debated, the internet had already crowned him piano prince, with countless women eager to uncover his identity, making him an overnight sensation. Meanwhile, Han Sanxian, riding his electric scooter, arrived at the Audi 4S dealership, known for its vibrant ambience. Now responsible for picking up and dropping off Su Yingxia daily, he braved the elements on a scooter. While he didn't mind, he couldn't let the fair-skinned and beautiful Su Yingxia suffer. What a trend nowadays, riding an electric scooter to check out artists. Did this guy get lost? We don't sell yachty electric bikes here. Whoever is interested can attend to him. I have a major client arriving shortly, one of the sales representatives chuckled. As Han Sanxian parked the scooter, no one bothered to greet him. He wandered around, eyeing the A6, which he desired not only for transporting Su Yingxia, but also for future business dealings. After all, she was now the project manager in the Western District, and it was high time to retire the old Toyota at home. Certainly, Han Sanxian possesses the means to acquire a more luxurious vehicle. However, such ostentation would complicate matters for Su Yingxia. Fortunately, she did not inquire further after he purchased the entire store yesterday, or he would have struggled to provide an explanation. He halted before a new A6 model, and soon a salesperson approached him. We have an entry-level A3 available. If you're interested, I can provide you with details, the salesperson offered. When can I pick up the car if I pay today? Han Sanxian inquired directly. The salesperson, taken aback, stared at him in disbelief, having presumed that he was merely browsing, especially since he had arrived on an electric scooter. You wish to buy this one? This is an A6. The salesperson stammered, uncertain. Isn't it clearly marked? I can see that, Han Sanxian replied. Have you checked the price? The salesperson pressed, still doubting. Typically, car buyers undergo extensive inquiries regarding performance, test drives, and price negotiations, but Han's straightforwardness felt surreal. All right, is there a discount on this model? Han Sanxian asked. This is the top-tier hybrid version. Being a new model, there are currently no discount policies, the salesperson explained. Well then, can I drive it away today? The salesperson, bemused, wondered what kind of extraordinary customer he had encountered. If you need it urgently, I can assist you with the paperwork right now. Han Sanxian produced his bank card and stated, please expedite. Ideally, I would like it sorted by 4 o'clock. I have important matters to attend to. He planned to be at the convenience store by 4:30 to wait for Su Yingxia, a routine that had remained unchanged for 3 years. As the salesperson went to fetch the contract, other salespeople quizzed him. So what about this guy? Did he come in looking at the A6 only to be shocked by the price? Maybe he intended to visit the yachty store and ended up in the wrong place. We deal in 4-wheelers, not 2. The salesperson raised his bank card and replied, you all should be quiet. This is a significant client. He intends to pick up the car today. If the manager finds out, you're all in trouble. The expressions of his colleagues transformed in unison, realizing the gravity of the situation. Within the hour, the paperwork was completed and the insurance was activated, meaning Han Sanxian could drive the car away immediately. He had no interest in a ceremonial handover. As he departed, he asked the salesperson, can I temporarily leave my scooter here? I'm pressed for time and will come back for it tomorrow. Of course, if you provide me with an address, I can ride it over for you, the salesperson replied. No need. I will return tomorrow, Han Sanxian assured him. After his departure, the sales team exchanged glances, revealing a hint of bitter amusement. Chapter 17. Another one. Have you changed cars? Upon parking beside the convenience store, Han Sanqian was greeted with a beaming smile from the owner. Summer is approaching. The sun is intense, Han Sanqian remarked. The owner instinctively reached for a pack of cigarettes, but upon seeing the A6, he realized it did not suit Han Sanqian's current status. Care for a smoke? Save some. Cut down on fuel costs, Han Sanqian replied. The owner chuckled wryly, shaking his head. The fuel cost of that car cannot be offset by smoking. Every little bit counts. I don't want to be scolded for being wasteful. Han Sanqian quipped as he opened the pack and offered one to the owner. The owner produced a lighter, and their synchronized actions displayed the rapport built over 3 years. I have long suspected you were not an ordinary individual. A dragon swimming in shallow waters seeks to soar, does it not? The owner mused. Han Sanqian, surprised by the owner's eloquence, laughed. You, too, possess untapped potential. Why resign yourself to managing this small store for a lifetime? The owner shook his head fervently. I have no talent to speak of. Every family has its own burdens. You for a woman, and I for mine. Han Sanqian nodded in silence. After finishing their cigarettes, Han Sanqian moved the car to the company entrance. The brand new, unregistered Audi attracted considerable attention after work hours. Standing beside the vehicle, Han Sanqian was perceived as a young gentleman, though this perception would surely shift if they knew he was the son-in-law of the Su family. Sanqian this. Su Yingxia emerged from the building, her expression one of confusion upon spotting Han Sanqian and the new car. Summer is approaching. I can't keep riding the little electric scooter to fetch you, Han Sanqian remarked. An untimely voice interrupted. Su Yingxia, look at you. Barely a few days into your new position, and you've already exchanged your car. Aren't you worried about Grandma's scrutiny? One need not fear the knock of a ghost at midnight if they have done no wrong during the day. If you have evidence, feel free to report me. Su Yingxia retorted coldly, having endured much annoyance from Su Haichao since her promotion, mostly regarding trivial matters. Su Haichao is Midkedai City. Rest assured, once I have evidence, I will inform Grandma without your prompting. You best be cautious. If I catch you out of line, I will ensure you're expelled from the Su family. Su Yingxia settled into the passenger seat, uninterested in engaging with Su Haichao. Han Sanqian remained indifferent, not sparing a glance at Su Haichao. As they drove home, Su Yingxia suddenly asked, how much private savings do you have? Han Sanqian had anticipated this question and had prepared his answer. I saved a bit over the years. I didn't contribute a cent to our wedding, so I have some funds. Su Yingxia turned to him, demanding specifics. What does some mean? You've spent over 400,000 yesterday, and with today's purchase, it exceeds $1 million. That's more than our family possesses. However, she refrained from probing further. Despite being Han Sanqian's wife, their finances had remained separate for years, and there was no reason to pry into his affairs. Upon returning home, Jianglan was eager to see the new car, dragging Su Guiyao downstairs with excitement. The elderly couple was overjoyed. Sitting in the new vehicle felt exhilarating, as if every pore in their bodies opened up in delight. Guiyao, this car should not be driven by Han Sanqian. Our daughter has finally made something of herself. It is our turn to enjoy the fruits of her labor, Jianglan declared. Su Guiyao agreed heartily. Indeed, but you should discuss this with Yingxia. What if Han Sanqian gets into trouble with such a fine car? He is better suited for the electric scooter. Who would have thought I, Jianglan, would have such a day? The next time I visit my family, I can finally hold my head high, she exclaimed with enthusiasm. Once back inside, Jianglan summoned Su Yingxia into her room. Mom, what's up? Su Yingxia inquired. From today onward, your father will drive this car, Jianglan stated. Why? This is... Su Yingxia began, but Jianglan interrupted eagerly. What more is there to say? You are thriving now. Can't we enjoy some comforts ourselves? And if Han Sanqian drives such a splendid vehicle, he may not take care of it, and repairs could cost a fortune. Mom, this car belongs to Han Sanqian. Enough of that. Do not say another word. Jianglan waved her hand impatiently, stating, I am aware that he has been driving you to and from work lately. However, you cannot constantly monitor him. What if his intentions are not pure, and he uses this fine vehicle to deceive other women? Let us do this, given the Toyota we have at home. Su Yingxia felt speechless. After all, the car was purchased by Han Sanqian and had no connection to her. How could it be so easily given away? Moreover, Jianglan had only recently become the head of the household. Wouldn't her grandmother inquire about this change? You must be meticulous with your accounts, Jianglan advised. Believing that the prosperity of Su Yingxia's relatives stemmed from their high positions within the company, allowing them to benefit financially. Thus, she naturally assumed that the funds for the new car came from Su Yingxia's earnings. Suijingxia safe. She understood Jiang Lan's character well enough to know that this was a matter that could not be clarified. Even if she explained that Han Sanqian had bought it, Jiang Lan would remain unconvinced. I'll step out for a moment, Su Yingxia said, needing to explain the situation to Han Sanqian. Upon reaching the kitchen and seeing Han Sanqian skillfully cooking, she expressed her apologies. I'm sorry. Han Sanqian turned to her, puzzled, and asked, what is the matter? Why the sudden apology? My mom thinks the money for the car came from my salary at the company, and now she insists on giving it to my dad to drive. Su Yingxia felt that Jiang Lan was being unreasonable, yet as her mother, Jiang Lan's whims must be tolerated. I thought it was something serious. It's fine, Han Sanqian replied nonchalantly. Are you truly unbothered? After all, it was you who spent money on this car, Su Yingxia remarked. They are my parents. Showing them respect is only natural, Han Sanqian asserted. Hearing this made Su Yingxia's heart ache for him even more. Over the past 3 years, he had endured much hardship at home without a trace of complaint. And yet he treated her parents with such kindness. It's nearly time for dinner. If you're free, could you please help me bring out some dishes? Han Sanqian requested. Su Yingxia swiftly complied, and the elderly couple had somehow gone downstairs again to inspect the new car. The dining table was left with only Su Yingxia and Han Sanqian. Can you play the piano? Su Yingxia inquired, although she thought it unlikely. However, the silhouette was too reminiscent, and she felt compelled to ask. Play for cattle? Han Sanqian chuckled. Was it truly not you yesterday? Su Yingxia questioned him, her gaze filled with suspicion. Yesterday? You don't mean to say that the internet celebrity mentioned by Shun Lingyao was me, do you? Han Sanqian replied. It seemed he was indeed not the one. Su Yingxia felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She could not understand why she had hoped that the person from yesterday was Han Sanqian. Perhaps every woman harbors a princess dream, wishing for a prince who stands out amidst the masses. After dinner, they watched television on the sofa for a while before returning to their rooms promptly at 9:30. The next day, Han Sanqian drove the Toyota to take Su Yingxia to work. The shopkeeper observed them from a distance, feeling a flicker of confusion. Hadn't he just bought a new car yesterday? Why was he driving an old one today? After dropping Su Yingxia off, Han Sanqian took the Toyota to a second-hand car dealer, selling it for several thousand yuan, and then took a taxi to the Audi dealership. Upon seeing Han Sanqian, the salesman immediately stood up to greet him. They had just been discussing this topic. Many believed Han Sanqian wouldn't return to purchase a car, yet here he was. Brother Han, you're here so early. Is there still an A6 in stock? Han Sanqian inquired. The salesman's heart leapt with joy as he asked. Does Brother Han have any friends looking to buy a car? Then let me have another one, Han Sanqian replied. Another one? The salesman was taken aback. Hadn't he just bought one yesterday? How could he possibly want another today? Cars are consumables, but surely they wouldn't be worn out in just one day. Brother Han, you really want another one? The salesman asked in disbelief. Yes, I gave away the one I bought yesterday, Han Sanqian stated. The salesman stared at him in shock. A car worth hundreds of thousands could be given away so casually. He could hardly fathom what kind of person Han Sanqian was, someone so affluent yet so unassuming. When other salespeople learned that Han Sanqian had given away yesterday's car and was now purchasing another, they were equally astonished and regretted not having attended to him properly the day before. What does it mean to lack fortune? This was a lesson learned. In the future, they would be sure not to underestimate any customer. Though Brother Han appeared unremarkable, he had effortlessly given away an A6, proving himself to be truly wealthy. Brother Han is just too low-key. It's no wonder we misjudged him. The process of purchasing the car was repeated, and once again, Han Sanqian faced a pressing dilemma. How to explain this expenditure of over 1 million yuan to Su Yingxia? It was implausible to suggest that he merely had a bit of hidden savings. He himself did not believe such a story. Before leaving, he left the small electric scooter at the dealership. In the afternoon, Han Sanqian first visited the small shop again. The owner, seeing Han Sanqian's new car, was unaware that he had switched vehicles again since it had yet to be registered. The morning's confusion dissipated. However, Han Sanqian appeared noticeably different today. His nervousness was palpable. What's wrong? You seem particularly anxious today. Are you preparing a surprise for your wife? The shopkeeper inquired. Hearing this, Han Sanqian felt embarrassed. While there was no surprise, there was indeed a significant problem. How to explain everything to Su Yingxia? Boss, have you ever hidden money? If discovered, how would you explain it? Han Sanqian asked. The shopkeeper chuckled, You've come to the right person for this. Hiding money requires finesse. I have no experience in that area. Han Sanqian rolled his eyes at the man, realizing he was merely jesting. The shopkeeper, now slightly awkward, continued, as men, we earn money for what? To spend on our wives, of course. How could we ever entertain the thought of hiding money? For me, I have no such inclination. After all, we work hard all our lives just to make the women happy. Han Sanqian inhaled deeply and remarked, you truly embody a certain naivety. I am humbled. The shopkeeper laughed awkwardly, wiping his face. When the time came, Han Sanqian drove to the company. As Su Yingxia emerged from the building and spotted the Audi, her expression turned to one of astonishment. How did you get the car back? She asked incredulously. She was well aware of Jiang Lan's temperament. Once she decided to change cars, nothing could sway her. Han Sanqian, in Jiang Lan's eyes, held little authority. How could he possibly have accomplished this? Miracles do happen, but they certainly would not occur with Jiang Lan. Let us discuss this in the car, Han Sanqian suggested. Su Yingxia felt as though she were dreaming. Could it be that her mother had suddenly come to her senses and started valuing Han Sanqian? What's going on? Please tell me. After getting in the car, Su Yingxia eagerly inquired. If Jiang Lan had indeed changed her view of Han Sanqian, it would bring her immense joy. Cough, cough. Han Sanqian cleared his throat and said, do you believe in luck? Luck? That won't sway my mom, Su Yingxia replied. I bought a car yesterday, and the dealership was holding a lottery event. I happen to be the lucky winner. Buy one, get one free, Han Sanqian declared earnestly. Su Yingxia initially stared at Han Sanqian in shock, her expression soon darkening before shifting to one of admiration as she exclaimed, wow, you're incredible. You actually won the lottery. Buy one, get one free. Han Sanqian felt uneasy, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he fixed his gaze ahead and replied, it's true. With her white thighs crossed and hands on her hips, Su Yingxia said, if that's the case, should I try my luck too? Han Sanqian's face fell as he replied, perhaps it's best not to. The event has already concluded. Han Sanqian, do you take me for a fool? How could I believe such nonsense? Su Yingxia erupted, her chest heaving with anger. Han Sanqian was acutely aware that his excuse was absurd, yet he could conjure no better justification. His last shred of hope shattered, he reluctantly admitted, I bought another car. Such wealth. Su Yingxia pouted, her curiosity about his hidden fortune growing, yet she reminded herself that his riches were his own concern, not hers. Upon returning home, he chose not to disclose his recent car purchase to Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao, fearing it might alarm them. After dinner, Su Yingxia retreated to her room to chat with Xun Lingyao about the trending piano prints. Han Sanqian lay quietly on the floor, listening in while secretly searching online, only to find that the sensation had indeed caused quite the uproar. With throngs of admirers clamoring to uncover the identity of the piano prince, even some referring to him as husband, which left Han Sanqian speechless. The following morning, after his usual jog, Han Sanqian drove Su Yingxia to work before heading to Mingzhu Building, known locally as the UFO Building due to its enormous disc-shaped rooftop resembling a mushroom, a landmark of Cloud City. The top disc housed the Crystal Restaurant, renowned as the finest Western dining establishment in Cloud City. Reservations were typically required at least a week in advance for dining there. Surrounding the restaurant were floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views of the city, and the glass floor was crafted using special technology, projecting various environments. Some daring patrons even requested to disable all special effects while dining, allowing them to gaze directly into the abyss beneath their feet. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Han Sanqian requested to speak with the manager. The manager, a sprightly gentleman in his 40s, dressed impeccably in formal attire reminiscent of a noble steward, inquired, how may I assist you, sir? I wish to reserve the entire restaurant for the 22nd of this month. Money is no object, Han Sanqian replied. The manager, recalling that such a reservation had only occurred once before, when a wealthy suitor proposed here 2 years prior, was intrigued. Certainly. Do you require any special arrangements? The manager readily agreed, recognizing the financial benefit. Could you provide a piano in the center of the restaurant? Han Sanqian inquired. Absolutely. Whatever your needs, as long as the funds are sufficient. We will accommodate you, the manager assured him. After discussing details and paying a deposit, Han Sanqian departed. The restaurant staff couldn't help but recall the sensational event from 2 years prior, with some young women displaying starry-eyed expressions. I wish I could meet a wealthy man like that. How blissful it would be if he reserved the entire restaurant to profess his love. One sighed, another lamented. Who is this fortunate woman? How many will envy her? Get back to work. Dreaming one tea help, the manager scoffed at the staff's infatuation. The head waiter approached the manager, asking, which wealthy master is this? The manager shook his head. I'm not sure. He seems unfamiliar, but with a deposit like that, there shouldn't be any issues. Starting the 21st, we want tea take any other reservations. We must prepare for him. The head waiter nodded in agreement. News of the restaurant reservation quickly spread among the staff, creating quite a stir in Cloud City, especially since it was reminiscent of the previous event that had drawn countless envious gazes from women. At Suez Company during the lunch break, Shen Lingyao arrived to pour out her heart. Since the appearance of the piano prince, she had lost her appetite and sleep, her demeanor drastically altered. Despite Su Yingxia's numerous attempts to dissuade her from this obsession, Shen Lingyao was as stubborn as a mule, impervious to reason. Yingxia, I have too many competitors. How can I compete with those dazzling beauties? Shen Lingyao lamented, her brow furrowed. Su Yingxia assessed her friend and replied, with your figure and looks, how could you possibly lose to them? As for this piano prince, you have only seen his silhouette. What if he is a hideous creature? While Shen Lingyao was measuring her own chest, she shot Su Yingxia a fierce glare, threatening, I warn you, my prince does not tolerate any slander. If you speak ill of him again, I will. What will you do to me? Su Yingxia teased. With gritted teeth, Shen Lingyao retorted, I will sever our bond entirely. You will lose me for good. Su Yingxia was taken aback. That sounds eerily familiar, as if someone once said that to me, only to later cling to my leg, crying about how they had been blind to fall for a scoundrel. Shen Lingyao scoffed. He is nothing compared to the piano prince. That scoundrel is still contacting me, regretting his past actions, while I can't even bear to glance at him. During their school years, Shen Lingyao had been of average appearance, but she had blossomed into a swan, leaving those who once overlooked her vying for her attention at reunions. I advise you not to invest too much emotion. He is merely a shadow to you. You know nothing of his looks, character, or background. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Aren't you aware of that? Su Yingxia cautioned. Shen Lingyao hung her head, having pondered these issues herself. Yet she could not resist the allure of the piano prince. Each time she viewed his videos, all her worries dissipated. Regardless, as long as he isn't married. I want to give up. Life is meant for a bit of madness. Isn't it? Just then, Su Yihuan entered the office, carrying a stack of documents. These require your signature, she said, her expression sour. Ever since Su Yingxia became the project leader, she had become her subordinate, which irked her, especially since she considered herself the most likely candidate to marry into the Han family. By the way, have you heard? Someone has reserved the Crystal Restaurant again. So do you want to demark the Crystal Restaurant? Hearing this, Shen Lingyao perked up. Is it the one in the UFO building? Are there any other Crystal restaurants in Cloud City? I wonder which wealthy young master is behind this. With a mocking glance at Su Yingxia, Su Yihuan added, I remember you're also getting married on the 22nd. How can two people be so different despite sharing the same date? Chapter 19. Which bastard? Watching Su Yihuan smirk in derision, Shen Lingyao felt a surge of anger. What does the 22nd matter? What significance does the same day hold? She retorted. Su Yihuan intentionally used this matter to mock Su Yingxia. Since Shen Lingyao had already joined the conversation, she certainly would not miss the opportunity to continue berating Su Yingxia. It doesn't mean anything. It's merely a matter of disparity. After all, it also happened on the same day. Even if I say nothing, it won't prevent others from recalling the 22nd from 3 years ago, Su Yihuan remarked. There have been many events that occurred on the same day. You can only watch helplessly. What does it have to do with you? Shen Lingyao countered. Su Yihuan snorted coldly and said, what does it matter if it has nothing to do with me? At least I don't have a useless man like that. And the person I intend to marry in the future, you can't even fathom how wealthy his family is. Shen Lingyao had heard Su Yingxia mention the betrothal gifts, which were astonishingly lavish, indicating that the other family must be quite prominent, and Su Yihuan truly seemed to be the most promising candidate. Haven't you heard? The affluent are as deep as the sea. Just wait to be a resentful wife in a secluded chamber, Shen Lingyao said. Su Yihuan was utterly unconcerned by these words, proudly declaring, so what if I am a resentful wife? I would rather be a resentful wife surrounded by luxury than marry a man who is utterly impoverished and dependent on others. Su Yingxia could no longer endure this and coldly stated, Su Ihan. If there's nothing else, you may leave. The 22nd is indeed a splendid day, but for certain individuals, it is a tragedy, Su Ihan said mockingly as she walked away with her documents. After Su Ihan departed, Shun Lingyao comforted the visibly upset Su Yingxia, saying, Yingxia, don't pay attention to that vile woman. Such women merely have a loose tongue. Su Yingxia forced a smile and said, 3 years ago on the 22nd, I was indeed in despair. She spoke the truth. However, now, I have come to terms with it. Whoever that scoundrel is, choosing the 22nd was clearly a deliberate affront towards you, Shun Lingyao fumed. Such a sensitive date would undoubtedly incite gossip among certain busybodies in Yun City regarding Su Yingxia's wedding, leading to comparisons once more. This arrangement is not mine. The 22nd does not belong to me, so how can it be said to be deliberately targeting me? Su Yingxia replied with a wry smile, noting that her friend was being overly protective. Shun Lingyao was merely venting her frustration, knowing deep down that this situation was not truly aimed at Su Yingxia. But it was indeed inevitable that Su Yingxia would be the subject of gossip this time around. Never mind, it has been 3 years. Your heart must have grown quite resilient. Even if someone brings up events from 3 years ago, don't let it bother you, Shun Lingyao advised. Su Yingxia nodded and said, Rest assured, I can withstand any blow, and my life is good now. That evening, beside Han Sanqian's Audi, a red Ferrari stood in stark contrast. The man next to the Ferrari, though not as handsome as Han Sanqian, was a figure of wealth in a society that often valued material possessions over appearance. Bro, are you picking up your girlfriend from work? The man inquired. Wife, Han Sanqian replied. He recognized this man, Yang Peng, who had silently watched Su Yingxia leave work for 3 years, always appearing at the same time. Yang Peng had long harbored feelings for Su Yingxia and had not given up even after a marriage, knowing she was a man of little worth. He had told Su Yingxia that if she wished a divorce, he could remove all obstacles and offer her a wedding that would astonish the entire city. Quite young to be married. Unfortunately for me, the woman I like married a worthless man. However, I know that in these 3 years, she has not let that man touch her, so as long as she is willing, I can marry her at any time, Yang Peng stated. Han Sanqian merely raised an eyebrow, choosing not to engage further. When Su Yingxia emerged from work, Yang Peng eagerly approached her. Yingxia, I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Will you join me for dinner? Yang Peng asked. Su Yingxia had no affection for Yang Peng. While it was true that he liked her, it was merely an unfulfilled longing. Yang Peng was notorious for his playboy ways, frequently surrounded by numerous women and changing partners as easily as one changes clothes. Yang Peng, have I not made myself clear? I am already married, Su Yingxia replied. Yang Peng smiled faintly and said, That worthless man has no right to possess you. Besides, you haven't allowed him to touch you in 3 years. There is no emotional bond between you, so why burden yourself? I know you fear the matriarch of the Su family might object, but rest assured, I can persuade her if you agree, Yang Peng continued. Sorry, my husband is going to pick me up, Su Yingxia said coldly, walking towards Han Sanqian. Yang Peng was momentarily stunned, realizing that the man he had been speaking to was, in fact, Su Yingxia's husband, the very worthless man he had insulted. Bro, I didn't expect you to be that infamous loser, truly, seeing is believing, Yang Peng scoffed at Han Sanqian. Han Sanqian replied in a calm tone. I hope I haven't disappointed you. Yang Peng sneered, indeed a loser, reduced to silence when insulted. I can provide Su Yingxia with a better life. What can you offer her? Be sensible and disappear. Why delay her? Oh, what can you offer her? Han Sanqian inquired with curiosity. Yang Peng proudly gestured towards the Ferrari, saying, Do you have a car like this? I have 3 in my garage, and I could also rent out an entire crystal restaurant for her. Can you do that? Coincidentally, news about the restaurant had just surfaced, and Yang Peng used it to mock Han Sanqian, confident in his financial ability to make it happen. Sanqian, don't waste your breath on him. Let's go home, Su Yingxia urged from the passenger seat. Did you hear that? We're going home, Han Sanqian replied with a slight smile. As they drove away in the Audi, Yang Peng's face darkened with rage. Han Sanqian's words had struck him deeply. You worthless piece of trash. I will eventually have Su Yingxia. Even if I can't win her heart, I will possess her body. Just wait for me to put that green hat on you, Yang Peng seethed. Upon returning home, Su Guiyao and Zhang Lan wore grim expressions, having learned about the Crystal Restaurant incident. This sensitive time was particularly unfriendly to Su Yingxia, as the mockery from 3 years ago would likely resurface. However, In front of Su Yingxia, the elders refrained from mentioning it, unwilling to reopen old wounds, though their gazes towards Han Sanxian grew increasingly discontented. After dinner, Su Guiyao called Han Sanxian aside, claiming he wanted to take a walk. Han Sanxian, do you remember the 22nd from 3 years ago? Su Guiyao's tone was filled with displeasure. Han Sanxian nodded, acknowledging the day I married Yingxia. Su Guiyao let out a cold snort, saying, "You still remember that shameful day? Our family's reputation was completely tarnished then." Han Sanxian remained silent, awaiting further explanation. "The Crystal Restaurant has been booked for the 22nd, in half a month. Our family's disgrace will surely be brought up again. I don't want Yingxia to be hurt, so find an excuse to take her away. Just get her out of Yin City," Su Guiyao instructed. Han Sanxian took a deep breath and responded, "Yingxia is currently managing the project in the Western District, and her workload is significant. Even if we were to travel, this is not the ideal time." "Travel? I didn't mean for you to go on vacation. I simply don't want Yingxia to face this situation. You may endure it, but why should my daughter suffer alongside you?" Su Guiyao's anger grew as he spoke, his emotions intensifying. After all, the patriarch of the Su family had passed shortly after Su Yingxia's marriage, and he felt bitter about why they could not be left with something good before his demise, only to be left with such a calamity. "I understand your intentions to protect Yingxia, but please trust me, I will not allow anyone to bully her," Han Sanchuan said calmly. At home, Jianglan grasped Su Yingxia's hand, her expression filled with concern, saying, "You look so haggard. You've been quite busy lately, haven't you?" Su Yingxia smiled softly and replied, "Indeed. It's been busy, but fulfilling. I must work hard and ensure those relatives do not look down upon you." Jianglan gently caressed Su Yingxia's head, saying, "What a good daughter you are, yet you must not overexert yourself, or else mother will be heartbroken. How about we plan an outing in a few days to relax?" Upon hearing this, Su Yingxia guessed Jianglan's intentions and smiled. "Mom, you aren't suggesting I go out during the period of the 22nd, are you?" Jianglan, recognizing Su Yingxia's sharp intellect, decided to be forthright, stating, "Mother simply wishes to shield you from the gossip of others. Moreover, after all these years, you have not left Yin City. Now that our family's circumstances have improved, it is time for you to experience the world. Mom, there are countless matters awaiting my attention at the company. Besides, rest assured, I am no longer bothered by what others say. They cannot harm me," Su Yingxia replied nonchalantly. This situation would be envied by many women, yet she remained unfazed. As the project leader, her future was promising. With diligence, she could attain everything she desired. Regarding Han Sanchuan, she understood his efforts to change for her. Perhaps one day, he would no longer be the object of scorn, filling her with hope for the future. Furthermore, what if I were to leave at such a critical moment, and Su Haichao harbored ambitions toward my position? Su Yingxia continued. Jianglan sighed, choosing not to press further. Chapter 20. The 22nd arrived. 10 days later, the events surrounding the Crystal Restaurant intensified. As the identity of the person who booked the restaurant remained undisclosed, countless individuals became increasingly curious, speculating about various wealthy heirs from Yin City. However, as those heirs began to refute the rumors, the mystery deepened. Unsurprisingly, the Su family was once again thrust into the limelight, becoming a topic of discussion over tea and meals, given the uncanny timing that made it impossible to overlook. The relatives of the Su family were all infuriated. If it weren't for Han Sanchuan, they would not be the subject of ridicule. Nearly everyone in the family canceled their recent dinner engagements, including the matriarch, who stayed behind closed doors, intending to wait until the commotion subsided before re-emerging. It was truly exasperating. How could Han Sanchuan's incompetence be linked to us? Those people kept mentioning the Su family, making it seem as though we were the ones who should be ashamed. Why doesn't Han Sanchuan just disappear? Then we wouldn't have to endure this embarrassment, they lamented. Su Yingxia is also a harbinger of misfortune. Without her, these troubles would not have arisen. A few younger members of the Su family gathered, each wearing a frown of anger. Unlike the others, Su Haichao wore a subtle smile. "Haichao, why are you smiling? Aren't you angry?" someone asked him. Su Haichao shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "The more chaos, the better. It's a good thing Su Yingxia has tarnished the family name." The others exchanged puzzled glances, and Su Yihan, smiling, remarked, "You lot lack foresight. If Su Yingxia loses face, grandmother will certainly not choose her as the successor of the Su family, with her becoming the project leader in the West City. Any slight improvement in grandmother's opinion is now likely to be reversed after this incident. Upon hearing this, the others finally grasped the situation, expressing their astonishment. Moreover, the Su family will not remain in disgrace forever. Once I marry into the Han family, who would dare to speak ill of us? Su Yihan declared proudly. Su Haichao glanced at Su Yihan and concurred. Indeed, the disgrace Su Yingxia has brought upon us will provide you all with an opportunity to redeem the family name. While Su Yihan may have the greatest chance, others will also have their opportunities. Su Yihan scoffed, dismissing the others entirely. Already convinced that she was the chosen one for the Han family, you should all abandon this notion to avoid future disappointment. In terms of looks and figure, who can compare to me? She laughed. If Su Yingxia had not married, Su Yihan would not have felt such confidence. Yet now that Su Yingxia was wed to an incompetent, Su Yihan considered herself superior. With only 5 days remaining, the true answer would soon be revealed. By the way, are you going to watch? I heard the high-end rooms in nearby hotels are fully booked. People are eager to see who has reserved the restaurant. I must go. Such excitement is rare, she responded. Yihan, are you going? Su Yihan had already secured the best room, hoping to witness the events unfold in the restaurant. Yet, maintaining her lofty demeanor and believing she would marry into the Han family, she said, I shall not attend. When I marry, it will certainly be more sensational than this. For Shen Lingyao, the days without news from the piano prince were torturous, akin to a lack of spiritual sustenance. She felt listless, remaining at home, disheveled, devoid of the elegance expected of a beauty. Lying on the couch like a heap of mud, clad in silk pajamas, her figure remained exquisitely alluring. Her long legs are pride. Even after days without bathing, she exuded an undeniable allure. When her phone rang, Shen Lingyao aimlessly reached for it on the coffee table, failing to grasp it, finally lifting her gaze. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she hung up without hesitation, returning to her languid state. Before long, the phone rang again. And with irritation, Shen Lingyao answered with a scolding. I did not seek loans, buy houses, or insure cars. If you disturb my rest again, I will trace the signal and end you. Do you believe it? Are you on edge? A familiar voice replied. Shen Lingyao, puzzled, asked, Who is this? Han Sang-kon. He responded. Upon hearing his name, Shen Lingyao was momentarily taken aback. Then a cold smile, filled with hostility, crept across her face. She had previously tested Han Sanchuan, believing he was indifferent to her beauty, only to find he had privately called her. Men are all the same, she thought. A fox will eventually reveal its tail. You can no longer resist? She retorted coldly. I wish to ask for your assistance, Han Sanchuan said, fully aware that Shen Lingyao might misinterpret his call, but hopeful that the explanation would clarify any misunderstandings. Han Sanchuan, after all the grievances Yingxia has faced with you, now you turn your attention to her friend? You deserve 1,000 cuts, Shen Lingyao scoffed, unconvinced that his call was genuine. Rest assured, I have no interest in your beauty. My request concerns Yingxia, Han Sanchuan clarified. Concerning Yingxia? Shen Lingyao pondered, wondering if she had indeed misjudged the situation. What is it? She inquired. On the 22nd, take Yingxia to the Mingzhu building, but do not let her know in advance, Han Sanchuan instructed, wishing to surprise Su Yingxia. However, how to execute the surprise posed a challenge, leading him to enlist Shen Lingyao's help. The 22nd? At the Mingzhu building? Are you out of your mind? Don't you know what will happen there? Shen Lingyao exploded, aware that the entire city was abuzz with this topic, especially recalling the incident from 3 years ago. If you don't keep your distance, you intend to expose yourself to ridicule. The 22nd is our wedding anniversary. I have prepared a surprise for her, which is why I require your assistance, Han Sanchuan explained. Brother, even if you're planning a surprise, could you not choose another venue? With so many restaurants available, why must you insist on the Mingzhu building? In a state of disbelief, noted that while the Mingzhu building offers several upscale dining options beyond the Crystal Restaurant, the timing was far from ideal. Should we choose the Rose Restaurant or the Junyue Court? We shall see, said Han Sanchuan. After a moment of stunned silence, burst into a frenzy of excitement, exclaiming, Han Sanchuan, do you truly know the Piano Prince? You wouldn't dare deceive me, would you? I genuinely do, Han Sanchuan replied. If you assist me, I shall introduce you. All right, responded without hesitation, adding a playful warning, you better not be lying, or I shall ensure you become the last eunuch of Huaxia. They agreed on the arrangement, cautioning against revealing any hints. Once Han Sanchuan concluded the call, could hardly contain her excitement, as she finally had news of the piano prince and the prospect of meeting him. 5 days later, the much-anticipated day arrived. At 7 in the evening, with twilight still lingering, the Crystal Restaurant shone as the brightest star in Yun City. The streets were bustling with eager crowds, all wanting to witness the spectacle of the Crystal Restaurant, curious about which affluent young man had orchestrated such a grand event and which enviable woman had garnered such honor. What on earth are you planning? Is it truly necessary to don an evening gown for what is supposed to be a gathering with a friend? At home, adorned in a resplendent red gown, exuded elegance and charm, had done an excellent job of keeping her plans under wraps, leaving completely oblivious. Just trust me on this one. My friend will astonish you, and you know him too, said with a smile, her excitement mirroring S as she anticipated meeting the piano prince, her long-desired idol. I know him too, questioned, puzzled. She believed she was familiar with that circle of friends, but couldn't fathom the need for formal attire. Tell me the truth. Are you hiding something from me? She suddenly inquired, casting a suspicious glance at. Feeling guilty, avoided S gaze, replying, no, how could I possibly conceal anything from you? What new scheme have you concocted? We've already had a pajama party and a beggar party. This can't be yet another formal affair, can it? Remarked. Oh, you clever little thing. You see right through me. I was merely concerned you might not want to attend, especially after your vow never to join my parties again following the beggar party, laughed. After the two changed into their outfits, they finally set off. The car drove to the basement of the Mingzhu building. Although found it odd that chose this venue for a gathering, she refrained from questioning it out of consideration. At the elevator, a woman approached them and asked, "Are you Miss Su?" "I am. May I ask who you are?" replied, confused. "Please follow me," the woman smiled. As they entered the elevator, thought to herself that despite Han Sanqian's shortcomings, he had indeed orchestrated something special by arranging for someone to greet them. However, when noticed the woman pressing the button for the top floor, panic surged within her. "Excuse me, did you press the wrong floor?" she inquired. "No, it is indeed the top floor," the woman confirmed, leaving in a state of disbelief. How could Han Sanqian, the so-called loser, be celebrating his wedding anniversary at the Crystal Restaurant, especially since it had been reserved for an event? A wild thought struck like thunder. Could it be that Han Sanqian was the mysterious figure who had booked the entire restaurant? At that moment, appeared equally stunned. The top floor's Crystal Restaurant had been reserved weeks in advance, making it implausible for the host or gathering there. Is this somehow related to Han Sanqian? Speculated, her breath quickening. S mind raced as she grappled with the revelation. Although it seemed improbable, was there any other explanation? Indeed, it was Han Sanqian who asked me to bring you here, admitted, a surge of envy blooming in her heart. If indeed Han Sanqian had prepared this grand surprise for her, she would be the happiest woman in all of Yin City. As the elevator doors opened to the top floor and they were led into the restaurant, S heart raced at the sight of a man clad in black seated at the piano, his back turned to them. That silhouette was unmistakably familiar, sending shockwaves through. It was the piano prince, Han Sanqian. As the melodious notes filled the air, the ambience of the Crystal Restaurant captivated the audience, rendering them speechless. The crowd fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed on the spectacle. Even as they could not see the main character's face, they could feel her joy. Rose petals danced gracefully in the air, swirling with the music, creating a breathtaking scene. S lips curled into a blissful smile, tears streaming down her cheeks like precious pearls. Two was moved to tears, wishing that the figure at the piano belonged to her. As the melody concluded, Han Sanqian turned, offering a gentlemanly bow. With tears of joy, stepped forward, each stride birthing a blooming rose beneath her feet, leaving onlookers in awe. They couldn't clearly discern her features. Yet the enchanting effect was vivid. At that moment, a wave of envy surged among the women present. Those watching from nearby hotel rooms were consumed by jealousy. Frowning, found herself in the best vantage point, but still unable to fully see the couple's faces. Yet, something felt familiar about the woman. A sudden realization struck her, prompting an involuntary exclamation. No, it can't be her. I must be seeing things. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. How could, married to the useless Han Sanqian, possibly have the means to reserve the entire Crystal Restaurant? It was preposterous. Is this what you prepared? Asked as she approached Han Sanqian. You said you couldn't play the piano. Were you deceiving me? What was meant to be a tender moment turned frosty as glared at Han Sanqian. For 3 years, you've endured so much. From now on, You are mine, and no one shall ever mistreat you again, he said, gazing sincerely into her eyes. Tears streamed down S's face, her expression a mixture of accusation and sorrow, as all her pent-up frustration erupted. Do you have any idea how they label you a loser? Do you know how painful it is for me to hear those words? Han Sanqian embraced tightly, whispering softly, I know. Beside her, Shun Lingyao was already moved to tears, realizing at this moment that her best friend's grievances were worth it. Regardless of how Han Sanqian managed the situation, at least now, Su Yingxiao was happy, and she had become the envy of all women in Yun City. Yet, why must you be the piano prince? Shun Lingyao understood that her beautiful dream had been utterly shattered. That night, rose petals floated throughout the Crystal Restaurant, and despite the grand proposal that had stirred the city 2 years prior, the only flaw was that even until the end, the onlookers did not know who the protagonists truly were. That evening, Han Sanqian slept on the floor while Su Yingxia, lying in bed, suddenly asked, Are you cold? It was already early summer, and women on the streets flaunted their bare legs like bamboo shoots after rain. How could it possibly be cold? Han Sanqian instinctively blurted out. Not cold. After uttering those 2 words, he froze momentarily, regretting it deeply, wishing he could slap himself twice. What should have been an easy question had turned into a life-or-death matter. He felt utterly foolish. His heart ached as he realized he had missed this opportunity, unsure of how long he would have to wait for another. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Why don't you ask again? Han Sanqian said. Su Yingxia, with her back to him, had already gritted her teeth, having mustered the courage to ask the question, only to be met with such a foolish response from him. Get lost, she replied coldly. Hearing that word, Han Sanqian felt a despair that was more painful than missing out on a $100 billion business deal. The next day, when Su Yingxia arrived at the company, everyone looked at her strangely. She wasn't crazy. How could she be so happy? Perhaps yesterday's events had indeed left a significant impact on her. It was the 22nd, and comparing her to others was like night and day. Who told her she had such bad luck to marry a good-for-nothing? The events of the previous night had caused a stir throughout Yun City, with various social media platforms buzzing about the rose petals at the Crystal Restaurant, where some were envious while others mocked Su Yingxia. Most people in the company felt that Su Yingxia would likely find an excuse not to come to work today. Yet she not only showed up but appeared quite cheerful. Su Yihan entered Su Yingxia's office to hand over some documents and observed the unintentional smile on Su Yingxia's face with disdain. You can still smile? Do you even realize how much face our Su family lost yesterday? Su Yihan said coldly. Looking at Su Yingxia now, she indeed resembled the woman from the Crystal Restaurant last night. It was a pity that such good fortune would never fall upon Su Yingxia, as her man was a useless joke in all of Yun City. In a remarkably good mood, Su Yingxia was too lazy to argue with Su Yihan. Today, you go to the west of the city to inspect the situation and report back to me, she instructed. Hearing this, Su Yihan's face turned grim. It had always been Su Yingxia who took on the laborious task of running the construction sites. When did it become her turn? And with the sun's rays so harsh, she certainly did not want to risk her skin getting tanned. If you want to go, you go yourself. Do you really think that becoming project manager give you the right to order me around? Su Yihan retorted. Not going is fine. I will have Grandma assign me a new assistant. You can go home and rest. Su Yingxia replied nonchalantly. You. Su Yihan's face turned ashen as she pointed at Su Yingxia. Go home and rest. Though the Su family was wealthy, everyone held a position in the company. Those in higher positions reaped the benefits, while those in lower positions relied on their salaries. Su Yihan belonged to the latter. To outsiders, they were the young ladies of the Su family, but the matriarch would not grant them any opportunities for idleness. If this matter reached Grandma's ears, Su Yihan could forget about gaining any favor in the future. Su Yingxia, are you truly going to treat me this way? Su Yihan gritted her teeth. Su Yingxia was not targeting Su Yihan specifically. It was simply that this task required someone to undertake it. It's just running a construction site. It's not that exhausting. I used to do it often. Aside from the heat, sore feet, and feeling like a dog, there is nothing too terrible about it, Su Yingxia laughed. Remember this. Su Yingxia, once I marry into the Han family, you will regret this, Su Yihan said before storming out of the office in anger, believing that one day she would rise above Su Yingxia, as long as that man from the Han family appeared. The story continues in the bustling nightclubs of the magical city. Under the bright midday sun, a few rough-looking individuals stood outside, smoking and chatting. Typically, such places would not operate until dusk, Yet an Audi suddenly pulled up. Han Sanqian stepped out of the car. Upon seeing him, the ruffians rose to their feet. What do you want? It's not even business hours yet, one of them said to Han Sanqian. I'm looking for Lin Yong, Han Sanqian replied calmly. The moment the words left his lips, the ruffians exchanged derisive looks. Lin Yong was the boss of the magical city, a significant figure in the gray areas of Yun City. Just like that, he expected to meet the boss? Who do you think you are, demanding to see our boss? Quite the audacious attitude, one of them sneered, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to fight. Tell him Han Sanqian is here, one of them said. The group hesitated, suddenly uncertain. This fellow seemed rather imposing. Perhaps he was someone of importance, yet he looked unfamiliar, not like a friend of the boss. One of them scratched his ear in confusion. Han Sanqian? That name sounds so familiar. Isn't he the useless son-in-law of the Su family? Someone piped up. Oh wow, a celebrity from Yun City has graced us with his presence? My apologies. But how could a man living off a woman afford naughty? With that face of yours, we don't need you. What spell did you cast to marry Su Yingxia? The group burst into laughter, completely treating Han Sanqian as a joke, with the mention of marrying Su Yingxia dripping with mockery. Han Sanqian's gaze sharpened, and he walked toward the entrance with a slight smirk. Stop. You better get lost if you know what's good for you. Don't make us take action. One of them warned. Can't you understand human language? I said stop. Unless you want a taste of our fists, you better back off. Just as they were about to pounce on Han Sanqian, Lin Yong rushed out in a panic. Stop. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? He shouted at his subordinates, his expression filled with fear. Boss, this kid is looking for trouble. Damn it. A useless son-in-law from the Su family dares to cause a ruckus on Yongji's turf. Boss, leave this to me. I'll make sure this kid lies in the hospital for at least half a month. Lin Yong glared at his subordinates furiously, landing a punch on one of them, leaving them dazed. He then approached Han Sanqian, his demeanor now filled with respect. Brother Sanqian, what brings you here? 3 years ago, Lin Yong was just a petty thug, but he suddenly struck it rich and became the owner of the magical city nightclub, gradually gathering a following and establishing himself as a significant figure in the gray areas of Yun City. His rapid rise had raised many suspicions, prompting numerous investigations. Yet no one could uncover the truth behind his ascent. Seeing Lin Yong's attitude toward Han Sanqian, his subordinates were left in shock. Lin Zhongge. He is one of the top figures in the gray areas of Yun City. How could he treat the Su family's useless son-in-law with such respect? You all better apologize to Brother Sanqian. Lin Yong glared at his subordinates through gritted teeth. Brother Sanqian, I'm sorry. Brother Sanqian, I'm sorry. Brother Sanqian, I'm sorry. Seeing Han Sanqian remaining silent, Lin Yong's face turned pale with fear as he continued, kneel down and apologize. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. His subordinates were completely baffled. To kneel before him would be to humiliate Lin Yong. Did he not care about his own dignity? For someone like Lin Yong, reputation was of utmost importance, and he would often resort to violence over trivial disputes. Yet, in the presence of Han Sanqian, Lin Yong understood that pride was but a fleeting cloud. Life itself was paramount. 3 years ago, when Lin Yong found himself destitute, it was Han Sanqian who rescued him, and it was thanks to Han Sanqian that he had attained his current status. While the entire Yun City regarded Han Sanqian as a worthless being, Lin Yong recognized him as a slumbering tiger whose awakening would undoubtedly be thunderous. And now, that tiger had clearly awakened. Do I need to break your legs before you understand how to kneel? Lin Yong pressed on, observing his subordinates' hesitance. Upon hearing this, they panicked and quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. Han Sanqian paid them no mind and strode directly into the nightclub. You lot, I'll settle accounts with you later. Lin Yong warned, causing them to tremble in fear. They could not fathom why Han Sanqian was afforded such treatment. He was notoriously known as a good-for-nothing. Yet here he was, enjoying the utmost respect from Brother Yong. In Lin Yong's office, Han Sanqian took a seat in Lin Yong's designated chair, while Lin Yong stood respectfully beside him. I have heard that there are individuals attempting to stir trouble regarding the project in the west of the city. Han Sanqian inquired calmly. Lin Yong nodded, replying, I am aware. Besides myself, a few other prominent figures are also keenly interested in this matter. They likely wish to seize the opportunity for personal gain. Yun City was not solely Lin Yong's domain. While he held significant power in the gray area, He was not the only influential figure. Many eyes were watching this lucrative opportunity. If the Su family were not involved with the Western Project, Lin Yong would also be eager to partake. You have been given 3 years to prepare. I hope you do not disappoint me. Those individuals are nearing their end. Han Sanqian stated. Lin Yong's gaze sharpened, and he excitedly asked, Brother Sanqian, do you mean? You have long desired Yin City, have you not? You must be tired of being on equal footing with those individuals. Han Sanqian smiled at Lin Yong. A shiver ran down Lin Yong's spine. He had been waiting for this opportunity. He had long been dissatisfied with those fellows, yet had refrained from acting without Han Sanqian's command. Now, the moment had finally arrived. Brother Sanqian, rest assured, I will not let you down, Lin Yong vowed. As Han Sanqian exited the nightclub, he unexpectedly encountered Yang Peng at the entrance. Yang Peng was taken aback to see Han Sanqian, but more so with disdain and hatred. What bad luck today, running into a pile of trash, Yang Peng sighed. Han Sanqian smiled faintly, ignoring Yang Peng, and proceeded to his car. Yang Peng scoffed, a useless person who doesn't even dare to retort. How dull. But your good days are numbered. Just wait for me to put a green hat on you. Upon entering the nightclub, Yang Peng headed straight to Lin Yong's office. The two had arranged to meet the previous day, so Lin Yong was not surprised to see him. Young Master Yang, I apologize for the delay. I had some matters to attend to yesterday, which is why we could only meet today, Lin Yong said with a smile. Lin Yong always treated wealthy individuals like Yang Peng with great respect, for without affluent patrons, a nightclub could hardly sustain itself financially. Brother Yang, I'm here today to trouble you with a favor, Yang Peng stated. The word favor is too polite. Just say the word, and I will take care of it immediately, Lin Yong boasted. Yang Peng shook his head, saying, It's just a small matter. No need for Brother Yang to intervene personally. I just need a few daring individuals who can fight. He dismissed the idea of needing Lin Yong's stature to deal with Han Sanqian, whom he held in low regard. No problem. You can choose anyone from my crew, Lin Yong assured him. Thank you, Brother Yang. Once this matter is resolved, I will treat you to drinks. Yang Peng offered. No need for drinks. I might be quite busy soon, Lin Yong replied, his excitement bubbling as he envisioned seizing control of all territories in Yin City. With Han Sanqian's covert assistance, he felt no apprehension. In the past, Lin Yong had thought it absurd when Han Sanqian suggested he could become the owner of the nightclub. Yet Han Sanqian had effortlessly achieved it. Oh, Brother Yang, do you have any major plans recently? Yang Peng inquired with curiosity. This matter cannot be disclosed casually. You should go select your men, Lin Yong replied. After Yang Peng left the nightclub, he sat in his car for a long while. Lin Yong's comment about being busy recently clearly indicated he was up to something significant, yet he refused to divulge any details, suggesting it was indeed a notable affair. Yang Peng had received news that many individuals from the gray areas wished to intervene in the Western Project, and some had even organized a group of workers, aiming to infiltrate as foremen. However, Lin Yong had remained conspicuously silent. Previously, Yang Peng had thought Lin Yong lacked ambition and avoided the fray to evade injury. But it now appeared Lin Yong had other plans. A sudden realization struck Yang Peng. If Lin Yong truly dared to confront others and consolidate all of Yin City's gray areas, he would become a person of considerable importance. It seemed essential to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Yong, for if this endeavor succeeded, Lin Yong's power in Yin City would be unfathomable. Meanwhile, in a certain club, Su Haichao was flanked by 2 voluptuous women, along with a burly man in the same booth. Brother Chung, have you given any thought to the matter I mentioned? Su Haichao asked Chung Gang, another influential figure in Yin City's gray area, who held power comparable to Lin Yong's. Chung Gang regarded Su Haichao with a disingenuous smile, questioning. Su Haichao, you aren't playing me, are you? You are from the Su family, yet you want me to secretly deal with your own family. How can I trust you? Su Haichao's smile turned cold as he replied, Brother Chung, you misunderstand me. Although I am from the Su family, I am not responsible for the Western Project. If Su Yingxia, that woman, manages to ascend within the Su family, she will undoubtedly threaten my position. How could I allow the Western Project to proceed smoothly? But Su Yingxia is your sister, Chung Gang remarked. Sister? Su Haichao's expression darkened. I would gladly kick her out of the Su family. What nonsense, sister? That useless person has brought our family nothing but shame. If I could find an excuse, she would have been expelled long ago. Shen Gong smiled faintly, recalling how the incident at the Crystal Restaurant had unearthed the Su family's disgrace from 3 years prior. It was indeed embarrassing for the Su family, but he had not anticipated that Su Haichao would disregard even blood ties. This useless person is truly remarkable. He has endured humiliation in the Su family for 3 long years, allegedly doing household chores every day. What a disgrace to our manhood, Chung Gang scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Seizing the opportunity to speak ill of Han Sanqian, Su Haichao could not resist. Chung Gang's mention of Han Sanqian provided him the perfect chance. Brother Chung, you only know the surface. I am fully aware of how pathetic Han Sanqian truly is. At home, he has to fetch foot water for Su Yingxia. What dignity does he possess? He doesn't even have a place at the dining table and must hide in the kitchen. Ugh, what a pathetic wretch. If I ever encountered such a person, a single punch would suffice to end him. Chung Gang cursed vehemently. Su Haichao expressed his disdain, stating that the man in question was utterly unworthy of the title man, as there was no one else in the world as cowardly as he. Suddenly, Chung Gang, with a mischievous grin, directed his gaze towards Su Haichao and inquired whether, after 3 years of marriage, Su Yingxia would ever allow him to touch her. Su Haichao confidently shook his head, asserting that although Su Yingxia had resigned herself to her fate, her relationship with Han Sanqian had always been rather frosty, making it impossible for her to permit any intimacy. Chung Gang stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought, before a lascivious smile crept onto his face as he remarked on the intriguing notion that Su Yingxia had never been touched. Su Haichao furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. Being men, he understood precisely what was on Chung Gang's mind. While he held a strong aversion to Su Yingxia, he acknowledged her beauty and remarkable figure, deeming her an exquisite partner in bed. Due to their blood ties, Su Haichao hesitated to entertain any such thoughts, but Chung Gang was a different matter altogether. If Chung Gang were to engage with Su Yingxia, it could serve to tarnish her reputation and potentially expel her from the Su family. With a cunning plan forming, Su Haichao addressed Chung Gang, offering his assistance should he be interested in her. Chung Gang, laughing heartily, expressed his gratitude for Su Haichao's willingness to help. The project in the western part of the city had officially commenced, and the Su family, acting as the material supplier, was responsible not only for providing quality materials, but also ensuring their safety on site. However, 3 days later, a group stormed the construction site, causing chaos and violence. And the Su family's material deliveries faced severe disruptions. Although the police intervened temporarily, the perpetrators seemed to operate like guerrilla fighters, leaving the Su family in a state of constant anxiety. In response, the Su family convened an emergency internal meeting, with even the matriarch in attendance. As the Western project was of utmost importance, she inquired about the identity of the troublemakers, suspecting that their motives were financially driven. During the meeting, the matriarch turned to Su Yingxia, the project manager, and demanded answers regarding the ongoing issues. Su Yingxia shook her head, explaining that she had already sought assistance to investigate, but had yet to receive any updates. Su Haichao, with a tone dripping in sarcasm, questioned Su Yingxia's capability to conduct the investigation. Su Yihan, who had long harbored resentment towards Su Yingxia, seized the opportunity to criticize her further, suggesting that instead of addressing the problem, she was wasting time socializing with her friends in the office. Recently, Shen Lingyao had frequently sought Su Yingxia's company, and despite abandoning her aspirations of marrying Han Sanqian upon learning of his identity as the Piano Prince, she struggled to let go of her feelings and sought solace in Su Yingxia. Hearing Su Yihan's remarks, the matriarch furrowed her brow and asked Su Yingxia to clarify her conduct during working hours. Su Yingxia, known for her dedication, defended herself, stating that her meetings with friends occurred during lunch breaks, a fact that could be corroborated by her colleagues. Unconvinced, Su Yihan shifted the conversation, questioning Su Yingxia's effectiveness as a project manager, given that the family had already upgraded their vehicle, implying that aside from securing contracts, she had accomplished little else. The news of Su Yingxia's new vehicle had circulated within the Su family, inciting envy among many. The comments from relatives dripped with sarcasm, speculating on her rapid changes in fortune. The matriarch, although initially surprised by Su Yingxia's new car, chose not to dwell on it, focusing instead on the potential benefits she could bring to the family. However, she firmly stated that if Su Yingxia failed to resolve the current predicament, it would be a different matter altogether. Su Yingxia, I do not care how many advantages you may have gained from your position, whether it be a new car or a new house, but you must first ensure the successful completion of your current responsibilities and resolve all issues, the matriarch declared. Su Yingxia felt a surge of frustration, knowing she had not taken a single penny from the company and that the car had been purchased by Han Sanqian. However, such explanations would likely fall on deaf ears. Rest assured, grandmother, I will handle it promptly, she replied, her head hanging low. At that moment, Su Haichao stood up, beaming with pride. Grandmother, I anticipated that Su Yingxia would struggle with this situation, so I've already investigated the matter and discovered who was behind the disruptions. However, since Su Yingxia is the project manager, it would not be appropriate for me to intervene on her behalf. The relatives of the Su family regarded Su Haichao with admiration, acknowledging his competence in swiftly uncovering the source of the trouble. Yingxia, you ought to learn from Haichao. While he may not be directly involved in the Western project, he still shows concern for the matter. You should be grateful to him, the matriarch affirmed, nodding in agreement. Though I am not the project manager, I am your grandson, and the affairs of the Su family concern me deeply. Su Haichao feigned modesty in response to the praise. Since Haichao has already identified the issue, you should take the lead in discussions, Su Yingxia. If they are merely after money, a sum under 1 million should suffice, the matriarch advised. Su Yingxia nodded, assuring her grandmother of her commitment to resolving the matter. However, Su Haichao's eyes glinted with malice, as he knew that unless Su Yingxia was entirely compliant, the situation would not be easily rectified. I will arrange a meeting for you tomorrow and inform you of the specifics, he stated, a sinister undertone in his voice. After the meeting, Su Yingxia returned to her office, feeling a profound sense of injustice. She had not profited from the company in any way, yet she found it impossible to clarify the situation, knowing that even if she tried, she would only be met with ridicule. Who would believe that the son-in-law, Han Sanqian, could afford an Audi A6? Moreover, she found it peculiar that Su Haichao would offer to help her, sensing ulterior motives behind his seemingly kind gesture. After work, Han Sanqian arrived, as usual, to pick up Su Yingxia. Noticing her gloomy demeanor, he curiously asked, "Who has upset you?" Today, in the meeting, Su Yihan accused me of embezzling company funds because I bought a car shortly after being appointed manager. Even grandmother seems to believe her, and I can't even defend myself. Su Yingxia lamented. Why bother engaging with such foolishness? Just dismiss their comments, Han Sanqian replied. While Su Yingxia understood the rationale, the hurtful words were difficult to ignore. Did you not hear those relatives mocking me, speculating about my quick vehicle change and impending house upgrade, asking when I would invite them to celebrate? Su Yingxia's frustration mounted as she struggled to maintain her integrity amidst baseless accusations. Patience, Han Sanqian responded nonchalantly. What do you mean by patience? Su Yingxia asked, turning to look at him, puzzled. Cough. One must find joy in life, said Han Sanqian. Su Yingxia rolled her eyes. How could one be happy when misunderstood and feeling utterly suffocated? Recently, a group of individuals had caused considerable trouble for the Su family, even creating chaos at the construction site. I asked a friend to investigate, but nothing conclusive emerged. Meanwhile, Su Haichao pretended to be benevolent, declaring in a meeting that he had discovered who was behind it and wanted me to discuss it tomorrow. Do you think there is something fishy about this? Su Yingxia inquired, her intuition suggesting that something was amiss. Given Su Haichao's attitude towards her, it was fortunate if he did not intend to harm her. How could he possibly assist her? Han Sanqian furrowed his brows. He had heard about this matter and even sent Lin Yong to investigate, subjecting 2 individuals to intense interrogation. Yet they revealed nothing. Clearly, the opposing party had taken extensive measures to remain discreet. How could Su Haichao possibly know? When are we meeting tomorrow? Han Sanqian asked, clearly uneasy about Su Yingxia facing this situation alone. I do not know. Su Haichao will inform me tomorrow. Let me be your assistant and accompany you, Han Sanqian offered. Upon returning home, Han Sanqian prepared dinner, as usual. Previously, the kitchen had been his solitary domain, but recently, Su Yingxia had started to assist, even attempting to cook a dish. However, her culinary efforts were often unfit for the dining table, resembling a charred mess that bore no resemblance to food. In the living room, Jiang Lan asked Su Guiyao, Guiyao, have you noticed that our daughter has changed recently? Su Guiyao had also observed the shift. Su Yingxia had never ventured into the kitchen before, and her relationship with Han Sanqian had been akin to that of strangers. However, now she was learning to help Han Sanqian, and their conversations had increased. Perhaps she was slowly beginning to accept him, Su Guiyao suggested. This was the last thing Jiang Lan wanted to hear. She pinched Su Guiyao, saying accept. Are we truly going to let our daughter be with this good-for-nothing for the rest of her life? Su Guiyao himself was no paragon of virtue, and thus felt unqualified to critique Han Sanqian. He viewed the current situation as beneficial. A divorce would only upset the old lady. What difference does it make? Our daughter is thriving now. Even if we have a good-for-nothing at home, it matters little, Su Guiyao remarked nonchalantly. Jiang Lan glared at him. Isn't having you as a good-for-nothing enough? Do you know what my family says about me behind my back? Su Guiyao shifted awkwardly, replying, Your family are gossips. Ignore their remarks. Besides, Yingxia is on the rise. Should we push her toward divorce? If the old lady finds out, will she let us off the hook? Jiang Lan sighed. The greatest obstacle was indeed the old lady. If she did not approve, no one would dare make decisions independently. Moreover, Su Yingxia had finally gained a foothold in her company. Divorcing at such a critical moment was simply out of the question. A year? I doubt he will achieve anything in a year, Jiang Lan asserted. A year? What do you mean? Su Guiyao asked, puzzled. It's nothing significant, Jiang Lan dismissed. She did not believe that Han Sanqian could accomplish anything in a year. After all, he was still doing household chores, merely adding the task of driving Jiang Lan to and from work. Could being a chauffeur lead to a turnaround? Jiang Lan was not convinced. By the way, there's a new Audi parked downstairs, identical to ours. Do you know who it belongs to? Xian Lan Inguit Pu Dao. She had not seen anyone purchase a new car recently. How could they have just bought one and suddenly another appeared? Once, she had even mistakenly opened the wrong car door. Both were unregistered new vehicles, which had left her quite confused. However, whose it was, she truly did not know. After dinner, Han Sanqian showered first, then filled the bathtub with water. Recently, Su Yingxia had been working hard, so she often indulged in a relaxing bath. Within half an hour, freshly bathed Su Yingxia returned to the room. Wrapped in a pristine towel, resembling a strapless dress, she subtly revealed a hint of her curves. The glistening droplets of water on her skin were reminiscent of a beautiful lotus emerging from the water. Han Sanqian kept his gaze steady, aware that the sweltering season was upon them, ushering in yet another challenging period. Today, Shen Lingyao sought me out again, claiming she wanted to compete for you. What do you think? Su Yingxia asked as she lay on the bed, applying a facial mask. Han Sanqian chuckled. He had never anticipated that his innocent actions would lead to such consequences. Certainly, Shen Lingyao was merely jesting. Of course it's a joke. Do you truly hope it's real? Su Yingxia's tone had noticeably shifted. Han Sanqian smiled and said, The weather seems to have turned cooler. Not at all. I find it quite warm. If you feel cool, why not sleep on the sofa? Su Yingxia retorted. Han Sanqian glanced at her beautiful legs resting on the bed, realizing that the missed opportunity would take considerable time to rekindle. He shifted the topic, saying, I suspect the recent trouble for the Su family are connected to Su Haichao. The fact that he knows about matters that even Lin Yong could not uncover is a glaring flaw. The only possibility is that Su Haichao is behind this entire affair. Surely not. Despite his dissatisfaction with me, he wouldn't jeopardize the Su family. If Grandma found out, wouldn't he be finished? Su Yingxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Han Sanqian coldly smiled. We shall see tomorrow. That night, Su Haichao met with Cheng Gang. Cheng Gang was excited at the prospect of Su Yingxia personally negotiating with him. 3 years prior, before Han Sanqian was integrated into the Su family, men vying for Su Yingxia's affection were as numerous as fish in a river, each yearning for a chance with her. This was why the Su family wedding had caused such a stir throughout the city. Countless desperate men had lamented, cursing Han Sanqian for having what they could not attain. Now, with the opportunity to be intimate with Su Yingxia, and knowing that she had never been touched by Han Sanqian, how could Cheng Gang contain his excitement? You handled this matter well. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to seek me out. I will assist you, Cheng Gang stated. Su Haichao's gaze was malicious. As long as he dealt with Su Yingxia, he would face no further obstacles. In the entire Su family, no one could contest his claim to the chairman position. Contemplating Su Yingxia's recent pride in becoming a project leader filled Su Haichao with resentment. She had even changed cars, showing no signs of restraint. Brother Gang, I have an ungracious request, Su Haichao began. Speak. Would you mind if others knew about your relationship with Su Yingxia? Sui Cheng Gong Post. Quickly grasping Su Haichao's intent. You wish to use me to disgrace Su Yingxia and ruin her reputation within the Su family? Noticing Cheng Gang's serious expression, Su Haichao swallowed nervously, saying, If Brother Gang is unwilling, I will seek other means. Haha. Chung Gang clapped Su Haichao on the shoulder, saying, why would I decline? I'd love for everyone to know that I was with Su Yingxia. It's an honor. Plus, it will show that Han Sanqian, what a woman, he can't even touch, looks like beneath me. Rest assured, once Su Yingxia's reputation is in tatters in Yin City, she may very well willingly allow me to support her as a kept woman. Su Haichao smiled faintly and said, Brother Gang, I shall act according to your wishes. After tomorrow, countless men will envy you. Su Yingxia is indeed a stunning beauty. Chung Gang licked his lips, clearly eager for what was to come. The following day, Su Haichao arrived at Su Yingxia's office. The time and place had been set. I managed to contact the person. Do not back out at the last moment. If this matter is mishandled, you should be aware of how Grandma will react. Su Haichao warned Su Yingxia, contemplating how she would be utterly disgraced that night, finally allowing her to be expelled from the Su family. Su Yingxia remained cautious of Su Haichao's good intentions, especially since Han Sanqian had mentioned the possibility of Su Haichao's involvement in the matter last night. To avoid raising suspicions, she calmly responded, rest assured, I will attend and resolve this issue. If you expect to see me fail, you may be disappointed. Disappointed? Su Haichao sneered. Disappointment was not in his cards, for he had a plethora of spectacles awaiting him. He even envisioned the moment Su Yingxia's scandal would be exposed, leading to public disdain in Yunqing and sever ties with the Su family. At that point, Su Yingxia would be viewed as a pariah, and the entire city would brand her a harlot. As for Han Sanqian, that spineless wretch would become the object of ridicule throughout the city. His wife of 3 years had never been touched by him, but had been taken by Chung Gang. Such humiliation was surely unbearable for that coward. Do not be late. I am not a patient man, he added. After leaving the office, Su Yingxia called Han Sanqian to inform him of the time and location. A rural leisure farm was the chosen venue. Discussing matters in such a place was evidently suspicious. Han Sanqian contacted Lin Yong to make arrangements. Regardless of who the opponent was, Han Sanqian vowed to make them regret their actions that night. Shortly after Su Haichao returned to his office, Su Yihan appeared, looking furtive. What are you doing? Su Haichao inquired, puzzled. Su Yihan was baffled as to why Su Haichao was assisting Su Yingxia in this matter, especially since it was a golden opportunity to strike. Haichao, are you confused? Why help Su Yingxia? She asked. Su Haichao leaned back in his chair with a smile and replied, you are quite clever. How can you be so muddled in this situation? What do you mean? Su Yihan looked at him in confusion. Do you truly believe I would genuinely help her? Are you implying this is a trap? Su Difan question. Su Haichao thought for a moment. Since Su Yihan regarded Su Yingxia as an enemy, she would never divulge this information to others. To be frank, the ones causing trouble for the Su family are people I know and have instructed, Su Haichao revealed. Su Yihan's eyes widened in astonishment. You orchestrated this. If Grandma finds out, she will not spare you. How could Grandma possibly know? I trust you, which is why I confided in you. After today, Su Yingxia will be utterly ruined. No need for us to say much. Grandma will expel her from the Su family, Su Haichao said, his face alight with satisfaction. This was the opportunity he had long awaited to vent his grievances. Once Su Yingxia was cast out, he could naturally assume the role of project leader in the western city, achieving 2 objectives at once. What is really going on? Stop keeping me in suspense, and tell me quickly, Su Yihan urged impatiently. You've heard Chung Gang, right? Shen Gong. Isn't he a figure from the gray areas of Yunqing? He has taken an interest in Su Yingxia. Once she appears tonight, she won't escape his clutches. I've arranged for the moment he takes her. The entire city will know. Su Yihan gasped in shock. Shen Gang wants to have relations with Su Yingxia, and this will be exposed. That is monumental news. Su Yingxia, a married woman, found in bed with Chung Gang, will surely cause an uproar in Yunqing, drawing scorn from all. As Su Yihan burst into laughter, she remarked, if Grandma learns that Su Yingxia has tarnished our family name, she will only be expelled from the Su family. Indeed, that is my plan. It is quite exquisite, is it not? Su Yihan nodded in agreement, recognizing that while it was somewhat cruel, it would deliver a mortal blow to Su Yingxia. Not only would she be cast out, but she would find no refuge in all of Yunqing. Karma. This is karma. Su Yingxia actually sent me to inspect the construction site, truly overestimating herself. I am eager to see how she handles tomorrow, Su Yihan coldly remarked. What I most wish to see is Han Sanqian's face. After 3 years of being a spineless coward, his wife taken by another man, that must be a bitter pill for him to swallow, Su Haichao said, his expression filled with anticipation. Su Ihan scoffed and said, "You overestimate him. What difference does it make if he finds out? Does he dare confront Chang'ang? You think too highly of him. He is a good-for-nothing. Just the name Chang'ang is enough to make him tremble." That afternoon, Han Sanqian arrived as usual to pick up Su Yingxia after work, but upon reaching the convenience store, he discovered it was unexpectedly closed. For 3 years, he had come without fail, and the store had never closed. Could the owner be preoccupied today? Han Sanqian thought little of it, as it was normal for businesses to occasionally close. After picking up Su Yingxia, he drove towards the rural leisure farm. Su Yingxia felt uneasy and asked Han Sanqian, "Sanqian, do you think something might go wrong? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." "Do not worry. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." Han Sanqian reassured her, his eyes glinting with a subtle menace. After hearing his words, Su Yingxia felt somewhat reassured. It seemed that as long as he was by her side, all uncertainties and dangers would dissipate. Upon arriving at the leisure farm, they were met by individuals loitering at the entrance, clearly not of good character, menacing and tattooed. "Brother Gang, they have arrived," one of Chang'ang's subordinates announced in the restaurant. Chang'ang, munching on peanuts, brightened up, clapping his hands. "The beautiful lady has finally arrived. I shall greet her personally." "Brother Gang, there is also a man with her," the subordinate reminded him. "A man?" Chang'ang paused, then laughed. "It wouldn't be that coward, would it? That fellow has brought shame to us men. If he dares to show up, I will make him leave on his knees." Han Sanqian and Su Yingxia were escorted to the restaurant, where Chang'ang's lustful gaze roamed over Su Yingxia. Indeed, she was a temptress. He wondered what delightful nuances she might reveal in bed. Turning to Han Sanqian, Chang'ang jested, "And who might this be?" "My husband, Han Sanqian, Su Yingxia Plaive." The moment those words left her lips, laughter erupted from Chang'ang and the others. Han Sanqian's name was indeed well known in Yunqing. It seemed almost everyone had heard of him. "He looks quite respectable. How can he be a coward?" Chang'ang teased. "Brother Gang, he has brought disgrace upon us men. Let me teach him a lesson," one of the subordinates exclaimed. "I'll see if he can withstand a punch from me." "This weakling is no match for me," another chimed in. Seeing the rising anger among his men, Chang'ang waved his hands and said, "What are you all doing? The poor guy looks timid. Don't scare him too much. If he urinates himself, it would be quite embarrassing." Laughter erupted once more. Su Yingxia gritted her teeth and said to Chang'ang, "I came to discuss serious matters, not to allow you to humiliate my husband." All right, let us discuss matters," Chang'ang said, feigning seriousness. Chang'ang returned to his seat, no longer casting a glance at Han Sanqian, for such a spineless wretch was hardly worthy of his attention. "What will it take for you to cease troubling the Su family?" Su Yingxia inquired. Chang'ang casually peeled a peanut, tossing it into his mouth as he replied, "It's simple. I seek only wealth. A mere 10 billion will ensure that I not only refrain from troubling the Su family, but also offer you protection. What say you?" 10 billion. Su Yingxia's expression shifted dramatically. Even the total assets of the Su family did not amount to such a sum. His audacious demand clearly indicated that there was no room for negotiation. "The Su family cannot possibly afford such an amount. What are your true intentions? We harbor no enmity towards you. Why target us?" She pressed. "What? Do I need a reason to trouble you? What is the Su family to me?" Chang'ang scowled, his displeasure evident as he regarded Su Yingxia. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Su Yingxia asserted, "I approach you in earnest, and I hope you can reciprocate with sincerity." "Indeed," Chang'ang nodded. "There is a rather nice room here. I've had the bath prepared for you. Your sincerity will be measured by your willingness to join me there." Upon hearing this, Su Yingxia's face turned pale. She had not anticipated such an unreasonable demand from Chang'ang. "You cannot unjustly target the Su family. Is someone orchestrating this behind the scenes?" Han Sanqian interjected. "And who are you to speak to me?" Chang'ang dismissed Han Sanqian with a contemptuous glance. "Let me be clear. If you wish to resolve this matter, your wife must comply with my desires. What say you, coward? Dare you utter a word of dissent?" As soon as Chang'ang finished speaking, several of his lackeys stepped forward, attempting to intimidate Han Sanqian. Su Yingxia, startled by the scene, instinctively hid behind him. Hiding behind this spineless wretch, can he truly protect you? Or perhaps you should come with me. I, Chang'ang, will shield you in Yin City, and no one would dare lay a finger on you, he boasted. Gripping Han Sanqian's shirt tightly, Su Yingxia realized that the establishment was filled with Chang'ang's men. making any attempt to flee futile. "Let me go. I will pay whatever you ask," she pleaded. "Let me be clear. From the moment you stepped into this establishment, you were destined to be mine. If you wish to leave, you may as well forget it." Chung Gang dug at his ear and asked his subordinate, "What is that saying again? Something about resisting." "Since you cannot resist, you must learn to enjoy," one of the lackeys chimed in. "Exactly," Chung Gang said, his eyes filled with a malicious smile as he looked at Su Yingxia. "You should learn to enjoy. After 3 years of marriage, you've lived like a widow, never experiencing what it means to be with a man. Today, I will ensure you have a pleasurable time, and you will be satisfied." At that moment, Han Sanqian's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he sat directly before Chung Gang. One of the lackeys, witnessing the situation, shouted, "You spineless wretch. Think you deserve to sit before Brother Gang?" As soon as he finished speaking, a swift punch aimed for Han Sanqian's face. With a cold smile, Han Sanqian extended his hand effortlessly, grasping the incoming fist. The punch abruptly halted, leaving the attacker stunned, unable to comprehend how Han Sanqian had so easily caught his blow. Before he could react, Han Sanqian delivered a powerful kick, sending the man staggering back several paces until he collapsed to the ground. "Wait, what? This spineless wretch is so formidable?" The astonishment was palpable. How could this be? He was supposed to be a useless man. Han Sanqian's strength starkly contrasted with his reputation, causing Chung Gang to become wary, no longer able to underestimate him. Su Yingxia's jaw dropped. She had only ever witnessed Han Sanqian being bullied. Never had she seen this assertive side of him, leaving her utterly astonished. "Do you realize this is my territory? Anyone who harms my men will not leave here alive." Chung Gang gritted his teeth, though he was taken aback by Han Sanqian's prowess. Yet fear was not an option, as he had numbers on his side. After all, could 2 fists truly contend with 4 hands? "I offer you a chance. Clarify this situation, and I will spare your life," Han Sanqian replied coolly. "Oh," Cheng Gong snitted, his gaze fixed maliciously on Han Sanqian. "Are you jesting? Look around. These men are all my subordinates. If I wish you dead, you think you can survive? Oh, then take another look," Han Sanqian stated. A cacophony of hurried footsteps filled the air as 100 men surged into the establishment, flooding the dining area. Chung Gang's complexion shifted drastically. These individuals were not patrons from that day. How could this happen? At that moment, Lin Yong emerged from the crowd. Upon recognizing Lin Yong, Chung Gang's icy demeanor returned as he demanded, "Lin Yong, what is the meaning of this? Are these your men? Chung Gang, have you lost your mind? Do you dare provoke anyone?" Lin Yong replied coolly. "What do you mean?" Cheng Gong questioned, perplexed. Did Lin Yong conspire with the Su family? Yet, Su Haichao was clearly in league with him. If the Su family were to act, how could Su Haichao remain unaware? Lin Yong approached Han Sanqian's side, and before he could speak, Han Sanqian instructed, "Take my wife to the car." Su Yingxia clung to Han Sanqian, unwilling to release him. She was utterly bewildered by the sudden influx of people. Who were they, and what were their intentions? "Wait for me in the car. I will join you shortly," Han Sanqian urged. Biting her lip, Su Yingxia still hesitated to let go. "Rest assured, I will be fine. Do you not trust me?" Upon hearing these words, she finally released her grip. Once Su Yingxia had left, Lin Yong respectfully inquired, "Brother Sanqian, how shall we deal with Chung Gang?" Chung Gang erupted into laughter, loud and derisive. "Lin Yong, are you mad? You dare call this spineless wretch your brother? You were once my equal. Surely you know he is the useless son-in-law of the Su family." Lin Yong did not straighten up. He merely lifted his head, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Chung Gang, do you know how to write the word death?" Chung Gang, unconcerned, dismissed Lin Yong's words. Although Lin Yong had many followers, would he dare to act against him? If he were capable, he would have done so by now. "Lin Yong, do not intimidate me. I have powerful connections. You are well aware of this. If anything were to happen to me, you would not escape unscathed. I advise you to mind your own business." "This is my affair," Chung Gang replied scornfully. Chapter 27. Is he truly spineless? In the past, Lin Yong had indeed refrained from acting against Chung Gang. Without Han Sanqian's directives, and given Chung Gang's background, Lin Yong had to tread carefully. Even if he could eliminate Chung Gang, he would still be ensnared in a web of consequences. However, the circumstances had shifted. Han Sanqian sought to disrupt Yun's city, and Lin Yong cast aside all reservations. He believed in Han Sanqian's capabilities, though the world regarded him as a useless son-in-law. Lin Yong understood that this man was far from ordinary. Lin Yong fell silent, for he no longer possessed the right to speak here. Chen Gang, misinterpreting Lin Yong's silence as fear, boasted, "Lin Yong, since you recognize my influence, why not gather your men and leave? Do you require me to expel you?" At that moment, Han Sanqian abruptly rose, advancing toward Chen Gang. Having witnessed Han Sanqian's prowess, Chen Gang instinctively took 2 steps back, warily asking, "What are you planning?" Several lackeys positioned themselves in front of Chen Gang, ready to spring into action. Yet Han Sanqian did not falter. Chen Gang's men struck first, but not a single one could match Han Sanqian's momentum, not even for a heartbeat. As he pressed forward, Chen Gang silently cursed the fool who had claimed Han Sanqian was useless. If this was a waste, then surely the entire Yun city was comprised of the same. Several subordinates lay defeated on the ground, wailing incessantly. Chen Gang, his complexion pale, turned to Han Sanqian and said, "Han Sanqian, the power of the Su family is nothing compared to my backing. It's akin to a 3-year-old child. I advise you." Before he could finish his words, Han Sanqian landed a punch squarely on Chen Gang's face. Blood gushed from Chen Gang's nose as he clutched his face, emitting pig-like squeals of pain. If any members of the Su family had witnessed this scene, they would likely have stared in disbelief, as in their perception, Han Sanqian was a spineless coward who would not retaliate or speak back. How could he possibly be this formidable? At that moment, Chen Gang even doubted that the Han Sanqian before him was the same person spoken of in the world outside. For 3 whole years, the Su family's son-in-law, Han Sanqian, had merely bought groceries, cooked, and washed clothes, enduring insults without a word of rebuttal. How could he now display such ferocity? Is there someone behind the scenes manipulating you? Han Sanqian inquired. Chen Gang shook his head, stammering, "Han Sanqian, you may have the ability to kill me, but if you don't, tomorrow you will find your corpse lying in the streets." Beat him until he admits defeat, Han Sanqian instructed Lin Yong, returning to his seat. Lin Yong raised his hand, and several men approached Chen Gang, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Chen Gang's men were already paralyzed with fear, glancing between the beaten Chen Gang and the seemingly indifferent Han Sanqian. Was he really a coward? Who had spread such rumors? A coward could not possess such skills. Lin Yong, remember this. My backing is not something you can provoke. Aren't you afraid of my retaliation, Lin Yong? Tell them to stop, and I will let this matter slide. I will talk. Just stop. Despite Chen Gang's initial defiance, he could not withstand the relentless blows and capitulated within 2 minutes. Lin Yong smirked coldly, saying, "Had you spoken earlier, you needn't have suffered." Chen Gang glared at Lin Yong with venomous eyes. "Lin Yong, are you truly unafraid of my revenge?" Lin Yong dismissively waved his hand. "If you have the chance, feel free to seek me out. I just fear you may not have that opportunity. Now, tell me precisely who orchestrated this matter, and leave no detail unshared. If you conceal anything, your backing will be responsible for your demise," Han Sanqian said coldly. Chen Gang was not intimidated by Lin Yong. Yet he felt an inexplicable fear towards Han Sanqian, as if Han Sanqian were more fearsome than Lin Yong. Trembling slightly, Chen Gang finally confessed. "It was Su Haichao's idea to target the Su family. He approached me." Su Haichao. It was indeed him. Han Sanqian had suspected a connection to Su Haichao. For how else could he have so generously aided Su Yingxia? And what else? Han Sanqian continued to inquire. Chen Gang instinctively lowered his head, unable to meet Han Sanqian's gaze. He feared the repercussions if Han Sanqian discovered the plan against Su Yingxia. The thought was unbearable. "If you don't speak, I will continue to strike. I will talk. Chen Gang said in a panicked tone. "Su Haichao also wants me to engage with Su Yingxia, then expose the matter in Yin City. He intends to use this to force Su Yingxia out of the Su family." Han Sanqian's fists clenched tightly. Regarding the issue of the West City project, he could have overlooked Su Haichao, but to lay his hands on Su Yingxia was a grave offense. The forbidden scales must not be touched. Han Sanqian would not permit any harm to befall Su Yingxia. "Lock him up," were the last words Han Sanqian uttered as he left the restaurant. Chen Gang continued to boast about the consequences of offending him, but after receiving a few blows, he fell silent. Back in the parking lot, Su Yingxia sat anxiously in the car. Upon seeing Han Sanqian, she hurriedly exited the vehicle. "Sanqian, are you all right? Is everything okay?" Su Yingxia looked at Han Sanqian, anxiously scanning him for injuries before finally breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming he was unharmed. "It's nothing," Han Sanxian replied with a smile. "I didn't expect you to care so much about me." Su Yingxia's face flushed at his words, and she quickly took a couple of steps back, stammering, I was just worried about medical expenses." Han Sanxian did, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. "Let us go home." "Home?" Su Yingxia asked, puzzled, "but the trouble hasn't been resolved yet. How will we explain to Grandma tomorrow?" "It's already resolved. Let us go," Han Sanxian stated. "Resolved." Su Yingxia looked at Han Sanxian with intrigue. Knowing Cheng Gang was no good man, how could it have been that simple? Moreover, who were those people who had suddenly appeared? Once in the car, Su Yingxia appeared as if she had something to say, eager to inquire about what had transpired. Sensing her curiosity, Han Sanxian replied, "The process is unimportant. What matters is the outcome. Just tell Grandma tomorrow that it has been resolved. I will handle the rest." Han Sanxian would not let Su Haichao go, but he would seek an opportune moment to expose all of Su Haichao's actions. Su Yingxia nodded in understanding. That night, Su Haichao paced anxiously in his room, phone in hand, clearly agitated and excited. The screen displayed Cheng Gang's number. With a single call, he could ascertain the current situation. Yet, he felt apprehensive. What if things hadn't gone as planned? After hesitating until 10 o'clock, Su Haichao could no longer contain himself and pressed the dial button. The phone rang without an answer. Was Cheng Gang too busy? A triumphant smile broke across Su Haichao's face, and at that moment, Su Yihan called him. "Haichao, what is the update?" Su Yihan asked eagerly. "I called Cheng Gang, but he didn't answer. He must be occupied," Su Haichao replied. On the other end, Su Yihan erupted in laughter, envisioning Su Yingxia being mistreated by Cheng Gang. This time, she is finished, a true harlot. How could she betray the family by consorting with another man? We must inform Grandma tomorrow. Even aware of the truth, Su Yihan was determined to tarnish Su Yingxia's reputation further. "There's a family meeting tomorrow morning. I will reveal this matter to Grandma then. Just wait for her to be cast out." After hanging up, Su Haichao reclined on his bed, feeling invigorated. The day he had long awaited had finally arrived. From now on, Su Yingxia would no longer be seen in the Su family, and he would assume control over the West City project. "Su Yingxia, I must thank you. Without your assistance, securing the collaboration with Ruoshui Real Estate would have been much more challenging. But you crossed me, and this is your fate." Early the next morning, Su Haichao arrived at the company, eagerly awaiting the arrival of other relatives in the conference room. He could hardly contain his excitement to divulge Su Yingxia's disgrace to everyone, anticipating that the elder would expel her from the Su family. As relatives arrived, even the elder made an appearance, yet Su Yingxia was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Yingxia? Why hasn't she arrived?" the elder inquired. "Perhaps she is still in bed with some wild man," Su Yihan replied, while fiddling with her freshly manicured nails. "Yihan, what nonsense are you spouting? Grandma is here. How can you speak so recklessly? Such a loose tongue, spreading baseless rumors." Although the relatives present held little affection for Su Yingxia, they understood how much the elder valued the family's reputation. Mocking her was one thing, but making such accusations was another. Su Yihan was also aware of the elder's stance on such matters. In the past, she would never have dared to joke about something so serious. However, now she believed she had evidence, and with Su Yingxia surely having fallen victim to Cheng Gang. What was wrong with her speaking the truth? "Why are you all so anxious? Would I joke about something like this?" Su Yihan said nonchalantly. Upon hearing her words, the other relatives were left speechless in shock. If she wasn't joking, then it must be true. Su Yingxia had actually engaged in such disgraceful behavior with a wild man. "Su Yihan, do you have anything to clarify?" The elderly lady, her expression grim, questioned Su Yihan, declaring that she would not allow anyone in the Su family to tarnish their reputation. She insisted that if Su Yingxia were to engage in such disgraceful conduct, she would expel her from the family, even at the cost of losing the partnership with Ruoshui Properties. Haichao was well aware of this matter, perhaps even more than I was. If Grandma wished to know, she could simply inquire of Haichao, Su Yihan remarked. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Su Haichao, for this was no trivial issue. If confirmed, the Su family would undoubtedly sever ties with Su Yingxia. "Haichao, what is the truth of the matter?" the elderly lady demanded. Su Haichao cast a glance at Su Yihan. This was a conversation he should have initiated, ideally after Su Yingxia's arrival. He had not anticipated that Su Yihan would expose it so swiftly. Grandma, the person targeting our family is Cheng Yang. I leveraged some connections to facilitate a meeting between Su Yingxia and Cheng Yang for a reconciliation. However, I heard that Su Yingxia did not return home last night from Cheng Yang's farmhouse, Su Haichao explained. Cheng Yang was notorious, a rogue from the gray area. If Su Yingxia truly spent the night at the farmhouse, the implications were obvious. The relatives of the Su family were astounded, unable to believe that the seemingly respectable Su Yingxia could stoop to such depths. Haichao, have you verified this? They pressed. Indeed, one must tread carefully with such accusations. Our family's reputation is at stake, they added, seemingly defending Su Yingxia while subtly reminding the elderly lady. They relished the prospect of expelling Su Yingxia from the family. The elderly lady's voice grew stern. Haichao, are you certain? Grandma, I cannot say for certain what she was doing at the farmhouse, but she did not return home and was with someone like Cheng Yang. Suaichao feinit hesitasjen. The elderly lady, infuriated, slammed her hand on the conference table. Gritting her teeth, if she dares to sully the Su family's name, I will not forgive her. It was unfathomable that Su Yingxia would resort to such tactics to curry favor with Cheng Yang. Over the past 3 years, she had brought great shame upon them. And now this fresh scandal threatened their family's honor. It was clear that Haichao should handle the situation. Given Cheng Yang's nature, he could easily publicize the incident, turning the Su family into a laughingstock in Yunqing. As these thoughts swirled, Su Yingxia finally entered the conference room. Grandma, I was delayed because Zhongge asked me to organize some documents for him, she explained. Organizing documents or something else? You smell rather unpleasant. Have you taken a shower? Su Yihan scoffed, waving her hand in front of her nose. What do you mean, Su Yihan? Su Yingxia shot back, visibly angered. Su Yihan chuckled lightly, surveying Su Yingxia before saying, you know exactly what I mean. I never imagined you to be such a shameless woman. Is it that the men in your family cannot satisfy you, so you seek pleasure elsewhere? Pleasure elsewhere? Su Yingxia's anger flared. This baseless slander was an affront to her dignity. Su Yihan, what foul words have you been feeding yourself? Your mouth reeks, she retorted angrily. Standing up, Su Yihan confronted her. Are you denying your actions? Tell us, has the problem been resolved? Of course, it has, Su Yingxia replied confidently. Su Yihan scoffed coldly. And how did you manage that? How much did it cost? I didn't spend any money. This matter was handled by Han Sanqian, though I'm not privy to the details. I can assure you, not a single penny was spent, Su Yingxia stated. Su Yihan laughed derisively. You resolved it without spending a dime? You must have employed other means. Do you realize who we are dealing with? Cheng Yang is from the gray area. You think you could resolve this issue without monetary compensation? Su Haichao was convinced that something had transpired between Su Yingxia and Cheng Yang last night. Otherwise, how could she have managed to resolve the issue? Yet, he had not expected that Su Yingxia could carry on as if nothing had happened after sleeping with Cheng Yang. Poor Han Sanqian, indeed a tragic figure in this tale. Su Yingxia, what is going on? You must clarify this. The elderly lady's voice cut through the tension. Su Yingxia glanced between Su Yihan and Su Haichao. It was evident that something significant had transpired in her absence, as the elderly lady's demeanor was icy and accusatory. Grandma, the issue has been resolved, she asserted. How did you resolve it? Dosher, Su Yihan breathed impatiently. You did not stay at the farmhouse last night, did you? Who you choose to sleep with is your business, but the reputation of the Su family must not be compromised, Su Haichao reprimanded coldly. After hearing his words, Su Yingxia surprisingly felt no anger. They believed she had spent the night with Cheng Yang, which was why they thought the problem had been resolved. Haichao, where did you get your information? Do you have any proof? I returned home quite early. Su Yingxia defended herself. Return home? What proof do you have that you did? Su Haichao countered, doubtful that she could escape unscathed from Cheng Yang's grasp. I have plenty of evidence. I bought water at the convenience store downstairs and ran into a neighbor. They can confirm it. If you still doubt me, the convenience store has surveillance footage. Su Yingxia explained. Su Haichao, upon hearing her assertiveness, began to wonder if Cheng Yang had indeed let her go, which seemed improbable given Cheng Yang's character and methods. A prize catch would never be allowed to slip away. Su Yingxia, you didn't even go to the farmhouse, did you? I worked hard to establish that connection, and you just squandered it. Su Haichao accused. Are you out of your mind? Haichao, did you forget I just said I resolved the issue? If I hadn't gone, how could I have done that? Su Yingxia smiled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Haichao insisted incredulously. In his mind, there were only two outcomes. Either Su Yingxia had been with Cheng Gang and thus resolved the situation, or she hadn't gone at all, leaving the issue unresolved. Su Yingxia, how did you resolve this matter? Speak plainly, the elderly lady interjected, sensing that if this continued, clarity would never be reached. Su Yingxia hesitative. She had not actually resolved the issue herself, and was unsure how to explain the situation without revealing the truth. Are you still hiding something from me? Or did you really sleep with Cheng Gang? The elderly lady's voice turned cold. Su Yingxia's heart sank. If the elderly lady misinterpreted the situation, she would find it impossible to explain herself. Reluctantly, she recounted the events of the previous day. However, when she mentioned that Han Sanqian had intervened, no one believed her. And Su Haichao's face twisted into a mocking grin. Su Yingxia, do you think we are fools? You can't just push a useless pawn out there and expect us to believe you, he scoffed. The elderly lady shared his skepticism, but just then, the conference room door was kicked open. Chapter 29, Partiality. Two individuals entered the room, one of whom was Lin Yong, while the other wore a sack over their head, obscuring their identity. Although the Su family was not a prominent force in Yinqing, they would not tolerate any disturbances in their company. Who are you, daring to cause trouble in the Su family? Lin Yong glanced at Su Yingxia before responding. Elderly lady, my name is Lin Yong. I trust you have heard of me? Lin Yong, the relatives of the Su family, stirred in agitation. He was a significant figure in Yunqing, someone the Su family could hardly provoke. What brought him to the Su family to cause a scene? It was indeed Brother Yong. The elderly lady's tone shifted immediately, addressing him with a hint of reverence. Social status is not determined merely by age. The elderly lady held significant power within the Su family, yet she was acutely aware that in the presence of Lin Yong, her status was of little consequence. I have resolved a predicament for the Su family and have come to reap some benefits, Lin Yong remarked with a smile. If you have truly aided my family, I would certainly not let your visit be in vain, the elderly lady replied, recognizing the complexity of dealing with such a formidable individual. She pondered the various plausible excuses he might concoct for financial gain, particularly since Lin Yong had personally appeared today. How could the Su family avert disaster without his intervention? Rest assured, the money you spend will undoubtedly be worthwhile, Lin Yong asserted, abruptly pulling off the hood of a nearby individual. When Su Haichao beheld the person, his face drained of color. It was Cheng Gang. How could he have fallen into Lin Yong's hands? Lin Yong kicked Cheng Gang and demanded, "What have you done? Speak to the elderly lady." Cheng Gang, battered and bruised, had endured considerable torment the previous night. After several beatings, he was now thoroughly intimidated by Lin Yong and hastily replied, "Elderly lady, everything I did was at Su Haichao's behest." "You lie." Su Haichao sprang to his feet, angrily pointing at Cheng Gang. "Do not slander me. I do not even know you." Cheng Gang glared at Su Haichao, his features contorted with rage. Had it not been for this scoundrel, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Although he was unaware of why Lin Yong dared disregard his powerful connections, the absence of support from his backers since the incident suggested he had likely been abandoned. To survive, he had no choice but to comply with Lin Yong's demands. "Su Haichao, you dare speak such nonsense? If it were not for you, how could I have targeted the Su family without reason?" Cheng Gong retorted. Su Haichao was now thoroughly panicked. Should the elderly lady learn of this matter, his future would be irreparably damaged. Forget about coveting the chairman's position. Even remaining within the Su family would become an arduous task. He had initially planned to expel Su Yingxia, yet now it appeared he might be the one ousted. "Su Yingxia, this is all you're doing, is it not? You must have incited him to defame me," Su Haichao accused, directing his ire at Su Yingxia. She replied coolly, "Cheng Gang is someone you introduced to me. How could I possibly conspire with him?" "Su Haichao, are you not aware of your own actions?" "Grandmother, do not listen to her nonsense. I'm not involved in this matter and know nothing about it," Su Haichao protested, rushing to the elderly lady's side, feigning innocence. The elderly lady's expression darkened. She knew Cheng Gang would not falsely accuse Su Yingxia without reason, and she had already inquired about the situation. No one knew who was targeting the Su family, so why did Su Haichao possess such knowledge and even assist Su Yingxia? Cheng Gang continued. "He urged me to act against Su Yingxia and to expose this incident in Yunqing, bringing disgrace upon your family and expelling her." This revelation rendered Su Haichao pale as death. He had never anticipated that such a flawlessly orchestrated plan would be disrupted by Lin Yong. How could Su Yingxiao possibly know Lin Yong? The relatives of the Su family recognized that Su Haichao's transgressions had been uncovered. The elderly lady would certainly not let this slide. At this moment, aligning with Su Haichao would be tantamount to courting death. Haichao, you have gone too far. How could you commit such a despicable act? Yingxia is also a member of the Su family. How could you harm her? I trusted you, only to discover that you are the architect of all this chaos. Su Yihan exclaimed, her face reflecting her disapproval. Grandmother, I know nothing of this. I am not involved. Su Yihan pleaded, attempting to distance herself from the situation. Mother, this was merely a moment of folly on Haichao's part. Please do not blame him too harshly. I will ensure he learns from this. Su Guilin interjected, unwilling to witness Su Haichao lose his position within the company. The elderly lady's expression remained stern. The incident had escalated to such proportions. How could it conclude? Failing to provide Su Yingxia with a resolution would portray her as biased. Yet she could not bring herself to expel Su Haichao. Despite the benefits Su Yingxia had brought to the Su family in the elderly lady's eyes, she would always be overshadowed by Su Haichao, who was destined to inherit the family's legacy. Brother Yong, this matter is an internal family issue. I sincerely appreciate your assistance. Name your price, the elderly lady addressed Lin Yong. However, Lin Yong's quest for gain was merely a pretext. This situation had been orchestrated by Han Sanqian, and he was merely carrying out orders. Since you were so forthright, I, Lin Yong, am not one to overstep. Once you have resolved this matter, I shall return to you, he stated before departing the company with Cheng Gang. The conference room fell into a profound silence as Su Haichao knelt before the elderly lady, scarcely daring to breathe. The other relatives wore expressions of trepidation. After all, Su Yingxia was the project leader for the Qingxi venture, and the future trajectory of the Su family depended heavily on the collaboration with Ruoshui Real Estate. Given Su Haichao's despicable actions at this critical juncture, even if the elderly lady wished to show favoritism, she would be compelled to impart a significant lesson. Yingxia, since it was he who wronged you, you may decide how to address this matter, the elderly lady stated to Su Yingxia. The latter, possessing keen intellect, recognized that if the elderly lady were genuinely intent on punishing Su Haichao, she would not leave the decision to her. Her words clearly indicated her reluctance to act decisively. Furthermore, Su Yingxia understood that should she propose an excessive demand, it was uncertain whether the elderly lady would comply, but it would inevitably be noted. Grandmother, perhaps it is best if you make the decision, Su Yingxia suggested, knowing that regardless of her grievances, she must endure. The elderly lady nodded sagely and addressed Su Haichao. You need not come to the company for a while. Return home and reflect on your actions. Su Haichao lowered his head, a smile gradually creeping onto his lips. Despite the severity of the situation, the elderly lady had merely advised him to reflect. It seemed that his standing in her eyes remained unassailable. Grandmother, I acknowledge my mistakes. I will certainly reflect during this time, he promised. This matter is not to be mentioned by anyone in the future, the elderly lady instructed the other relatives. Her blatant favoritism was glaringly evident. Su Yingxia inhaled deeply, contemplating the elderly lady. One day, she vowed to prove that Su Haichao was not the ideal candidate to inherit the Su family legacy. Once the elderly lady exited the conference room, the other relatives finally allowed themselves to smile. Haichao, do not take our previous words to heart. Under those circumstances, if we had spoken in your favor, it would have only provoked the elderly lady further, they advised. Indeed, you know how she can be. The more we defend you, the more she would lose face. Su Haichao stood, devoid of any sign of remorse, gleefully looking at Su Yingxia. Su Yingxia, consider yourself fortunate this time. You have narrowly escaped disaster, but next time, luck will not be on your side. The elderly lady favors me. I suppose it irks you, but what can you do? I am the one she values most. And that is the difference between us. Hearing Su Haichao's smug tone, Su Yingxia clenched her fists. Even a clay idol has its limits, let alone her. Su Yingxia, do you not see? You are merely a tool within the Su family. Had it not been for the collaboration with Ruoshui Real Estate, you would not even qualify to enter the conference room. Do not waste your energy trying to compete with us, Su Yihan interjected, deliberately positioning herself close to Su Yingxia. Her tone laced with sarcasm. Chapter 30. Moyang at 4:30 in the afternoon, Han Sanqian appeared at the convenience store, only to find it still closed. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be that something grave had occurred at home? Otherwise, why would they have shut down without a word? Upon meeting Su Yingxia, who appeared visibly upset with her cheeks puffed out like a goldfish, he smiled and inquired, "What troubles you? Hasn't the issue been resolved? Did your grandmother not commend you?" Su Yingxia scoffed coldly and replied, "Today, Lin Yong brought Cheng Gang along and exposed all of Su Haichao's misdeeds. Yet grandmother merely instructed Su Haichao to reflect at home." At these words, Han Sanqian smirked. In his view, although grandmother favored Su Haichao, there should at least be a motion to show others that reflection was a mere jest in this situation. Moreover, the old lady's bias went beyond mere favoritism. She blatantly disregarded Su Yingxia's feelings, seemingly confident that Su Yingxia wouldn't dare confront the Su family. When arrogant old fool. By the way, I just learned that the person from yesterday was Lin Yong. Why would he help me? Su Yingxia questioned Han Sanqian with a look of inquiry, making it clear that this matter was somehow connected to him. "Ah, I spent a little money to have Lin Yong intervene," Han Sanqian responded nonchalantly. "Spent how much?" Su Yingxia asked, intrigued. 100,000. 100,000. Su Yingxia exclaimed, astonished at Han Sanqian's extravagant spending, an amount equal to her entire annual salary. However, reflecting on the situation, she realized that had it not been for Lin Yong, she might have fallen into Cheng Gang's clutches and faced humiliation, which eased her heart somewhat. Rich people are truly wealthy. Su Yingxia pouted, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Han Sanqian chuckled helplessly. To him, such trifling sums were inconsequential. If Su Yingxia were to discover the digits in his bank account, she might very well suffer a heart attack. Arriving at the community parking lot, Han Sanqian had just parked when he unexpectedly encountered Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao, who were heading out. Noticing Han Sanqian driving an Audi, Jiang Lan approached Su Yingxia, her expression tinged with irritation. "Yingxia, you didn't buy another car, did you?" This secret would inevitably come to light. It was merely a matter of time. After glancing at Han Sanqian, Su Yingxia nodded and admitted, "Mom, are you not afraid of your grandmother finding out? Why do you need such an extravagant vehicle?" Jiang Lan shot Han Sanqian a glare and continued, "Is this something he insisted upon?" Su Yingxia shook her head vigorously, insisting, "This has nothing to do with Sanqian. It was my decision." Jiang Lan remained unconvinced, interrogating Han Sanqian. "What have you done to my daughter? Do you realize the severe consequences if the old lady suspects her? Are you willing to jeopardize Yingxia's safety for your own pride?" "Mom, please stop. Aren't you both heading out?" "You should go," Su Yingxia interjected. After checking the time and noting the movie was about to start, Jiang Lan relented, saying, "When I return, you will explain this to me." Once the elders departed, Su Yingxia sighed and reproached Han Sanqian. "Why didn't you inform them about the car purchase? Even if I did, would they believe it?" "I don't care about others' opinions," Han Sanqian replied nonchalantly. Over the past 3 years, he had never been concerned about what others thought. What mattered most was Su Yingxia's perception of him. "That makes sense," Su Yingxia conceded, feeling resigned. Even if she revealed the truth, they would remain skeptical. Back home, Han Sanqian turned to Su Yingxia and said, "I need to step out tonight. Is that all right? If I say no, will you refrain from going?" Su Yingxia countered. Han Sanqian nodded without hesitation. "If you have something to do, then go, but—" Su Yingxia's voice trailed off. "But what?" Han Sanqian asked with curiosity. "It's nothing," she quickly replied, retreating to her room. She wanted to advise him against seeking out other women, but such words felt odd. Though they were married, their relationship lacked intimacy, and she was not accustomed to intruding upon Han Sanqian's private affairs. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Su Yingxia lifted her pillow to reveal a pair of scissors hidden underneath, an item she had kept there for 3 years. In the first year, she would clutch the scissors each night, but eventually, she had relaxed her vigilance. Now, she felt it was time to put them away. "I truly wonder how you managed to endure in the presence of such a stunning woman," she mused to herself, unaware of the blush creeping onto her cheeks as she tucked the scissors into her wardrobe. Standing before the mirror, she scrutinized her figure, long, fair legs, a proud and upright bust, and a flawless face. Could it be that he truly felt no attraction? What am I even thinking? Su Yingxia chastaist herself, her face aflame with embarrassment. During dinner, only the two of them were present. Since Su Yingxia became the project leader, their family's financial situation had improved significantly, leading Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao to frequently dine out. This, however, provided Han Sanqian and Su Yingxia with the opportunity for solitude. After finishing their meal, as Han Sanqian prepared to clear the table, Su Yingxia stood and said, "If you have something to do, go ahead. I'll wash up. Just return early." Taken aback, Han Sanqian felt a surge of delight and replied, "No need. I can finish quickly." Su Yingxia shot him a glare, insisting, "If I say go, then just go. Stop with the unnecessary chatter." Han Sanqian offered an awkward smile, setting down his dishes. "Then I shall take my leave. I'll return promptly after completing my tasks." Once outside, Han Sanqian got in his car and dialed Lin Yong's number. Given that the convenience store had been closed for several days, he suspected something might be amiss with the owner, prompting him to ask Lin Yong to investigate. After receiving a message from Lin Yong upon returning home, he informed Su Yingxia that he needed to step out. "What's going on?" Han Sanqian inquired. "Brother Sanqian, this matter cannot be explained clearly over the phone. May I come to you?" Lin Yong replied. "No need. I'll be in Modu shortly." Upon arriving in Modu and meeting with Lin Yong, he stated directly, "Brother Sanqian, the person you asked me to investigate is named Mo Yang." Mo Yang? Han Sanqian furrowed his brow. "That name sounds familiar." Lin Yong nodded. "There was once a gang leader in Yunqing by that name, but he vanished 5 years ago, and his influence crumbled overnight. No one knows what transpired. I suspect he is the same Mo Yang from 5 years ago." Han Sanqian was taken aback. The convenience store owner was indeed the Mo Yang who had caused a stir 5 years prior. How could someone of Mo Yang's former stature end up as a convenience store owner? Han Sanqian recalled a phrase Mo Yang had once uttered, "For woman." It seemed this once legendary figure had relinquished everything for love. The audacity to forsake all at the peak of one's power for a woman was truly admirable. "Have you found out what he's up to now?" Han Sanqian asked, unwilling to neglect the matter after 3 years of camaraderie. "There are reports of him being seen in underground casinos, specifically in Changbin's territory," Lin Yong replied. "Changbin? Half of Yunqing's illegal casinos belong to him. Although he may not have as many subordinates as you, his financial resources and connections far surpass yours. However, as he only engages in the underground casino business, he rarely conflicts with others in the same line of work." Lin Yong cautioned, "Brother Sanqian, this Changbin is not to be trifled with. Despite his low profile in Yunqing, I've heard he has deep ties with many powerful figures. I believe it would be wise to steer clear of this matter. When did it become your place to make decisions?" Han Sanqian retorted coldly. Lin Yong quickly bent down to apologize, saying, "Brother Sanqian, that was not my intention." Chapter 31. One is Enough. The Longmen Leisure Club, ostensibly promoting foot massages, was in reality a facade. Those in the know referred to it as the Longmen Underground Casino. Located in the spacious basement, the casino was a realm where gamblers became ensnared, some appearing haggard, while others radiated with vitality. Yet, the majority were of the former. For the adage 10 bets, 9 losses held true. The odds of winning at a casino were not significantly better than those of a lottery. At this moment, the baccarat table was alive with noise, as a young man had won 10 consecutive rounds, his chips piled high like a mountain. Many onlookers cheered him on. This young man was Han Sanqian, accompanied by Lin Yong, who was now drenched in cold sweat. If they continued winning in such a manner, they would surely attract the casino's attention. If Han Sanqian were to be discovered cheating, their lives would be forfeit. Lin Yong could not fathom Han Sanqian's audacity in coming to the casino without any backup. Should an incident occur, there would be no one to heed their cries for help. At that moment, a surveillance officer hurried into Brother Changbin's office. "Brother Bin, there's a situation." Changbin, smoking a cigar, had a severely injured man kneeling before him, blood obscuring his features. "What is the situation?" Changbin inquired. The surveillance officer presented a segment of footage he had extracted. After watching, Changbin's brow furrowed. "He has won quite a bit. Is luck this bountiful? There must be a problem." Without hesitation, the surveillance officer replied, "Indeed, there is." Changbin extinguished his cigar on the shoulder of the kneeling man, producing a hissing noise. Before kicking him aside, "Take him to the VIP room. I want to see just how capable he is." After the officer departed, Changbin stood up, adjusted his attire, and pointed his leg at the man, commanding, "Lick my shoes clean, or your wife's life is forfeit." The man, summoning all his strength, crawled toward Changbin. But as he extended his tongue, Changbin placed his foot on the man's face, disdainfully saying, "When I was with you, did you ever consider this day? So many brothers, and you left without a word, all because of that woman. Did you really think I would spare her?" The man managed to lift his head, revealing himself to be Mo Yang, the owner of a small convenience store, panic etched across his face. Changbin, I treated you well in the past. If you release her, whatever grievances you have, direct them at me. Years ago, Changbin had been Mo Yang's right-hand man, soaring to prominence. However, Mo Yang's abrupt departure had left Changbin's followers scattered. Refusing to let his efforts be in vain, Changbin vowed to establish his own power, determined to surpass Mo Yang. In recent years, his success had been notable, having risen from the underground casino scene. He now reigned as the most formidable underground casino owner in Yun City. Having attained wealth and influence, Changbin had not forgotten to seek out Mo Yang, eventually locating him after a thorough search of Yun City. His intentions were not only to exact revenge, but also to demonstrate that he possessed greater capabilities than Mo Yang. Unfortunately for you, she is already dead, Changbin mocked. Changbin, how could you do this? Mo Yang's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, if she is dead, I will see to it that you accompany her to the grave. Changbin remained unperturbed by Mo Yang's threat, responding coolly, you, a mere waste. What do you have to contend with me? In my eyes, you are nothing more than an ant, easily crushed at my whim. But rest assured, I'm not finished playing yet. To end your life now would be too merciful. With that, Changbin exited the office, leaving Mo Yang to endure another beating from his subordinates. Shortly after Han Sanqian was ushered into the VIP room, Changbin made his entrance. Upon seeing Lin Yong, Changbin chuckled. I thought it was someone important. It turns out to be Brother Yong. What brings you to my humble establishment? Lin Yong remained silent, acutely aware of the danger posed by Changbin's territory. Should he provoke Changbin, their demise would go unnoticed. Han Sanqian had high hopes for Lin Yong, yet his performance was utterly disappointing. How could one achieve greatness with such a lack of resolve? And who might you be, sitting before Brother Yong? You must be someone of significance, Changbin inquired, directing his gaze at Han Sanqian. Han Sanqian, Ediplaif. Brother, your name is hardly favorable. Sharing a name with that waste from Yun City must lead to many misunderstandings, Changbin remarked, unable to suppress his laughter. Though he had never met Han Sanqian, his reputation was too notorious to ignore. I am indeed the so-called waste you speak of, Han Sanqian stated calmly. You're the real Han Sanqian? Changbin stared at him in disbelief, exclaiming, well, who would have thought? You certainly possess the appearance of a pretty boy. Your cheating skills must be impressive. Do you know what the consequences are for cheating in my establishment? Changbin raised his hand, and one of his subordinates chimed in, Brother Bin. The last person who cheated here left without a single finger. Did you hear that? Not a single finger left. I must admit, you waste have quite the audacity. Changbin said, You have captured Mo Yang? Han Sanqian, uninterested in idle chatter, asked directly. At this, Changbin frowned, visibly displeased. Who do you think you are to demand an explanation for whom I have captured? I merely wish to know if Mo Yang is in your possession, Han Sanqian pressed. Yes, I have him. What of it? Do you, a mere waste, think you can save him? Changbin scoffed, regarding Han Sanqian with newfound respect. This waste was not as pitiful as rumored, at least not at this moment. He had the audacity to come to his casino and cheat, evidently for Mo Yang's sake, displaying courage that was uncommon for a mere waste. More importantly, he was winning, deliberately drawing attention to himself. Name your terms. How can I secure his release? Han Sanqian inquired. Changbin's expression hardened. Such boldness was unexpected. Han Sanqian, do I look like a man in need of money? And you? What do I care for you? If you wish to use the Su family to pressure me, by all means give it a try. Changbin sneered, dismissing the Su family as inconsequential, a second-rate clan that he could dismantle within a week if he so desired. The Su family poses no threat to you, but I, Han Sanqian, am more than enough, Han Sanqian asserted. Ha ha ha. Forgive me, I cannot hold back. You truly are a master of jest. Changbin laughed heartily, taking a while to regain his composure. Your reputation as a waste is indeed fearsome. The entire Yun City knows of you. Brother Bin, I hear he serves his father-in-law, giving him massages and fetching water for his mother-in-law. One of Changbin's subordinates mocked. Such illustrious deeds. Changbin, I'm in Ava. But I must ask, are you still a man, reduced to such a state? Is there any point in continuing to live? Changbin taunted. Han Sanqian rose to his feet, prompting several of Changbin's subordinates to step forward, positioning themselves before Changbin. Do you intend to strike me? You're not only a waste, but also lacking in intellect. Do you not realize whose territory this is? Changbin regarded Han Sanqian as though he were a fool. Lin Yong was already sweating profusely, If Han Sanqian dared to act recklessly here, their lives would be in jeopardy. Brother Sanqian, please remain calm. This is Chong Bin's territory. Lin Yong cautioned. The address of Brother Sanqian left Chong Bin astounded, mirroring the reaction of Chung Gang upon hearing it. Lin Yong, you dare to call him Brother Sanqian? Am I hearing this correctly? You heard correctly. I will give you one more chance. Release Mo Yang, Han Sanqian replied coldly. Go to hell. I do not have time to waste with you. Break his limbs and throw him out, Chong Bin said impatiently before rising to leave. The sounds of a struggle erupted behind him, only to cease abruptly. Chong Bin couldn't even muster the energy to glance back, convinced that Han Sanqian could never overpower his subordinates. Since the age of 12, Han Sanqian had begun amassing wealth for himself within the Han family, simultaneously learning from the family's bodyguards. He understood that wealth is merely a superficial asset. To truly secure one's status and safety, one must possess strength alongside riches. Just as Chong Bin took a step forward, he was suddenly seized from behind by a vice-like grip around his throat. Chapter 32. Yunqing. I have returned. Chong Bin was bewildered by the turn of events, but Lin Yong watched in stark realization, his expression frozen in terror. Chong Bin's henchmen crumbled before Han Sanqian, as if made of paper, swiftly dispatched with little effort. Was this still a human being? Did I grant you permission to leave? A chilling voice whispered in his ear. Frightened, Chong Bin turned his head, catching sight of Han Sanqian and feeling disbelief wash over him. What the hell do you want? Han Sanqian, you've crossed me, and even the Su family will be doomed, let alone you, Chong Bin spat. Take me to Mo Yang, or I will kill you. Han Sanqian replied coldly. You dare? As Han Sanqian tightened his grip, Chong Bin struggled to breathe, panic flickering in his eyes. Let go of me first, and I will take you there. He pleaded. Let us go. The three of them exited the VIP room, and upon seeing this scene, Chong Bin's subordinates rushed over. Han Sanqian, you're courting death. I won't let you go, and the entire Su family will suffer for your actions, Chong Bin threatened. Han Sanqian exerted a sudden force, nearly severing Chong Bin's breath. Your life is in my hands. Speak another word, and you will not see the sun rise again tomorrow, he warned. All right, I won't say anything more. Upon entering Chong Bin's office, Han Sanqian ordered all of Chong Bin's men to leave. When he laid eyes on the bloodied Mo Yang, he cast Chong Bin aside. How are you? Han Sanqian inquired as he approached Mo Yang. Mo Yang lifted his head with great effort, confusion etched on his face upon seeing Han Sanqian. Why are you here? I saw you hadn't opened the door. I was afraid you might buy counterfeit cigarettes elsewhere, Han Sanqian replied with a smile. Mo Yang's smile was strained as he said, You should leave. I don't want to drag you into this. Chong Bin is not someone you can provoke. I despise counterfeit cigarettes. If you refuse to open your shop, I'd have to quit smoking, which is tantamount to taking my life, Han Sanqian retorted, helping Mo Yang to his feet. Only then did Mo Yang notice the subdued Chong Bin, and anxiety washed over him as he thought of his wife. Trembling, he approached Chong Bin and asked, Chong Bin, where is my wife? Chong Bin, held captive by Lin Yong, shot a venomous glare at Han Sanqian before replying. She is dead. I had someone kill her as soon as you were captured. Mo Yang went mutt, gripping Chong Bin's hair and repeatedly bashing his head against the wall, shouting, Where is she? Where is she? Calm down. Han Sanqian urged as he grasped Mo Yang's hand and kicked Chong Bin away. He didn't care about Chong Bin's fate, but Mo Yang was already gravely injured. Further violence would only worsen his condition. Chong Bin, clutching his abdomen, crouched on the floor, gritting his teeth as he growled. I will kill you and leave none of the Su family alive. Mo Yang inhaled deeply and said to Han Sanqian, Let go of me. Seeing the madness in Mo Yang's eyes, Han Sanqian released his grip. If it were him, and Su Yingxiao were captured, he too would be beside himself with rage. Chong Bin, I asked you one last time, where is my wife? Mo Yang's voice was icy, his bloodied face resembling that of a demon. Chong Bin remained defiant, believing neither Mo Yang nor Han Sanqian would dare to act against him. Haven T, I made myself clear? She is dead. She died the moment you were captured, Chong Bin said. Mo Yang's demeanor shifted from madness to chilling calm. Yet Han Sanqian could sense the murderous intent enveloping him. Call your men over. Bring as many as you can, Han Sanqian instructed Lin Yong. If Mo Yang were to kill Chong Bin here, it would be impossible for the few of them to escape unscathed. Lin Yong hastily pulled out his phone and dialed his subordinate's numbers. Since she is dead, you can accompany her to the underworld. She is afraid of the dark, Mo Yang said. Changbin sneered at Mo Yang, saying, do you dare to kill me? Do you have any idea of the chain reaction my death would trigger? Not just you, but all three of you would be buried with me, along with the Su family. Lin Yong wiped sweat from his brow, fully aware that Changbin's words were no idle threat. Unlike Cheng Gang, who also had connections, Changbin was a force to be reckoned with. His underground casino raked in astonishing profits, having bribed countless individuals. If something were to happen to him, it would jeopardize the interests of many. Would Yunqing still be a safe haven for them? Mo Yang, stay calm. His death won't benefit us, Lin Yong advised. Do you have the guts, Mo Yang? Changbin sneered. Mo Yang, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter how powerful his connections are, Han Sanqian interjected. Lin Yong felt a jolt of fear. Han Sanqian seemed utterly unfazed by Changbin, making his earlier caution appear cowardly. You disappoint me, Han Sanqian remarked. Unconcerned for his own perilous situation, his demeanor serene. Lin Yong bowed his head, acknowledging his own timidity in this matter. He recognized that Changbin was indeed formidable and that his associates were not to be underestimated. Who could predict the turmoil that would ensue if Changbin were to perish? Brother Sanqian, are you truly unafraid? Lin Yong asked incredulously, unable to fathom Han Sanqian's audacity. Han Sanqian smiled lightly. How could I possibly fear a mere Yunqing? Mo Yang had yet to emerge from the office when Lin Yong's men arrived, expelling all the gamblers from the casino, which was now filled with over 200 of Lin Yong's subordinates. At that moment, Lin Yong regained some confidence, regardless of the future upheavals. They were safe for now. It took half an hour for Mo Yang to step out of the office, blood-soaked and vacant-eyed. Han Sanqian understood that it was highly likely his wife had indeed perished at Changbin's hands. Can you do me a favor? Mo Yang respect. Of course. I need to take her back to Pingyang village. I require a vehicle, Mo Yang stated. In the casino's interrogation room, a chamber designed for punishing cheats, Mo Yang found his wife's lifeless body. As he carried her into the casino hall, he suddenly halted, whispering, Yunqing, I have returned. At that moment, Mo Yang stood tall, shedding the image of a mere small shop owner, as if he had transformed into the indomitable outlaw he had been 5 years ago. Han Sanqian drove Mo Yang back to Pingyang village, foregoing cremation. Together, they dug a grave in the backyard of Mo Yang's old home. A simple tombstone marked the profound sorrow of Mo Yang's life. Sitting before the grave, a faint smile graced Mo Yang's lips. 8 years ago, she expressed a desire to see the beauty of Yunqing. I spent 3 years reaching the pinnacle of Yunqing. 5 years ago, she said she was tired and wished to rest. I set aside everything to accompany her in a tranquil life. You wish to rise like the clouds, and I shall grant you that ascent. You desire the tides to recede, and I shall let the great waves calm. This encapsulates the audacity of Mo Yang, who willingly allows for the ebb and flow of emotions for the sake of a fair maiden. Blimey, your audacity is indeed remarkable. Even Han Sanqian, with his temperament, could not help but curse upon hearing Mo Yang's words. Mo Yang forced a smile, gazing at Han Sanqian, and said, if it were you, would you not act similarly? This inquiry plunged Han Sanqian into contemplation, but he soon shook his head, replying, no, only by being sufficiently powerful can one truly protect her. Had I realized this sooner, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this point. Mo Yang's hands clawed into the muddy ground. Chapter 33. An unusual family of 3 at home. After Han Sanqian's departure, Sujing Xiapir Samwitreslis. As time ticked away, she lay in bed, unable to find slumber. Clutching her phone, she watched the seconds slip by until it was nearly 11 o'clock. Typically, at this hour, Su Yingxia would have already been asleep, as she needed to rise early for her morning run. Yet tonight, sleep eluded her. It was then that Su Yingxiao recognized that Han Sanqian had become an indispensable part of her life, even if he merely slept beneath her bed. He held significant importance in her heart. She contemplated calling Han Sanqian to inquire about his return, but he had explicitly stated he had matters to attend to, and she did not wish to intrude. Thus, the night dragged on until dawn, when she finally heard the sound of the door opening and quickly feigned sleep. Han Sanqian had not anticipated being delayed for so long the previous night. He tiptoed into the room and, upon discovering Su Yingxia still asleep, breathed a sigh of relief. However, Noticing the slight tremor of her eyelashes and the pronounced bags beneath her eyes, he remarked with a wry smile, "You didn't stay awake all night, did you?" At Han Sanqian's words, Su Yingxia's heart skipped a beat. She did not want him to know the truth and continued to feign sleep. Han Sanqian recognized her pretense but chose not to expose it, lying on the floor and saying to himself, "A friend had some troubles, which caused the delay." Su Yingxia could not resist the urge to ask what had happened, yet she remained silent, fearing that asking would betray her charade. Some individuals are worth protecting with one's life. He taught me a lesson. I shall not allow such things to transpire in my life. Han Sanqian remarked. Mo Yang's most foolish decision was to retreat from the world. He believed he could attain a tranquil life, unaware that once one is part of this realm. Freedom is but an illusion. Su Yingxia could no longer hold back. Pretending to awaken lazily, she complained, "I was still asleep, yet you keep talking incessantly. Do you wish to be expelled from a room?" Han Sanqian propped his hands behind his head, gazing at Su Yingxia on the bed, and gently suggested, "Take the day off and rest at home." Su Yingxia felt a pang of guilt. Had he seen through her? How embarrassing. There was no reason for her to request a leave of absence, especially with an important meeting scheduled for the day. However, she decided to forego her morning run. After breakfast, Han Sanqian drove Su Yingxia to her company. The small shop opened for business as usual, but the influx of customers appeared notably more substantial than typical, and they did not seem like ordinary patrons. "What are you planning to do?" Han Sanqian inquired of Mo Yang. "With Changbin gone, someone must clean up the mess he left behind," Mo Yang replied. Han Sanqian nodded, realizing that Mo Yang had resolved to re-enter the fray, which was a positive development since Lin Yong lacked the audacity to accomplish great things. Han Sanqian no longer considered Lin Yong a worthy protege. "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask," Han Sanqian offered. Mo Yang smiled and said, "With Changbin's death, there has been no movement in Yin City. Your assistance has been more than sufficient. As for you, if you ever need my help, feel free to ask. I shall remember that. A man must honor his word." Han Sanqian replied with a smile. Mo Yang produced a cigarette and offered it to Han Sanqian, asking, after 3 years of seclusion, "Do you have any plans?" Han Sanqian waved his hand, stating, "I have tasks to attend to. I must take my leave." Mo Yang chuckled resignedly, muttering to himself, "The surprises you bring me are likely not insignificant." During lunch, Han Sanqian casually grabbed a bite at a roadside stall, drawing attention as he ate from his Audi. Afterward, he arrived early at the bus station. Over the past 3 years, he had visited Jiang Lan's family home annually, and he was quite familiar with Su Yingxia's uncle. Jiang Fengguang, though his name suggested brilliance, was merely a blusterer, constantly boasting about others' achievements to inflate his own ego, a quintessential dreamer. As for his son, Han Sanqian held no fondness for him either. Jiang Sheng was not only despicable, but also shared his father's penchant for boasting without substance. His wife, Lu Hua, was a true oddity, even more acerbic than Jiang Lan. Han Sanqian recalled a visit 2 years prior when Jiang Sheng sought financial assistance from Lu Hua for a date. To which she replied, "Why should I spend my own money?" This statement utterly shattered Han Sanqian's worldview. Watching Lu Hua instruct Jiang Sheng on how to manipulate the girl into paying, he was left in awe of this peculiar family. Naturally, Jiang Sheng's relationship ultimately fell apart, with Lu Hua lamenting that the girl was ungrateful. At 3 o'clock, Jiang Fengguang and his family emerged from the station, and Han Sanqian stepped forward to greet them. Upon seeing Han Sanqian, Jiang Fengguang's expression soured as he asked, "Where are Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao? Why didn't they come to greet us personally?" Han Sanqian thought to himself, "Is this a formal occasion that warrants such a grand welcome? My parents have matters to attend to, so I came to fetch you," he replied. Jiang Fengguang snorted disdainfully, while Lu Hua remarked sarcastically, "I heard that Su Yingxia has become some sort of manager. Her attitude has evidently changed, considering she sent someone else to fetch us." Han Sanqian, "You didn't walk here to collect us, did you?" Jiang Sheng inquired. "I drove. Come with me," Han Sanqian answered, bemused by the family's unwarranted air of superiority despite their evident poverty. Approaching the Audi, Jiang Sheng's eyes lit up. "You drove this car?" he asked incredulously. Jiang Fengguang and Lu Hua were equally taken aback. Su Yingxia had only recently become a manager, yet she had already upgraded to a luxury vehicle. "Indeed, hop in," Han Sanqian said. Jiang Sheng hesitated for a moment before striding to the driver's side, demanding, "Hand me the keys. I'll drive." "You have no right to operate such a fine vehicle." Do you even know the way? Han Sang-kyan replied, exasperated. What does that have to do with you? Hand over the keys and stop talking, Jiang Sheng retorted coldly. Is this car yours to command? It is not yours to begin with. So what if I let my son drive it? Jiang Fengwang remarked. Indeed, you are also benefiting from it. If it weren't for you coming to pick us up, could Jiang Lan have afforded to let you drive such a luxurious car? Lu Hua chimed in. Han Sanqian could only toss the keys to Jiang Sheng. Overjoyed, Jiang Sheng sat inside the car, not starting it, but instead took out his phone to snap a picture and post it on his social media. Both Jiang Fengwang and Lu Hua climbed into the car, marveling at the extraordinary sensation of riding in a luxury vehicle. The moment Jiang Sheng pressed the accelerator, he felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life, floating in exhilaration. They arrived safely at the community, but when parking, Jiang Sheng misjudged the distance and scraped the flower bed, leaving a significant dent in the right front lip. As the family of three exited the vehicle, their faces turned pale. This car was not inexpensive, and the repair costs were uncertain. Lu Hua shot a glance at Jiang Sheng, gritting her teeth. How could you be so careless? Chapter 34. Speaking nonsense, Mom. What do we do now? They won't make me pay, will they? Jiang Sheng said anxiously. Lu Hua glanced at Han Songqian. She could not let her son take the blame. After all, Han Sanqian was already looked down upon in the Su family. So placing the blame on him would be no issue. I need to go pick up Ingxiao from work. You two head upstairs on your own, Han Sanqian declared. Jiang Fengwang, filled with anger, thought, is this how one treats guests? Just as he was about to speak, Lu Hua interjected, hurry along, don't be late. Jiang Fengwang eyed Lu Hua suspiciously, wondering why she had suddenly changed her demeanor. It was ill-mannered to leave guests waiting downstairs. Lu Hua, what are you doing? Why won't you let this good-for-nothing lead us upstairs? Jiang Fengwang asked after Han Sanqian had driven away. If he doesn't leave, how can we pin the blame on him? Lu Hua replied with a smile. When we go upstairs, just keep quiet and let me handle it. As the family ascended the stairs, Jiang Lan was already waiting at home. Brother, sister-in-law, you finally made it. Jiang Lan greeted the three warmly. Lu Husai Dadamatikas, Faithing An Noyan, Jiang Lan. How could you let Han Sanqian drive such a splendid car? Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Jiang Lan asked, perplexed. He crashed it and left a huge dent. That will cost a fortune to fix. Isn't that throwing money away? Lu Hua replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan's expression changed abruptly. Han Sanqian had crashed the car. This was a new vehicle, and he hadn't been careful. Indeed, Aunt Lan, how could you let someone like him drive such a fine car? He is nothing more than a person who rides an electric bike, Jiang Sheng stated boldly, showing no sense of shame. Jiang Lan, I'm not criticizing you. But don't you know what sort of person Han Sanqian is? Why give him any face? The three of them ganged up, astonishingly absurd. Jiang Lan took a deep breath, not doubting that there was more to this situation, and coldly stated, when he returns, I will settle the score with him. He can forget about driving my family's car in the future. Unaware of the turmoil at home, Han Sanqian arrived at the company to find the convenience store closed, likely because Mo Yang was out handling matters. He leaned against the car idly. Before long, a few ruffians approached him deliberately. Hey, we heard you're the Su family's good-for-nothing. You've certainly embarrassed us men, one of them sneered. What is it like to live off a woman? Were you a eunuch in your last life? How did a stunning beauty like Su Ingxia end up with you? Tell us, have you been with her? Is it as thrilling as it seems? Han Sanqian glanced at the red Ferrari parked at the end of the street and replied coolly. Go tell him not to stir up trouble. My patience is limited. Ha, quite the mouth on you. Boys, let us teach him a lesson. The three rolled up their sleeves and came at him. Han Sanqian merely smiled disdainfully. Did they really think they could intimidate him with such weaklings? The ruffians, brimming with bravado, quickly found themselves on the ground, while Han Sanqian appeared utterly unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Scram, if you come back. It won't be this simple, he warned. They had not anticipated Han Sanqian's prowess, and the fear in their eyes was evident as they fled. After work, Su Ingxia saw the dent in the car, but did not blame Han Sanqian. How could you be so careless? She remarked. I want to pick up Jiang Sheng. And he insisted on driving. He accidentally crashed it, Han Sanqian explained. Jiang Sheng? Su Ingxia frowned, her dislike for him palpable. A man in his 20s, idling away and boasting like Jiang Fengwang, and now he had crashed the car. If my mother finds out, what will he do? Su Yingxia Bandith. Upon returning home, Han Sanqian found Jiang Lan, Su Guiyao, and Jiang Fengwang's family waiting downstairs. This scene left him bewildered. Were they waiting for Su Yingxia? After parking, Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao anxiously examined the front of the car, their expressions pained. This was a new vehicle. Han Sanqian, hand me the keys, Jiang Lan demanded coldly. Han Sanqian felt utterly confused but handed over the keys. Since you don't cherish it, you can forget about driving it again. I'd rather let it collect dust here than let you touch it, Jiang Lan stated. Su Guiyao glared at Han Sanqian, saying, Do you truly believe Yingxia can earn money now, so you can act recklessly? Do you know how expensive Audi repairs are? As Han Sanqian bore the brunt of their scolding, Jiang Fengwang's family wore smug expressions, especially Jiang Sheng, who looked quite pleased. Mom, what are you doing? Su Yingxia asked. Utterly confused, Jiang Lan pointed at the dent. Did you not notice the car was damaged? I told you not to let him drive such a nice car. You didn't listen, and now you see the consequences. Su Yingxia's expression froze. The car was clearly crashed by Jiang Sheng, so how could Han Sanqian be blamed? Observing the expressions of Jiang Sheng's family, she quickly understood and felt a surge of anger. Mom, this car. Yingxia, if you continue to defend him, I will have you divorce him right now, Jiang Lan interrupted coldly. Han Sanqian squeezed Su Yingxia's hand, signaling her not to explain. Su Yingxia was on the verge of exploding. How could Jiang Sheng's family be so shameless, lying so blatantly? Cousin, your man is not very skilled. Letting him drive is a risk for you. You should reconsider, Jiang Sheng said with a grin. Indeed, you are making good money now. What if something were to happen? Lu Hua added. This remark struck Jiang Lan, realizing that Su Yingxia was the sole support for their family. What if something went wrong? Han Sanqian, you needn't pick up Yingxia from work anymore. Just go back to your useless ways, Jiang Lan declared. After saying this, she took Su Yingxia's hand and continued, Tonight, we will treat your uncle and the others to dinner. Irrelevant people need not join. The irrelevant person she referred to was, of course, Han Sanqian. Before Su Yingxia could speak, Han Sanqian interjected, I have plans tonight. You go ahead. Han Sanqian, you're quite self-aware, realizing our family gathering isn't for you. No need to make excuses to avoid embarrassment, Jiang Sheng mocked. Sanqian, you. Su Yingxia was filled with grievances, wanting to defend Han Sanqian. Go. I truly have matters to attend to. Han Sanqian cut her off. As the family departed in two cars, one driven by Su Guiyao and one by Jiang Sheng, Han Sanqian watched them leave before heading upstairs. In the car, Jiang Sheng gleefully exclaimed, Mom, you are truly impressive. That good-for-nothing Han Sanqian didn't dare to retort a single word. Lu Hua chuckled and remarked, Does he even have a say in the Su family's hierarchy? You must exercise caution. If you provoke him again, there will be no excuses left for your mother to assist you. Rest assured, it was merely an accident before, Jiang Sheng replied nonchalantly. At this moment, Lu Hua's cunning nature resurfaced as she addressed Jiang Fengwang, saying, Jiang Lan's family has purchased 2 vehicles. They must possess considerable wealth. You ought to think of a way to borrow some. Now that Jiang Lan has thrived, it is only natural for her to support her elder brother. I shall request a loan of 200,000 or at least 100,000. During dinner, Jiang Fengwang stated. If she asks for an IOU, you should provide it. First, secure the funds. As for repayment, we will decide later, Lu Hua advised. Jiang Fengwang confidently asserted, now that she has money, if she were to demand repayment, it would be utterly ungrateful. After all, I am her brother. To maintain appearances, Jiang Lan booked a private room in a 5-star hotel, incurring significant expenses and claiming to be a frequent patron. Upon hearing her words, Lu Hua discreetly gestured to Jiang Fengwang to request 200,000 before entering the hotel. In the private room, after several rounds of drinks, as Su Guiyao and Jiang Lan became slightly intoxicated, Jiang Fengwang, prompted by Lu Hua, spoke up, Jiang Lan, my brother has a favor to ask of you. Jiang Lan waved her hand dismissively and replied, Brother, just speak plainly. If it is within my power to assist, I shall undoubtedly oblige. Lately, I have encountered some financial difficulties, and with your newfound success, I would like to borrow some money, Jiang Fengwang confessed. Lu Hua quickly chimed in. If it weren't for dire straits, we wouldn't dare to ask. Jiang Lan, you have money now. You wouldn't refuse to help, would you? Upon hearing the request for a loan, Jiang Lan's inebriation dissipated somewhat. She was acutely aware of Jiang Fengwang's character. Once money was lent, the likelihood of retrieving it was dismally low. Brother, how much do you wish to borrow? Jiang Lan inquit. Jiang Fengwang gestured for 200,000. 2,000? Jiang Lan asked, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Don't need to ask you for 2,000? Jiang Fengwang retorted, somewhat irritated. Then how much? Jiang Lan thought to herself. If she were to borrow 20,000, she could grit her teeth and comply for the sake of pride. After all, she had finally attained some status and could not allow herself to be ridiculed. 200,000, Jiang Fengwang stated with an unwavering demeanor. 200,000. Jiang Lan felt as if she had been jolted awake. Although her life had improved, she did not possess such funds. Furthermore, to ask for 200,000 felt excessively greedy. Your family's 2 cars are worth over $1 million, and you frequently dine at 5-star hotels. 200,000 is merely a trivial sum for you. Jiang Fengwang pressed. Lu Hua, recognizing Jiang Lan's vanity, seized the moment to flatter her, stating, Jiang Lan, you are no longer the same as before. Surely you can part with a mere 200,000. I see you living the life of a wealthy lady now, with assets amounting to millions. Jiang Lan found comfort in these words, yet she truly could not spare 200,000. Observing Jiang Lan's hesitation, Su Yingxia interjected, Aunt and uncle, if you wish to borrow such a sum, you might as well approach the bank for a loan. However, banks will assess your repayment capabilities first. The implication was clear. Without demonstrable ability to repay, why should they lend money? Lu Hua's countenance darkened as she retorted, I'm discussing this with your mother. What business do you have interjecting? Jiang Lan, we have spoken highly of you and your maternal family. Many relatives have remarked that you married into a false wealthy family. If you lend us this money, how could those relatives continue to say you are unsuccessful? Lu Hua continued, turning to Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan yearned to assert herself among her maternal relatives. Yet the cost of 200,000 was substantial, and she simply could not produce such an amount. Jiang Fengung's Gong Li, Jiang Lan, those cars of yours aren't rented just to flaunt in front of us, are they? You wouldn't want to return home empty-handed this year, would you? A barrage of flattering remarks bombarded Jiang Lan, and recalling the thought of returning home in glory, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Fine. Su Yingxia grew anxious. Her family had no 200,000 to spare for Jiang Fengwang. Would they resort to theft? Mother Jiang Lan shot Su Yingxia a warning glance. She was determined to claim her pride. Jiang Sheng, having secured the loan, excused himself to the restroom. Throughout, Su Guiyao remained silent, as Jiang Lan held dominion over family matters. Even if he disapproved, he was powerless. In truth, the loan was also intended for Jiang Sheng, who had recently identified an investment opportunity but lacked the initial capital. Rest assured, once I acquire the funds, I shall repay you promptly, Jiang Fengwang assured, emphasizing the conditionality of possessing money. Lu Hua prodded Jiang Fengwang, questioning the necessity of such an extraneous remark. We have limited time. When can you provide us with the money? Lu Hua inquired. Jiang Lan glanced at Su Yingxia. Only she could facilitate the withdrawal of 200,000. Although regret gnawed at her, she could not retract her words. After all these years, it was crucial to assert herself and not suffer humiliation. Perhaps the day after tomorrow. Retrieving the money takes time, Jiang Lan suggested. Very well, Lu Hua replied with a beaming smile. However, Jiang Sheng took his time in the restroom, causing Lu Hua to fret over his well-being. Just as she was about to send Jiang Fengwang to check, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang. Jiang Sheng, bruised and battered, was unceremoniously thrown inside, followed closely by several burly men. Lu Hua, fiercely protective as a mother hen, rushed to her son's side. Jiang Sheng, are you all right? What happened? Lu Hua inquired with concern. Jiang Sheng, overwhelmed with fear, wept uncontrollably. Who are you, and why did you assault my son? Lu Hua shouted angrily. A portly man adorned with a gold chain swaggered forward. What are you shouting about, you foolish woman? You bore a foolish son who dared to flirt with my woman. What is wrong with giving him a beating? Earlier, after leaving the restroom, Jiang Sheng had playfully flirted with a provocatively dressed woman, unaware that she was the girlfriend of a dangerous man. Despite his pleas for mercy and even invoking the Su family's name, it was of no avail. Upon hearing the man's words, Lu Hua foolishly retorted, Look at how your woman is dressed. Isn't she clearly enticing my son? The man, infuriated by her response, sneered, What a shameless harpy. Even if my woman were naked, does your son have the right to approach her? Before he could finish his sentence, one of his henchmen landed a punch squarely on Lu Hua's face. Jiang Fengwang displayed no semblance of masculinity, his complexion pale as he turned to Su Yingxia. Su Yingxia, aren't you part of the Su family? Why aren't you doing something about this? Su Yingxia maintained an indifferent stance, believing Jiang Sheng had brought this upon himself, while Lu Hua remained obstinate. She had no reason to intervene. The portly man, upon hearing Jiang Sheng's words, scoffed. What nonsense is this Su family? Even if they were here, I would not bat an eye. You must be this fool's father, right? Come here, kneel, and apologize. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare you. The man ordered Jiang Fengwang. Trembling with fear, Jiang Fengwang quaked but mustered the courage to confront Su Yingxia. Su Yingxia, aren't you going to handle this? I am your uncle. Su Yingxia, unfazed, could not be bothered to respond. At this moment, Su Guiyao mustered his courage to stand up and address the rotund man. I am Su Guiyao, a member of the Su family. I kindly request that we consider today as events concluded. The hefty man scoffed disdainfully at Su Guiyao, retorting, the Su family? What does that even mean? If you meddle further, I might just decide to deal with you as well. Observing the man's aggressive demeanor, Jiang Lan instinctively moved to pull Su Guiyao back into his seat. However, Su Guiyao was quicker, obediently sitting down in silence. If you don't bow down and apologize, I am also a reasonable person. After all, if you toy with my woman, a compensation of several 100,000 is only fair, the rotund man chuckled. With no one speaking up, he kicked Jiang Sheng, angrily declaring, if you can't pay, I will ruin this kid. Brother, I don't have any money, but I do have a car. Please take it and let me go, Jiang Sheng pleaded, producing the key to his Audi. Jiang Sheng, that's my car. What do you have to offer it? Su Yingxia exclaimed in anger upon witnessing the scene. The rotund man finally noticed Su Yingxia, his eyes lighting up at the sight of a stunning beauty. Su Yingxia, what is a mere car worth? Do you want to watch Jiang Sheng get beaten to a pulp? I couldn't care less about something that isn't mine, he replied dismissively. Beautiful lady, I have plenty of money. A shabby Audi is nothing to me. He tossed the car keys aside and approached Su Yingxia. What do you want? She asked warily. How about you spend a night with me, and we can consider this matter settled? What do you say? He leered at her with a lascivious grin. Chapter 36. Seeking his help? Not a chance. Su Yingxia's complexion changed dramatically, realizing that the rotund man had dragged her into a situation that was not even hers. He smirked awkwardly, eyeing her up and down, exclaiming, what a fine figure. I wonder what you look like without any clothes on. My dear, this isn't your call anymore. I suggest you comply, for none of the women I've desired have ever escaped my grasp. Don't you dare do anything reckless. She is the granddaughter of the Su family, and they won't let you off easily, Jiang Lan warned. She could not allow Su Yingxia to be disrespected by this man, for if the matriarch found out, Su Yingxia's future would be irrevocably damaged. The Su family? The rotund man furrowed his brows, perplexed by the constant mention of this family, and inquired, who exactly are they? Are they formidable? You don't even know of the Su family? How are you surviving in Yin City? She is Su Yingxia, Jiang Fengwang retorted. The rotund man kicked Jiang Fengwang, cursing, what a worthless creature. You should be speaking to me with a bow, understand? Jiang Fengwang regretted opening his mouth. Had he remained silent, he would not have been subjected to this beating. Turning his attention back to Su Yingxia, the rotund man displayed no fear, only a grin. No wonder you were the talk of the town 3 years ago. You truly are a beauty. Is that useless man over there Jiang Sheng? The mention of Jiang Sheng silenced even the loudest of women, Lu Hua, who dared not speak. I strongly advise against creating more trouble for yourself. You'll only come to regret it, Su Yingxia warned. Such boldness. I like it. I wonder if you're this fiery in bed as well. But there's no rush. I have other guests to attend to. I'll give you some time to think it over, and then I'll return. The rotund man instructed his men to guard the door before leaving the room. Jiang Sheng attempted to slip away, peeking through the door, only to be met with a flurry of punches and kicks. Lu Hua felt a pang of sympathy, but dared not utter a word. What do we do? Yingxia, shall we call your grandmother? Perhaps she can intervene and resolve this. Jiang Lan said fearfully to Su Yingxia. Su Guiyao sighed. How could the matriarch concern herself with this? The rotund man clearly does not regard the Su family with any respect. Mother 1T intervened. This man appears quite formidable, Su Guiyao added. What else can we do? Are we truly to send our daughter to appease him? Jiang Lan shot a glare at Su Guiyao. Su Yingxia, fuming, glared at Jiang Sheng, frustrated that he was the one who had invited this trouble. Lu Hua, protective of her son, barked, Su Yingxia, why are you staring at my son? That woman dressed provocatively has nothing to do with him. With the rotund man absent, Jiang Sheng's temper flared. That shameless woman is clearly a promiscuous one. I merely spoke a few words, and look where it's led us. Su Yingxia, feeling defeated, wore a bitter smile, realizing that Jiang Sheng still did not see his wrongdoing, and Lu Hua continued to defend him. Is that so? Why didn't you speak up earlier? Should I relay these sentiments to him when he returns? Su Yingxia replied coldly. You. Jiang Sheng stuttered, unable to respond. Let us not argue over who is right or wrong. We must find a way to resolve this. Yingxia, you need to call the matriarch now, Jiang Lan urged. Mother, how can you expect the matriarch to act on this? You know her personality. Her strength only applies within the Su family. Why would she intervene on my behalf against these people? Su Yingxia took a deep breath and continued. The only one who can save me is him. Who? Jiang Lan inquired, intrigued. 3,000. Han Sanqian? Jiang Lan stared at Su Yingxia in disbelief, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind, relying on that spineless wretch for help? Yingxia, perhaps you should call Su Haichao. He might have connections that can assist us, Su Guiyao suggested, dismissing Su Yingxiao's words. Han Sanqian? How could he possibly deal with that rotund man? Are you insulting me? You think he can help solve my predicament? If you don't wish to assist, just say so. There is no need to humiliate me indirectly, Jiang Sheng replied icily. Su Yingxia was a loss for words, infuriated by Jiang Sheng's misplaced arrogance. Am I helping you? If I hadn't been dragged into this mess by you, I wouldn't care at all, Su Yingxia retorted, pulling out her phone. Jiang Lan, in a panic, urged, Yingxia, you must call your grandmother. You can't place all your hopes on Han Sanqian. I trust him, Su Yingxia replied calmly. You. This. Jiang Lan was so exasperated she could hardly articulate her thoughts. Jiang Sheng sneered at Su Yingxia, thinking that if this situation remained unresolved, he would merely endure a beating. But Su Yingxia would suffer far worse at the hands of the rotund man. If Su Yingxia was not concerned, why should he be? In another private room of the hotel, the rotund man raised his glass in a toast, stating, Yong, if you rise to prominence in the future, you must take care of me. Even Changgang has fallen to you. ISN Tiyun City yours for the taking? Lin Yong sipped his drink, appearing unfazed. But internally he was bitterly amused. In the past, he would have readily accepted such flattery, especially since Yun City was indeed within his reach. However, following the incident involving Chong Bin, Lin Yong felt an unsettling distance from the position of the foremost figure in Yun City. His performance in the underground casino had evidently displeased Han Sanqian, with Mo Yang showing signs of re-emerging onto the scene. Lin Yong questioned his own qualifications to compete with him. If I had the chance, I would certainly treat you well, Lin Yong declared. The portly man, grinning broadly, nodded repeatedly, Thank you, Brother Yong. Fill it up. Just as they were toasting, Han Sanqian entered the private room with a stern expression. Upon seeing Han Sanqian, Lin Yong sprang to his feet in surprise. Brother Sanqian, he exclaimed respectfully. The portly man, slightly tipsy, chuckled at Lin Yong. Brother Yong. Who is this? You're calling him brother, what a joke. Lin Yong shot a glare at the man, fearing further foolish remarks, and warned, Close your mouth. This is not your place to speak. Is this your friend? Han Sanqian inquired of Lin Yong, unsure of the reason behind Han Sanqian's sudden appearance. Lin Yong hesitated to confirm, responding only, It's a casual acquaintance, just a drinking buddy. Quite bold of you, to let my woman accompany him, Han Sanqian said coldly. Lin Yong's skin prickled at those words. He was well aware of the reason Han Sanqian had remained in the Su family for 3 long years. This rotund man dared to speak brazenly about Han Sanqian's woman. Lin Yong seized the bottle and struck the man on the head. The portly fellow, still half drunk, clutched his head in confusion. Brother Yong, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? You think you can covet Brother Sanqian's woman? Lin Yong retorted, raising his hand, signaling several subordinates to pin the man down and deliver a thorough beating. Chapter 37. All are fallen. The portly man, battered and barely conscious, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, yet he sensed that the young man before him was not someone he could offend. Lin Yong's respectful demeanor suggested that this individual held a higher status than himself. Unfortunately, the portly man could not fathom the true identity of Han Sanqian, the reputed son-in-law of the Su family. In another private room, as Han Sanqian remained absent, Jiang Lan grew increasingly anxious. Yingxia, I told you Han Sanqian is unreliable. Even if he took a taxi, he should have arrived by now. He might be too afraid to leave his home, Jiang Lan stated. You put your faith in a useless person, and now we are all in this mess. Jiang Sheng shamelessly placed the blame on Su Yingxia and Han Sanqian, despite the fact that it was his own actions that had caused the predicament. Jiang Lan, think of another way. My son is severely injured. We must get him to the hospital. Jiang Fengguang insisted sternly. Lu Hua, who had wanted to throw a tantrum but still desired to borrow money from Jiang Lan, spoke in a relatively mild tone. Jiang Lan, we cannot pin our hopes on Han Sanqian. As the daughter-in-law of the Su family, any trouble reflects poorly on them. You should seek help from the Su family. Jiang Lan glared at Su Guiyao, her voice icy. Su Guiyao, why haven't you called your mother yet? With a sigh, Su Guiyao admitted to his skepticism regarding Han Sanqian's reliability. Regardless, he resolved to give it a try. I'll make an attempt. Just as he pulled out his phone, the door to the private room swung open. They assumed it was the portly man returning, and their faces went pale with fear. Jiang Sheng even hid behind Lu Hua. However, the newcomer was not the portly man, but Han Sanqian. The moment Su Yingxia spotted Han Sanqian, tears welled in her eyes. He has arrived. He will not let us down. Let's go home, Han Sanqian said gently. Su Yingxia nodded and walked to his side. Go home. The portly man's people are still outside guarding. You think you can come in and just leave? Jiang Sheng scoffed at Han Sanqian. Without acknowledging Jiang Sheng, Han Sanqian turned to Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao. Dad, Mom, let us go. Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao were momentarily dazed. Was it really that simple to leave? As they contemplated, Han Sanqian and Su Yingxia had already exited the private room, seemingly unimpeded, prompting them to peek outside with uncertainty. Outside the room, the portly man and his gang were kneeling on the ground, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the portly man had been brazenly dismissing the Su family. Yet now he was groveling. Su Yingxia was equally perplexed. Had Han Sanqian beaten them? Sanqian, what happened? Su Yingxia inquired. Han Sanqian looked at her, bewildered. What do you mean, what happened? Why are they kneeling? Perhaps they slipped and fell? We should hurry home, Han Sanqian suggested nonchalantly. Slipped? How could a slip lead to bruises? Clearly, they were beaten. Just as Su Yingxia was about to press for more details, the portly man, trembling in fear, stammered. The floor here is too slippery. I accidentally fell. See? He said it was a fall. Let us go home, Han Sanqian urged. Su Yingxia knew this was implausible, but since Han Sanqian was unwilling to elaborate, she chose not to press further. Perhaps he had sought help from Lin Yong, fearing her rebuke for squandering money, which led him to keep the truth from her. At the hotel entrance, the two parties parted ways. Before leaving, Lu Hua remarked, Jiang Lan, I'll take Jiang Sheng to the hospital first. We can discuss the money matters tomorrow. Without allowing Jiang Lan a chance to respond, the trio turned and left. Son, are you all right? Is your injury serious? If it's not too bad, we can skip the hospital to avoid wasting money, Lu Hua asked as they walked away. Though Jiang Sheng had been beaten severely, his injuries were merely superficial and did not warrant a hospital visit. However, he harbored a greater concern. Dad, you should ask Aunt Lan to prepare the money for tomorrow. We need to leave as soon as we get it, Jiang Sheng insisted. Didn't Aunt Lan say it would take time to withdraw the money? It's not urgent for just a day or two, Jiang Fengguang replied. Dad, are you out of your mind? That portly man couldn't he have just fallen? Han Sanqian must have called some thugs to deal with him. The portly man will seek revenge. Do you think someone like him would let Han Sanqian or the Su family off the hook? Jiang Sheng explained. Lu Hua found some merit in this argument. If they were to be pursued for revenge, the money they had would be at risk. Yes, let them prepare the money for tomorrow to avoid any unforeseen complications. If they seek vengeance, how will we secure the funds? Exactly, Jiang Sheng nodded. The trio was entirely unconcerned about the consequences the portly man's revenge might bring to the Su family. Their focus was solely on the money. Fine. Once we find a place to stay, I'll call her, Jiang Sheng concluded. As Han Sanqian and Su Yingxia shared a vehicle, Han Sanqian found the earlier mention of money by Lu Hua curious. Aunt, what money were you talking about? He asked, puzzled. At the mention of this topic, Su Yingxia grew irritated. She could not comprehend why Jiang Lan had agreed to lend them money. 20,000 was no trivial sum, and the likelihood of repayment was nearly non-existent. It's all my mother's fault. When Uncle brought up borrowing money, my mom shockingly agreed to lend them 20,000. Where on earth will she find that amount? Su Yingxia replied, exasperated. Han Sanqian understood Jiang Lan's pride. Every year, when returning to her family, she was subjected to ridicule. And now that the family had purchased 2 cars, she may have mistakenly believed it was easy for Su Yingxia to earn money from the company. prompting her to lend the substantial sum to save face. Since she has agreed, we must find a way. Mom is very concerned about her image. What if Uncle and the others arrive tomorrow and we cannot come up with the money? Han Sanxian commented. It doesn't matter. Su Yingxiao exclaimed in anger. It has nothing to do with me. Let them figure out themselves. While she wished to remain unscathed, Jianglan would undoubtedly deny her that opportunity. The 200,000 was something Jianglan could not afford, and she would have to find a way to extract it from Su Yingxia. Upon returning home, Jianglan dragged Su Yingxia back to her room. Han Sanxian, having yet to finish his cup of instant noodles, added some hot water and retreated to his own room to eat. Yingxia, you must help your mother this time. If we cannot come up with this money, will I put my face? Jianglan implored Su Yingxia. Mom, do you think I can come up with 200,000? My entire possessions amount to less than 50,000, Su Yingxia retorted. You can even get money from the company for buying a car. What's so hard about this 200,000? Just be cautious, Jianglan insisted. Su Guiyao hesitated, realizing that for the sake of pride, Jianglan was disregarding Su Yingxia's safety. If the old lady found out, would they be able to face the consequences? No, you made this promise yourself, so you must find a way. I cannot assist you, Su Yingxia stated resolutely. Jianglan's expression shifted, and she collapsed to the floor in tears. Who told you to agree? 200,000 is not a trivial matter. Why did you promise them? Su Guiyao finally spoke out. Jianglan glared at him furiously. If it weren't for you being such a coward, would I have to face such humiliation in my family? I am doing this to uphold the Su family's honor. Is it worth it, fighting for honor over 200,000? Su Guiyao retorted. Is it worth it? Su Guiyao, do you even have the audacity to question me? After marrying you for so many years, how many times have I gone back to my family without being ridiculed? For 200,000 to uphold my dignity, I'm more than willing, Jianglan declared. Su Yingxia understood that Jianglan had suffered many grievances in her family. Not only was her status low in the Su family, but she also faced disdain upon returning to her own family. Fearing that Jianglan's reckless behavior might affect her parents' relationship, Su Yingxia finally said, Mom, please stop crying and get up. Let me think of a way to help you. Upon hearing this, Jianglan instantly ceased her sobbing, saying, My daughter is the best. In Chapter 38, when Su Yingxia returned to her room, Han Sanxian had just finished the last sip of noodle broth and was about to rise to dispose of the empty container when Su Yingxia stepped in front of him. I'll throw it away for you. Before Han Sanxian could react, Su Yingxia had snatched the box from him. Noticing Su Yingxia's timid demeanor, Han Sanxian smiled and asked, Is there something you wish to tell me? With her head down, Su Yingxia thought about the 200,000 that she could not take from the company. Though her relatives in the Su family and even the old lady believed she could only change cars by embezzling funds, she would never resort to such actions. Thus, when she promised Jianglan, she had already resolved to borrow from Han Sanxian. Tonight, you can sleep on the bed. I want to sleep downstairs, Su Yingxia stated. Han Sanxian looked at her with a wry smile and said, If you have something to say, just say it directly. This was the first time in 3 years that Su Yingxia had broached the subject of money with Han Sanxian. She was at a loss for words. Her throat felt as if it were constricted by a stone. 200,000? Seeing Su Yingxia struggle to speak, Han Sanxian decided to assist her. Don't worry. I will definitely pay you back. Feeling that her sincerity was still lacking, Su Yingxia added, If you don't believe me, I can write you an IOU, backed by my integrity. Han Sanxian couldn't help but chuckle. Confused, Su Yingxia asked, What are you laughing at? Are you unwilling to lend me the money? Han Sanxian sighed. His gaze towards Su Yingxia filled with affection. My money is essentially yours. Don't mention borrowing. Even if it's 2, cough, will you get the point? I would give it to you. He nearly blurted out 2 billion but caught himself just in time, unsure how to explain that to Su Yingxia. No, we need to write an IOU. Su Yingxia retrieved a pen and paper, diligently writing down the amount and date, then signing her name. When she handed the IOU to Han Sanxian, he took it with a bemused expression. Yet, he understood that Su Yingxia was inherently stubborn. Otherwise, obtaining 200,000 from the company would have been a simple task. All right, I will go withdraw the money for you tomorrow, Han Sanxian said. Will you sleep on the bed then? Today is your chance, Su Yingxia asked with a bright smile. Han Sanxian cleared his throat and inquired, Will you be in the bed? In the living room, Han Sanxian curled up on the sofa, pondering how quickly this woman could change her demeanor. Just moments ago, they were discussing the bed, and now he was left to the company of the sofa. Truly, women are unpredictable. The next day, after dropping Su Yingxiao off at her company, Han Sanqian visited a bank. After a long wait to get a number, when it finally came time for him to be served, he was informed that withdrawing 200,000 in cash required prior reservation. The young lady at the counter looked at Han Sanqian's bank card, shaking her head, as if she had never encountered such a clueless individual before. This card doesn't require a reservation, does it? Han Sanqian replied. Having not gone directly to the VIP room, Han Sanqian had already considered himself low-key. Yet he was met with disdain from a staff member. Does this card have any special privileges? The young lady asked with a laugh. She had been working there for nearly 6 months and had never seen a bank card like the one Han Sanqian held. She even doubted if he had walked into the wrong bank. Not really, but when the bank manager sees me, he might personally assist me with the cash. Han Sanqian retorted. The young lady regarded him with a mixture of amusement and contempt, saying, "Sir, this window is not for you to showcase your bragging skills. If you have no business, please don't waste my time with other customers." With that, she called the next number, completely disregarding Han Sanqian. "What's going on? I've told you that you can't withdraw money. Is it of any use to linger here?" The young lady said impatiently. At that moment, a stylish middle-aged woman approached and inquired with the young lady at the counter. "Manager, this person wants to withdraw 200,000. I informed him that it requires a prior appointment, yet he refuses to leave." The manager glanced at Han Sanqian and politely said, "Sir, I apologize, but any withdrawal above 50,000 requires a prior reservation. If you wish to withdraw 200,000, it can only be done tomorrow. Would you like to reconsider?" Han Sanqian raised his bank card and calmly replied, "This card is valid today." The young lady thought she had encountered a fool. How could this be a matter of reconsideration? However, when a manager saw the bank card in Han Sanqian's hand, his pupils widened in disbelief, and he trembled as if experiencing an earthquake. He hurriedly emerged from behind the counter, bowing and apologizing. "Sir, I am very sorry. Your transaction can be processed today." The shift from you to sir, combined with his fearful demeanor, left the young lady at the counter utterly bewildered. What had caused such a rapid change in attitude? "Sir, if you had gone directly to the VIP room, such a misunderstanding would not have occurred. I sincerely apologize and hope for your understanding." The manager bowed, his chest pressed against a revealing white shirt, revealing an endless abyss. Seeing Han Sanqian still silent, the manager began to sweat profusely, instructing the young lady at the counter. "You better apologize to this gentleman quickly. If this matter goes awry, you can forget about keeping your job." The young lady was still trying to grasp what had just happened, but the manager's attitude was unmistakable. She hurriedly turned to Han Sanqian and said, "Sir, I apologize. It was not my intention." Other customers in line watched in astonishment. After all, a bank manager held a relatively high position and would not easily bow to anyone. Who was this young man? He appeared quite formidable. It is likely that he is the scion of a wealthy family, attempting to discreetly withdraw money, only to find himself looked down upon by the staff. Such snobbishness should be addressed. They ought to be taught a lesson for their superficial judgments. Han Sanqian finally spoke up, inquiring, "When can I withdraw my funds?" "Right now. You may follow me," the manager replied. Upon reaching the VIP room, the manager cautiously glanced at Han Sanqian, noting that he was quite an attractive young man, presumably a wealthy heir from Yun City. During the transaction, the manager intentionally leaned towards Han Sanqian, her ample bosom provocatively displayed before him. Even while counting the cash, she deliberately seated herself next to him, her strong perfume enveloping the air. The allure of a mature woman can be intoxicating to men. However, to Han Sanqian, all women, save for Su Yingxia, were inconsequential. Unmoved, he had no interest in even casting a glance at the manager. The manager quickly became disheartened, pondering whether this young man had peculiar tastes, perhaps preferring men over women. After several attempts at flirtation, she resigned herself to the reality that no matter how alluring she was, she could not change his inclinations. Unbeknownst to Han Sanqian, the manager's internal musings remained concealed as he departed the bank with his money. As she escorted him to the door, she lamented, "What a fine young man. It is a pity he does not appreciate women." Returning to the bank, the manager summoned the young woman who had been assisting her. "You may return to your duties and await further instructions," the manager stated. The young woman's face turned pale. She had scarcely secured her position and now was being suspended without understanding the reason. "Did I do something wrong? Did he request my suspension?" she asked. "Someone like him would not bother with you. Your suspension is due to your lack of professionalism. You do not even grasp the most basic concepts of banking. What qualifies you for this role?" The manager retorted coldly. I do not understand, the young woman replied. Not understanding, is it? Let me enlighten you. The bank card in his possession is a custom-made card exclusive to our institution. Only those with deposits exceeding 100 billion are eligible for such privileges. The manager explained with a chill in her voice. 100 billion. The young woman was utterly bewildered. Chapter 39. Beware of your money before Han Sanqian could return home. Su Yingxia called, informing him that Lu Hua's family had arrived. Jiang Lan urged Su Yingxia to find a way to retrieve the money. I have already withdrawn the cash and am on my way home, Han Sanqian replied. Su Yingxia felt a twinge of guilt regarding the situation, especially for not including Han Sanqian in their dinner at the hotel the previous night, leaving him to eat instant noodles alone and asking him to resolve their troubles. You need not cook tonight, Su Yingxia said. Han Sanqian chuckled. If I do not cook, what will your parents eat? Do they not have hands to prepare their own meals? Su Yingxia retorted indignantly. Fine. Upon arriving home, Lu Hua, spotting the bag in Han Sanqian's hand, assumed it contained money. Before Han Sanqian could hand it over, she eagerly snatched it away, glancing inside to see the vibrant red bundles, her face lighting up with excitement. Where have you been? You took so long, Lu Hua chided Han Sanqian. He merely shook his head in silence, choosing not to engage with this unreasonable family, only sparing them due to Su Yingxia's presence. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences the previous night. After casting a glance at Jiang Fengwang, he turned to Jiang Lan, saying, Jiang Lan, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Su Guiyao was infuriated, unable to find words to express his frustration. Borrowing 200,000 without even a word of thanks, they simply took the money and left. Han Sanqian, see them off, Jiang Lan instructed, her expression reflecting displeasure, not due to Jiang Fengwang's demeanor, but the sting of parting with 200,000. Understood, Han Sanqian replied. As they exited the house, Jiang Sheng commented, Mother, do not tire yourself, let me take it. Lu Hua clutched the handbag tightly, as if it were a grandchild, fearful that Jiang Sheng might snatch it away. No, you get in the car and rest. What if it gets lost? She insisted, to show me a glimpse. I have never seen 200,000 before. Jiang Sheng pleaded eagerly. Lu Hua cautiously opened the bag, allowing only a fleeting second of visibility, observing the three of them behaving like common folk. Han Sanqian felt no inclination to smile. Jiang Sheng, eyeing Han Sanqian warily, remarked, What are you staring at? Have you never seen this much money? Indeed, I have not. Han Sanqian replied earnestly. Go on, drive and wait for us. Move quickly, like a statue. Jiang Sheng dismissed him disdainfully. Han Sanqian hurried downstairs, pulling out his phone midway to call Lin Yong. Find me a few pickpockets. Make sure they are professionals. Mother, you must give me half of that money. I still have not found a wife, Jiang Sheng said as he descended. Half? What kind of wife costs that much? I have already found someone suitable for you. She may not be the prettiest, but her family is wealthy and has prepared a generous dowry. You must meet her when you return, Lu Hua insisted. Mother, I hope she is not another hideous creature. Your son is quite presentable. I cannot just marry any ugly woman, Jiang Sheng protested. Beauty cannot be eaten. I have done my research. Her family is affluent, and she is bringing a car as part of her dowry. If you refuse to meet her, you can forget about receiving a single penny from me, Lu Hua declared. As the saying goes, not a family, not a door. The three of them shared the same disposition. Once in the car, Jiang Sheng, sitting in the front passenger seat, looked down on Han Sanqian, saying, How is it that someone as inept as you has such good fortune, managing to attract beautiful women and live off their generosity so comfortably? Make sure to guard that money well. I have heard that there are many pickpockets around these days. Do not let it slip away, Han Sanqian cautioned. You foul omen, are you intentionally cursing me? Lu Hua glared at Han Sanqian, for this was her precious treasure, and he dared utter such words. Han Sanqian was eager to witness their reactions should they lose the money, yet regrettably, he would not have the opportunity. After dropping the three off at the bus station, they were immediately targeted by someone lurking in the shadows, oblivious to the danger. On the bus back to Bin County, Lu Hua clutched the money bag tightly, refusing to let go for a moment, her expression focused, even refraining from blinking, fearful that a thief might steal it away. As the journey progressed, Lu Hua's eyes grew dry, and a faint, peculiar fragrance gradually lulled her into slumber. When the bus arrived at the station, the driver had to awaken the trio. The moment Lu Hua opened her eyes and embraced herself, she realized her arms were empty, jolting her awake. My money, Where's my money? She screamed in horror. Jiang Fengguang and Jiang Sheng, too, were, as if injected with adrenaline, wide awake. Weren't you holding it? How could it be gone? Jiang Sheng lamented, Mother, you said you would not sleep. Where is the money? It was for my bride. Lu Hua clutched the driver by the collar, exclaiming, I lost my money while riding your bus. You must compensate me. 20,000. The commotion at the bus station drew the attention of the authorities, who were compelled to intervene in their demand for 20,000 in compensation. Lu Hua even resorted to rolling on the ground and weeping in the ticket hall. Ultimately, the station had to call the police, who took the three away, thus calming the situation. While waiting for Su Yingxia to finish work, Han Sanqian received a call from Lin Yong. Brother Sanqian, we have struck gold. How shall we handle the money? Lin Yong inquired. Let them keep it. Consider it their reward, Han Sanqian replied. Although 200,000 is not a small amount, it is also not insignificant. Lin Yong initially thought Han Sanqian was joking when he heard this, and said, Brother Sanqian, shall I have them send it over to you? No need. Just tell them to be careful and not get caught, Han Sanqian replied before hanging up. It was then that Lin Yong realized Han Sanqian was serious. That 200,000 was indeed to be divided among those pickpockets. When Su Yingxia finished work, she appeared particularly fatigued after a long day. Observing her weariness, Han Sanqian suggested, Perhaps we should postpone our dinner to another day. You should rest at home today. Su Yingxia shook her head, insisting, The reservation is already made. How can we not go? Besides, tonight's meal is also to express my gratitude for your help. The Flying Saucer Building. But I cannot afford to treat you at the Crystal Restaurant in Zhenyuting, Su Yingxia remarked. Zhenyuting is quite good, Han Sanqian replied as he drove toward the Flying Saucer Building. Along the way, Su Yingxia discussed some collaboration with Ruoshui Real Estate. Aside from having a heavy workload, Ruoshui Real Estate had not caused her any trouble and had followed her suggestions closely. Sanqian, you must have a good relationship with your classmates, otherwise they would tell me so much, Su Yingxia inquired. Having shared the same bed before, our bond is certainly strong, Han Sanqian chuckled. No wonder. Su Yingxia nodded in understanding. In various matters, Ruoshui Real Estate prioritizes the convenience of the Su family, sparing me much trouble. When you get the chance, please invite your classmate out. I would like to treat him to a meal as a token of my appreciation. I will try my best, but he is generally very busy, and it is rare to meet him, Han Sanqian replied, his expression somewhat stiff. I understand. Try to find an opportunity. If it truly doesn't work out, then forget it. Don't delay his important matters, Su Yingxia said. Han Sanqian breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Yingxia insisted on him finding his classmate, it would be quite troublesome. Upon arriving at Zhenyuting, Su Yingxia used her mobile phone to confirm the reservation, only to find that the table she had booked was no longer available. Wasn't the reservation for 5:30? It's only 5:25 now, why is it gone? Su Yingxia exclaimed angrily. It was still early, yet the restaurant had given her table to someone else. I apologize, miss. You can reserve a table when there are no guests. But as you can see, we are fully booked now. If you wish to dine here, we have a waiting area where you can wait. The cashier said with an air of superiority, as if to imply that they were not lacking customers and reservations meant little. Why should I wait? I demand my reserved table right now. Su Yingxia retorted furiously. Miss, please do not cause a scene here. Look around and see the situation. There are no tables available for you. If you are willing to wait, then wait. If not, you may leave. We certainly do not lack for customers. The cashier replied arrogantly. Enraged, Su Yingxia felt like striking back. What kind of twisted logic was this? Just because there were many guests, did that mean they could disregard their service standards? Furthermore, she was merely defending her rights. Yet the cashier labeled her as unreasonable. I will not leave. What can you do about it? Su Yingxia declared defiantly, hands on her hips. At this point, Han Sanqian couldn't help but chuckle. Her stubbornness resembled that of a child refusing to back down. Security, we have a troublemaker here, the cashier said into her walkie-talkie, intending to have Su Yingxia removed without mercy. Soon, 3 security guards arrived, drawing the attention of numerous diners who were now watching the spectacle unfold. At that moment, the floor manager approached with an imposing demeanor, asking the cashier, what is going on? Manager, this person is causing trouble. I was about to have the security escort them out, the cashier replied. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yingxia asserted, I made a reservation for 5:30, yet upon my arrival, my table was gone. The manager glanced at his watch and replied, I'm sorry, but the time has passed. Have you never heard the saying time waits for no one? Su Yingshan nearly choked on her indignation. She had arrived at 5:25, still before the appointed time. It hasn't even reached 5:30 yet. Yet you've already given my table to someone else. Su Yingxiao argued, determined to seek justice. What a ridiculous person. If you continue to cause a scene, I will have the security deal with you. The manager snapped impatiently. Zhen Yuting had never lacked patrons. Even if they had to throw someone out, it wouldn't affect business. As the three security guards moved to apprehend Han Sanqian, he stepped in front of Su Yingxia and coldly stated, "Are you suggesting we are the ones being unreasonable? Otherwise, can't you see it's full? What does a reservation matter? If I refuse to serve you, then I simply want tea. If you don't like it, just leave. It's that simple," the manager scoffed. "Very well. Allow me to show you what true unreasonable behavior looks like," Han Sanqian retorted. The manager did not want a disturbance to disrupt the dining experience of other guests, especially with the boss present. He could not afford to take that risk. "Throw them out. They are obstructing our establishment," the manager ordered the security guards. As they reached for Han Sanqian, he swiftly executed a countermove, sending one guard tumbling to the ground. The other two, witnessing Han Sanqian's audacity, raised their fists in anger. Su Yingxiao realized the situation was escalating and intended to pull Han Sanqian back, but he had already leaped into action, taking down the remaining two guards with a flurry of punches and kicks. In less than 10 seconds, all three security guards lay groaning on the floor, leaving Su Yingxiao in disbelief. This was the first time she had witnessed Han Sanqian display such formidable prowess, and she was taken aback. Was this the same Han Sanqian who had endured humiliation in the Su family for 3 years? He had been one to never retaliate against insults, yet here he was, showcasing extraordinary skills. The manager had not anticipated that Han Sanqian possessed such impressive abilities. These guards were not ordinary. They were hired at great expense to prevent disturbances at Zhen Yuting. Yet, they were so easily subdued by Han Sanqian. "Kid, I warn you, causing trouble at Zhen Yuting will not end well for you." The manager gritted his teeth. "Bring your boss out," Han Sanqian commanded the manager. The manager aimed to expel Han Sanqian to avoid alarming the boss, but upon hearing such brazen words, he was filled with rage. "Fine, you've guts. I will make sure you leave here on your knees," the manager hissed as he pulled out his phone to call for reinforcements. At that moment, a calm voice interjected. "What's going on here?" Upon hearing this voice, the manager immediately turned pale and rushed to the source. "Boss, there is a troublemaker here who has assaulted our security." "Oh." Lei Chuan observed Han Sanqian with keen interest. He was well aware of the prowess of the three security guards. The fact that one person could overpower all three was not to be underestimated. Examining Han Sanqian closely, he found nothing particularly remarkable. Yet the injured guards were a testament to his strength. "Young man, you have quite the skills. Would you be interested in working with me? I can offer you 30,000 a month," Lei Chuan proposed to Han Sanqian. Han Sanqian sneered dismissively. "And what exactly are you? Your people claim that my wife is being unreasonable. Then allow me to demonstrate what true unreasonable behavior looks like. Kneel before me, and I may show you mercy," Han Sanqian declared with unwavering resolve. Su Yingxia's mouth fell agape, for at that moment, she perceived not weakness, but a formidable strength emanating from Han Sanqian. A strength so potent that she felt he could withstand the collapse of the heavens themselves. "Is this truly the real you?" Lei Chuan, infuriated yet amused, revealed a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. If this situation were not handled properly, would Yun City become a subject of ridicule for him? "Evacuate the guests. Today, expenses will be on the house," Lei Chuan coldly instructed the manager. The manager glanced at Han Sanqian, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, thinking of the foolishness of provoking Brother Lei and eagerly awaiting the outcome. The patrons, longing to witness the unfolding drama, were reluctantly ushered out of Zhen Yuting, sighing as they missed yet another spectacle, each left with a common gesture and expression, shaking their heads in disdain. Offending Lei Chuan, did they think they were invincible? At that moment, Su Yingxia felt a pang of fear, clutching Han Sanqian's clothing tightly. Noticing her anxiety, Han Sanqian gently reassured her, "Fear not. No one can harm you." Recently, Su Yingxia had increasingly relied on Han Sanqian, harboring no doubts about his words, and her fear gradually subsided. "Let us see how well you can fight against my bodyguard. If you can withstand 10 moves from him, I shall only break your legs and spare your life," Lei Chuan proclaimed as a towering bodyguard standing at nearly 6'3", stepped forward. He was at least half a head taller than Han Sanqian, already securing an advantage by stature alone. "You've got some nerve to disregard Brother Lei. Today, you'll learn the meaning of a steel fist." The bodyguard cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing like popping corn. "Are we doing calisthenics before the fight?" Han Sanqian quipped. Even as Su Yingxiao's palms grew sweaty with tension, she couldn't help but chuckle at Han Sanqian's light-hearted banter. "Seeking death," the bodyguard bellowed, charging forward and swinging his fist with a force that howled through the air. Lei Chuan grinned. His bodyguard was a retired Special Forces veteran, renowned for his prowess. One punch from him could leave a man incapacitated. "Quite the punching bag," Han Sanqian remarked as he bent his legs, coiling like a drawn bow. And in an instant, he leaped forward, delivering a rapid and powerful blow to the bodyguard's temple. The bodyguard emitted a muffled grunt before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Lei Chuan's smile instantly vanished. Impossible. His bodyguard had been defeated in a single move. The lobby manager, having witnessed the bodyguard's formidable strength before, wondered if he would now be reduced to a vegetable. "Here's your chance. Call for help," Han Sanqian commanded, his gaze piercing into Lei Chuan's. Grinding his teeth, Lei Chuan had never encountered such audacity. Though he acknowledged Han Sanqian's capabilities, it did not mean that no one in Yun City could stand against him. "Fine, you're audacious enough. Lei Chuan will show you what a true expert is," he declared, dialing a number. However, one after another, his reinforcements fell, leaving Zheng Yueding engulfed in cries of despair. Cold dread gripped Lei Chuan's spine. Who was this man with such overwhelming prowess? "Boss, perhaps we should call for Yongji and a few others. He must have skilled associates," the manager suggested quietly. This was about Lei Chuan's reputation, and he did not wish to lose face. "Looks like that's the only option," Lei Chuan replied grimly. Facing Han Sanqian, he felt the sting of humiliation for the first time in his life. "Young man, your time has come to an end. Don't blame me." Calling upon Lin Yong was no longer a matter of mere apology. Lei Chuan's intentions had turned lethal. Su Yingxia, however, felt no concern. Instead, she gazed at Han Sanqian with admiration, realizing just how formidable he truly was. Moments later, Lin Yong arrived at Zheng Yueding, accompanied by two massive, muscular men who looked imposing. Yet upon seeing Han Sanqian, Lin Yong felt an involuntary shiver run through him, a sudden urge to crush Lei Chuan for sending him to confront Han Sanqian. "Is this who you brought?" Han Sanqian interrupted Lin Yong before he could finish. "Yes," Lin Yong replied dutifully. "Let them face me," Han Sanqian commanded. Lin Yong, bewildered, could not refuse as Han Sanqian's authority was undeniable. The two hulking brutes charged at Han Sanqian, but ultimately succumbed to defeat. Lei Chuan was left in a state of utter shock. If even Lin Yong's men could not withstand Han Sanqian, who in Yun City could? "Do you still need reinforcements?" Han Sanqian asked, turning to Lei Chuan. It dawned on him that this young man's arrogance was backed by genuine strength. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he looked at Lin Yong, who remained silent as his men were bested without a word. Seeing Lei Chuan in stunned silence, Han Sanqian approached and delivered a swift kick to his chest. Lei Chuan staggered back, gasping for breath, his face pale and struggling to regain composure. "Is this the chaos you desired?" Han Sanqian asked coldly. "Help me, Yongji," Lei Chuan pleaded, his face a mask of terror. Lin Yong stood frozen, unable to move, thinking, "Why would I save a target? In his presence, I am merely a subordinate." Han Sanqian turned to the manager, who was paralyzed with fear, pleading, "Please don't hurt me. Is there still a seat available?" Han Sanqian inquired. Yes, there is," the manager stammered, visibly shaken. The cashier, already terrified, was commanded by Han Sanqian, "Apologize to my wife." "Sorry," the cashier mumbled, her head bowed in trepidation. Lei Chuan, still hoping for Lin Yong to intervene, was met with disappointment as Lin Yong merely stood respectfully, trembling. This revelation left Lei Chuan astounded. Even Lin Yong seemed unwilling to provoke Han Sanqian. What manner of person was he? After Han Sanqian seated himself and Su Yingxiao by the window, Lei Chuan quietly approached Lin Yong, asking, "Yongji, who is this person?" Lin Yong coldly scoffed, "Lei Chuan, you're seeking your own demise. Don't drag me into this. If you get yourself into trouble, I won't spare you." Having learned from past encounters that his standing in Han Sanqian's eyes had diminished, Lin Yong realized that angering him again could jeopardize even his current position. As the manager and cashier pondered how Lei Chuan would retaliate against Han Sanqian, they were left astounded when he suddenly knelt before him. The manager and cashier could hardly believe their eyes. Lei Chuan, the owner of Junyuading, was kneeling. "Manager, this, our boss." The cashier was left speechless, while the manager's fear intensified as he looked at Han Sanqian with dread. "Silence. Do not speak," the manager commanded coldly. Su Yingxia observed Han Sanqian with a mix of curiosity and unease. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Han Sanqian could not help but inquire. Lei Chuan had actually knelt down. Had he truly spent money this time? Even with money, it seemed improbable that Lei Chuan would engage in such a disgraceful act. Su Yingxia remarked that in the past, Han Sanqian had claimed to use money to resolve matters with Lin Yong, a statement she had accepted without much thought. However, the current situation revealed to her that it was far more complex than mere financial transactions. Who was Lin Yong? A figure entrenched in the gray areas of Yun City, commanding an army of thugs, yet he dared not utter a word now. Could this possibly be achieved through money? Isn't it normal to concede defeat when one cannot prevail against me? Han Sanqian responded. Su Yingxia shook her head and said, "If Lei Chuan cannot win, must he kneel to apologize? If this news spreads, will he not lose face? Do not treat me like a child." Han Sanqian felt compelled to withhold information about the current state of affairs in Yun City from Su Yingxia, particularly regarding the gray areas, for she, as a proper young lady, would undoubtedly be anxious and fearful. "You will know in due time," he assured her. Noticing Han Sanqian's reluctance to divulge further details, Su Yingxia refrained from pressing him. However, her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Have you always been this formidable, or has it developed recently? What do you think of the Su family?" "Always, Mia ens, Han Sanqian succinctly replied. A smile of happiness graced Su Yingxia's face as she continued. "Why did you unleash such fury today? They wish to witness what constitutes unreasonable provocation. How could I not oblige their request?" Han Sanqian replied. Su Yingxia understood that his rage stemmed from their claims of her being unreasonable, and everything he had done today was for her. The burgeoning sense of happiness within her was palpable. The feeling of being protected left her almost speechless. "If I were to become extremely willful one day, would you still stand by my side?" she suddenly asked. "Indeed," Han Sanqian declared resolutely. "No matter how capricious you may become, I shall always safeguard you." Su Yingxia pouted. "I would never act recklessly. I merely wish to earn the respect of those who look down upon my family." Han Sanqian understood Su Yingxia's character well. She was never the type to act willfully. Rather, she was quite rational, always contemplating her actions thoroughly. After enduring countless injustices during her years in the Su family, if she truly wished to be willful, she would have severed ties with them long ago. She was merely striving to prove herself to the Su family. Following their meal, Lei Chuan knelt in farewell, and Lin Yong, upon seeing that Han Sanqian had chosen not to pursue the matter further, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Han Sanqian was not one to dredge up past grievances. His lack of pursuit indicated that the matter was now closed. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Be more observant in the future. Additionally, it is advisable for you to keep your mouth shut about this incident, lest you find yourself facing dire consequences. Lin Yong coldly advised Lei Chuan. Lei Chuan nodded repeatedly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He dared not harbor any curiosity regarding Han Sanqian's identity. For Lin Yong's words served as a clear warning. Should he provoke trouble, he would have no chance for remorse. Remember, everything that transpired today must remain confidential. Lei Chuan instructed the employees at the establishment. Upon returning home, Jiang Lansheng sat despondently on the sofa, while Su Guiyao stared at the television with a sullen expression. On the coffee table lay 2 bowls of unfinished rice porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables. Witnessing this scene, Su Yingxia felt a surge of anger. Did they truly struggle to manage without Han Sanqian? Were they expecting him to cook for them for a lifetime? "Mom, you haven't cooked in years. You haven't forgotten how. Have you? If Han Sanqian stops cooking, are you prepared to starve?" Su Yingxia lamented while clearing the dishes. Jiang Lan remained silent, prompting Su Guiyao to sigh. "Your mother is starting to regret that 200,000 and has even proposed having the household expenses." Upon hearing about finances, Jiang Lan perked up, commanding Han Sanqian. "From today onward, your allowance will be reduced to 500. 500? Su Yingxia stormed out of the kitchen. What could a family of 4 possibly sustain on 500 a month? Would they survive on nothing but rice porridge? "Mom, don't go too far. How can 500 cover a month's expenses?" Su Yingxia protested. Jiang Lan nonchalantly replied, "Why wouldn't it be enough? With proper planning, one can avoid starvation. Moreover, he has not spent a single cent during his time here. It is time for him to contribute his own savings." Su Yingxia's face turned pale with anger. The money was hers to lend, and now her mother was making it difficult for Han Sanqian. "Fine, if you're so adept at managing, you can handle it yourself." "He won't be cooking here anymore," she retorted. Jiang Lan glared at Su Yingxia, saying, "I'm not in a good mood right now. Do not provoke me. Can he simply loaf about a home?" Su Yingxia wished to argue further, but was restrained by Han Sanqian's firm grip. Seeing his head shake only intensified her frustration on his behalf. "Sanqian, your mother is still concerned. Let's keep the comments to a minimum." Han Sanqian gently pulled her back into their room. Seated on the bed, Su Yingxia felt a sense of discontent. Han Sanqian smiled, saying, "It is not an issue of money. I can cover the living expenses. It is not about the money. I simply do not wish for you to cook at home anymore," Su Yingxia replied. "The house is too small to hire a cook, perhaps in the future. The current environment did not permit hiring help, but once the villa at Yunding Mountain was renovated and they moved in, that would change. Will the house become larger soon?" Su Yingxia pondered. Moreover, how much would it cost to hire a cook? They were not wealthy. With a sigh, Su Yingxia shook her head, continuing, "Forget these troublesome matters. Are you going to buy groceries tomorrow? I happen to have a day off and can accompany you." "That sounds great." For 3 years, Su Yingxia had never been to the market with Han Sanqian, making it a novel experience for him, and he found himself looking forward to it. The next day, after their usual morning run and breakfast, the two went to the nearby market. This was a place Han Sanqian knew well, having frequented it almost daily for 3 years, and many of the stall owners greeted him warmly. Seeing this, Su Yingxia could not fathom how the imposing Han Sanqian of yesterday could seamlessly blend with these vendors after 3 years. She felt increasingly perplexed by him, yet sensed he would bring her unimaginable surprises. After purchasing groceries, they returned home, where Jiang Lan criticized Han Sanqian for the fish and meat they brought home. Su Yingxia defended him, but Jiang Lan nearly erupted in anger. Ultimately, it was Su Guiyao who pulled Jiang Lan back into their room, restoring some semblance of calm. During dinner, Su Guiyao received a phone call, the contents of which were unclear, but his expression was not favorable. After hanging up, he appeared to be struggling to find the right words. Jiang Lan, noticing, stated, "If it involves spending money, our family will not partake." It was a call from Old Tang. He mentioned they have moved into a new house and invited us to visit. Su Guiyao replied, "A housewarming meant gifts." Yet with Jiang Lan in her current state, it felt akin to asking for her life. However, since Tang Xingye had personally called, declining was not an option. "Has Uncle Tang moved into a new house?" Su Yingxia inquired. Tang Xingye was an old classmate of Su Guiyao's, and their families had been close for years. He had even wished for Su Yingxia to become his daughter-in-law. But after Han Sanqian married into the Su family, the relationship had somewhat waned. "Yes, I heard it's a spacious duplex," Su Guiyao responded. "If we go, we will only be ridiculed. We should not attend," Jiang Lan said irritably. In the past, Tang Xingye maintained a close relationship with their family, as his son had taken a liking to Su Yingxia. However, in recent years, their communication had dwindled significantly. Now, with a sudden phone call, apart from boasting, Jiang Lan could fathom no other reason for it. Su Guiyao was also aware of this possibility. Yet since the call had been made, it was inevitable that they would attend. Moreover, numerous old classmates would be present. Tang Xingye had mentioned it as a gathering of former classmates, and it would be difficult for him to decline without losing face. "Dad, I've taken care of the gift money. How can we not go?" Su Yingxia remarked. Su Guiyao cast a grateful glance at her, while Jiang Lan let out a soft huff, knowing full well that attending would merely involve watching Tang Xingye flaunt himself. Yet, not attending would likely result in much gossip behind their backs. 3 days later, Han Sanqian drove to the neighborhood where Tang Xingye's new residence was located. The community was quite pleasant, a recent high-end development in Yun City, with prices nearing 20,000 per square meter. Apart from the Yunding Mountain Villa area, it was considered very upscale for Yun City. When Han Sanqian and his companions arrived at Tang Xingye's home, many guests had already gathered, all unfamiliar faces. "Old Su, you're late. I've already shown the old classmates around. Perhaps you'd like to take a look yourself? It's a small place, really nothing remarkable," Tang Xingye humbly stated. The duplex was over 100 square meters on the first floor alone, which was hardly small. Su Guiyao felt embarrassed and could only manage a forced smile, saying, "Old Tang, you're certainly living quite well these days." Dang Chen Di Sai. I'm merely enjoying the fruits of my son's labor. He just bought me a new car, and now we rely on him. He deliberately glanced at Han Sanxian while saying this, recalling how much his son had admired Su Yingxia, only to have this useless fellow come in as a third party. Old Su, I suppose you must regret it. Tang's son wanted to marry your daughter back then. Old Su felt helpless. His words held little weight at home. Or else Xiao Wu and Ti have endured so much hardship. By the way, your son-in-law, ISN, T still at home doing the laundry and cooking, is he? The older men teased mercilessly, erupting in laughter. Su Biao turned crimson, while Jiang Lan pinched him sharply in the side, just as the couple felt increasingly uncomfortable. Han Sanxian spoke up, Uncle Tang, we've also recently moved and are currently renovating our new place. In a while, I'd like to invite you over. Su Guiyao and Jiang Lan were taken aback, and Su Yingxia could hardly believe Han Sanxian would boast so boldly for the sake of appearances. While she was the project manager of the City West project, it wasn't a lucrative endeavor. 2 cars and 200,000 was already a significant sum. Acquiring a house would be daunting, especially if the matriarch found out. Moreover, to save face, the new home would have to surpass Tang Qingye's residence. Wouldn't it? Even if Su Yingxia could procure funds from her company to cover this fib, affording such a splendid place was beyond reach. Jiang Lan shot Han Sanxian a glare, saying, Han Sanxian, if you don't have anything to say, no one will think you're mute. Mom, I already purchased the house. I was planning it as a surprise for you, which is why I hadn't mentioned it. Next month, I'll invite Uncle Tang over, Han Sanxian replied. Tang Qingye smirked, recognizing Han Sanxian as bravado. He relished the opportunity to witness the unfolding farce and replied, Oh, I look forward to it. Just don't forget to invite me. Chapter 43. A second-hand home? Since we're all gathered here today, let us all go over. It'll be a good opportunity to see old Su's new house. Tang Qingye was eager to draw everyone into the fray. Yes, we can tag along. I wonder if it's larger than old Tang's house. Old Su, you are from the Su family. Surely it wouldn't be inferior to old Tang's, would it? Su Guiyao nodded awkwardly, unsure of what to say. What new home? Their family was on the verge of financial ruin, with no funds for purchasing property. Tang Qingye's son wasn't present today, which spared Han Sanxian some trouble. Otherwise, he would have surely faced more ridicule. After lunch, Su Guiyao made an excuse to leave. As he departed, Tang Qingye reminded him to call, while the other classmates wore expressions of well-wishing. Han Sanxian set a date, telling them to come over on the 15th of next month, promising to provide the address later, which only infuriated Jiang Lan further. Once Han Sanxian and the others departed, Tang Qingye disdainfully remarked to the remaining classmates, who would have thought that Su Guiyao's son-in-law would come here boasting. Did you see Su Guiyao's expression? He was nearly mortified. Haha, Su Guiyao must never have imagined his own son-in-law would outshine him. If he had indeed bought a new house, he would have told us long ago instead of keeping it a secret. I'll be waiting for the spectacle on the 15th of next month. Downstairs, after the 4 of them got into the car, Jiang Lan coldly confronted Han Sanxian. Han Sanxian, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to embarrass us further? How do you intend to conjure a new house by next month? I really did buy a house. It's second-hand, but the condition is decent, Han Sanxian replied. Jiang Lan was taken aback. Could it be true he had actually bought a house? Although it was second-hand and likely not worth much, it still represented a significant sum. After 3 years in the Su family without a job, how could he possibly have amassed such wealth? Han Sanxian, it seems you've been skimming off us for years, Jiang Lan remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. However, she had not considered that over 3 years, with a meager allowance of 2,000 a month, even if Han Sanxian had saved some money, it would hardly amount to a fortune. Su Yingxia glanced at Han Sanxian, knowing he wasn't one to boast. Earlier at Tang S, he had simply not reflected on it. After all, the 2 cars in the family were his purchases. Buying a house now shouldn't be a stretch. However, having sold 2 audis only to buy a second-hand home, his savings must be dwindling. Mom, how much do you give him each month? Surely you must know. Su Yingxia interjected on Han Sanxian's behalf. Jiang Lan found herself at a loss for words. 2,000 a month over 3 years totaled only a few tens of thousands. Relying on that sum to buy a house was utterly unrealistic. Even if he had indeed purchased a home, it could not possibly compare to Tang Qingye's duplex. If they were to visit, wouldn't it be an embarrassment? Jiang Lan lamented. Su Guiyao sighed, addressing Han Sanxian. You've truly put us in a predicament. Tang Qingye, is eager for a chance to mock us. And you've willingly extended your neck for him to strike. If it comes to that, we might have to rent a place. We cannot afford to lose face this time. Jianglan had always been ensnared by the notion of face. In her stubbornness, she had borrowed 200,000. Now, driven by pride, she considered renting to save themselves from humiliation. Su Guiyao concurred. If it comes to that, it's the only way. Otherwise, I dread to think of the ridicule Tang Qingye will unleash, especially with his son, who is so eager to flaunt his abilities. Does he really think our Yingxia is doing worse than him? Back at home, Su Guiyao and Jianglan wasted no time. They began searching for properties online. Su Yingxia tried to intervene, but ultimately relented. In her room, she sensed that Han Sanqian's new house could not possibly surpass Tang Qingye's. Yet her curiosity about its location persisted. Their current home was on the 6th floor, and the daily climb was exhausting. Even if the environment wasn't as splendid as Tang Qingye's, she would be content with merely having an elevator. You're not planning to keep this a secret from me, are you? Su Yingxia queried Han Sanqian. You'll be able to see it every day, Han Sanqian chuckled. See it? Su Yingxia furrowed her brows, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Could it be that the only view available was from this neighborhood? If so, her dreams of climbing higher would be shattered. By the way, tomorrow is Sunday. Do you have any plans? Han Sanqian asked. I promised Shun Lingyao to accompany her shopping. The anguish you inflicted upon her is now what I must endure, Su Yingxia retorted, glaring at Han Sanqian. Han Sanqian found himself both amused and exasperated. Could it be that Shun Lingyao had not yet moved on from that incident? The next day, as Han Sanqian and Su Yingxia just rose from their slumber, they were greeted by a cacophony emanating from the living room. Jianglan was cursing vehemently, and it was unclear who had riled her up. Mom, what is going on? Who bothered you so early in the morning? Su Yingxia, her hair disheveled, wandered into the living room and glanced at the clock. It was not even 6 yet. Jianglan's expression was twisted in rage as she exclaimed, Your aunt has gone mad. Mad? Su Yingxia immediately snapped to attention and asked, What on earth happened? How could she possibly have gone mad? Su Yingxia instinctively thought they might be using this as an excuse to avoid repaying debts, but that seemed too absurd. They lost their money and called to ask if I sent someone to steal it. Is that not madness? Jianglan seethed, her teeth grinding. She was already heartbroken over the 200,000 she had lent out, having spent several sleepless nights tossing and turning. The thought of that money made her heart bleed, and now they had the audacity to question her. Su Yingxia, usually of good temper, could not help but utter a curse. Say, Mom, do you think she would deliberately deceive you? They have already reported it to the police. It should not be a false claim. Jianglan zponde. Su Yingxia paused for a moment, feeling a flicker of joy. Perhaps this was heaven's justice. This family sought to take advantage. It seemed the heavens could no longer tolerate their antics. Mom, you should go back to sleep. What is the use of getting angry? The money is already lent out. Even if it's lost, it has nothing to do with you. Su Yingxia consoled her. Jianglan stormed back to her room. And soon the sounds of Su Guiyao grunting echoed from within, likely another victim of Jianglan's ire. While brushing his teeth in the bathroom, Han Sanqian was informed of the situation by Su Yingxia. With an expression devoid of emotion, he remarked, Perhaps even the heavens cannot stand that family anymore. Su Yingxia, pleasantly surprised, patted Han Sanqian on the shoulder, exclaiming, Great minds think alike. I never expected your thoughts to align with mine. Han Sanqian chuckled and replied, Hurry and wash your face and brush your teeth. We need to leave soon. Su Yingxia turned, giving him a playful shove, saying, You're blocking my way and still urging me on. Having finished washing up, Han Sanqian returned to the room and noticed that Su Yingxia had forgotten to make her bed. He decided to help her tidy up. While arranging the pillows, he realized that the scissors had mysteriously vanished, a smile creeping onto his lips. For the past 3 years, Su Yingxia believed Han Sanqian was unaware of her hiding the scissors, yet she had forgotten who changed the bed linens. Perhaps, next time, he could try his luck in bed? Han Sanqian mused quietly to himself before shaking his head vigorously, dismissing the outrageous thought. He had only just slept on the couch a couple of days prior. He certainly did not wish to be unceremoniously kicked out. Morning jogs followed the same route, with the same resting spot. Upon stopping to catch her breath, Su Yingxia gazed at the villa under construction on the hillside and remarked, Why are they starting renovations so early today? They must be eager to move in, Han Sanqian replied with a smile. Su Yingxia nodded in agreement. In such a lavish villa area, the buyers must be impatient. It was said that living in a hillside villa meant waking up to a sea of clouds on misty days. A breathtaking view indeed. Didn't you ask me yesterday where my second-hand house is? Han Sanqian suddenly inquired. Chapter 44. I'll tell you a secret. Su Yingxia did not harbor high hopes regarding this matter, as Han Sanqian had mentioned she would see it every day. If it was indeed a visible location, it must be near her own neighborhood. However, since Han Sanqian had brought it up, Su Yingxia was curious enough to confirm, asking, "Where is it?" Han Sanqian pointed towards the hillside villa and said, "There." Su Yingxia was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter, exasperatedly looking at Han Sanqian and saying, "Do you still need to boast in front of me? I must head home. Shen Lingyao is waiting for me to go shopping." Before Han Sanqian could explain further, Su Yingxia had already dashed off. Yet it was reasonable for her to doubt. The hillside villa was auctioned for nearly 100 million. Who would have thought that the buyer behind it was none other than Su's family's worthless son-in-law? Han Sanqian smiled faintly, gazing at Su Yingxia's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "You'll know on the 15th of next month. I hope this surprise meets your expectations." After breakfast, shortly after returning home, Su Yingxia received a call from Shen Lingyao, who specifically warned her not to let Han Sanqian show up, or she would cut ties with Su Yingxia. This threat left Su Yingxia both amused and exasperated, forcing her to leave Han Sanqian behind. However, upon their encounter downstairs, Shen Lingyao appeared to be searching for something, her disappointment evident, clearly due to Han Sanqian's absence. "Should I have him come down?" Su Yingxia suggested with a smile. Shen Lingyao shot Su Yingxia a glare and replied, "What good would that do? He is already married to you and loves you so much. Can I really steal him away?" Observing Shen Lingyao's pout, Su Yingxia retorted, "If you had the capability, you could try to steal him away. I wouldn't mind at all." Shen Lingyao playfully pinched Su Yingxia's tender waist, saying, "You're taking advantage and still pretending to be innocent. You're infuriating. Besides, with how much he loves you, how could I possibly take him from you? Moreover, your outward denial has already betrayed you." In the past, Shen Lingyao had defended Su Yingxia, as Han Sanqian's reputation as a good-for-nothing was notorious, casting a shadow over Su Yingxia. However, now Shen Lingyao understood that regardless of external rumors, Su Yingxia's happiness was beyond their imagination. Whether Han Sanqian was truly a good-for-nothing remained a mystery to everyone. But Shen Lingyao felt he was far from simple. "By the way, what kind of person is Han Sanqian?" Shen Lingyao asked Su Yingxia curiously. "For 3 years, he has remained inconspicuous, and after causing such a commotion at the Crystal Restaurant, I have this strange feeling that he is like a tiger awakening from slumber." This question also troubled Su Yingxia greatly. She had been pondering it repeatedly. What kind of person is Han Sanqian, and why does he suddenly feel so different lately? Buying cars and houses is not something a good-for-nothing son-in-law would be capable of. Moreover, he claimed he would change himself. What does that change signify? Su Yingxia was utterly perplexed. "Actually, I don't know either, but I can share a secret with you," Su Yingxia said mysteriously. This statement piqued Shen Lingyao's curiosity immensely, prompting her to ask, "What secret?" The 2 cars at home were bought by him, and he recently purchased a house as well. Although it's a second-hand house, it's still quite nice, Su Yingxia revealed, having never disclosed this to anyone before. Shen Lingyao was the first to learn of it, someone she had longed to share this with. Shen Lingyao's mouth fell open in shock. She had assumed the cars were purchased from Su Yingxia's earnings at the company, never realizing that it was all Han Sanqian's doing. 2 cars worth over $1 million and a second-hand house. This guy is surprisingly wealthy. Su Yingxia, how can you allow a man to have secret savings? Don't you know that it's a major taboo? It's the foundation for his future infidelity. Shen Lingyao scolded Su Yingxia, eyes filled with exasperation. Su Yingxia shook her head nonchalantly. She had never worried about this matter. If Han Sanqian were to be unfaithful, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? After 3 years, his position in the Su family was well known, and he had endured countless humiliations. Such circumstances had not led him to harbor doubts about her, and now, more than ever, that was unlikely. You are overthinking it. He didn't stray before. So why would he do so now? Su Yingxia statif. Observing Su Yingxia's confident demeanor, Shen Lingyao found herself at a loss for a rebuttal and could only sigh enviously. "Ah, you are so fortunate to have such a devoted husband. I, on the other hand, am in a dire situation, having fallen for someone I shouldn't have. and my future remains uncertain. Shun Lingyao lamented, looking despondent. Shall I share half of my luck with you? Su Yingxia joked. Shun Lingyao shot her a glare and retorted, don't tease me, or I might just act on it. Don't underestimate my charm. All it takes is a pair of legs to win him over. Su Yingxia dismissed her words lightly, knowing Shun Lingyao would never do such a thing, and even if she did, Han Sanxian would remain steadfast. As they strolled through the streets, Han Sanxian drove to the Yunding Mountain Villa area. High-end residential districts typically do not allow unregistered vehicles to enter freely. Even visiting friends or relatives requires registration or the owner to contact the property management for access. As the owner of a villa on the mountainside, Han Sanxian found himself halted at the entrance due to his unregistered vehicle. A rare convertible Lamborghini, not often seen in Yunqing, parked in front of the villa district entrance. The security guard who had previously stopped Han Sanxian now approached the Lamborghini with a flattering demeanor. Inside the car sat a man and a woman. The man looked captivating as he drove the Lamborghini with one hand, while the woman dressed provocatively in a cropped tank top, her petite frame accentuated. Master Kong, you have returned, the guard greeted. Kong Wu glanced at the Audi, his eyes filled with disdain, and casually inquired, what kind of junk car is blocking the way? The guard's heart raced. He recognized Kong Wu as the young master of the Kong family in Yunqing. If he upset him, the consequences could be dire. He quickly replied, I believe it's an unfamiliar vehicle. It shouldn't belong to any of our residents. I am currently awaiting instructions from above to see if we should grant access. Wait, are you implying that I must wait here too? Kong Wu glared at the guard, displeased. No, I will have him move it immediately. How could I make Master Kong wait? The guard swiftly turned to Han Sanxian, instructing, you, quickly move your car. Don't block Master Kong's path. Han Sanxian complied, shifting his vehicle slightly. Although he was the owner of the mountainside villa, he understood the importance of adhering to the rules. Kong Wu glanced at Han Sanxian, shaking his head. What kind of person would come running to the Yunding Mountain Villa area? How embarrassing to drive such a junk car. The Lamborghini sped away, and the security personnel soon received clearance from higher-ups to let Han Sanxian through. He entered the villa area without incident. Kong Wu dismissed the encounter, returning home eager to bring the new woman he had courted into his room. After a passionate interlude, the petite woman nestled against Kong Wu's chest, gently expressing, I have never been to such an upscale villa area before. Take me out to see the sights. What's there to see? Just some rundown houses, Kong Wu laughed. Accustomed to living there, what others deemed unattainable held no value for him. Moreover, the residents of Yunding Mountain were not ordinary individuals. Aside from a few healthy walking paths, Kong Wu dared not venture into others' territories, fearing the potential trouble it could cause. I want to see the mountainside. I heard that house was auctioned off recently for 89 million. I wonder what such an expensive villa looks like, the petite woman remarked with anticipation. Kong Wu's expression shifted slightly. That place was not easily accessible. To this day, the identity of the mysterious buyer remained unknown, and the entire mountainside area was private property. If discovered by the owner, it would be considered trespassing, and Kong Wu could not bear the repercussions. You can't go, can you? The petite woman asked. Disappointment etched on her face. Kong Wu hesitated. How could he lose face in front of a beautiful woman? Furthermore, the mountainside villa was under renovation, and the owner was likely absent. It would probably be fine to take a look. Where's there a place Kong Wu, cannot go? He boasted confidently. Dressed, they made their way toward the mountainside villa. Along the journey, Kong Wu felt increasingly anxious, silently praying not to encounter the owner of the villa, for that would lead to an awkward explanation. The Yunding Mountain Villa area was luxurious not only for its environment, but also because it was undisturbed by outsiders. Each villa had its private space, and trespassing was a violation of the rules. Since the Yunding Mountain Villa area opened, there had only been one instance of rule-breaking. After all, the residents were not ordinary folks who understood the clear delineation of rules. Before reaching the mountainside, the petite woman displayed palpable excitement, while Kong Wu grew more uneasy, sensing an ominous sign. This villa must be the largest in the entire Yunding Mountain area, the petite woman exclaimed in wonder. Kong Wu craned his neck, checking the villa for anyone aside from workers. Absently nodding at her comment, he stated, not only the largest, but there is also a mountain spring flowing down to the moat, right beside this villa. It said that the spring water is drinkable, sweet and refreshing. Otherwise, why do you think this villa commands such a high price? There is a spring? The petite woman was clearly unaware of the Yunding Mountain Villa area, her mouth agape in surprise. Of course, the spring is said to be underground water, without a source but flowing continuously. It's an extraordinary natural phenomenon of Yunding Mountain. Kong Wu explained. The petite woman gazed longingly, seemingly imagining how wonderful it would be to live there. Wait, Kong Wu suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening as he spotted the parking lot of the villa. Is it the Audi that was just blocking the entrance? The petite woman noticed as well, having previously looked down on Han Sanqian. Now, seeing his car at the mountainside villa, her curiosity piqued. Could that person have been the owner of the mountainside villa? She asked incredulously. Kong Wu shook his head, dismissing the notion. How could it possibly be him? An 89 million villa, and he drives an Audi A6? That's quite a drop in status, and, considering his youth, he doesn't seem like someone with that kind of wealth. I doubt it, he scoffed. He is likely just a worker from the renovation company checking on the site. With him, how could he possibly live in such a luxurious place? At that moment, Han Sanqian was inspecting the villa, walking into the courtyard and instructing workers to renovate the garden. What are you doing here? A commanding voice suddenly rang out. Kong Wu turned to see several property security guards approaching. These individuals were responsible for maintaining order in the villa area, and regardless of one's status. Anyone who trespassed could face consequences. The Yunding Mountain Villa area was managed by the Tian family, the wealthiest and most prominent family in Yunqing, whom no one dared to provoke. Even if Kong Wu were thrown out by the security personnel for trespassing, he would not dare complain, as these guards had the Tian family backing them. Brothers, we were just passing by. My apologies. We'll leave right away. Kong Wu hurriedly apologized. Which family do you belong to? Do you not understand the rules of Yunding Mountain Villa area? The head guard questioned Kong Wu. A chill ran down Kong Wu's spine. If he revealed his identity, this incident could easily reach the ears of the Tian family. If his father found out, he would surely be scolded mercilessly. I'm sorry. I'm leaving immediately. I was just passing through, he insisted. Kong Wu nodded and bowed repeatedly, leaving the petite woman perplexed. Unfamiliar with the rules of the Yunding Mountain Villa area, she found it strange that Kong Wu, a scion of the Kong family, would demean himself before the security guards. Shouldn't such a privileged young master demand these guards to vacate the premises instead? Just last night at the bar, he had effortlessly captivated an entire room full of women with a mere word. Kong Wu, what are you doing? These people. Shut your mouth and spare me your nonsense. Kong Wu snapped sharply. The petite woman was startled. Could it be that the security guards in the Yunding Mountain Villa area were of significant stature? Otherwise, why would he react so vehemently? You look familiar. Are you from the Kong family? The captain inquired as he approached Kong Wu with a cold demeanor. A cold sweat broke out on Kong Wu's back, and he hurriedly replied, Brother, just give me a chance. I was merely curious. I promise it won't happen again. Humph, the security guard scoffed coldly. Come with me. The Kong family has resided here for several years. You cannot claim ignorance of the rules. Since you have trespassed, you must understand the consequences. Kong Wu's legs turned to jelly at the thought. He had heard rumors of a small room in the property management office designated for dealing with rule breakers. A wealthy man's son had entered that room a few years back and emerged with a broken leg, after which his family left Yunqing without a word. Brother, it's my first time. Please, show me some mercy, Kong Wu pleaded. The captain's responsibility was to uphold the rules of the Yunding Mountain Villa area, ensuring that no one disrupted the peace. This was a wealthy neighborhood where residents valued their privacy. If word got out, the reputation of the Yunding Mountain Villa would be compromised, and the Tian family's name would suffer as well, a burden he could not bear. No amount of pleading will suffice. Come with me, the captain insisted, gripping Kong Wu's shoulder. Kong Wu's heart sank with regret. He cursed the woman for her remarks, wondering if the situation would have arisen had she not spoken. At that moment, Han Sanqian approached and inquired the captain, What is going on? The captain, having received word, immediately recognized Han Sanqian as the new owner of the hillside villa, and his demeanor shifted to one of respect. Mr. Han, this individual has trespassed in your area. I was about to apprehend him. Rest assured, I will handle those who disturb the rules of Yunding Mountain Villa. Kong Wu looked on in confusion as the captain treated Han with such deference. Wasn't he merely from a renovation company? How could someone driving an Audi possibly have the stature to reside in the hillside villa? He is my friend. There is no issue here. By the way, I will need 2 buses from the property management on the 15th of next month, Han Sanqian stated. Any large group wishing to enter the Yunding Mountain Villa area must inform the property management in advance and utilize their vehicles to prevent congestion on the roads. It must be said that the rules of the Yunding Mountain Villa area were numerous, yet each was established to protect the rights and privacy of its residents. The captain glanced at Kong Wu, realizing Han Qianqian was indeed helping him out. If they were truly friends, why would he not enter? However, since Han Qianqian had chosen not to pursue the matter, the captain refrained from further comments. Mr. Han, rest assured, I will prepare everything ahead of time, the captain affirmed. Thank you for your assistance. If there are no further matters, you may leave, Han Qianqian replied. Once the security personnel departed, Kong Wu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his understanding now clear. Han Qianqian was the owner of the hillside villa. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dismiss the guards with a single word. Reflecting on the potential consequences of being taken to the property management office, Kong Wu approached Han Qianqian gratefully. Thank you, Brother Han. If it weren't for you, I would have been in dire straits today. Han Qianqian smiled faintly, advising, since you are aware of the rules of the Yunding Mountain Villa area, do not breach them casually. Next time, luck may not be on your side. Yes, yes, Kong Wu nodded fervently. When he encountered Han Qianqian at the villa entrance, he could never have anticipated such a low-profile individual residing in the hillside villa, driving an Audi A6, and helping him resolve such a precarious predicament. Broderon Eom Kongvu. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Chapter 46. The accident. After instructing the renovation company to allocate more personnel and expedite the project timeline, Han Qianqian drove away from the villa area. With Su Yingxia off work today, he had no reason to visit Su's company. Yet he intended to stop by the convenience store. Upon arriving, he found that Moya had finally opened a shop, though he appeared surprised to see Han Qianqian. You never show up on weekends. Surely, this visit isn't just for me? Moya chuckled. Han Qianqian requested a pack of cigarettes, offering Moya one in return. So, how does Yunqing now compare to the past? Moya nodded and lit the cigarette for Han Qianqian before responding. Indeed, it has changed. People today seem to act without thought. Particularly the youth who have been brainwashed by gangster films, believing that violence is the way to conquer the world. Such actions are illegal. Only someone with a twisted mind would engage in them. Han Qianqian could only chuckle at Moya's remarks, recalling that he had once been the kingpin of Yunqing himself, yet now he claimed to avoid illegal activities. Such words were hardly credible. Lin Yong can stay. Although he has disappointed me, he deserves a chance to retire after all these years, Han Qianqian said. Moya acknowledged this with a grunt before changing the subject. If you ever need cigarettes or alcohol, just give me a heads up. I'll make sure to stock up for you. Take care of my business. Han Qianqian raised an eyebrow, recognizing the implication in Moya's words. Such a request for substantial quantities could only pertain to a banquet. The treasure is forthcoming. Aside from the Tian family, no one knows about this matter in Yunqing, Han Qianqian remarked. Moya chuckled. The buyer is indeed mysterious. Fortunately, I stumbled upon a bit of information, but rest assured, I have not intentionally investigated you. Your enigmatic identity only adds to my intrigue. I have no desire to unravel your secrets too quickly. All right, when the time comes, I will invite you, Han Qianqian replied, flicking away the cigarette, but directly into the trash can. Moya marveled at the precision of his throw, contemplating Han Qianqian's impressive skill as he watched him drive off. As Han Qianqian prepared to call Su Yingxia to inquire if she needed assistance, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Jiang Lan. Surprised, he noted that in the past 3 years, Jiang Lan had called him only a handful of times, each request involving arduous labor. Why would she reach out now, especially when there had been little work recently? Mom, Han Qianqian answered, only to hear Jiang Lan's urgent voice on the other end. You need to come to Fuyuan Road. You must arrive within 10 minutes. Before he could ask for details, Jiang Lan abruptly hung up. Used to her abruptness, Han Qianqian set off for Fuyuan Road. Upon arrival, he spotted a traffic accident from a distance. A bicycle lay in the middle of the road, and a middle-aged woman was bleeding profusely from her right leg. Having scraped her skin badly, Jiang Lan stood nearby, hands on her hips, cursing loudly. Mom, what happened? Han Qianqian inquired as he approached her. Jiang Lan shot him a glare, seemingly blaming him for arriving late. This woman is a scammer. She intentionally crashed into my car. You stay here to handle the situation while I go deal with your father. With that, she moved to pull Su Guiyao away. Han Qianqian glanced at the position of the Audi and then at the spot where the electric bike had fallen. It was a pedestrian crossing where a middle-aged woman had presumably been struck by Su Guiyao while crossing the street. Jiang Lan, seizing the opportunity, accused her of attempting to extort money. The reason for summoning Han Qianqian was straightforward. They intended for him to handle the situation so they could make a swift escape. Nonsense. It was you who hit me. The middle-aged woman pointed at Su Guiyao. He was looking at his phone when he ran into me. Su Guiyao appeared guilty and did not dare to speak. Jiang Lan, adopting the stance that the loudest voice prevails, retorted, "You're talking rubbish. Well, has my man ever looked at his phone? Perhaps you're simply blind, thinking that because we own an Audi, I would pay you off? People like you are truly desperate." The middle-aged woman stared defiantly at Jiang Lan. She had merely been crossing the street, and now found herself wrongfully accused. "I may be poor, but I have my dignity. I will not extort anyone. If anyone speaks one false word, may the heavens strike them down," she declared. Jiang Lan felt a flicker of unease upon hearing such words. She realized this was not an environment to linger in. Turning to Han Qianqian, she commanded, "You need to resolve this matter. If it brings trouble to your father, you can forget about returning home." Han Qianqian possessed an innate sense of loyalty, enduring the eccentricities and unreasonable behavior of Su Yingxia's parents for her sake. However, when innocent individuals were involved, he could not simply let it slide. Blocking Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao's path, he stated grimly, "This matter will be addressed once the police arrive." "Are you out of your mind? You want to wait for the police? Why did I even call you here, if not to get you to handle this? Get out of my way," Jiang Lan angrily shouted. To leave now would be to flee the scene of an accident, which would have far worse consequences, Han Qianqian replied. "Do you not understand why I summoned you? If you do not take responsibility, who will?" "Step aside." Jiang Lan's tone turned hostile. "Father, do you think you can run away? If you dare to leave, you'll end up in jail," Han Qianqian warned Su Guiyao. With his head bowed, Su Guiyao was too timid to respond. This incident was indeed his fault, and Jiang Lan's suggestion to have Han Qianqian bear the repercussions, promising to compensate the woman later, was a precarious gamble. He understood that if the truth came to light, the consequences would be graver. "I told you to get lost. Do you not comprehend human language?" Jiang Lan exclaimed in frustration, raising her hand to strike him. Just as she was about to bring her hand down, Han Qianqian seized her wrist firmly. "What are you doing, Han Qianqian?" Jiang Lan's voice turned cold. Han Qianqian, his expression as frigid as ice, replied, "Do not presume that because you are Su Yingxia's parents, you can act as you please in my presence. Insanity. You are truly mad to speak to me this way. Do you even know your place? You coward. Let go of me." Jiang Lan seethed, her teeth grinding in rage at his insolence. Han Qianqian released her wrist and coldly declared, "You may leave, but I will not assume responsibility for him. When the police arrive, I will tell the truth." "You." Jiang Lan pointed at Han Qianqian, having expected him to take the fall for this incident. She was taken aback by his unexpectedly defiant stance. Han Qianqian approached the fallen middle-aged woman and asked, "Aside from your leg, is there any other discomfort? I will call an ambulance for you immediately." The woman shook her head, replying, "Young man, you are quite reasonable. I truly did not attempt to extort money. Your father was engrossed in his phone and thus hit me." Han Qianqian recognized her honesty. Had Su Guiyao not been at fault, he would have found a way to justify his actions instead of remaining silent. Jiang Lan attempted to pull Su Guiyao away, but he was too frightened to move, preferring to wait for the police rather than risk being sought out later. "What are you doing?" Jiang Lan demanded. "Let us just wait. If I leave now and they investigate later, the consequences will be dire," Su Guiyao replied. "Su Guiyao, I'm doing this for your own good. I will call Su Yingxia right away." "Does Han Qianqian dare not take responsibility?" Jiang Lan declared, already pulling out her phone. However, before she could dial, the police arrived at the scene. Under questioning, the driver, Su Guiyao, confessed to the details of the incident. Jiang Lan glared at Han Qianqian, who was preoccupied with the injured woman. She seethed with anger. Not only was this cowardly man useless, but he also displayed more concern for a stranger than for his own father-in-law. "Han Qianqian, you are not welcome back at my home tonight. That is my house, and you can sleep on the streets," she spat. Han Qianqian turned to her with a cold gaze and replied calmly, "On the 15th of next month, Su Yingxia and I will move into a new home. I do not expect you to live with us." Chapter 47. The mischievous little devil. Jiang Lan scoffed at Han Qianqian, dismissing the new home as merely a dilapidated second-hand property. "Do you think you are impressive for buying a shabby house? I, Jiang Lan, will never set foot in your place, and neither will Su Yingxia," she asserted. Han Qianqian smiled faintly, inwardly anticipating that she might later demand to move in. His capacity for tolerance was nearly boundless, but only when it came to himself. Jianglan's arrogance had already begun to harm others, something he could no longer endure. At that moment, the responsibilities for the accident were unmistakably clear. Su Guiyao was entirely at fault. In addition to medical expenses, the repair cost for the electric bike would also fall to him. The police approached Jianglan and said flatly, "Do not be so clever in the future. If he flees the scene, it will not simply be a matter of compensation. He could face imprisonment." In the presence of the police, Jianglan dared not act obstinately, nodding repeatedly as she replied softly, "I understand. There will not be a next time. All right, the ambulance is on its way. The rest of the matter is for you to handle," the officer stated. When the ambulance arrived, Jianglan feigned reluctance to go to the hospital. Han Qianqian, aware that allowing her to go might lead to her harassing the injured woman, boarded the ambulance himself. "This Han Qianqian, I will eventually expel him from the Su family." One ungrateful wretch. Jianglan clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with venom. In this situation, Su Guiyao recognized that Han Qianqian had acted correctly. He had nearly fallen victim to Jianglan's schemes. However, he was well aware of her volatile temper. Expressing even a hint of dissatisfaction would lead to endless troubles, so he chose to remain silent. "We should go to the hospital and offer some financial assistance." "What if Han Qianqian cannot afford the medical fees?" Su Guiyao suggested. "What financial assistance? He chose to meddle in affairs not his own. If he lacks money, let him figure it out himself." "We're going home," Jianglan commanded. With a sigh, Su Guiyao, unable to stand up to Jianglan or assert his authority, followed her home. After arriving at the hospital, Han Qianqian ensured that the injured woman was admitted and paid for her hospital stay, hoping to contact her family to provide her with care. The middle-aged woman was deeply grateful for Han Qianqian's understanding. Yet her expression dimmed significantly when he mentioned contacting her family. "If there is anything troubling you, please do not hesitate to tell me. I will do my utmost to assist you," Han Qianqian offered. "You have already done enough for me, young man. Your father hit me, and you have fulfilled your obligations. I do not require further assistance," the woman replied. Han Qianqian smiled gently. "You are hospitalized now and cannot return home. If there are matters needing attention at home, it would only cause delays. This is also within my responsibilities." Upon hearing this, tears welled in the middle-aged woman's eyes. There indeed was something she could not set aside. She is a single mother who was cast out after giving birth to a child with Down syndrome. Her son at home requires her care, and during her hospitalization, if no one looks after him, he will struggle even to eat. The term Down syndrome refers to congenital intellectual disabilities, leaving those affected severely incapable of self-care. For many years, she has supported herself and her son through various odd jobs. This hospitalization not only halts her family's income, but also leaves her son without care. Upon sharing her plight with Han Sanqian, he immediately agreed to help look after her child, feeling a sense of responsibility since it was Su Guiyao's actions that led to her hospitalization. After arranging everything at the hospital, Han Sanqian followed the address provided by Zhang Linghua and arrived at a dilapidated urban village. The environment was chaotic, filled with migrant workers living in squalor, litter strewn everywhere, emitting a nauseating stench. After navigating through several alleys, Han Sanqian finally located Zhang Linghua's home. From a distance, he noticed a group of children throwing stones at a boy of about 10 years old who was crying in pain. Han Sanqian quickened his pace towards them. "Stop it! What are you little brats doing?" he shouted. The unruly children, emboldened by their mischief, showed no fear of Han Sanqian. The older ones taunted him. "Who are you? What is it to you? We're not hitting you. Mind your own business. Look at this fool. He's still laughing, which means he enjoys being hit." With that, the children resumed their stone throwing. Han Sanqian positioned himself in front of Zhang Tianxin. Zhang Linghua had named him in hopes he would smile every day, unaware that her son had become a target for these local troublemakers in her absence. "You must be a fool too, standing up for him," one of the older boys sneered, rallying the others to gather stones once more. Han Sanqian approached the eldest among them, grabbing his collar and lifting him off the ground. "Kid, if your parents haven't taught you proper behavior, I will." It's not in Han Sanqian's nature to argue with children, but he could no longer tolerate this. He slapped the boy across the face. "You hit me? You actually dare to strike me?" The boy stared at Han Sanqian in disbelief, as if being hit was an unheard-of event, oblivious to how such unruly brats had come to exist in this urban village. "I warn you, if you bully Zhang Tianxin again, I will not let you off easily." With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the boy to the ground. The boy glared at Han Sanqian with malice, gritting his teeth. You wait. I'll be back for revenge. As the eldest fled, the rest of the children scattered. Han Sanqian turned to Zhang Tianxin, who, despite his innocent smile, bore a hint of fear in his confused eyes. Han Sanqian reassured him, Don't worry. I'm not a bad person. No one will dare to bully you again. Zhang Tianxin smiled and called out, Brother. A pang of bitterness filled Han Sanqian's heart as he replied, Let's go home. I'll cook for you. Their home was tiny, consisting of a single room that served as both kitchen and bedroom. Zhang Tianxin obediently sat on a plastic stool, silently observing Han Sanqian, reminiscent of how Zhang Linghua must have looked while cooking. There were no fresh vegetables. The wooden cabinet that held the dishes contained only a plate of leftovers. After preparing a meal, Han Sanqian said to Zhang Tianxin, Stay here and wait for me. I'll go buy you something delicious. Zhang Tianxin eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Just as Han Sanqian left, the boy he had struck returned with several adults, presumably his family. Where is he? Fool, where's that guy? The boy mercilessly punched Zhang Tianxin on the head and demanded. Terrified, Zhang Tianxin curled up, crying, Dad, what do we do? He seems to have run away. The boy turned to an adult man named Yang Xing, the local thug, and his father, explaining why he felt emboldened to act so brazenly. The urban village was a lawless area, neglected by authorities, breeding figures like Yang Xing, who had carved out a reputation for himself through brute strength. Hearing that his son had been assaulted, Yang Xing rushed over, but he was too late. This one T-end here. Drag this fool out and give him a beating. Let my son vent his anger, Yang Xing ordered his men. They disregarded Zhang Tianxin's frail condition and began to pummel him. The boy watched with glee, reveling in the chaos. If you can't get your revenge, Dad will find that guy and make him kneel to apologize to you. Chapter 48. A bite back. The boy took pride in Yang Xing's actions, boasting, Dad, I want to be just like you when I grow up. Yang Xing patted his son on the head. You'll surely surpass me one day. Gather a few followers and step out of this urban village. Then I can enjoy life too. As the father and son plotted their future, Han Sanqian returned with groceries. Upon witnessing the boy accompanied by adults attacking Zhang Tianxin, a wave of uncontrollable fury surged within him. Dad, it's him. He hit me. The boy pointed at Han Sanqian. Yang Xing grinned menacingly, addressing Han Sanqian. You son of a dog, you dare to hit my son? Kneel and apologize, or I'll break your legs today. Han Sanqian discarded the groceries and strode directly towards Yang Xing, an unprecedented intensity radiating from him. The thugs, seeing this, positioned themselves in front of Yang Xing, their expressions dismissive. You've got some guts to hit Yang Ji's son. You're not from around here, are you? Outsiders know better than to cause trouble in this village. Still not kneeling, Han Sanqian surged forward like a hungry tiger, his fists whistling through the air, sending several of the arrogant thugs to the ground amidst cries of anguish. Yang Xing, known for his fighting prowess, found himself rendered speechless by Han Sanqian's ferocity. It was astonishingly fierce. By the time Yang Xing regained his composure, Han Sanqian delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling backward, gasping in pain. Yang Xing, pale and near collapse from the agony, felt as though his insides were being crushed. As Han Sanqian advanced relentlessly, Yang Xing, for the first time, felt genuine fear and trepidation, stammering, Brother, what do you want? Let us talk this over. Han Sanqian responded with a swift kick to Yang Xing's face, blood spraying as Yang Xing's nose crumpled. Let us clarify things. Just stop hitting me, I beg you. Before Yang Xing could finish, Han Sanqian landed another blow to his temple, causing a ringing in his ears and blinding darkness to cloud his vision, nearly knocking him unconscious. The boy, seeing his father being beaten, foolishly ran towards Han Sanqian, attempting to kick him, but was swiftly sent flying with a backward kick, rolling several meters before coming to a halt. How do you want to die? Han Sanqian coldly inquired of Yang Xing. In that moment, Yang Xing's courage nearly shattered. Although he had always boasted in the village, he had never dared to take a life. Yet, the young man before him demanded his death, and Yang Xing felt no doubt about it. The gaze and expression of the young man were akin to those one might cast upon a corpse. Terrified, Yang Xing knelt before Han Sanqian, hastily pleading, Brother, I was wrong, I deserve to die. Please spare me. If you let me go, I will comply with whatever you desire. Taking a deep breath, Han Sanqian contemplated the ease with which he could end Yang Xing's life. However, taking a life was ultimately a crime, and numerous onlookers were present, all potential witnesses. Han Sanqian deemed it unnecessary to embroil himself in such a mire. Approaching Zhang Tianxin, he spoke with heartfelt remorse. "It is all my fault. Had I not left you alone at home, you would not have been harmed." Zhang Tianxin, clutching the hem of Han Sanqian's garment, shook her head in terror, indicating no blame toward him. "Are you hungry? Let's eat first," Han Sanqian suggested. Despite her fear, Zhang Tianxin acknowledged her hunger and nodded eagerly. Han Sanqian moved a small table to the doorway, where he and Zhang Tianxin shared a meal. Meanwhile, Yang Xing and his subordinates, including his son, knelt before Han Sanqian, a scene that provided a sense of vindication to those in the village who had suffered under Yang Xing's tyranny, who secretly applauded the unfolding drama. At that moment, Su Yingxia returned home, weary from her shopping trip. Jiang Lan sat on the living room sofa, her face a mask of displeasure. Without allowing Su Yingxia to set down her belongings, she coldly stated, "From today onward, this household can accommodate only one of us, either me or Han Sanqian. Yingxia, you decide." Furrowing her brow, Su Yingxia questioned, "What is wrong with you again, Mom?" Jiang Lan snapped back, "What do you mean, what is wrong? Han Sanqian now completely disregards me. He dares to insult me, which shows he has grown wings. Can I still tolerate such a person? Insult? Han Sanqian would never insult you. There must be some misunderstanding." Su Yingxia replied, "He berated me in front of others. Do I need to rely on hearsay?" Jiang Lan retorted, "That is impossible." Su Yingxia reacted instinctively, convinced that such a thing could not occur. She knew Han Sanqian well, having endured 3 years of silence in their home, even when misunderstood. For instance, the car accident that was clearly Jiang Sheng's fault had been unjustly blamed on Han Sanqian, who never voiced a complaint. What exactly happened? Su Yingxia pressed. Jiang Lan recounted the day's events, downplaying the details and omitting her desire to shift blame onto Han Sanqian while embellishing how he had insulted her, also claiming that he had refused to allow them to move into their new home. After hearing this, Su Yingxia was incredulous, as it was entirely uncharacteristic of Han Sanqian to speak in such a manner. Moreover, he had never mentioned moving into the new house, only that he had purchased a second-hand property. Noticing that Su Guiyao remained silent, Su Yingxia knew that Jiang Lan had not conveyed the full truth. "Dad, can you explain what happened?" she asked. Su Guiyao glanced at Jiang Lan, whose fierce demeanor intimidated him into silence. "Yingxia, do you no longer trust my words? Do you believe an outsider over your own parents? After all my efforts to raise you, you have become successful and now turn against me?" Jiang Lan exclaimed in anger. "Moreover, I never indicated any intention of living in that dilapidated house. What right does he have to flaunt his status before me? I warn you, in this household, it is either him or me. You decide," Jiang Lan threatened. Su Yingxia felt overwhelmed. How had such a significant conflict arisen? What if his house is better than ours? Would you refuse to go? Su Guiyao timidly interjected. They were only aware that Han Sanqian had bought a house, but knew nothing of its condition. To declare so definitively was not wise in Su Guiyao's eyes. Jiang Lan scoffed. "Su Guiyao, do you really think this useless person could afford a mansion? It is merely a second-hand house. How could it possibly surpass ours? Have you lost your mind?" Su Guiyao sighed, though he held little hope. He believed there was still a chance. However, Jiang Lan made a valid point. Given Han Sanqian's capabilities, how could he afford a luxurious residence? Regardless, they would wait until he returned to ascertain the truth. Seeing Su Yingxia's firm stance, Jiang Lan felt a twinge of anxiety, for she knew that today's events were her own doing. Nevertheless, given Jiang Lan's propensity for drama, she doubted Su Yingxia would disregard her feelings. If it came to a showdown, Su Yingxia would likely yield. In this household, Jiang Lan had the final say, and she was convinced she would find a way to expel Han Sanqian. After Han Sanqian and Zhang Tianxin finished their meal, concerned that Yang Xing and his cohorts might seek revenge against Zhang Tianxin in his absence, he decided to take her to the hospital. He arranged for a VIP room for Zhang Linghua and hired a nurse to care for her. Zhang Linghua expressed immense gratitude for Han Sanqian's efforts, as the VIP room provided a comfortable space for Zhang Tianxin to rest, allowing her to recuperate in peace. Having completed these arrangements, Han Sanqian returned home. Although he anticipated that Jiang Lan would not relent, he was taken aback when she immediately ordered him to leave. Su Yingxia stood protectively in front of Han Sanqian, demanding, "Sanqian, what exactly happened?" Han Sanqian recounted the events of the day in detail. Su Yingxia's anger flared as she realized how unreasonable Jiang Lan had been, unwilling to take responsibility for the accident and blaming Han Sanqian instead. Mom, can you truly blame Han Sanqian for this? When did you become so unreasonable? Su Yingxia confronted her mother. Jiang Lan collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, resorting to her old tactics. When reason failed, she would resort to theatrics. Su Guiyao, why is my life so miserable? You are unsuccessful, and now that our daughter has achieved something, she turns her back on me. What sins did I commit in my past life? Jiang Lan wailed, her performance eliciting pity. In the past, Han Sanqian might have chosen to overlook this to spare Su Yingxia from discomfort, but today, he would not yield an inch. Mom, do you know her situation? She has a son with congenital Down syndrome. Do you understand what it's like for a mother to be injured and have no one to care for her son while neighbors throw stones at him? Han Sanqian stated coldly. How does that concern me? The only reason she came to us is that she has a disabled son. Do you really think she is a good person? Jiang Lan shot back. This remark even caused Su Yingxia to bristle. Mom, how can you say that? It was Dad's carelessness that caused the accident. Jiang Lan's wails grew louder, threatening to jump off the building. Han Sanqian turned to Su Yingxia and remarked, I can tolerate her in my own matters, but this situation is absolutely unacceptable. Su Yingxia did not blame Han Sanqian, but instead inquired, how is she now? And what about her son? I took her son to the hospital and arranged for a VIP room. He is fine now. Upon hearing the words VIP room, Jiang Lan sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, Han Sanqian, how dare you arrange a VIP room for her? Do you think of yourself as someone important, like a god of wealth? Is the money from the Su family meant for you to spread goodwill? Mom, I didn't spend a single penny of yours. What does it have to do with you? Han Sanqian replied coldly. Haha, indeed, you've grown wings. After buying a shabby house, you completely disregard me. Well done, Han Sanqian. I never expected you to have such audacity. Jiang Lan turned to Su Yingxia and sternly said, divorce him, otherwise you could forget about having me as your mother. Su Yingxia's face turned pale. Jiang Lan's unreasonable behavior was more than she could bear. The family's good living conditions were not due to her becoming the project leader, but because Han Sanqian had used his own savings, 2 cars, and even lent Jiang Fengwang 200,000, all of which belonged to Han Sanqian. Mom, I will not divorce him. If you continue to be unreasonable, I will simply move out, Su Yingxia stated. Jiang Lan, furious, pointed at Han Sanqian and accused. It's all your fault. What kind of poison have you fed my daughter? Get out of the Su family. I never want to see you again. Don't expect to rely on the Su family for a living. Mom, the car was bought by Han Sanqian, and the 200,000 lent to uncle was also his money. Why do you have the right to kick him out? Su Yingxia finally could not hold back, her words spilling out. She had endured this for too long. She could not allow Han Sanqian to be looked down upon any longer. Jiang Lan was taken aback, and even Su Guiyao wore an incredulous expression. Are you trying to deceive me to defend him? Jiang Lan said, whether you believe it or not, it is the truth. Do you really think I could take such a large sum of money from the company? Do you think Grandma would condone my embezzlement? Su Yingxia replied coldly and expressionlessly. Dad, do you think if I took over $1 million from the company, Grandma wouldn't find out? She continued, looking at Su Guiyao. Su Guiyao understood well the nature of the Su family matriarch. She personally reviewed the company's accounts. Even if she discovered minor discrepancies, she would not make a fuss. But she would never tolerate an amount exceeding $1 million. Moreover, Su Yingxia had only recently become the leader. It was indeed unrealistic for her to have access to over $1 million. Su Guiyao stammered, unable to respond. Su Yingxia glanced at Han Sanqian and said, if it weren't for him, how could you afford to drive an Audi? If it weren't for him, where would the 200,000 to lend uncle come from? Did you really think it was my accomplishment? Jiang Lan fell silent, as if someone had grasped her throat. The car was one thing, but she had lent 200,000 to Jiang Fengwang just to save face, and it was actually Han Sanqian's money. You have so much money? Jiang Lan asked Han Sanqian, her disbelief evident. Han Sanqian paid little mind to Jiang Lan's opinion of him. He had never cared for such matters. He looked at Su Yingxia and asked, would you like to move to our new home? Although Su Yingxia had never seen the new house, she nodded without hesitation, saying, I would like to go wherever you go. You have endured enough in this house for so many years. Han Sanqian smiled and remarked to Jiang Lan, if you wish to stay, I will not stop you. But if you do not want to, I will not force you. The atmosphere in the house grew tense as Su Yingxia pulled Han Sanqian out the door. Jiang Lan sat on the sofa, dazed and speechless. She could be unreasonable and throw tantrums, but with someone else's money, what right did she have to be self-righteous? The entire 200,000 was Han Sanqian's. Regardless of where it came from, ultimately, it was Han Sanqian's own funds. Guiyao, do you believe this? Jiang Lan asked Su Guiyao. Although Su Guiyao found it hard to believe, it indeed seemed unrealistic for Su Yingxia to take such a large sum from the company. I don't know, but Yingxia certainly cannot take that much from the company, Su Guiyao replied. Over $1 million isn't that much, is it? Jiang Lan herself felt that such a statement was unrealistic, her face filled with embarrassment. You really are something. Claiming over $1 million isn't much. Do you have any idea what would happen to Yingxia if Grandma found out she took that money from the company? Su Guiyao shook his head in frustration, utterly helpless. What do you suppose the house he bought looks like? Jiang Lan suddenly became interested. Su Guiyao felt his face burning with embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had told Han Sanqian to leave, and now he was curious about the house Han Sanqian had purchased. Jiang Lan, your shamelessness knows no bounds. Did he not say you looked down on the house he bought? Su Guiyao remarked. Jiang Lan shot him a glare and responded nonchalantly. He has lived in our house for 3 whole years. Is it not permissible for me to enjoy a bit of comfort? Has he enjoyed comfort in this house? Although Su Guiyao had little affection for Han Sanqian, he did not think it was fair to treat him with such blatant disregard. For the sake of pride, he would rather live in a shabby house. If Su Guiyao were to learn that the house Han Sanqian bought was in the Yunding Mountain Villa area, especially a hillside villa, he would likely lose all sense of shame. After all, what was pride worth compared to residing in a hillside villa? How could he be so wealthy? During the wedding, everything was handled by Dad. Not a single relative from his family came. His background is rather mysterious, Jiang Lan pondered. Su Guiyao sighed and said, stop dreaming. If he were truly a young master from a wealthy family, would he have endured 3 years of humiliation in the Su family? During those 3 years, not only you but even other relatives of the Su family have given him disdainful looks. Su Haichao even once hit him. Have you ever seen a wealthy young master with such a good temper? Chapter 50. What is the name of the younger brother? Su Guiyao's words fell like a bucket of cold water on Jiang Lan, instantly chilling her. The moment her mind had conjured an image of Han Sanqian as a wealthy heir, it was ruthlessly shattered. And think about it. If he were truly rich, why would he buy a second-hand house? 2 cars have already drained his finances, Su Guiyao continued. Jiang Lan's previously softened expression became cold again. It seemed that if Han Sanqian were wealthy, she would treat him kindly, but if he were poor, her attitude would remain unchanged. Since he was penniless, how dare he show me disrespect? She coldly remarked. Su Guiyao could only sigh at Jiang Lan's fickle nature. Had it not been for his surname Su, Jiang Lan would never have married him. He understood her materialistic nature better than anyone. This woman was always guided by money rather than by people. You should temper your temper. After all, the car I drive was also bought by him, and you are still riding in it, Su Guiyao reminded her. Jiang Lan glared at him with venomous eyes and said, when did you gain the right to lecture me? He has been eating and drinking in our house for 3 years without contributing a dime. It is only fitting that he buys me a car. Su Guiyao sighed, genuinely unsure of what to say. You should hurry and check out the house. Are you really going to embarrass yourself in front of Tang Qingye? Jiang Lan scolded. The thought of this matter made Su Guiyao feel a headache, and he blamed Han Sanqian even more. If it weren't for him boasting, they wouldn't have wasted this money. Do you think it would have been better if Yingxia had married Tang Long? Su Guiyao mused. Isn't that a pointless statement? How could this good-for-nothing Han Sanqian compare to Tang Long? I heard Tang Long is now a high-ranking executive in a large company, earning over $1 million a year. Jiang Lan vented her frustration. It's all your dead father's fault. If it weren't for him, would our family be in such dire straits? Jiang Lan's anger flared as she recalled how the Su and Tang families had once enjoyed a close relationship, and how Tang Long had liked Su Yingxia. But one command from the old man had severed that connection, leading to Tang Qingye harboring resentment. If they failed to present a house this time, they would be ridiculed by Tang Qingye and would never be able to hold their heads high in front of the Tang family again. Leaving home, Su Yingxia took Han Qianqian to the hospital. Since this incident was caused by Su Guiyao, it was only natural for her, as his daughter, to pay a visit. In the hospital room, Su Yingxia encountered Zhang Linghua and Zhang Tianxin. When Zhang Tianxin called her sister with an innocent smile, her eyes moistened. Aunt Zhang, this incident was my father's fault. I apologize on his behalf and hope you can forgive him, Su Yingxia said. Zhang Linghua shook her head and glanced at Han Qianqian. Your husband is a good man. He covered all the medical expenses, upgraded my hospital room, and even hired someone to care for us. How could I possibly blame you? And Zhang, that is a different matter. My father's mistakes cannot be compared to his actions, Su Yingxia replied. Sister, is your brother a good person? Do you have a younger brother? Zhang Tianxin suddenly asked innocently. Though uttered without malice, this statement turned Su Yingxia's face crimson. She and Han Qianqian had yet to hold hands formally. So where would a younger brother come from? Han Qianqian, however, appeared unabashed and replied to Zhang Tianxin. Not yet. But it should be soon. Su Yingxia shot a disapproving glare at Han Qianqian. When you have a younger brother, I will protect him just like my brother protects me, Zhang Tianxin declared, raising his fist. Despite his intellectual challenges compared to peers, he understood gratitude. Han Qianqian had protected him, and he knew how to repay that kindness. Han Qianqian looked at Zhang Tianxin in surprise and then asked Zhang Linghua. Tianxin seems to have a clear understanding. Zhang Linghua nodded and explained. He is indeed less intelligent than others his age. He couldn't speak before, but in the past 2 years, I've been telling him stories and explaining things daily. He has gradually learned some principles. Han Qianqian nodded, understanding the burdens Zhang Linghua carried. She had to manage household expenses while nurturing Zhang Tianxin's intellect, which made life exceedingly difficult as she barely had time to earn more. Once you recover, I will arrange a job for you, changing Tianxin's environment. The urban village is too complicated, and once you start working, he might face bullying, Han Qianqian stated. Zhang Linghua was aware of this, having seen her son return home with bruises, but she dared not dwell on it, knowing her current capabilities could not change the situation. Thinking about it only caused her heartache. No need. You've already helped me enough. I only sustained minor injuries. I can't rely on you forever, Zhang Linghua replied. Perhaps this is fate. Heaven wanted us to meet. However, it's important to be cautious. If you don't perform well at work, you might be dismissed, Han Qianqian said, adopting a serious tone. Zhang Linghua nodded, overwhelmed with gratitude. After leaving the hospital, Su Yingxia asked Han Qianqian, what do you plan to arrange for Aunt Zhang to work? She only knows physical labor, and forcing her into a different environment may not be beneficial. Su Yingxia's point was clear. Altering Zhang Linghua's social circle too abruptly could be counterproductive, as she might struggle to adapt to a new life. Some people stand at the edge of an abyss, unable to retreat. Therefore, regardless of the thorns that lie ahead, no matter how much it may hurt, they will march forward without hesitation. She is one of those people, Han Qianqian remarked, recalling how, at the age of 12, he had felt neglected, standing at the brink of despair. From that moment, he grasped the truth that to avoid destruction, one must forge ahead. Why do you seem so deeply moved? Because we don't have a younger brother, Han Qianqian replied with a mischievous grin. Silent as she entered the car, her ears flushed, her face resembling that of a blushing monkey. Han Qianqian entered the car, but did not start the engine, appearing unwilling to leave. Su Yingxia, reluctant to engage in conversation but curious about his intentions, asked, why aren't you driving away? Suddenly, I thought of a very serious question that requires contemplation, Han Qianqian replied solemnly. What is it? Is something wrong? Su Yingxia asked, concerned. Han Qianqian nodded and said earnestly, what should we name the younger brother? Han Qianqian. Su Yingxia exclaimed, startling Han Qianqian into starting the car. The pair did not head home immediately. Su Yingxia wished to avoid an encounter with Jiang Lan, fearing it would spark more conflict. They decided to have dinner first, hoping the situation would feel less intense by morning. They chose a restaurant, marking one of the few candlelit dinners they had shared in 3 years. However, their peaceful meal was disrupted by an unexpected guest. Tang Long was dining at the same restaurant, accompanied by an attractive woman. Although she was not as beautiful as Su Yingxia, she was still quite appealing. Su Yingxia, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you, Tang Long said, his eyes glimmering with desire despite having a girlfriend. After all, Su Yingxia was a renowned beauty, even if she was married. You're Su Yingxia? Thank you for not being with Tang Long. Otherwise, where would I find such an outstanding boyfriend? The woman beside Tang Long cooed, leaning into him. Tang Long smirked and said, don't say that. I'm hardly exceptional, merely earning a 6-figure salary. His tone was blatantly boastful. Su Yingxia recognized his intent to flaunt, yet she had no retort. After all, Earning $1 million a year was indeed impressive. This must be the infamous Han Qianqian, Tang Long teased. The woman gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. I can't believe I'm meeting a celebrity from our city. You are Han Qianqian. Her tone was laced with sarcasm. I am indeed, but unfortunately, I didn't bring a pen today. Otherwise, I could have given you an autograph, Han Qianqian replied nonchalantly. The woman seemed to sense the jest in Han Qianqian's tone and remarked, let us skip that. Your autograph isn't worth much. Besides, asking for it would just lead to ridicule. Everyone in Yin City was aware of the reputation Han Qianqian had earned. It was a mark of shame. Yet he seemed unabashed, eliciting cold laughter from Tang Long Man. Your heart must be made of steel. Being labeled a good-for-nothing by the entire city and still having no shame. Impressive. If it were me, I'd be too embarrassed to show my face. Tang Long, if you have no other business, please don't interrupt our meal, Su Yingxia said, displeased. Yingxia, how can you stand to be with this good-for-nothing? Aren't you embarrassed? Tang Long retorted, unable to accept that he, a successful man earning a six-figure salary, was bested by Han Qianqian. What does that have to do with you? I can dine with whomever I choose, Su Yingxia responded defiantly. Yingxia, don't act too aloof in front of me. I've been hired by Ruoshui Real Estate, and there will be plenty of opportunities for us to interact. If you provoke me, it could jeopardize the Su family's collaborations, Tang Long warned, his tone threatening. Though he currently worked for a large company with a substantial salary, Tang Long was not satisfied. The backing of Ruoshui Real Estate was the prestigious Han family from Yanjing, signaling a greater path for advancement, which was partly why he had accepted their offer, with Su Yingxia's influence also playing a role. In his interactions with Su Yingxia at work, Tang Long harbored a glimmer of hope that, even if he could not win her heart, securing her companionship through professional means would still be a favorable outcome. Su Yingxia's expression shifted. While the collaboration with Ruoshui Real Estate was progressing smoothly, the prospect of Tang Long joining the company could complicate matters significantly. Han Qianqian cast a glance at Tang Long, recognizing that his invitation from Zhong Liang suggested he possessed some degree of capability. By the way, I heard you bought a new house and are hosting a gathering on the 15th of next month. I've already taken leave to see your new abode. It must be better than the one I gifted my father, right? Tang Long remarked with a grin. Su Yingxia clenched her teeth. If this man joined them, he would undoubtedly create trouble for her family. Yet, since it was Han Qianqian who had spoken, she could hardly blame him. All right, make sure to arrive early. Su Yingxia replied. Absolutely, I will definitely be there early and bring a generous gift. Your family deserves all the support, so do let me know if you're missing anything. Tang Long boasted. By the way, does it have an elevator? My girlfriend is not fond of climbing stairs. Su Yingxia's face flushed with embarrassment. Han Qianqian's second-hand home was likely in the same neighborhood, and it surely lacked an elevator, but admitting such a fact was too humiliating. You should leave now. Don't disturb my meal, she said curtly. All right, see you next month, loser. Goodbye. Tang Long waved to Han Qianqian, while the woman beside him laughed, her voice grating on the ears. Han Qianqian, unfazed, reassured Su Yingxia. I didn't expect him to land a job at Ruoshui Real Estate, but rest assured, he won't be a bother to you. Su Yingxia was aware of Han Qianqian's connection with the owner of Ruoshui Real Estate, which alleviated her concerns. Even if Tang Long sought to trouble her, Zhong Liang would not turn a blind eye. She sighed. If you hadn't mentioned the house, he wouldn't have harassed me. Now I understand why my parents chose to rent. She was indifferent to Tang Qingya's attitude, yet she could not tolerate Tang Long's arrogance, particularly not wanting to be belittled on the 15th of next month. Years ago, when Tang Long pursued her, she had not even deigned to glance at him. Yet now he earned a six-figure salary, emboldening him to flaunt his status before her. More importantly, Tang Long would not easily spare Han Qianqian, regardless of his success. Just eat, it's getting cold, Han Qianqian urged. Su Yingxia felt like she was chewing on wax, the meal completely soured by Tang Long's presence. After dining and watching a film, it was already past 10 when they returned home, finding Jianglan and Su Guiyao in the living room, each engrossed in their phones checking rental listings. Realizing that Han Qianqian was not affluent and had exhausted his funds on the second-hand house, Jianglan was in a foul mood, letting out a few cold huffs. By the way, the end of the month is approaching. We'll be going to Grandma's. You should come with us, Jianglan said to Su Yingxia. The Su family held a family day every month on the 28th, a day when all branches, no matter their circumstances, had to gather at the Su family villa for dinner with the matriarch. This tradition, established by the elder, aimed to maintain familial bonds. Yet since his passing, it had devolved into a mere formality, primarily serving as a source of amusement at Han Qianqian's expense. The family was not large, but their intricate customs were numerous, and the late patriarch had indeed learned much. Why? Su Yingxiao looked at Jiang Lan in confusion. Previously, they always included Han Qianqian, but her words now clearly indicated he was to be excluded. I'm worried some people might speak out of turn. The events of the 15th cannot be known to the Su family. If it gets out, it will only invite ridicule, Jiang Lan stated. Mom, don't you remember? Everyone is required to attend. If Han Qianqian doesn't go, Grandma will certainly be upset with us, Su Yingxiao insisted. It's not that I'm forbidding him from attending. It's that he can't bear the humiliation and chooses not to go. Why should I be blamed? Jiang Lan maintained her calm gaze on Su Yingxiao, shamelessly shifting the responsibility onto Han Qianqian in front of him. Mom, how can you be like this? Su Yingxiao exclaimed, furious at Jiang Lan. If Grandma misinterpreted the situation, Han Qianqian will be scorned by the entire Su family and would surely face further difficulties from Grandma. Whatever you say, this household is governed by my rules. That's final. When Grandma asks, you don't say a word. I'll handle the explanation, Jiang Lan declared firmly. Let her explain? Su Yingxiao could almost foresee Jiang Lan placing the blame of disrespecting elders on Han Qianqian, which would surely infuriate Grandma. No, Qianqian must go. If he doesn't then I won't either, Su Yingxiao asserted resolutely. Jiang Lan had previously discussed this matter with Su Guiyao, intending to teach Han Qianqian a lesson by excluding him, despite Su Guiyao deeming it unfeasible. Now, with Su Yingxiao's strong stance, if she chose not to attend, it would indeed be difficult to justify. Let him go. As long as Han Qianqian doesn't speak out of turn, it will be fine, Su Guiyao interjected. Su Guiyao, do you even have say in this? Yingxia, are you ignoring your mother's words? Jiang Lan was determined to make Han Qianqian pay for his perceived transgressions, believing that a harsh lesson was necessary to maintain control over him. You are unreasonable. Why should I listen to you? You can handle it however you wish. If he doesn't go, I won't either, Su Yingxiao replied coldly. Jiang Lan turned her gaze to Han Qianqian, smirking, Han Qianqian. You should be aware of the consequences if she decides not to attend because of you. Are you really willing to burden her? Han Qianqian smiled vrede. This situation had nothing to do with him, yet somehow he was seen as the one dragging Su Yingxiao down. If it weren't for Jiang Lan's insistence on creating chaos, such a predicament would never have arisen. Rest assured, I won't say anything inappropriate, Han Qianqian assured. A smug expression crossed Jiang Lan's face as she replied, all right, if you want to go, it's not impossible. But first, you must apologize to me. Then I might consider it. Before Han Qianqian could respond, Su Yingxiao swiftly pulled him back into their room, adamant that he had done nothing wrong and had no reason to apologize. Chapter 52. Buying a car and changing houses? Sitting at the edge of the bed, Su Yingxiao was seething, her chest heaving with indignation as Han Qianqian stole glances, marveling at the tumultuous scene. This is infuriating. My mother is utterly unreasonable, Su Yingxiao lamented, unaware of Han Qianqian's scrutinizing gaze. Years had accustomed Han Qianqian to such behavior, and aside from provoking Su Yingxiao's discontent, he typically brushed off any affront directed at him. After 3 years of patience, his temperament was unlike that of ordinary people. He found little worth in contesting the injustices and humiliations he faced. It was akin to an elephant ignoring an ant attempting to trip it. Why should the elephant concern itself with such triviality? Moreover, within the Han household, Han Qianqian had long learned the art of forbearance. Otherwise, he would have become a genuine failure by now. Why be upset over such trivial matters? He smiled. Su Yingxiao looked at him, not in feigned anger, but genuinely perplexed at his indifference. Don't you feel wronged? Your mother treats you this way, and she is surely concocting tales to malign you before Grandma. Su Yingxiao argued. There is a saying, those strong enough are unperturbed by slander and disdain, indifferent to injustice. Are you strong enough? Su Yingxiao challenged. Han Qianqian shook his head resolutely. He had not yet attained true strength, and the height of the Han family was a peak his current abilities could not surmount. What he desired was not to inherit the Han legacy. In fact, he hardly regarded the Han family at all. To prove his superiority over that individual to the elderly matriarch of the Han family, Han Sanqian must transcend the confines of his family and ascend to greater heights. He seeks to unveil to all who have ever looked down upon him that he, Han Sanqian, is the true hope of the Han family, rather than that sweet-talking charlatan. In the time that followed, Han Sanqian continued to escort Su Yingxia to and from work, and soon, the 28th family day arrived. On that day, Han Sanqian drove the three of them toward the Su family villa. Along the way, Jiang Lan advised Han Sanqian to keep his lips sealed and refrain from speaking unnecessarily, suggesting it would be best to remain mute. Upon their arrival at the Su family villa, the guests had already gathered. Su Haichao, who was now idly at home, had not lost his position in the company, and upon seeing Su Yingxia, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Su Yingxia, I heard your recent collaborations have been quite successful. I didn't expect you to possess such capability, Su Haichao remarked. Without you, it has indeed been much smoother. Su Yingxia replied. Su Haichao paid no mind to the veiled implications in her words. After all, even their grandmother had not reproached him. So what was Su Yingxia to him? Moreover, this event served to solidify Su Haichao's unshakable status within the Su family. Though Su Yingxia had achieved some success, she still lacked the trust of their grandmother, a reality that could not be altered by any amount of effort. What good is it to do so much? I do nothing at home, yet the position of chairman will eventually be mine, Su Haichao declared. Su Yingxia had never intended to vie for the chairman's position. She understood their grandmother's preference for males, and it was inconceivable that such an opportunity would be granted to her. However, witnessing Su Haichao's audacious demeanor stirred anger within her. Even if you don't attain the chairman's position, you've certainly profited enough, haven't you? It's only been a few days since you became a head, and the family has already bought 2 cars. Aren't you afraid that grandmother will investigate? Su Yifan interjected sarcastically. The news of the car purchases had already spread throughout the Su family, but they had not realized there were 2 vehicles until the new cars were recently registered. This revelation incited envy among many relatives of the Su family. Over $1 million was spent in a short span of time, and how could Su Yingxia's acquisition of such wealth not provoke jealousy? Su Haichao wore a cold smile, having deliberately refrained from mentioning this to their grandmother, eagerly awaiting to see how Su Yingxia would explain herself. When mealtime arrived, the matriarch finally made her entrance, commanding the attention of all as she intentionally made everyone wait for her. In this small family, many rules were in place, albeit they were all mere performances, lacking the authenticity of true nobility. Yet, they reveled in their charade. Grandmother, grandmother, mother, mother, each person greeted in turn, only daring to sit after she had taken her seat. Han Sanqian remained at a side table with the servants rather than joining the main table. Su Haichao took a moment to glance at Su Yihan, who then addressed Su Yingxia. Yingxia, aren't you going to inform grandmother about the 2 cars your family purchased? The matriarch's brow furrowed upon hearing this. She was aware that Su Yingxia had changed cars, but had no intention of investigating further. However, hearing about 2 new vehicles was news to her. Yingxia, that position is quite enviable. You've barely settled in, and yet you bought 2 cars. Su Haichao chimed in, echoing her sentiments. The matriarch asked sternly, Yingxia, did you buy 2 cars? Su Yingxia, who had not taken a single penny from the company, nodded confidently. Yes, my father drives one, and Han Sanqian drives the other when he picks me up from work. How extravagant. Must one ride in an Audi A6 for their commute? You certainly have a grandiose sense of the responsibilities of a head, Su Haichao retorted coldly. Grandmother, I purchased the cars with my own funds and did not take a single cent from the company, Su Yingxia asserted. Laughter erupted, and everyone shook their heads in disbelief. Who would believe such a claim? Given Su Yingxia's family circumstances, how could they afford 2 Audi A6s? Su Yingxia, are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Over $1 million? Does your family truly possess such wealth? It's absurd, they scoffed. You are truly reckless. Buying 1 car might be overlooked, but this is outright indulgence, another added. Yes, your lack of restraint undermines the family's rules. How can you expect to hold others accountable? This comment served as a warning to the matriarch that if she ignored Su Yingxia's actions, others might follow suit. Yingxia, you had better clarify this matter, the matriarch warned. At that moment, Su Haichao abruptly stood up and addressed the matriarch. Grandmother, there is something else you should know that most here are unaware of. Not only did she buy 2 cars, but she's also planning to change houses. She'll be moving into a new home on the 15th of next month without informing us. One wonders if she is feeling guilty. This revelation caused an uproar in the room. Su Yingxia had purchased a house without notifying them? Was it not guilt that prevented her from sharing? Su Jingxia, you have some audacity. Even if you secured a collaboration with Ruoshui Real Estate, there's no need to be so brazen. How much money have you really made at the company? Someone demanded. Mother, this matter cannot be overlooked. If we allow her to continue, she will drain the company dry. Others echoed, their expressions filled with indignation, eager to seize the opportunity to completely undermine Su Yingxia. The matriarch, equally furious, found it acceptable that some were skimming from the company, but Su Yingxia's actions were beyond the pale. If she did not chastise her properly this time, who would respect the rules in the future? Su Yingxia, you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation, she commanded, her tone icy. Those who do not engage in wrongdoing by day need not fear the knocking of ghosts at night. If you believe I have taken money from the company, feel free to investigate. You may examine all accounts within the company, and I can retrieve the ledgers myself to confront you face to face, Su Yingxia declared calmly. Why should I fear for something I have not done? As the people present exchanged glances, each person had likely engaged in some form of embezzlement within the company. Upon hearing Su Yingxia's challenge to scrutinize the accounts, their expressions shifted dramatically. Who among them could evade the consequences of such an inquiry? Su Haichao understood that Su Yingxia was intent on dragging everyone down with her and could not allow her to succeed. Su Jingxia, is there really any need for an investigation? Surely, grandmother is aware of your family situation. Suddenly purchasing cars and changing houses, does that not raise suspicion? Faced with this interrogation, the normally unreasonable Jiang Lan fell silent, allowing Su Yingxia to bear the brunt of their accusations. At this juncture, Han Sanxian rose, his demeanor calm as he stated, the purchase of the cars and the house all stem from my finances. A profound silence enveloped the room, so still that one could hear a pin drop. Han Sanxian's assertion rendered the Su family villa eerily quiet, with only the sound of their breaths breaking the stillness. However, it was not long before laughter erupted, and chaos ensued as everyone pointed and mocked Han Sanxian. Their scorn and derision laid bare. Han Sanxian, are you not afraid of tripping over your own tongue? How dare you make such grandiose claims? Are you trying to amuse us? Su Haichao chuckled heartily, his amusement palpable. Su Yihan's face flushed crimson, clearly struggling to contain her laughter, as she taunted, Oh my, you are too funny. I could cry from laughing. You don't need to be so ridiculous. Do you really think of yourself as a jester? Relatives took turns ridiculing Han Sanxian. You must consider your circumstances when boasting. You, a useless wretch, could never possess such wealth. Su Yingxia, is this the narrative you concocted? To let Han Sanxian take the fall? Are you mad? Or are we the ones who have lost our minds? They jeered. Indeed, even if you sought a reason, you could have chosen something more believable. Not him. Better to leave it alone. Su Guolin, who had long harbored resentment towards Han Sanxian for having struck Su Haichao previously, seized this opportunity to mock him without remorse. Han Sanxian, I must admit, you are quite the surprise. I never envisioned you as a wealthy individual capable of casually producing over $1 million. Are you perhaps a low-key heir to a fortune? Your demeanor hardly suggests it. Compared to the beggars on the street, you seem to lack only a tattered bowl. Remarked Su Guolin. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted, piercing the air with its harshness. Jiang Lan, filled with indignation, rose from her seat and admonished Han Sanxian. Is this a place for you to speak? Silence yourself. This situation, not only did the relatives of the Su family doubt it, but even Jiang Lan herself found it hard to believe. Han Sanxian's indiscreetness only served to humiliate their family further and provide fodder for ridicule. Jiang Lan, therein lies your error. If he wishes to boast, you must afford him the opportunity, for how else could we find amusement? Su Guolin Chekiv. Su Haichao quickly chimed in. Indeed, Aunt Lan. Why expose Han Sanxian's pretense of grandeur? Allow him some dignity. At his age, to be so shameless is quite a spectacle. If you continue to embarrass him, how will he ever show his face again? Unperturbed, Han Sanxian gazed quietly at the mirthful crowd, a scene he had witnessed countless times within the Su family. Now merely routine. His eyes fell upon Su Yingxia, her expression a mix of indignation and cuteness, which involuntarily caused the corners of Han Sanxian's mouth to lift. Han Sanxian, you truly are audacious. In such a predicament, you can still find laughter. I admire your fortitude. With such a thick skin, why not enlist in the army to shield against bullets? So is it? Aterlidis Dunfid. How could Han Sanchian still smile amidst such humiliation? If it were him, he would never show his face in the Su family again. In my eyes, you're equally a jest, Han Sanchian replied nonchalantly. Su Haichao's expression darkened. This worthless wretch dared to call him a joke. Approaching Han Sanchian with an air of menace, he intended to teach him a lesson. As this was not their first encounter. Just then, the elderly matriarch interjected. Haichao, return. With her command, Su Haichao dared not disobey. He raised his fist toward Han Sanchian before retreating to his seat, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Han Sanchian, seemingly plotting to settle the score later. Ingxia, I am aware of your struggles over the years, yet there is no need for such blatant displays. Do you truly believe I, the matriarch, am blind to everything? The matriarch disregarded Han Sanchian's words, for she could not fathom that the funds for the car and house were indeed Han Sanchian's, a notion she found utterly preposterous. Grandmother, I maintain my stance. If you harbor suspicions, you may audit the accounts at any time. Su Ingxia boldly met the matriarch's gaze. The matriarch had not anticipated Su Ingxia's obstinacy. Did she truly believe that relying on the misdeeds of others would shield her from scrutiny? The matriarch recognized that delving into the accounts could yield far-reaching consequences. Revealing the embezzlement figures of each family would lay bare the discrepancies, inevitably inciting discontent and leading to further corruption within the company. Ingxia, I underestimated you all these years, the matriarch conceded, acknowledging Su Ingxia's cunning. Previously, she had seen Su Ingxia as merely hard-working and naive, but now it was evident that beneath her seemingly gentle exterior lay a woman of formidable guile. Grandmother, I understand that explanations may fall on deaf ears, but what I say is the truth, as is what Han Sanchian asserts, Su Ingxia stated resolutely. Truth? Suai Chao spot, his tone laden with bitterness. The truth is that you embezzled over $1 million from the company, yet deny it vehemently. Haichao, silence yourself, the matriarch commanded coldly. Taken aback, Su Haichao pondered whether the matriarch intended to exonerate Su Ingxia. Such a decision was unacceptable. Her embezzlement presented a golden opportunity to strip Su Ingxia of her position. Now that the collaboration with Ruoshui Properties was on solid ground, Su Haichao believed that even with a change in leadership, the partnership would remain intact, allowing him to ascend effortlessly. In a short span, Su Ingxia had amassed over $1 million, a fact that incited Su Haichao's envy. He believed her ostentatiousness had led to this predicament. Had she been more discreet, who would have known of her transgressions? Grandmother, should you choose to absolve Su Ingxia, how will you manage the others? Su Haichao inquired. The matriarch, biting her teeth in frustration, glared icily at Su Haichao. Do you wish for me to retrieve the ledger and meticulously examine each entry, tallying the accounts of the past few years? Su Haichao's heart sank. A comprehensive audit would reveal far more than just the over $1 million. As the highest-ranking member of the Su family, he was undoubtedly the most culpable. How could he allow such scrutiny? The others present lowered their heads, fearing the repercussions of speaking out. The first to voice dissent would surely be the one scrutinized. Dinner, the matriarch commanded, silencing further discussion on the matter. The relatives, each harboring their own secrets, could not help but respect Su Ingxia's cunning strategy, which effectively coerced the matriarch into silence regarding the financial investigation. After the meal, Su Haichao and several younger members of the Su family gathered in the back garden, their expressions filled with animosity. Su Ingxia has played us cunningly. Attempting to drag everyone down with her, Su Yihan seethed, her face contorted with rage. She had initially sought to leverage the situation to undermine Su Ingxia, only to find herself outmaneuvered. With a cold smirk, Su Haichao remarked, "This scheming woman has proven to be far more capable than I anticipated. Even a matriarch has had to yield in this instance. Haichao, this woman cannot remain. Who knows what other schemes she may concoct against you? So Difan Koshchen, rest assured, I shall not grant her that opportunity. Once this month concludes, I will return to the company and ensure her downfall," Su Haichao declared. "What kind of house do you think Su Ingxia could purchase?" One of the younger Su family members inquired. Su Yihan scoffed. What kind of house could she possibly afford? Even if she siphoned off funds from the company, pushing the matriarch into submission, she cannot take too much. 2 cars costing over $1 million. She likely took $2 million from the company, with the remainder earmarked for the house. Indeed, Su Haichao nodded in agreement, acknowledging Su Ingxia's cleverness. Yet, He recognized that she could not overreach, for while the matriarch could tolerate her antics, there were limits to her patience. A fact Su Yingxia should be acutely aware of. What will become of this situation will reveal itself on the 15th of next month. Now that the matter has been disclosed, she cannot very well exclude us from the gathering. Chapter 54. A visit to the new home in the living room. Su Guilin and others discussed the events surrounding the 15th, eager to partake in the festivities. If the new house were splendid, they would have the opportunity to speak ill of Su Yingxia before the matriarch. Conversely, if the house fell short, it would serve as an occasion for mockery. Jiang Lan's greatest fear was that the Su family would learn of her subterfuge. Her plan was to rent a property to placate Tang Qingye, hoping to escape detection. And by reducing contact with him, she believed she could evade exposure. However, if the Su family discovered her ruse, the complications would multiply. She would be unmasked, revealing her attempts to save face as nothing more than a facade, subjecting her to ridicule. Though the information had not originated from Han Sanqian, he had unwittingly become the catalyst for the entire affair. At this moment, Jiang Lan wished fervently to expel him from their midst. Guiyao, you cannot genuinely intend to exclude us from the festivities, can you? So woording feigned dissatisfaction. This is a joyous occasion. We are your kin, and it is only right that we come to offer our congratulations. Indeed, after much effort in moving out of that dilapidated house, it is only fitting that we should be allowed to witness the new abode. Just moments ago, this group expressed their indignation at the situation, yet now they feign a benevolent demeanor. However, Su Guiyao is well aware of their true sentiments. The matter has already been laid bare. Should he choose not to invite them, he would face greater ostracism within the Su family, as well as the risk of becoming a subject of gossip. Very well. I shall inform you of the location in due time, Su Guiyao remarked. What mysterious affair. Could it be that you fear embarrassment? Su Wooding scoffed. The house has already been purchased, and its location remains unchanged. This secrecy surely indicates that the property is subpar, and you dread being ridiculed. What is there to be ashamed of? As long as the house serves its purpose, its quality is of little consequence. Speak freely. Indeed, we would also prefer to arrive early, they echoed. Su Guiyao stammered, unable to articulate a response. Jiang Lan wished to resolve the matter decisively, but found herself constrained by social niceties, unsure of what to say. Yingxia, if your father finds it awkward to voice this, perhaps you could do so, Su Guilin suggested, turning to Su Yingxia. Instinctively, Su Yingxia glanced at Han Sanqian, for only he knew the true location of the house and could answer the question. A vehicle will come to collect you, and you will naturally learn its whereabouts. Han Sanqian stated. He then turned to Su Yingxia. Should we invite Grandma as well? Su Guilin wore a sardonic smile, and the other relatives shook their heads dismissively. It was well known that the matriarch of the Su family never ventured beyond her usual haunts, not even for housewarming, unless the new residence was in the Yunding Mountain Villa area, a rule that was unwavering. Han Sanqian, have you been with our family for 3 years and still failed to comprehend this custom? The old lady only visits Yunding Mountain. Do you think your family could possibly afford a residence there? Su Guilin retorted. Do you really believe that just because she visited your home last time, she would grant you another favor? Your audacity as a son-in-law is quite remarkable. Jiang Lan was nearly driven to madness by Han Sanqian's provocations. Everyone knew the old lady's rules. Why must he insist on embarrassing himself and dragging him down with him? Han Sanqian, do you have too much time on your hands to chatter so much? Jiang Lan, stop it. I merely felt it necessary to inform her, lest she become displeased when this matter is mentioned in the future, Han Sanqian replied. There's no need for notification. I shall decline on her behalf. Su Guilin chuckled. Han Sanqian chose not to argue further, knowing that he could shift the blame onto Su Guilin later. By mid-afternoon, as the group departed from the Su family villa, Su Haichao summoned Han Sanqian to the back garden, the details of their conversation remaining a mystery. However, Han Sanqian left unscathed, while Su Haichao's expression was decidedly sour. Time passed swiftly, and the 15th approached, with Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao growing increasingly anxious. Their initial plan to rent a place to deceive others was now untenable with the Su family's involvement. Thus, they resigned themselves to the inevitable. They would forego renting and accept the second-hand house purchased by Han Sanqian, regardless of its merits, knowing they would only face humiliation from Tang Qingye and his peers. On the 14th, after picking up Su Yingxia from work, Han Sanqian found her inquiring about the house. Previously, she had not given it much thought, as any place Han Sanxian bought would be home to her. However, today, an inexplicable nervousness gripped her, particularly with Tang Long's impending visit. She wished to spare her father any potential embarrassment and secretly hoped that their new home would not pale in comparison to Tang Qingye's. I showed it to you last time, did I not? Han Sanxian replied with a smile. Su Yingxia shot him a glare. Recalling the villa at the mountainside in the Yunding mountain area, a jest she could hardly take seriously. Were you joking about at a time like this? Tomorrow, my father's colleagues and relatives from the Su family will arrive. Could you not give me a hint? She implored. I assure you, I speak the truth. If you do not believe me, what can I do? Han Sanxian responded helplessly. Su Yingxia sighed, feeling that Han Sanxian was deliberately withholding information. Uncle Tang called my father yesterday, insisting on knowing where the new house is located so they could arrive early. My father could not utter a word. To be honest, I do not wish for him to lose face. That area is not accessible to ordinary vehicles, so he need not drive, Han Sanxian replied, chuckling. Could it possibly be a narrow alley? Su Yingxia questioned, passive. I must warn you, the consequences of underestimating your husband can be quite severe, Han Sanxian said earnestly. The term husband caused Su Yingxia's cheeks to flush. After 3 years, the address felt foreign to her. Yet a flicker of excitement stirred within her. Despite the passage of time, thoughts of the Crystal Restaurant still made her heart race, recalling the enchanting figure playing the piano and the cascading petals. A moment of exquisite romance etched in her memory. Where are we headed? Aren't we going home? Su Yingxia suddenly realized that Han Sanxian was not taking the route back. Did you not wish to see the new home? I'm taking you there, Han Sanxian said with a smile. Su Yingxia's heart raced with anticipation. It was not long before she punched Han Sanxian's shoulder, her mood shifting abruptly. Is this not the road to Yunding Mountain? Are you jesting with me? She exclaimed. Exasperated, Han Sanxian understood that explanations would be futile. Seeing would be believing. What are you doing? Stop the car. Vehicles that are not registered cannot enter Yunding Mountain, she urged, panic rising as Han Sanxian approached the entrance of the villa area. She was not concerned about losing face, but dreaded the thought of being turned away, which would be utterly humiliating and unnecessary. Please stop. It would be so embarrassing to be kicked out. As the vehicle finally halted at the entrance, Su Yingxia felt despair wash over her, shrinking back in her seat, unable to face the guard outside. She merely hoped that if they were expelled, it would not be too humiliating. Just then, the gate swung open, and the guard saluted Han Sanxian before granting them entry. Su Yingxia stared at Han Sanxian in disbelief. Even at this moment, she still doubted the veracity of his claims. This was a situation that seemed almost fantastical, and the assertion that he had purchased a villa on the mountainside was even more difficult to accept. On the day of the auction, their family had been at the Su family villa, and the final price was 89 million. Was this something Han Sanxian could truly afford? What did you manage to curry favor with the guards of the villa area? Su Yingxia inquired. Chapter 55. Your lipstick is quite nice. Han Sanxian remained silent as he drove directly into the mountainside area. By this point, Su Yingxia was at a loss for words, her mind swirling with questions she could not voice. He had indeed driven into the Yunding Mountain Villa area. He had actually brought them to the villa on the mountainside. Although Su Yingxia had never visited Yunding Mountain before, she had heard much about its rules from others. Each independent villa possesses its private area, without the owner's consent. Any intruder would be violating the regulations of the villa area. Moreover, the villa was developed by the Tian family and is directly managed by them. No one would dare to risk offending the Tian family by breaching their rules. Thus, the only explanation for his presence here was that he was indeed the rightful owner of this place. As Han Sanxian opened the door to the passenger seat, Su Yingxia remained in a daze, hesitant to exit the vehicle, fearful that stepping out would mean intruding upon someone else's territory. They had arrived at her doorstep. Yet she found it hard to believe. Isn't this your home? Han Sanxian asked with a smile. My home? A look of disbelief flickered across Su Yingxia's face. How could this be her residence? It was a luxurious villa perched on a mountainside, the most opulent and expensive in the entire Yun city. The matriarch of the Su family had longed to reside in the Yunding Mountain Villa district, for only by living there could one truly integrate into the upper echelons of Yun city society. Yet to Su Yingxia, all of this felt surreal, akin to a vivid dream, one of those dreams that occur in broad daylight. Han Sanxian produced a key and continued, This is indeed our home. If you doubt it, why not give it a try? Su Yingxia stepped out of the car, her hand trembling as she clutched the key. Only after she observed Han Sanqian stride toward the entrance did she muster the courage to move. Her heart was tumultuous, and her mind felt muddled. "Let us see if it works," Han Sanqian suggested. Taking a deep breath, Su Yingxia felt sweat pooling in her palms. Her hand quivered as she attempted to insert the key, but it took a while due to her uncontrollable shaking. "Han Sanqian, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Do you realize the serious consequences if we are discovered here?" Su Yingxia inquired anxiously. "Certainly, the rules of the Yunding Mountain Villa District are quite stringent, but it is only natural for a homeowner to return home without repercussions," he replied. Finally, Su Yingxia managed to insert the key into the lock and turned it gently. It opened. It truly opened. At that moment, she felt as if she had been electrified, goosebumps prickling her skin as a rush of exhilaration coursed through her. As she gently pushed open the door, she was met not with the ostentatious luxury she had expected, but rather a subtly elegant decor characterized by a black and white color scheme, devoid of excessive ornamentation, presenting a clean and crisp aesthetic. "You once mentioned that if given the chance to design your home, you would choose this simplistic style, black and white, with minimal embellishments, uncomplicated and refreshing. Are you satisfied?" Han Sanqian remarqued. At that moment, Su Yingxia still felt as if she were in a dream, reluctant to awaken from this enchanting fantasy. On the south wall of the living room hung a large mural that nearly dominated the entire wall, a wedding photo featuring a couple whose expressions did not reflect the joy of newlyweds. Instead, the woman wore a serious expression, imbued with a sense of unwillingness and discontent, while the man bore a faint, bittersweet smile. Su Yingxia recalled how, after the elders' matchmaking, she had been forced to take wedding photos with Han Sanqian. That experience had merely been a formality for her. She had never seen the final product, nor displayed any photos of them together at home. To her surprise, Han Sanqian had kept the wedding photo from 3 years ago. While she had nearly forgotten about it, tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. Overwhelmed, Su Yingxia sank to the floor. Sobbing uncontrollably, Han Sanqian, smiling contentedly, gazed at the south wall, where the photo should have proudly hung 3 years ago but had instead gathered dust. After a prolonged bout of tears, Su Yingxia abruptly stood and pointed at the wedding photo, declaring, "Take it down." "Why?" Han Sanqian asked, confused. Did she still refuse to accept this situation, even forbidding the existence of a single photo? If that were the case, he would comply. He would never force Su Yingxia into anything. "Don't you see her unwillingness on her face? Why are you still being so kind to her?" Su Yingxia lamented. Han Sanqian raised an eyebrow, responding without hesitation, "Because she is my wife, and recognized as such by the state." Su Yingxia leaped into Han Sanqian's embrace, grateful that he was sturdy enough to withstand her sudden affection. "I don't want to see it. Throw it away, burn it." "Certainly." Tu Han Sanqian. Su Yingxia's tears were a potent poison. He would do anything to make her happy. A mere wedding photo? If it must be discarded, then so be it. Although reluctant, Han Sanqian would rather endure his own suffering than see Su Yingxia in distress. At that moment, Su Yingxia stepped back, gazing directly into Han Sanqian's eyes. Though her makeup was in disarray from crying, she remained stunningly beautiful, stirring Han Sanqian's heart. "I want to take new wedding photos with you," she declared. Han Sanqian was taken aback, his nose tingling with emotion. Throughout his life, he had never shed a tear despite enduring countless grievances. Yet now his eyes brimmed with tears. Su Yingxia once again flung herself into his arms, rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. In that instant, Han Sanqian's mind went blank. As if rooted to the spot, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and before he could fully grasp the sensation, Su Yingxia, blushing fiercely, dashed away. He licked his lips, the lingering taste of her lipstick evoking a sweet sensation. Sitting on the sofa, Han Sanqian could hardly contain his grin as he gazed at the wedding photo on the wall, muttering to himself, "I didn't realize you had such an effect. It seems keeping you around was a wise choice. However, my wife says you aren't very photogenic, so you have to go. Don't blame me for being heartless. After all, in this world, the wife is paramount." Su Yingxia rushed to the bathroom, her face flushed with embarrassment. Although she had no regrets about what had just transpired, she felt utterly mortified. Wasn't it the man's role to initiate such gestures? How had she lost control? He would surely think poorly of her for being so indiscreet. Yet, she was his wife, Surely, a kiss was permissible. But when had she ever fulfilled her duties as a wife? Oh no, I've ruined my image in his eyes. Su Yingxiao fretted in front of the mirror, babbling incoherently to herself. After a long while, a knock echoed from outside the bathroom. Are you planning to hide in there for eternity? Don't you want to see what our new home looks like? Han Sanqian's voice called out. Su Yingxiao's heart raced, her pulse quickening like a roller coaster ride. I'll be right out. I need to freshen up, she stammered. Lacking the courage to face Han Sanqian, she sought refuge behind a convenient excuse. Han Sanqian suddenly remarked, "What brand is your lipstick? It tastes rather nice." Su Yingxiao wished she could shrink away and escape through the drain. The tension lingered until a call from Jiang Lan compelled Su Yingxiao to leave the bathroom. When Jiang Lan inquired about her absence from home, Su Yingxiao offered only vague explanations. Just like her, Su Yingxiao found it hard to believe that Han Sanqian had genuinely brought her to his home. Even if she told Jiang Lan, she knew her friend would be skeptical. After all, they were due to meet tomorrow, so there was no rush. Han Sanqian guided Su Yingxiao through the villa, showcasing every corner inside and out. They tacitly avoided discussing the earlier incident, yet the atmosphere between them had evidently shifted significantly. After all, they had taken an important step forward. And Han Sanqian's heart fluttered as he began to ponder the possibility of having a younger brother. Chapter 56. Wrong Person? On the 15th of the month, all the classmates gathered outside Tang Qingye's new home. What kind of nonsense is Su Guiyao up to, making us wait here? Is his new home in the same community as old Tang's? Very likely. Otherwise, why will we be here? Tang Qingye clenched his teeth in frustration. Why did Su Guiyao have to buy a house in this neighborhood, forcing him to endure the embarrassment of being compared? If he criticized the house, it would only serve to undermine his own. However, the situation remains uncertain, and Tang Qingye does not believe that Su Guiyao is capable of purchasing a property here. While the Su family is indeed affluent, Su Guiyao is notoriously regarded as a waste, akin to his ineffectual son-in-law, lacking any significant standing within the company. How could he possibly afford a residence in this esteemed area? Perhaps he is merely putting on a fade. Tang Long, still embracing the woman from the previous encounter, casually replied, "Dad, if he manages to buy a house here, I'll immediately upgrade your place. I refuse to live alongside someone of such low caliber." Tang Long's words filled Tang Qingye with pride, prompting him to boast, "You should save your money. It's over $1 million a year, and one cannot be frivolous." The notion of $1 million annual salary, a staggering figure, is something many dare not even dream of. Tang Long, your father is indeed fortunate to have such a successful son, unlike my family, whose offspring still lack stable employment. If my son had even half of Tang Long's accomplishments, he would wake up grinning in his sleep. Old Tang, an old classmate, expressed his envy. Although aware of Tang Qingye's intentional display, others could not help but admire him for his genuine achievements, as they too had children, hoping to align with Tang Long's success in the future. "Tang Long, when will you arrange a job for my son, so he can follow in your footsteps?" Yes. My son may not possess remarkable skills, but he certainly has the strength for menial tasks. You can rely on him for anything." Tang Long chuckled, responding, "I am planning to switch companies soon. Once things stabilize, I'll definitely introduce you." You're earning $1 million a year and still switching jobs? What I say $1 million a year to you? I'm about to join Ruoshui Real Estate. Do you know who's south-backing Ruoshui Real Estate? Tang Long stated. Who? Ruoshui Real Estate is the firm that secured the Qingxi project, right? I've heard that our Yunqing will vigorously develop Qingxi, which will soon become a new and thriving district. Feeling all eyes upon him, Tang Long felt like the most radiant star in the world and casually mentioned, "Ruoshui Real Estate is a subsidiary of the Han family from Yanjing. You've heard of the Han family, haven't you? They're among the wealthiest in Huaxia, with only a handful able to rival them. The Han family, why would they develop in our Yunqing? Tang Long, if you join Ruoshui Real Estate, doesn't that mean you're working for the Han family?" Although these individuals belong to the lower echelons of society, the name of the Han family held immense weight and left them astonished. Their envy for Tang Qingye unmistakable. Working for the Han family opened boundless prospects for Tang Long, ensuring a worry-free future for Tang Qingye. "Tang Long, why haven't you mentioned this before?" Tang Qingye asked, bewildered by his son. "It's just a job change. It's merely about earning a bit more. I didn't feel the need to make a fuss about it," Tang Long replied with a smile. The father-son duo's banter only intensified the envy of those around them. At that moment, a bus halted before the crowd, and a person disembarked to welcome them, leaving everyone bewildered. "Son, what is going on?" Tang Xingye quietly inquired of Tang Long. With such a grand display from Su Guiyao, it appeared that the property he purchased was anything but ordinary, and a flicker of concern crossed his mind that it might surpass their own. Tang Long furrowed his brow. Indeed, the commotion was significant. If it weren't for a quality residential area, such an uproar would only invite ridicule. "Dad, Su Yingxiao recently became the head of the Chengxi project. Could it be that this woman is cashing in?" Tang Long speculated, but dismissed the thought, realizing that with such little time, Su Yingxiao would not dare to be overtly brazen. Could their house possibly be better than ours? Tang Xingye asked, his expression darkening. Tang Long confidently shook his head, reassuringly stating, "You need not worry. At most it will be on par with ours. The new development I purchased for you is already the finest in Yunqing, unless they have moved into a villa district." Upon hearing this, Tang Xingye felt somewhat reassured. In his view, even if Su Guiyao managed to buy a house, it could never be in the Yunding Mountain Villa district. As long as he could avoid mockery, he would not be embarrassed. Meanwhile, the relatives of the Su family boarded another bus, each filled with confusion regarding the situation. "Guilin, where did Su Guiyao buy a house to warrant such a bus service? The property must be extravagant," they mused. It appeared that Su Yingxiao was indeed reaping substantial profits at the company, demonstrating a boldness that was quite audacious, amassing several millions at once. Could they not devise a method to rein her in? The company's funds should not be solely at her disposal. Su Haichao, seated in the vehicle, wore a grim expression. While he resented Su Yingxia's money-making tactics, the bus instilled an ominous premonition within him. He had an acquaintance residing in the Yunding Mountain Villa district, who had informed him that if a large group of relatives intended to visit the villa district, prior notice was required for the management to arrange transportation, thereby preventing traffic congestion caused by private vehicles. Only the Yunding Mountain Villa district had such a protocol. Why would they need a bus to visit Su Yingxia's new residence? "Haichao, you must find a way to deal with Su Yingxia. Her arrogance cannot be allowed to continue," someone urged. Su Haichao was pulled back to reality by this remark, responding, "Rest assured, now that I have returned to the company, she won't be able to extract another penny from it. However, you all need to behave, otherwise, don't blame me if you get dragged down with her." Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Isn't this the road to the Yunding Mountain Villa district? Driver, are you going the wrong way? Don't you know we're headed to the Yunding Mountain Villa district today?" The driver replied nonchalantly. At this, the passengers were left speechless. "To the Yunding Mountain Villa district? Aren't we going to Su Guiyao's new home?" Someone questioned. "Excuse me, driver. Did you pick up the wrong people? How could we possibly be going to the Yunding Mountain Villa district?" Upon hearing this, the driver slammed on the brakes, causing several passengers to lose their balance and tumble. "No way, are you joking? I picked up the wrong people," the driver exclaimed, realizing that this was a directive from above, and he could not afford to make such a blunder. "How are you driving? Don't you know enough with the nonsense? Who are you all anyway?" The driver, an employee of Tianjia Company, was dismissive, as his priority was to ascertain whether he had indeed picked up the wrong passengers. A mistake could cost him his job. Observing the driver's authoritative demeanor, the Su family relatives who had been about to reprimand him fell silent, cowed by his presence. "Good sir, we are from the Su family. The person you're here to pick up wouldn't be in the same villa district as us, would they?" Su family relatives speculated, believing this could explain the scenario. The driver hesitated, muttering under his breath, and then continued driving. The Su family relatives, perplexed, wondered why they weren't allowed to disembark if they were supposedly in the wrong vehicle. Chapter 57. Can you open the door? The two buses halted simultaneously on the mountainside, and as the two groups disembarked, their expressions were a mixture of confusion, uncertainty, and even a hint of panic. Yunding Mountain Villa District. This is undoubtedly the most luxurious location in the entire Cloud City, not to mention its position on the mountainside. It is well known that this place was auctioned off for an astronomical sum of over 80 million not long ago, leaving the entire Cloud City speculating about the identity of the wealthy benefactor who made such a lavish expenditure. Little did they dream that they would one day find themselves standing here. What is happening? Why have we been brought here? Su Yihan stood on the ground, hesitant to move even slightly, fearful of crushing the sand and stones beneath her feet. Su Haichao was equally anxious. The private domain of the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa area was not a place one could trespass without consequence. Yet here they were, standing on the territory of the mountainside villa. Could it be that Su Yingxia intended to harm us? Su Haichao gritted his teeth, suggesting that they had been lured here to be trapped, fearing that if the Tian family learned of their presence, none could escape unscathed. Su Yingxia was indeed courting disaster, endangering them all. Could she possibly evade responsibility? Su Guolin's furious demeanor suggested he was ready to commit violence. What should we do now? Before the property management department notices. Let us leave quickly, Su Yihan proposed. Meanwhile, Tang Qingye and the others remained silent, paralyzed by fear. Even Tang Long, who prided himself on being a young talent, dared not act out in this intimidating environment. An annual salary of $1 million may seem substantial to ordinary people, but Tang Long understood that in the eyes of the Tian family, it was utterly insignificant. Just as they contemplated a discreet exit, an Audi A6 ascended the hill. Inside the car, Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao wore expressions that defied description. When Han Qianqian drove up to the entrance, Jiang Lan felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. How could he bring her to such an extravagant place and subject her to embarrassment? However, as the security guard opened the gate, both Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao were left in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Su Yingxia had already visited the previous day, so her surprise was less pronounced, yet she still felt as if she were dreaming. After all, this was the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa area, specifically the mountainside villa. Last night, even waking from a dream, Su Yingxia had questioned the reality of all. Only at this moment did she start to grasp a fragment of its authenticity. Once the car halted at the mountainside villa, Han Qianqian and Su Yingxia exited, only for Su Haichao to storm up to Han Qianqian, grabbing his collar with fury, exclaiming, "Han Qianqian, what does your family mean by this? Do you wish to see us all perish?" Sui Kanglair Atuinja Vitmelis, Sharply retorting, Su Yinja. Are you unaware of the rules of the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa area? Bringing us here means you alone will bear the consequences when the Tian family holds you accountable. Han Qianqian grasped Su Haichao's wrist, applying just enough pressure for him to grimace in pain and release his hold. Su Haichao, why are you so agitated? You flaunt your arrogance at home, yet here you tremble in fear? Han Qianqian remarqued nonchalantly. Su Haichao glared at him through clenched teeth, coldly warning, if Grandma finds out about this, you're finished. Su Guiyao, what does your family intend to do? If you cannot sustain yourselves, must you drag everyone down with you? Su Guilin also voiced his reproach towards Su Guiyao. Other relatives could no longer contain themselves, hurling disparaging remarks without regard for family ties. Su Guiyao remained silent. Even Jiang Lan, typically prone to outbursts, refrained from speaking. Was this truly Han Qianqian's new home? The mountainside villa? Jiang Lan trembled. The weight of this second-hand property was beyond her imagination. What are you afraid of? I am merely returning home. Can the Tian family truly make things difficult for me? Su Yingxia declared. Returning home? Have you lost your mind to make such audacious claims? Is this mountainside villa truly your home? Su Dichan coldly scoffed. Observing the anger in the eyes of the Su family, a smile crept across Su Yingxia's lips. Those who had always looked down upon her family were merely a bunch of cowards, rendered speechless by the mere presence of the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa area. If it is not my home, then whose could it possibly be? Su Yingxia shot a glance at Su Yihan, brandishing her keys as she approached the door. Upon witnessing Su Yingxia's confident demeanor, Su Yihan was momentarily dumbfounded. This was her home? How could that be? How could she possibly have a right to reside in the mountainside villa? Even as the head of the City West project, it was inconceivable for her to possess such extraordinary financial means. Selling off all of the Su family's assets would barely suffice to purchase this villa. As Su Yingxiao reached for the door, everyone felt their hearts race in anticipation. Tang Qian's expression was particularly grim, after waiting so long. Today was finally the day he could criticize and mock Su Guiyao, flaunting Tang Long's accomplishments before him. He even wished to witness Su Yingxia's regret. Yet this time, it seemed he would be denied that satisfaction. All of Tang Long's achievements were rendered meaningless in the face of this villa, leaving no room for redemption. What did an annual salary of $1 million matter? To purchase this villa, one would need to abstain from eating and drinking for decades. Old Tang, is this really the new home that old Su bought? Su Guiyao es tutered estanist. Can he actually reside in the mountainside villa? It appeared he was the most prosperous among them. What kind of extraordinary fortune had befallen him to live here? Hearing this, Tang Qingye felt more wretched than if he had consumed excrement. Prior class reunions had been opportunities for him to boast, with classmates praising and envying him. Yet now, all of his glory was snatched away in an instant by Su Guiyao. The woman nestled beside Tang Long gazed at him with envy. The words she had previously spoken to Su Yingxia in the restaurant now felt like a resounding slap to her face. Tang Long, did you not claim she was of no significance to the Su family? The woman said. Tang Long's emotions were a tangle of complexity. While it was true that Su Yingxia was not valued by the Su family, it was equally inconceivable that she could afford such a mountainside villa. As he glanced unconsciously at Han Qianqian, could it be that he was the hidden benefactor? Tang Long shook his head in disbelief. How could a well-known, good-for-nothing in Cloud City possibly possess over 80 million to purchase a villa? It seemed more likely that she had borrowed it. Tang Long reassured himself. Yet, deep down, he understood that such a possibility was utterly non-existent. The mountainside villa could not simply be borrowed. Another who shared this line of thought was Su Yihan. She too could not believe that Su Yingxia could reside here, having always regarded herself as superior to all the younger female descendants of the Su family. Even if Su Yingxia's beauty surpassed hers, 3 years ago, Su Yingxia's threat was nullified when she married a good-for-nothing. For the past 3 years, Su Yihan had grown accustomed to living better than Su Yingxia, to being in a position of superiority. If Su Yingxia's new home truly was here, how could she ever compete with her again? Some individuals can accept that others live a less fortunate life, even taking pleasure in it. Yet they cannot bear the thought that one day, those they looked down upon might surpass them. This was precisely the case with Su Yihan. She could not accept living in an elevator apartment while Su Yingxia resided in the mountainside villa. Pretending to be so confident, do you really think you can open the door? Upon hearing this, everyone present inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. And apart from Su Guiyao and Jiang Lan, they all secretly hoped that Su Yingxia would be unable to open the door, thus exposing her lies and allowing them to mercilessly mock her. It was as if they were engaging in a futile rebellion. Having reached this point, they were unwilling to believe, yet it did not prevent the truth from unfolding. Su Yingxia turned the key, effortlessly unlocking the door. Although Su Yihan's heart was filled with 1,000 grievances, the reality before her left no room for disbelief. Brother, we were planning to invite Mom as well, but you helped her decline. Do you remember this matter? Qianlan suddenly addressed Su Guolin. Su Guolin's face was as dark as thunder. The elderly matriarch's lifelong dream had been to visit the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa area, yet he had rejected her outright. Chapter 58. Competing for attention, Jiang Lan was in an exceedingly jubilant mood, her haughty demeanor uncontainable. She cared little about how the villa on the hillside came to be. What mattered most was that she could hold her head high in front of the Su family's relatives and gain prestige among Tang Qingye's old classmates. Observing the expressions of Su Guiyao and Tang Qingye, a multitude of creases formed on Jiang Lan's smiling face, her elation palpable. Everyone, why are you still standing there? Hurry and come see my new home, Jiang Lan declared, placing particular emphasis on the word my with an air of ostentation. Tang Qingye felt a pang of resentment, but was nonetheless curious about what an 80 million villa might look like. Though he knew it would be embarrassing, he steeled himself to enter. The Su family's relatives shared a similar sentiment. The hillside villa was a place they could only dream of, and who would want to miss such an opportunity to see it up close? At the back of the group walked Su Haichao and Su Yihan. Haichao, how is this possible? How could Su Yingxia afford a villa here? Su Yihan's face was filled with discontent. She felt unworthy of such luxury. Yet Su Yingxia had managed to live in it. Su Haichao's expression was grim. If Su Yingxia had simply swapped for a regular apartment, he could have accused her of misappropriating company funds. But this hillside villa was beyond reproach. Even if the entire Su family's assets were liquidated, it would barely cover this villa. How could Su Yingxia have taken money from the company? I cannot fathom how Su Yingxia could possess such wealth, Su Haichao admitted. Could be Han Sanqian? Remember when grandfather arranged a marriage for us? We speculated that Han Sanqian might be a rich heir. A look of disdain crossed Su Haichao's face as he retorted, You said it yourself. That was mere speculation, and it was before we ever met Han Sanqian. After 3 years, have you not recognized him? He cannot possibly be a wealthy heir. Su Yihan nodded, realizing she had merely spoken in jest. For if Han Sanqian were truly affluent, he would not have suffered humiliation in the Su family for 3 years. Moreover, a wealthy heir capable of affording a hillside villa was not just any rich individual. Upon entering the home, they were greeted not by opulent decorations, but rather a somewhat austere ambience. In a typical apartment, such minimalism might seem cheap, yet in the context of the hillside villa, it exuded an air of sophistication. "Old Sue, your new home is quite impressive," one of the classmates remarked. Though simple, it conveys a sense of nobility. Indeed, this place reflects character. It does not require excessive adornments, much like a stunning beauty whose heavy makeup detracts from her natural allure. "Old Sue, your taste is commendable, but you are rather modest to have kept this splendid home a secret until today." As the classmates extolled Su Guiyao, Tang Qingye found himself at a loss for words. His own home paled in comparison, and reflecting on his previous treatment of Su Guiyao only deepened his embarrassment. Tang Long had prepared numerous jibes aimed at Su Yingxia and had intended to elevate himself at Han Sanqian's expense, but now those words lay unspoken in his throat, his discomfort ranking high among the attendees. Even his entry into Ruoshui real estate had partly been motivated by Su Yingxia, underscoring his fixation on her. He had anticipated today as an opportunity to showcase himself and belittle Han Sanqian, yet the hillside villa shattered all his dreams. The prospect of leveraging his status to win over Su Yingxia seemed increasingly remote. Living in the hillside villa, what right did he have to expect Su Yingxia to share his bed? A 6-figure salary? Merely a laughable notion. Jiang Lan enthusiastically ushered everyone around the villa, her familiarity belied by the fact that it was her first visit. The more envious they became, the more her spirits soared, seemingly forgetting her past disdain for Han Sanqian. "I, Jiang Lan, will never step foot in your house." Even if it were a mere spittle of disdain, Jiang Lan would undoubtedly swallow her pride without hesitation. After the tour concluded, the group settled in the living room, with a flattery from old classmates caused Jiang Lan to beam with delight, while the Su family members wore inscrutable expressions. The lowest in the Su family hierarchy now resided in the finest villa, towering over everyone else. "Guiyao, did you purchase this villa?" Su Guolin inquired, needing to clarify the situation. It was evident that the villa had been acquired through auction. How then had it come to be in Su Guiyao's possession? Unbeknownst to Su Guiyao, where the villa originated, Jiang Lan interjected, "Elder brother, we purchased this villa with our own hard-earned money. Is there an issue? Should I disclose our entire financial situation to you?" "On Lang, we are well aware of your family's circumstances. Is it possible you possess such wealth?" "Are you looking down on us?" Jiang Lan shot a glance at Han Sanqian, resolute in not allowing him a moment of glory, though concocting a believable explanation proved difficult. "Do not misconstrue our intentions. Could it be that your family has engaged in illicit activities? How else could such fortune have fallen into your laps? We do not wish to be implicated." Sujihan remarked sarcastically. "What do you mean by illicit activities? We are law-abiding citizens. Do not cast aspersions upon me." Jiang Lan responded with irritation. "Then please explain where this money originated. Such a substantial sum cannot simply have descended from the heavens. Or is it that Su Yingxia has questionable associations?" No matter the insinuations, Han Sanqian could tolerate any speculation, but slandering Su Yingxia was intolerable. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Lan shot him a frosty glare. Even now, standing in the villa purchased by Han Sanqian, she felt entitled to the situation. "I'll tell you plainly, this money was compensation from the old master to Guiyao," Jiang Lan declared. Compensation from the old master to Su Guiyao. This revelation sent ripples through the Su family relatives. The old master had passed away years ago. How could he possibly have provided compensation to Su Guiyao? Or was it that the old master had a hidden stash discovered by Su Guiyao? The relatives of the Su family were suddenly agitated. If Su Guiyao had truly found a hidden stash, they too should be entitled to a share. "Jiang Lan, clarify your words. Where did this money come from? Was it left behind by our father? We are all descendants of the old master, entitled to inherit his legacy. Why should it be hoarded by your family alone?" As the topic of money arose, their eyes glimmered with greed, wishing they could carve out a piece of the hillside villa for themselves. "What are you so anxious about? This money has nothing to do with you. The old master felt it was unfair for Han Sanqian to marry into our family. Thus he left us this sum as compensation. Moreover, there was a stipulation that this money could not be accessed for 3 years, which is why we endured for so long." Jiang Lan spoke with an air of unfazed conviction. How much did the old master leave? Su Guilin believed her, for there was no other explanation. And during the old master's lifetime, despite his frustrations with Su Guiyao, all the brothers knew he favored Su Guiyao most. Leaving him a fortune was not out of the question. Jianglan pondered for a moment before extending her index finger, stating, 100 million. What? 100 million? The old master actually left you 100 million. All the relatives of the Su family stood in disbelief, their expressions incredulous. How much wealth did the Su family possess now? How could the old master have left Su Guiyao such a staggering sum? Had they known of this sum of 100 million, they would have eagerly welcomed Han Sanqian into their family. Jianglan was thoroughly pleased with her meticulously crafted narrative, remarking with a smile, otherwise, where would Guiyao have found the funds to purchase a villa? Moreover, his actions certainly bring honor to the Su family. Chapter 59. The despicable are invincible. The reason Jianglan's tale went unchallenged lay in its impeccable timing. Han Sanqian and Su Yingxia had just celebrated their third wedding anniversary, coinciding perfectly with their recent purchase of a car and a new home, leaving no room for doubt. 100 million. These two words became a source of anguish for the Su family's relatives. They gazed at Han Sanqian, wishing he were their own son-in-law. Even if he were deemed a useless individual, the mere association with such wealth could render him acceptable in their eyes. Reflecting on the ridicule directed at Su Guiyao over the past 3 years and the mockery aimed at Su Yingxia, it was no wonder they restrained their ire. They had long harbored a hidden fortune. Regrettably, Mother was absent. Had she been present, she would have undoubtedly rejoiced. Initially, we could have led a comfortable life with this 100 million, but out of respect for Mother, we considered purchasing the hillside villa. Jianglan sighed heavily, her words laden with implication. Su Guilin had already rejected this matter on behalf of the elder lady, and thus, all blame naturally fell upon him. Deep down, Su Guilin remained unconvinced. Even if the old man had truly bestowed upon them 100 million, it was not right for them to monopolize it, especially since the old man had passed away. I need to use the restroom, Su Guilin declared, rising to head toward the lavatory. Jianglan wore a knowing smile. She understood that Su Guilin would likely call the elder lady. Su Jingxia wished to defend An Sanqian. Yet she realized that claiming the money belonged to him would be met with disbelief. Jianglan's narrative, however, had effectively alleviated their family's inexplicable dilemma. Sanqian, about this matter. Su Yingxia began, but Han Sanqian interrupted with a shake of his head. I don't mind. With a sigh, Su Yingxia chose not to pursue the topic further. Meanwhile, Su Guilin, now in the restroom, had successfully dialed the elder lady's number. The elder lady dismissed any thoughts regarding Su Guiyao's new home, vowing to remain a resident of a Yunding Mountain Villa area until her dying day. Did you not visit Su Guiyao's new house today? How is it? She casually inquired. Mother, you might not believe what I have to say, Su Guilin responded. The elder lady's tone shifted instantly. If Su Yingxia could afford a house, it implied substantial monetary resources, and if the house was lavish, it indicated even greater sums. Where's the new home? She pressed coldly, knowing her acceptable price threshold lay within 1 million. Anything beyond that would not be tolerated. In the Yunding Mountain Villa area, Su Guilin stated. There was an unsettling silence on the line before the elder lady's incredulous voice finally broke through. What are you joking about? How could Su Yingxia possibly afford a villa in Yunding Mountain? It's a hillside villa, Su Guilin added. What? The elder lady's voice erupted in disbelief. How could this be? What purpose does it serve to joke with me? Mother, I assure you, I am not jesting. I am currently at the hillside villa. How could I possibly make such a joke? So what do you mean, Steve? What's going on? How could she afford a hillside villa? The elder lady gasped, her breaths quickening. This was her dream retirement destination. She had longed to elevate the Su family into the true upper echelons of Yun City society. Yet she had never qualified to reside there herself, only to learn that Su Yingxia had moved in. It was Dad, Su Guilin explained. What do you mean? What does your father have to do with this? The elder lady frowned, baffled. He has been gone for nearly 3 years. How could he have any connection to Su Yingxia purchasing a villa? According to Jianglan's account, 3 years prior, Han Sanqian had joined the family, and the elder gentleman, wishing to compensate Su Yingxia, had secretly given Su Guiyao 100 million, with the stipulation that it could only be used after 3 years. The timing now aligned perfectly. It cannot be a mistake. The old man gave Su Yingxia 100 million. The elder lady's first reaction was disbelief, she understood the Su family's financial situation well. Previously, to prevent the old man from keeping a mistress, she meticulously reviewed every account within the company. How could he possibly possess such private funds? Yet, if it were not from him, where had Su Guiyao acquired such wealth? The elder lady resolved to confront Su Guiyao directly, stating, "I'm coming to the villa area right away." After ending the call, Su Guilin returned to the living room and informed Jiang Lan, "Mother is on her way. She intends to uncover the truth behind this matter." Jiang Lan remained unfazed. The old gentleman had been deceased for many years, and without evidence, her word would carry weight. Even if the elder lady arrived, as long as she steadfastly claimed the money was provided by the old gentleman, who could challenge her? Very well. The money was indeed from the old gentleman. What do I have to fear? Jiang Lan declared. The Yunding Mountain Villa area is not accessible to everyone. You should meet Mother at the entrance. If she is turned away, it will be quite embarrassing for her, Su Guilin advised. Jianglan Sudeli Bani. The property was not hers, and she was not the owner. There was no way the security would allow her to grant entry to the elder lady. In a moment of desperation, she commanded Han Sanqian, "You go and greet grandmother." Understood, Han Sanqian replied, departing the villa with Su Yingxia closely following. Upon exiting, Su Yingxia expressed her remorse. "I am sorry for putting you in this position. This should have been your credit. My mother is truly thicker-skinned than a city wall. Actually, it's for the best. If I were the one buying it, no one would believe it. Mother has saved us a lot of trouble," Han Sanqian replied with a smile. Su Yingxia recognized that Han Sanqian would not hold grudges over such matters, yet her heart felt heavy. If she did not express her feelings, it would weigh on her conscience. "But I still want to apologize on her behalf," Su Yingxia stated. Suddenly, Han Sanqian looked at Su Yingxia with utmost seriousness, saying, "If you feel guilty, there are ways to remedy that." "What ways?" Su Yingxia inquired curiously. "For instance, I could sleep on the floor," he suggested. "Sound good. The living room is spacious enough and should be quite comfortable," Su Yingxia responded. Han Sanqian felt a wave of exasperation as 3 lines of tension formed on his forehead. Forget I said anything. Upon reaching the entrance at the foot of the mountain, it was not long before the elder lady arrived. Private vehicles were prohibited from entering, so she had to walk, which she accepted without complaint, knowing it was the villa area's rule, symbolizing a prestigious lifestyle. However, upon seeing Su Yingxia and Han Sanqian, her expression soured, and she coldly remarked, "Su Guiyao has changed. He resides in a hillside villa now, and he doesn't even come to greet me." "Grandmother, it's not that Dad doesn't mean to. He has many old classmates at home, which is why we came to pick you up," Su Yingxia explained. It was not that Su Guiyao had chosen not to come. Rather, his presence would serve no purpose, as the guards recognized no one but Han Sanqian. Yet, the elder lady was unaware of this and felt that Su Guiyao had become arrogant since moving into the hillside villa, disregarding even her. "Humph," the elder lady scoffed. "Do not forget, the money for this villa also belongs to the Su family. Though the old man has passed, his wealth remains my wealth." Han Sanqian furrowed his brow. Could it be that this elder lady intended to claim the hillside villa for herself? If that were the case, he could not accept it. The villa was a gift for Su Yingxia. No one had the right to take it away. The mountain path proved arduous for someone like the elder lady, and after just a few steps, she was already struggling to catch her breath. With a frigid expression, she glared at Han Sanqian and commanded, "Are you blind? Do you not see that I can barely walk? Come and carry me." Han Sanqian approached her, squatting down before her with a demeanor devoid of complaint. "Be cautious, or you might drop me, and the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Hurry up, haven't tea you eaten?" The elderly lady's impatience was beyond verbal expression. In the Yunding Mountain Villa area, the presence of the Su family was finally felt, particularly in the hillside villa. Although her family remained at the foot of the mountain, her heart had already ascended to the hillside, leading her to scold Han Sanqian for his slow pace. Su Yingxia observed the elderly lady's attitude towards Han Sanqian and wished she could strike her unconscious with the cane in her hand, wanting to exclaim that it was Han Sanqian who purchased this villa. So what right did she have to criticize him? Upon reaching the hillside, the elderly lady instructed Han Sanqian to set her down, her expression filled with excitement as she gazed at the luxurious villa before her. This was a place that represented status in Yun City. The elderly lady had once thought that she would spend her life only taking the Su family to the foot of the mountain. Yet here she was, unexpectedly qualified to be at the hillside. "Old man, I truly do not know whether to blame you or to thank you. Without you, I would never have reached this place in my lifetime, but why did you give money to Su Guiyao? Even in front of Su Yingxia. The elderly lady spoke these words without any concealment, revealing that the Su Guiyao family held no status in her eyes. Su Yingxia, visibly dissatisfied, glanced at Han Songqian, feeling somewhat helpless. Once the elderly lady entered the villa, the previously noisy chatter in the living room fell silent, and all relatives of the Su family stood up from the sofa. Su Haichao was the quickest to approach the elderly lady, concerned, and said, "Grandma, are you tired? Please sit down and rest." Witnessing the scene, Han Sanqian's eyes gleamed coldly. There was someone similar in the Han family. It was precisely because of his sweet tongue that Han Sanqian, despite residing in high society, was treated like an orphan. He could not comprehend why those who only knew how to flatter, yet possessed no real ability, were so favored. In terms of capability, Su Haichao could not compare to Su Yingxia, yet his sweet words earned him the elderly lady's affection. That man, too, gained his position as the heir of the Han family due to his smooth tongue, even to the extent that the Han family matriarch feared his position might be threatened, leading to Han Sanqian being expelled from the Han family and humiliated by being married into the Su family. Could a family be upheld solely by mere words? Han Sanqian was determined to prove to everyone that only true talent and hard work constituted genuine ability. He also wanted the elderly lady to recognize that the future of the Su family lay in Su Yingxia's hands, not in the hands of the useless Su Haichao. Seated at the head of the living room, the elderly lady spoke her first words bluntly to Su Guiyao. "Those unrelated may leave." The classmates present were left utterly embarrassed by this clear dismissal, as it offered no regard for their feelings. "Guiyao, since this is an internal family matter, we will take our leave." "Yes, we'll leave now and hope to gather again next time." "Guiyao, you carry on. Let us meet again another time." The classmates departed willingly, primarily to avoid offending the elderly lady of the Su family. After leaving the villa, Tang Qingye and Tang Long wore grim expressions. Tang Qingye angrily remarked, "That old hag from the Su family is truly arrogant. Father, if given the chance in the future, I will make it difficult for that old woman." "Don't forget, I am now working at Ruoshui Real Estate," Tang Long replied. Dan Chen Di Sai. Although he should feel proud of Tang Long's current achievements, he could not help but compare them with Su Yingxia's situation, finding them lacking. He never expected that before the old Su patriarch passed away, he would leave so much money to Su Guiyao. His luck was astonishing. What good is money? How long can their little fortune last? They will eventually squander it all. Yet, that waste Han Sanqian is living in a hillside villa by relying on others. Tang Long said through gritted teeth. He felt deeply aggrieved. Han Sanqian was supposed to be the pitiful waste beneath his feet, yet now, by virtue of Su Yingxia, he resided in the hillside villa. Even if Tang Long was reluctant to admit it, the fact was that Han Sanqian was living better than he was. Such is fate. Some require no struggle to attain everything, while others toil their entire lives for little return. "But, son, I believe in your abilities. It's just a villa in Yunding Mountain. Perhaps we will have the chance to live here in the future," Tang Qingye consoled. Tang Long nodded. Indeed, the Yunding Mountain villa area was impressive in Yun City, yet in larger cities, particularly Yanjing, it was insignificant. If he could gain recognition from the Han family, a bright future awaited him. Han Sanqian, a good-for-nothing who lives off others, cannot compare to me. Tang Long. In the villa, the elderly lady appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart was tumultuous, taking a long time to settle. "Guiyao, explain the situation clearly," she demanded of Su Guiyao. This matter was concocted by Jiang Lan, who feared Su Guiyao might slip and expose inconsistencies. Just as she prepared to speak, the elderly lady shot her a glare. "I did not ask you. Do you have the right to speak?" The elderly lady's words silenced Jiang Lan immediately. Seeing the situation escalate, Su Guiyao steeled himself and said, "Mother, father indeed gave me 100 million. He was concerned that Han Sanqian was too incompetent, so he compensated Yingxia. There is nothing complicated about it. He simply wanted us to live a bit better." "Concerned? The fact that Han Sanqian is incompetent is a reality. Is there a need for concern?" "I suspect you've been feeding your father some kind of nonsense," Su Guolin interjected coldly. "Absolutely not. This was initiated by father himself. And if he hadn't given me such a large sum, could I have taken it?" Su Guiyao responded. Su Guolin found no retort and could only scoff in silence. "Since it was money given by the old man, this villa does not belong solely to you," Su Guiyao, the elderly lady, asserted. Upon hearing this, Jianglan was displeased. If all the relatives of the Su family were to interfere, how could the villa remain peaceful? Mother, this money is from father to us. I used it to buy the villa for your honor. Are you suggesting we should divide the villa among everyone? It's not a cake to be sliced. Jianglan, vote. Do you have a say in this matter? The elderly lady reprimanded. Jianglan's temper flared, but she lacked the courage to create a scene before the elderly lady and was forced to endure. Grandmother, you must be aware of the rules of Yunding Mountain. If you wish for the entire Su family to reside here, we have no objections, but you must first inquire whether the Tian family will agree, Han Sanqian interjected. The villa area does not specify the number of occupants, but having so many members of the Su family living in the villa would undoubtedly cause significant trouble for the property management. Although it would not violate any rules, there is no need to provoke the Tian family's displeasure. The elderly lady's expression darkened as she disdainfully regarded Han Sanqian. Even Jianglan was not afforded the right to speak. What qualifications did a worthless son-in-law like him have to offer her advice? Han Sanqian, your audacity has grown of late. Do you intend to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? The elderly lady remarked. Han Sanqian responded with a faint smile. I would not dare. I merely wish to prevent the Tian family from causing you trouble. Should the Tian family wish to speak with you, that would not bode well for the Su family. The elderly lady had no courage to offend the Tian family. She longed for the opportunity to serve them carefully. Unable to refute Han Sanqian's words, she fell silent. Moreover, with so many rules governing the Yunding Mountain Villa area, if someone inadvertently violated them, the consequences could be severe. Grandmother, can you ensure that everyone will adhere to the rules? Han Sanqian continued. Han Sanqian, Su Haichao exclaimed, rising angrily. Can you keep your mouth shut? What right does an outsider like you have to speak here? Do you even recognize your position in the Su family? Why do you presume to give orders? Do you truly think that just because you live in a hillside villa, you can stand tall? Han Sanqian, you will always be a son-in-law of the Su family. Do not overestimate yourself. We certainly do not regard you highly. Han Sanchuan did not pay attention to the furious relatives of the Su family. Instead, he quietly regarded the elderly matriarch, confident she knew what needed to be done. I never suggested that everyone should reside here, but surely there should be a place for my grandmother, right? The matriarch, leaning on her cane, rose and continued. Your grandfather provided you with the funds. But that money bears the Su family name. Who could possibly deny that? Jianglan, gritting her teeth, thought about how if the matriarch moved in, she would have to cater to her every whim and endure her moods daily, a life she could not bear. She nudged Su Guiyao, signaling him to speak up, lest the matriarch actually take residence. However, Su Guiyao lacked the courage. Should the matriarch decide to move in, he could only acquiesce. Grandmother, why do you have to move in? At that moment, Han Sanchuan's words struck like thunder. Chapter 61. Dare you not leave? His declaration silenced the entire villa. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. What right? He, a son-in-law by marriage, dared to question the matriarch's entitlement to reside here. Su Guiyao looked at Han Sanchuan in horror, wondering how he could utter such audacious words. Inciting the matriarch's wrath could ruin Su Yingxia's future. Han Sanchuan, you should be quiet. Do you even have the right to speak here? Su Guiyao ritorti dangredi. Jianglan, though surprised, was somewhat pleased with Han Sanchuan's assertiveness. Knowing she would not bear the consequences later, she hoped he would create enough chaos to prevent the matriarch from moving into the villa. Han Sanchuan, have you taken leave of your senses? The money was given by grandfather. It is only natural for grandmother to move in. You, a dependent, should be the one to leave, Su Haichao remarked. Indeed, you should be the one to go. Grandmother is the head of the Su family. Her residing here is entirely justified. Su Yihan grudgingly accepted that Su Yingxia had a better life than she did, but if Han Sanchuan was seeking trouble, she would not hesitate to take a jab at him. Ideally, this would leave the matriarch harboring resentment towards Su Yingxia. The matriarch's face darkened. After being outmaneuvered by Han Sanchuan in a previous business discussion with Zhong Liang, she had deemed him a dangerous figure since that incident. Now, he dared to question her qualifications openly. This was an affront beyond measure. Han Sanchuan, tell me, what gives me no right? The matriarch coldly inquired. Because for the past 3 years, you have treated Su Yingxia like an outsider. Because for the past 3 years, you have shielded Su Haichao. Even when his schemes nearly placed Su Yingxia in Cheng Gang's grasp, you still did not hold him accountable. Do you have the audacity to claim you belong here? Han Sanchuan declared with resolute clarity. The relatives of the Su family gaped in disbelief at Han Sanchuan's brazen words. He had the gall to speak such truths. While it was factual, did he not fear the repercussions of revealing it? Everyone knew Su Haichao had erred regarding Su Yingxia. Yet the relatives understood that Su Haichao was the future heir of the Su family. Favoring him was only natural. Some matters were better left unspoken, but bringing them to light only served to embarrass the family. At that moment, the matriarch felt thoroughly humiliated. Han Sanchuan, do not presume that I will allow you to act with impunity simply because of the Su family's reputation. Believe me, I can have you expelled from the Su family at this very moment. The matriarch hissed through clenched teeth. Su Yingxia, why have you not divorced him yet? What are you waiting for? He has brought shame to our family for too long. Su Guilin added. Han Sanchuan, if I were you, I would have vanished in a thin air by now. What face do you have left to remain in the Su family? Su Haichao remarked. Grandmother, if you allow Su Yingxia to remain married to him, he will continue to disregard you. He already shows no respect for us, Su Yihan chimed in. Su Yingxia felt a surge of panic. 2 years ago, she might have entertained such thoughts, even before fully confronting her feelings for Han Sanchuan. But now, she would never consider it. I married him. Who has the right to force me to divorce? Su Yingxia stood up, her tone resolute. This scene astonished the Su family relatives. Su Yingxia had never been close to Han Sanchuan before, yet now, she was defending him. Su Haichao's face broke into a smirk. The more Su Yingxia protected Han Sanchuan, the more opportunities he had to slander her before the matriarch. Su Yingxia, when did your relationship with Han Sanchuan become so close? Su Haichao asked. Su Yingxia, I command you to divorce him. Do you dare to defy me? The matriarch's expression was grim. In her view, Su Yingxia was now under Han Sanchuan's influence. Given her position as the project manager for the Chengxi initiative, it was crucial to expel Han Sanchuan from the Su family at this juncture. She could not allow him to covertly control such a significant project. Hearing this, Jiang Lan saw a glimmer of hope. She had long wanted to oust Han Sanchuan from the Su family, but feared the matriarch's disapproval. Now that the matriarch had spoken, it was an opportune moment. However, as she opened her mouth to speak, Jiang Lan suddenly covered her mouth. The villa was purchased by Han Sanchuan. If he were expelled from the Su family, what right would she have to stay here? Even if the couple's assets were divided, they would not compare to the prestige of residing in the hillside villa. It seemed she needed to devise a strategy to ensure the property title bore only Su Yingxia's name. That was the only way to remove Han Sanchuan from the Su family. Grandmother, I will not agree, Su Yingxia declared unwaveringly. The matriarch nearly ground her teeth in frustration as she stormed off, followed by the Su family relatives as they exited the villa. Grandmother, Su Yingxia is truly ungrateful. I have long warned that Han Sanchuan might covet the Su family's wealth. Now, seeing Su Yingxia's attitude, will the Su family truly fall into the hands of this outsider? Su Haichao remarked, trailing behind the matriarch. Su Yingxia can never become the chairwoman of the company. You must contact Zhong Liang immediately, the matriarch instructed. Su Haichao's face lit up. The matriarch's direct involvement meant that if he could undermine Su Yingxia's authority, the company would be his alone. All right, I will contact him at once, Su Haichao replied. Su Yihan observed him with a smile, feeling a sense of triumph in the unfolding scheme. In the villa, after strolling around a few times, Jiang Lan returned to the living room and said to Su Yingxia, Yingxia, I have chosen a room. It will be the one on the second floor. You have no objections, I hope? That room was the master bedroom, which should have rightfully belonged to her and Han Sanchuan. To her surprise, Jiang Lan had audaciously claimed it for herself. Mom, you, enough, Guiyao. Help me pack our things. We are moving in today, Jiang Lan instructed. Su Guiyao, though less brazen than Jiang Lan, could not resist the allure of living in the villa. You two young ones aren't going to fight us old folks for a room, are you? We are older and need more space to avoid accidents, he said. Su Yingxia felt a surge of frustration. They had never experienced such accidents in their previous, much smaller home. The couple soon departed, leaving Su Yingxia feeling utterly speechless. She glanced at the empty southern wall and suggested, how about we schedule a time to take our wedding photos? Han Sanchuan had no preference regarding which room they occupied. The master or the secondary bedroom was merely a place to sleep. His primary concern was Su Yingxia's feelings. Of course, if they could share a bed, even a storage room would suffice. I'm not working, so I'm free anytime. You can arrange the schedule, Han Sanchuan replied. Su Yingxia harbored a lingering question. How much money did Han Sanchuan possess? Previously, she had hesitated to ask, believing their finances were separate. But the fact that he could purchase the hillside villa ignited her curiosity. May I ask you something? Su Jingxia inquired. Han Sanchuan smiled, guessing her question. If I told you that buying this villa was merely pocket change for me, would you believe it? Well, if it were over 80 million in pocket change, I would certainly believe it without a shred of doubt. Su Yingxia glared at Han Sanxian and remarked, isn't that boasting a bit too exaggerated? Who could possibly treat over 80 million as pocket change? See, I told you, yet you don't believe me. What am I to do? Han Sanqian replied. Su Yingxia mistakenly assumed that Han Sanxian was reluctant to speak the truth to her, perhaps even lacking sufficient funds, and thus she was disinclined to pursue the matter further. If you ever find yourself short on money, I will support you, Su Yingxia declared. Han Sanxian nodded repeatedly, saying, of course, you're now the head of the West City Project. I am counting on you to treat me well. Suddenly, Su Yingxia sighed and said, however, given my attitude towards Grandma today, she surely won't let me off easily. I wonder how long I can maintain this position. Rest assured, without you, regardless of the phase, Ruoxue Real Estate will cease its collaboration with the Su family, so the old lady will not strip you of your status, Han Sanxian assured her. Su Yingxia suddenly turned to Han Sanxian and asked, by the way, does your classmate have any free time recently? We ought to express our gratitude to him properly. He is still abroad and likely won't return in the short term. Chapter 62. Changing collaborators? Jiang Lan and Su Guiyao returned within 3 hours. The villa was well equipped, so they merely brought back some clothing. Jiang Lan, exhibiting great decisiveness, planned to list the house online for sale, seemingly intending to reside there for life, conveniently forgetting the remarks she had previously made to Han Sanxian. This place looks rather empty. I will arrange it properly tomorrow, Jiang Lan remarked, but neither Han Sanxian nor Su Yingxia paid her any mind, unaware that a nightmare was about to unfold. Early the next morning, Han Sanxian took Su Yingxia to work while Jiang Lan visited the flower and bird market, returning with numerous inexpensive flowers, decorations, and jars, filling the living room to the brim. What was initially a simple decorative style was forcefully transformed by Jiang Lan into a chaotic mishmash, exuding a distinctly cheap aura. A luxurious villa worth nearly 100 million appeared to be valued at less than $1 million when viewed solely from the living room perspective. Despite all this, Jiang Lan felt quite pleased with herself, believing she had a refined taste. Look, my taste is superior. The house looks so much better now, she proudly admired her handiwork. Su Guiyao preferred the previous arrangement, finding the new decor unrefined and devoid of sophistication. Yet he dared not voice his opinion since Jiang Lan was pleased. Meanwhile, Su Haichao received a visit from the old lady at the Su family villa. Having arranged to meet with Zhong Liang the previous day, the old lady had requested Su Haichao accompany her, indicating her intention to appoint him as the head of the West City Project, much to his excitement. Behave calmly today. If you can persuade Zhong Liang, I will have a reason to expel Su Yingxia from the Su family, the old lady instructed Su Haichao. He confidently assured her, Grandma, rest assured, I know what to do. Upon arriving at Ruoxue Real Estate, the two were escorted to the conference room by the company receptionist, and Su Haichao struggled to contain his excitement. The day he had long awaited had finally arrived. Although Su Yingxia had already moved into the hillside villa, he believed that once she was expelled from the Su family, their days would soon become untenable. At that point, employing some tactics to ensure Su Yingxia's bankruptcy would not be difficult. He eagerly anticipated seeing her in a disheveled state, begging on the streets, while Han Sanxian would undoubtedly experience a unique sensation. After waiting less than 10 minutes in the conference room, Zhong Liang arrived. Brother Zhong, Su Haichao exclaimed warmly. Boss Zhong, thank you for taking the time to meet with us, the old lady said. Zhong Liang greeted them with a professional smile, replying, Madam, you are too kind. Even if I am pressed for time, I will make an effort to meet you. Su Haichao saw hope in Zhong Liang's demeanor, realizing that he still needed to show respect to the old lady. I wonder why you have summoned me, Zhong Liang inquired. The old lady spoke. It is primarily about the collaboration. I fear that Su Yingxia's capabilities are limited, which may hinder the West City Project. Su Yingxia's abilities are indeed not as formidable as I had imagined. However, her capacity for learning is commendable, and she has shown consistent improvement while being a responsible individual. Zhong Liang remarked. She is certainly diligent and dedicated in her tasks. Yet every individual has their limits. No matter how much she learns, there are boundaries. For the sake of our better collaboration, I propose we change the project leader, the old lady concluded. As soon as the old lady finished speaking, Su Haichao interjected. Brother Zhong, although I haven't participated in this project, I am well acquainted with the specifics and can ensure a seamless transition. You need not worry about any issues. Observing Zhong Liang's lack of resistance and the smile on his face, Su Haichao felt reassured and continued, within the Su family, I possess greater authority and deeper insights, which will undoubtedly enable me to perform better than Su Yingxia. Are you suggesting that Su Yingxia holds little power within the company and cannot make definitive decisions? Zhong Liang queried. Of course, what is she? How can a woman wield authority in a company? Zhong Liang nodded thoughtfully, as if contemplating something. Sensing Zhong Liang's hesitation, Su Haichao pressed on, Brother Zhong, you need not harbor any concerns. I assure you, I will outperform Su Yingxia. Just as the old lady began to believe there was hope in changing the project leader, Zhong Liang abruptly stood and stated, I had assumed Su Yingxia held some influence within the Su family, but it seems she possesses no authority. It appears I must reconsider my collaboration with the Su family. Brother Zhong, your decision is undoubtedly wise, Su Haichao remarked, failing to notice that Zhong Liang's statement referred not to Su Yingxia, but to the Su family itself, mistakenly believing that Zhong Liang had agreed. However, the old lady understood the implications clearly. Although Su Yingxia represented the Su family, Zhong Liang's reference to the Su family carried significant weight. Boss Zhong, are you implying? The old lady inquired. Madam, allow me to be frank. Regardless of the project stage, Ruoxue Real Estate will not change its project leader. This is the directive from our owner. He dislikes frequent changes in project leadership. Given Su Yingxia's lack of standing within the company, she would undoubtedly delay progress, as every matter must be reported and will waste considerable time. I will convey this information accurately to my boss. Ultimately, he will decide whether to change collaborators, Zhong Liang stated. A thunderbolt struck the old lady and Su Haichao, as they had merely come to discuss changing the project leader, but it had escalated to a discussion about changing collaborators. Boss Zhong, that was not my intention. I merely expressed concern over Su Yingxia's capabilities, the old lady stammered. The project collaboration had already commenced, and at this juncture, changing collaborators would be a fatal blow to the Su family. Furthermore, the Su family had sacrificed all its previous clients for this collaboration, placing all their bets on the West City project. A disruption in collaboration would undoubtedly lead to turmoil for the Su family, potentially even bankruptcy. Su Haichao panicked as well, instinctively grasping Zhong Liang's hand. Zhong Liang, visibly displeased, coldly responded, You do not regard Ruoxue Real Estate or my boss with any respect. Why should Ruoxue Real Estate collaborate with the Su family? The first time, you sought to change the project leader without permission, and I did not inform my boss, considering it an opportunity for your family. Now, you return with the same request. If I conceal this from my boss and he finds out, I will lose my job. The old lady was terrified and flustered, her eyes filled with dread. She had never intended to look down on Ruoxue Real Estate. She merely wished to expel Su Yingxia from the family, never anticipating such severe consequences. Boss Zhong, I apologize. This was my oversight. I beg you to grant the Su family another opportunity, the old lady pleaded. The elderly lady, despite her repeated desires to replace the responsible party with Su Haichao, found herself confronted by the stark reality of his ineptitude. After investigating Su Haichao's background, she discerned that he was merely a frivolous scion with no substantial knowledge or skills. The downfall of the Su family at his hands was of no concern to her, but she resolutely refused to allow Weakwater Real Estate to be dragged down with them. This matter, Zhong Liang asserted firmly, I will report to the boss, and how he decides is entirely his prerogative. The elderly lady was filled with regret, wishing she had never entertained such notions. She was acutely aware of Su Haichao's true character. To sacrifice the entire Su family for the sake of a mere gender distinction was unbearable for her. Su Haichao, you should apologize to Boss Zhong, she commanded sternly. In a moment of panic, Su Haichao knelt before Zhong Liang, pleading, Brother Zhong, I am sorry. This is the Su family's fault. I beg you to give us another chance. We will never change the person in charge again. Su Haichao understood that if the collaboration fell through, the Su family would be doomed, and as a mere playboy, he would be rendered insignificant. Even if he could not expel Su Yingxia from the Su family, As long as she remained the project leader, he could still bask in the current opulence. The notion of bankruptcy was a nightmare he could not bear. What good is it to not change? Su Yingxia holds no sway in the company and occupies a lowly position. She will hinder our collaboration just the same, Zhong Liang coldly replied. Rest assured, Boss Zhong, I will grant Su Yingxia the authority. Henceforth, she may make any decisions concerning the Chengxi project without needing to inform anyone, not even myself, the elderly lady declared. In this moment, she felt reluctant to concede power to Su Yingxia, for bestowing her with greater authority was not a favorable move for the Su family, and particularly lethal for Su Haichao. Allowing Su Yingxia to infiltrate the echelons of corporate power would make it increasingly difficult to strip her of it in the future, especially with the Chengxi project expected to last several years, providing ample opportunity for Su Yingxia to establish her own credibility within the company. However, to preserve the collaboration, she felt compelled to act. For the survival of the Su family, collaboration was essential. Had the elderly lady been offered a choice, she would not have sought out Zhong Liang that day, but it was too late now. My words are of no consequence. Only my boss can determine this matter, Zhong Liang said as he departed the office. In a state of panic, Su Haichao turned to the elderly lady. Grandma, what shall we do if the collaboration ends? Won't the Su family be finished? The elderly lady glared at Su Haichao, lamenting that if he were not so useless, matters would never have escalated to this point. Zhong Liang had investigated Su Haichao, and it was precisely because of his ineptitude that he refused to consider a change in leadership. If you do not strive for improvement, do not even dream of becoming the chairman, she admonished coldly. Taking a deep breath, the elderly lady pondered how the owner of Weak Water Real Estate would respond. Currently, the only person capable of altering the situation was Su Yingxia. Perhaps her intervention might still salvage the crisis. This time, instead of allowing Su Haichao to contact Su Yingxia, she personally dialed her number. At the pinnacle of Weak Water Real Estate, Han Qianqian gazed out at the breathtaking scenery of Cloud City through the floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting. For many, standing in this position would suffice as a fulfillment of their aspirations. Zhong Liang, standing behind him, refrained from speaking carelessly. Han Qianqian had spent 12 years in seclusion, and his ambitions were unfathomable to others, though Zhong Liang understood they extended far beyond the Han family. What was their reaction? Han Qianqian inquired. The elderly lady has resolved to grant authority to Su Yingxia, while Su Haichao kneels in abject supplication, Zhong Liang replied. It is a pity that this old woman did not kneel in humility herself. Han Qianqian chuckled, adding, let us take some time to allow them to recognize Su Yingxia's significance. Understood, young master. When Su Yingxia received the elderly lady's call at the company, she was incensed to learn of their visit to Weak Water Real Estate and Zhong Liang's stance. The collaboration was proceeding smoothly, yet they had created such a significant predicament. Even if the owner of Weak Water Real Estate were a classmate of Han Qianqian, that did not grant her the right to take liberties. Yingxia, you're the only one who can save the Su family this time. Devise a plan. If you can rectify this situation, you will possess the greatest decision-making power in the company without needing to seek approval from anyone, the elderly lady urged. Grandma, you witnessed Brother Zhong's attitude firsthand. It resonates more deeply with you than it does with me. I cannot guarantee that I can resolve this matter, Su Yingxia replied. You must find a way. The fate of the Su family rests solely on your shoulders. You must exert every effort, the elderly lady insisted. I understand. Su Yingxia sighed heavily after hanging up. The intricacies of human relationships are enigmatic. Each usage diminishes their value, regardless of how close Han Qianqian was to the owner of Weak Water Real Estate. There would come a time when their goodwill was exhausted. Su Yingxia was at a loss for how to mend this situation. After attempting to call Zhong Liang multiple times, only to be met with refusal, she felt despondent. That afternoon, an internal meeting was convened within the Su family, presided over by the elderly lady. As news of the potential cancellation of the collaboration spread, anxiety rippled through the room. The Su family had invested heavily in the Chengxi project. Everyone understood that without the collaboration, the Su family would face annihilation. Mother, why did you not consult us beforehand? Zhong Liang's previous attitude was quite clear. This is simply stirring up trouble, one relative exclaimed. Indeed, Grandma, this collaboration is of utmost importance. Su Yingxia was managing it perfectly well, so what was the necessity of involving Su Haichao? Another chimed in. If this collaboration fails, we will all suffer the repercussions. Can Su Haichao bear such responsibility? The relatives began to assail Su Haichao with accusations. Neither Su Haichao nor Su Guolin dared to speak, fully aware of the grave consequences at stake. Grandma, is there any way to summon the person who sent the betrothal gifts? He might be able to save the Su family, suggested Su Yihan, who was particularly fixated on the betrothal gifts, eagerly wishing to retrieve the gold and jade trinkets along with the cash. Furthermore, with Su Yingxia now residing in the mountainside villa, Su Yihan was impatient to marry, believing it would restore her sense of balance. Although her living situation might not be as favorable as Su Yingxia's, her future husband would undoubtedly surpass Han Qianqian in terms of prospects. The elderly lady sighed and shook her head, lamenting that there was no sign of the person who had sent the betrothal gifts. How could one expect him to emerge and rescue the Su family? This matter was indeed a miscalculation on my part. The elderly lady had never admitted to being wrong. Even when she erred, no one dared to speak out against her. However, now that the Su family's safety was at stake, she felt fear and remorse for her previous decisions. It would be best to let Su Yingxia devise a solution. She had managed to resolve issues in the past, and the elderly lady believed she could do so again. Indeed, only Su Yingxia can save the Su family now. Where is she? Why has she not yet arrived? In the past, if Su Yingxia had been late to a meeting, they would have criticized her mercilessly, but today no one dared to utter a word against her, as the hope of the Su family rested on her shoulders. At that moment, Su Yingxia entered the meeting room, visibly fatigued and with an expression of resignation. Yingxia, how did it go? Weak Water Real Estate has agreed to continue our collaboration, correct? Your presence should ensure that everything will be fine. Previously, such remarks were only directed at Su Haichao, making it all the more remarkable to hear compliments for Su Yingxia from the fickle relatives. I called Brother Zhong numerous times and even visited Weak Water Real Estate, but he did not answer or agree to meet with me, Su Yingxia disclosed. This revelation sent a chill through the gathering. If even Su Yingxia could not turn the tide, the Su family was destined for bankruptcy. How could this happen? Did you not put forth your utmost effort or convey your sincerity? Yingxia, this matter is critical to the survival of the Su family. You must do everything in your power. This is not a time for levity. How can you be so careless? From the moment Su Yingxia became aware of this situation, she tirelessly sought ways to contact Zhong Liang, even visiting the office of Ruoshui Real Estate. However, Zhong Liang refused to see her, leaving her feeling helpless. Now, she was being accused by others of lacking effort. Lack effort? Su Yingxia's face hardened. What right did these opportunists have to question her dedication? If it weren't for their connections to the Su family, they would have no claim to be seated here. They were merely leeches, feeding off the family's legacy. After being ousted from the Ruoshui Real Estate office, they claimed she was not trying hard enough. She had called Zhong Liang countless times, only to be met with rejection, yet they still accused her. If you have the capability, resolve this issue yourselves. The clamorous Su family relatives fell silent. They had neither the skill to tackle the matter nor the courage to risk being branded as the family's eternal disgrace should they fail. Who would willingly bear such a burden? The matriarch had many grievances against Su Yingxia and was reluctant to see her wielding power within the company. Yet, at this critical juncture, she had to cast aside all prejudices. Yingxia, you must find a solution. The Su family's future rests on your shoulders. The elder was already half diminished in spirit, her vitality waning at the thought of the Su family's potential decline. She was no longer concerned about who would inherit the position of chairman. Her only desire was to navigate through the current crisis. Grandmother, I'm also a member of the Su family. I will do everything in my power to preserve our legacy, Su Yingxia assured. The matriarch nodded and addressed the others. If Yingxia can save the Su family this time, she will take full responsibility for the Qingxi project. You will all follow her lead. Is there any dissent? Many were opposed. No one wished to be subjugated by Su Yingxia. Yet at this critical moment, who dared to voice their objections? We have no objections, grandmother. I too have no objections, as I only hope Yingxia can resolve this matter swiftly. Chapter 64. I command you to sleep in bed. Su Yingxia received unanimous support from everyone present at the Su family meeting, a miracle in itself. After the meeting, Su Haichao returned to his office, discontent simmering within him. He realized that if Su Yingxia succeeded in this endeavor, his status within the company would plummet, and he would find himself beneath her thumb, jeopardizing his aspirations to become chairman. No, I must devise a plan to escape this predicament. Su Haichao gritted his teeth. At that moment, Su Guilin entered the office, his expression equally unsatisfied. Su Yingxia has taken residence in the hillside villa and seized control of the company's power. It's infuriating, Su Guilin lamented. Father, you must help me find a way to regain authority. Otherwise, we will be reduced to servitude beneath Su Yingxia, Su Haichao implored. Su Guilin saith. He too wished for a solution, but the current circumstances left them powerless, especially with the matriarch's decree making rebellion impossible. Haichao, I'm here not to assist you, but to warn you, do not act recklessly during this period, Su Guilin advised. Father, Su Haichao slammed his palm on the desk. Rising in anger, do you expect me to resign myself to this fate? Haichao, have you considered the consequences of troubling Su Yingxia regarding this collaboration? If the Su family were to go bankrupt, we would all be finished, Su Guilin cautioned. Su Haichao's expression twisted with rage. He longed to eliminate Su Yingxia, but he understood the implications of his father's words. The collaboration was critical. Any mistake was unacceptable. Even if he could conceive a plan, he would not dare to attempt it lightly. The fate of the Su family mirrored his own. Moreover, if the matriarch discovered his scheming, his standing in the family would plummet. At least for now, she still sided with him, reluctantly ceding power to Su Yingxia. Su Yihan pushed open the office door and entered. Haichao, we have another option, she announced. What option? Find the one who delivered the betrothal gifts. He might be the key to changing the Su family's fortunes, Su Yihan proposed. She could not bear to live under Su Yingxia's shadow, and the only chance for her resurgence lay with the mysterious heir from the Han family. If he chose to intervene, the dynamics of the Su family would undoubtedly shift. While Su Yingxia had secured the collaboration with Ruoshui Real Estate, the arrival of a more formidable investor could alter everything. Su Haichao's expression darkened. This enigmatic suitor indeed represented a breakthrough. Among the younger women of the Su family, Su Yingxia was the only one married, meaning the engagement related to everyone but her. Even if the person in question was not Su Yihan, as long as he was willing to invest in the Su family, Su Yingxia could not dominate the company. Very well, I will have someone investigate this matter thoroughly, Su Haichao responded resolutely. Su Yihan smiled, convinced that the person in question was meant for her. As long as she could locate this mysterious gentleman, she would maintain her elevated status before Su Yingxia. When the workday concluded, Han Sanxian drove to Moyang's convenience store. The ordinary yet extraordinary owner appeared much the same, though a hint of hostility now lingered in his demeanor. You've been up to no good, Han Sanxian remarked, offering a cigarette to Moyang. Moyang wrinkled his nose, chuckling bitterly. I had no intention of crossing boundaries, but these people just want to listen. They want to shed a tear until they see the coffin. Han Sanxian took a deep drag from the cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. You must have had quite the luck to become the boss of Yunqing. In the gray market, it's not just about brute force. Do you really think it's all talk? Moyang managed a sheepish smile. In the past, I could pull a few tricks without needing to fight, but now everyone is too clever. I see you've become quite the strategist, preferring subtlety over violence. Impressive. Han Sanxian looked. Indeed, Moyang replied, raising his eyebrows with pride. When will you bring your sister-in-law out for dinner? Han Sanxian shook his head. For now, it's best she remains uninvolved in these matters. It's preferable to avoid entanglements with the gray market. Han Sanxian understood that Moyang's invitation was not merely for dinner. It was an attempt to familiarize Su Yingxia with the situation, ensuring she wouldn't attract unwanted attention. However, in Han Sanxian's view, it was unnecessary. Moyang nodded, choosing to say no more. As the hour approached, Han Sanxian drove to the company's entrance. And shortly after, a distressed Su Yingxia got into the car, sighing repeatedly. When I was young, an elder told me that each sigh would shed some weight. Are you trying to lose weight? Han Sanxian yoked. Su Yingxia, however, was in no mood for jest. After another heavy sigh, she said, Grandmother and Su Haichao have made foolish decisions, and now they want me to fix everything, but I find myself at a loss. What happened? Han Sanxian inquired, putzlit. Su Yingxia recounted the foolish actions of the matriarch and Su Haichao, lamenting, why do they insist on complicating matters? A perfectly good collaboration has been disrupted, and now Zhong Liang refuses to take my calls or meet with me. This could be problematic. My old classmate is currently out of the country, and I can't reach him at the moment. Han Sanxian frowned. Su Yingxia stole a glance at him, while she didn't shamelessly ask for his assistance. Her hints were unmistakable. If he couldn't help, they would be in dire straits. Sanqian, Su Yingxia gently called. Han Sanqian felt a stirring in his heart, suppressing a smile. What is it? Su Yingxia's face flushed, biting her lip, struggling to articulate her request. Han Sanqian patiently awaited her response. Could you help me? Su Yingxia finally managed to utter. Han Sanqian pretended not to hear, his gaze fixed ahead as he drove. Flushed with embarrassment, Su Yingxia continued. If you're willing to help me, I will let you sleep in the bed. What do you think? By the end, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to the buzz of a mosquito. Yet, Han Sanqian heard her clearly, unable to suppress a gulp. His handling of the situation was merely to convey Su Yingxia's significance to the Su family. Yet unexpectedly, it opened a door to a deeper connection between them, an unforeseen gain. All right, Han Sanqian replied without hesitation. Su Yingxia's heart raced, a fluttering sensation overwhelming her as she buried her head, making her way home. With Han Sanqian's involvement, the chances of salvaging the situation seemed greater, yet she harbored a twinge of anxiety regarding sharing a bed with him. Would anything happen? Though she was a woman of distinction with countless admirers, her sole previous romantic experience dated back to middle school, where innocence merely equated to hand-holding. Now, however, she faced a significant transformation. Su Yingxia was uncertain if she was truly prepared, yet this was supposed to be a normal occurrence between spouses. Deep down, she grappled with a truth she was reluctant to acknowledge, yet could not deny. This situation could serve as a turning point in her relationship with Han Sanqian. The more she contemplated, the more fear mingled with a hint of anticipation. Yet, she had heard that such matters could be quite painful. Regardless, she resolved to address it when the time came. Upon returning to the villa on the mountainside, Han Sanqian and Su Yingxia were taken aback as the door swung open. The living room was cluttered with cheap decorative items, instantly diminishing the villa's elegance. Su Yingxia took a step back, questioning if she had wandered into the wrong place. What? Han Sanqian was at a loss for words. Once Su Yingxia regained her composure, she deduced who was responsible for this chaos and stormed inside in a fit of anger. Jianglan wore a self-satisfied expression, eager to showcase her handiwork. How does it look? Isn't it much more beautiful now? All thanks to my careful arrangement. Chapter 65. This is my home. Mom, where did you get all this junk? Su Yingxia glared at Jianglan, feeling that her home resembled a salvage yard, completely devoid of its former charm. Junk? I spent money on all of this, Jianglan retorted, her mood darkening immediately. After hours of haggling with the vendor, she had meticulously chosen these items, only to be dismissed as rubbish by Su Yingxia. Living in a villa worth millions, and you're putting a bunch of items worth a few bucks in here? Aren't you inviting ridicule? Su Yingxia was furious, her blood boiling. Han Sanqian had undoubtedly invested considerable effort into the renovations. Yet, Jianglan's actions had obliterated all the careful planning. Do you think they're cheap? Fine, Jianglan extended her hand towards Su Yingxia, stating, give me money, and I'll procure some better items for you. You. Su Yingxia was at a loss for words, exclaiming, this is utterly unreasonable. This is my home. Can't I arrange it as I wish? Jianglan Salmon Li Gao De. Su Yingxia retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her. Jianglan remained undeterred, believing her efforts were not in vain, and turned to Han Sanqian, asking, isn't it beautiful? Han Sanqian wore a bitter smile, replying, if you think it's nice, then that's what matters. Jianglan glared at him, asserting, don't think just because you bought this villa, you can dictate how things are run here. You've humiliated the Su family for 3 years. It's only fair we receive compensation. Han Sanqian had long grown accustomed to Jianglan's audacity. Her words did not surprise him. She viewed everything as her entitlement. All right, enough of that. Su Guiyao intervened, attempting to restrain Jianglan. Although he had shamelessly moved into the villa, he couldn't revert to treating Han Sanqian with disdain, considering this was Han Sanqian's property. Enough of this? Shouldn't it be expected? Jianglan pushed past Su Guiyao, turning back to Han Sanqian. I don't know where you got your money, but hand it all over now. I'll increase your monthly allowance by 1,000. Han Sanqian could endure, but that did not grant Jianglan the right to take liberties. If you want to stay, do so respectfully. I'm allowing you to live here for Su Yingxia's sake, but that doesn't mean you can control me, he replied coldly. Jianglan, meeting Han Sanqian's icy gaze, suddenly felt a pang of insecurity and fell silent, watching as he retreated to his room. Once he closed the door, Jiang Lan's expression darkened, turning to Su Guiyao. This Han Sanqian is becoming increasingly ungrateful. Just watch how I deal with him. You. Su Guiyao hesitative, letting out a sigh. Back in his room, Han Sanqian noticed Su Yingxia, her tears streaming down her face in frustration, and his heart hardened. No one had the right to make Su Yingxia cry, not even Jiang Lan. Sanqian, I'm so sorry. My mom has gone too far, Su Yingxia said, her voice quivering. Han Sanqian approached her, gently stroking her head, speaking softly, don't be upset. Why bother arguing with her? After all, she is your mother. But she has ruined everything you meticulously planned for our home, Su Yingxia lamented. Just throw it all out, Han Sanqian instructed, calling the property management. In no time, several staff members arrived. Jiang Lan opened the door, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. When the workers began removing her purchased items, she erupted. What are you doing? Why are you touching our things? The security personnel from the property management were imposing, and Jiang Lan could only shout, too intimidated to intervene, revealing her true nature as a mere verbal aggressor. Once all her items were cleared away, Han Sanqian emerged from his room. Han Sanqian, you need to stop them. This is broad daylight robbery. I paid for all this. Jiang Lan exclaimed in a panic. They are here at my request, Han Sanqian replied nonchalantly. What? Jiang Lan was taken aback, her anger flaring. Han Sanqian, what do you mean? Are you looking down on the things I bought? Yes, I truly look down on them. He stated coldly. Have him return my things immediately, or Jiang Lan hesitated, unable to utter the words get out, as this villa had no connection to her. She had no authority to demand anything from Han Sanqian. It wasn't her shabby little neighborhood. From today onward, if you dare to touch anything in this house, don't blame me for being unkind, Han Sanqian warned, his expression frosty as he turned to Su Guiyao, continuing, and you, keep your woman in check. Remember, this is my home, and without my permission, no one touches anything. Jiang Lan stood frozen, Han Sanqian's assertiveness stripping her of the courage to retaliate. This coward had become so brazen at home. After Han Sanqian returned to his room, Jiang Lan could only stomp her feet in frustration, turning to Su Guiyao. Look at him. He buys one villa and suddenly thinks he is above me. Su Guiyao, you need to teach him a lesson. So he knows who is in charge here. Can you please stop being unreasonable? Su Guiyao replied helplessly. Unreasonable? Jiang Lan confronted him, delivering punches to Su Guiyao without restraint. How can you say I'm being unreasonable? Isn't this situation my fault? I am his elder. What gives him the right to speak to me like that? Respect your elders. At least try to embody their stature. Look at yourself. Do you truly resemble someone of authority? This household belongs to him. Jiang Lan, why do you still believe you can ride roughshod over him today? Can't you see he is no longer the same as before? Su Guiyao remarked. What difference does it make? He is still a defeated man, Jiang Lan retorted. Su Guiyao grasped Jiang Lan's hand, asserting that even a clay statue has its limits, let alone a living person. If Jiang Lan continued her reckless behavior, they would inevitably be expelled from the villa. Yes, he is a defeated man, and I'm one too, but the place you're living in was purchased by him. If he wishes to evict you, what right do you have to remain here? Is your name on the property deed? Su Guiyao challenged. The mention of the property deed did not remind Jiang Lan that Han Sanqian was the rightful owner. Rather, it ignited her urgency to place Su Yingxia's name on that deed, preferably as the sole name, so she would not have to fear being ousted by Han Sanqian. You think you can force me out? Not a chance, Jiang Lan sneered. I will make it clear that in this home, only I, Jiang Lan, hold the authority. The following day, after escorting Su Yingxia to her workplace, Han Sanqian visited the labor market. There were numerous individuals seeking employment, and Han Sanqian intended to find a cook for his household. Although Zhang Linghua was a commendable option, she needed to care for Zhang Tianxin, and the strict regulations of the Yunding Mountain Villa District pose a risk should Zhang Tianxin wander into someone else's territory, which forced Han Sanqian to abandon that idea. Shortly after entering the labor market, he noticed a crowd surging toward a certain direction, likely drawn by some commotion. Being an ordinary mortal with a natural curiosity, he decided to follow the throng. As he squeezed into the crowd, Han Sanqian observed a somewhat aged middle-aged woman, around 40, kneeling on the ground. Beside her stood a seemingly affluent woman adorned in gold and silver, of similar age. Come and see, this woman is a thief. She was cleaning my house, and all my jewelry worth tens of thousands is missing. The cleaning company has washed their hands of it, and this impoverished wretch cannot compensate me. Help me judge. Should such a company be allowed to operate? And should such an employee live? The wealthy woman proclaimed. As she spoke, she struck the middle-aged woman on the head with her handbag. The middle-aged woman, facing the crowd's scorn, repeatedly exclaimed, "I did not take anything. I swear. It was not me. She is framing me." Frame you? How could I possibly frame someone as lowly as you? Would I stoop so low for a mere sum of money? The wealthy woman slapped the middle-aged woman again, and still unsatisfied, kicked her twice with her high-heeled shoe. Look closely. Do I seem like someone who lacks a few thousand? I merely wish to prevent scum like you from harming others, she declared. From her appearance, it was evident that the wealthy woman did not appear to be in financial distress, leading the onlookers to increasingly condemn the middle-aged woman. As the wealthy woman's satisfaction grew, she cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged woman and continued, "You thief, let everyone witness your true nature today. You will never work in Yin City again." The ancient saying, to know a person's face but not their heart, has been passed down through generations, indicating that one cannot discern a person's true essence merely by their appearance. Yet, it is also said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Although Han Sanqian was unaware of the backstory, he could see in the middle-aged woman's eyes that she was innocent. He simply did not understand why the wealthy woman had chosen to frame her. Stepping out of the crowd, he approached the middle-aged woman. Seeing Han Sanqian, the wealthy woman assumed he was there to intervene, saying, "This thief is like a rat in the street. Everyone should strike her. If you wish to vent your anger, I offer you the chance to strike her hard." The middle-aged woman trembled, clearly frightened. Han Sanqian crouched down and said to her, "If you are wronged, you can tell me. I can help you." Upon hearing this, the wealthy woman became irate, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are, you little bastard? Are you in cahoots with her?" Han Sanqian calmly raised his head, stating, "If you continue to babble nonsense, I shall tear your mouth apart." "Huh?" The wealthy woman looked at him with disdain, retorting, "Tear my mouth? You ought to inquire about who I am. My status in Yin City is beyond your comprehension." At that moment, the middle-aged woman shook her head at Han Sanqian, seemingly wishing to spare him from further trouble. "Do not fear. Speak your mind. Trust me." Han Sanqian encouraged her. The wealthy woman, seeing Han Sanqian disregard her, kicked at him. Such a brazen woman surely had some backing. Otherwise, she would not dare to cause such a ruckus. However, she was unfortunate to have crossed paths with Han Sanqian. With a focused gaze, Han Sanqian retaliated with a powerful punch directed at the wealthy woman's kicking leg. She cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. You should leave quickly. I do not wish to involve you," the middle-aged woman implored, panic evident in her eyes. Yet Han Sanqian remained unfazed, declaring, "I came here to find a worker for my home. If you can prove your innocence, I will hire you." The middle-aged woman hesitated, her need for a job battling with her fear of the wealthy woman's retaliation. Sighing, she shook her head, unwilling to speak out, fearing the consequences. Meanwhile, the wealthy woman, now sitting on the ground, pulled out her phone, threatening Han Sanqian, "You little bastard, I demand you kneel and apologize today. You will regret this." Han Sanqian merely nodded. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, relished the escalating drama, as they had nothing else to do that day. Within 10 minutes of the wealthy woman's call, a group of over 10 intimidating individuals arrived at the labor market, their muscular physiques and tattoos making it clear they were not of good character. "Get out of the way," shouted a balding middle-aged man, displaying an impatient expression. The wealthy woman limped over to him, saying, "Dear, this little bastard dared to strike me. How dare you touch my woman? You must not wish to live." The man, Lu Guang, exclaimed, exuding a ferocious demeanor, with his followers looking equally menacing. "Lu Guang." The crowd gasped, recognizing the name. It was no wonder the woman had felt emboldened. Lu Guang was notorious. Once he identified himself, shock rippled through the audience, as Lu Guang was well known in the labor market for his unscrupulous dealings. Anyone who worked for him found their wages halved, and he had a reputation for violence. Once, he had broken someone's leg for disputing payment and displayed them as a warning. Under the oppressive weight of violence, many laborers no longer held sympathy for the wealthy woman, realizing she might be as malicious as Lu Guang. Yet, they knew it was futile to expect the young man to confront him. Lu Guang was not someone to be trifled with in this area. The proud woman raised her head and arrogantly commanded Han Sanqian to kneel and apologize, insisting that he clean her shoes, offering him a reprieve for the day. Han Qianqian glanced at Lu Guang and then at the middle-aged woman, replying, "If you do not reveal the truth, even my desire to assist you would be futile. Young man, thank you, but I do not wish to bring you harm. You should leave," the middle-aged woman implored. "Want to leave?" Lu Guang sneered coldly. "Have you consulted my brother's fists? If I let you go, where will my face be? Would I still have a place in this world?" "Young man, you should apologize to her. Do not bring misfortune upon yourself," someone urged. Others echoed, "Quickly apologize and leave. Recognize the situation. They are capable of breaking legs without a second thought. Bow your head, and they won't mock you." The onlookers, aware of Han Qianqian's good intentions, began to persuade him. Although they had wished for some excitement, Lu Guang's brutality dissuaded them from wanting to see Han Qianqian suffer too severely. Listening to the praises and fear from the crowd, Lu Guang smirked. "It seems I still hold some influence here. You all recognize that I am not to be trifled with." Despite many harboring dissatisfaction with Lu Guang's arrogance, no one dared to speak against him in that place. "Did you hear my woman? Clean her shoes and crawl through my legs, and I will let you go today." Lu Guang laughed, spreading his legs as he continued. "To crawl through my legs is a matter of pride you can boast about later." With a frosty expression, Han Qianqian prepared to confront Lu Guang. But the middle-aged woman grasped his hand and declared, "This matter does not concern him. I will do it. Get lost, you old hag. Do not tarnish my trousers. Who the hell wants you to crawl? Get out of here." Lu Guang cursed. Han Qianqian shook his head at the middle-aged woman, signaling that it was all right, and approached Lu Guang. Lu Guang looked at Han Qianqian with satisfaction, feeling proud of the legendary story he was about to create in the human market. Suddenly, Han Qianqian kicked Lu Guang in the groin. Lu Guang's face contorted in pain as he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. This kick had likely incapacitated him. "Clear the way. Move aside." Lu Guang's subordinates prepared to swarm Han Qianqian when a group of dozens rushed in from the crowd, and Mo Yang emerged. Chapter 67. "You are Han Qianqian?" Mo Yang, smiling, looked at Han Qianqian and said, "What a coincidence." "Indeed," Han Qianqian replied with a bitter smile. "What brings you here?" "I came to discuss some matters. My subordinates mentioned there was excitement here, so I came to take a look, and I didn't expect to find you," Mo Yang explained. Han Qianqian had no doubt that Mo Yang would send someone to follow him, as there was no need. Their encounter was purely coincidental. At that moment, the pain-stricken Lu Guang finally regained his senses and immediately began to cry out for help upon seeing Mo Yang. "Brother Yang, this little punk dared to hit me. You must stand up for me." Mo Yang glanced at Lu Guang with annoyance and instructed his subordinates, "Give him a beating." A few men approached Lu Guang and began to pummel him without hesitation. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Who was this man that even Lu Guang had to call him brother? Moreover, he struck Lu Guang without flinching, clearly more formidable than Lu Guang himself. "Brother Yang, please, make them stop. I did not provoke you." Lu Guang howled in agony. Mo Yang waved his hand, and Lu Guang's attackers stepped back. Mo Yang approached Lu Guang and remarked, "You dare to provoke my brother? You have quite the audacity." "My brother?" Lu Guang looked at Han Qianqian in horror, realizing that he was Mo Yang's brother. What a stroke of bad luck. Although Mo Yang had been the former leader of Yin City, he had recently consolidated power in the city's gray areas, regaining a commanding presence. Lu Guang understood that even influential figures like Lin Yong would not dare to provoke Mo Yang now. "Little brother, I apologize. I did not know you were Brother Yang's kin. Please spare me," Lu Guang pleaded, kneeling before Han Qianqian. He knew that if Han Qianqian pursued the matter, he would not survive Mo Yang's wrath. The scene took an unexpected turn. Those who had urged Han Qianqian to apologize were utterly shocked to witness Lu Guang's groveling. They began to reassess Han Qianqian. This young man, despite appearing unimpressive, had maintained his composure throughout, even when confronted by Lu Guang, and had nearly incapacitated him. Such calmness was not something ordinary people possessed. He was indeed a figure of significance. Who would have thought? No wonder he was not afraid of Lu Guang. Finally, someone could teach Lu Guang a lesson. Let us see if he dares to be arrogant again. As some whispered among themselves, Han Qianqian returned to the middle-aged woman and said, "These are my friends. You can see for yourself that he is more powerful than Lu Guang. If the accusations against you are unfounded, or if there is a misunderstanding, you may speak now. With me here, no one will dare to trouble you." The middle-aged woman cast a guilty glance at the proud woman. The proud woman glared fiercely, stating, "Honest people do not engage in wrongful deeds. I did not wrong her. Speak now, or you may never clear your name from the accusation of theft. No one will hire you again. Do you wish to bear this label for life? Han Qianqian pressed. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth, unwilling to suffer unjust blame or be labeled a thief. You brought a young man home. He took the valuables. I saw him leaving in a hurry when I went to clean this morning, she revealed. The proud woman's complexion changed dramatically upon hearing this. Indeed, she had brought home a strong young man while Lu Guang was away, but she had paid for it. How would he have stolen her jewelry? Moreover, how would she explain this in front of Lu Guang? You wretched woman, you were cheating on me. Lu Guang raged. No, I did not. I did not. She is slandering me, the proud woman exclaimed in panic. Lu Guang, suppressing his pain, stood up and grabbed the proud woman's hair, delivering several slaps across her face. I earn money to support you, and you use my money to support a toy boy? You shameless woman, I will not spare you. The proud woman, dazed from the blows, begged for mercy. Husband, I am sorry. I realize my mistake and will never do it again. Lu Guang, a man concerned with his reputation, could not tolerate anyone discovering that his woman was unfaithful in public. He struck her mercilessly, and after kicking her to the ground, he continued to lash out. The onlookers, stunned by the turn of events, found it difficult to suppress their laughter. This incident would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule for Lu Guang. Now that you have beaten enough, shouldn't you apologize to the aggrieved party? Han Qianqian interjected. Lu Guang jolted, dragging the proud woman by her hair to the middle-aged woman, demanding, kneel and apologize. You have disgraced me. I am sorry. I should not have wronged you. The proud woman hurriedly said, regretting her earlier actions. If only she had not been concerned with those valuables, her infidelity would not have been exposed. The middle-aged woman looked gratefully at Han Qianqian and said, Young man, thank you. Without your intervention, I could have jumped into the Yellow River and still not clear my name. Han Qianqian understood that she was afraid of retaliation, which is why she dared not speak about the matter. He said, This situation is not your fault, so there is no need to thank me. Moreover, my assistance is not without purpose. I am in need of a cook for my household. If you are willing, you may come and work for me. The middle-aged woman was so overwhelmed with emotion that she struggled to find words, repeatedly nodding and expressing her gratitude. Mo Yang cleared his throat and turned to Han Qianqian, asking, What do you plan to do about Lu Guang? In fear, Lu Guang knelt before Han Qianqian, pleading, Brother, I acknowledge my mistake. Please let it go. I have no desire to dwell on the matter of being cuckolded. Han Qianqian replied with a smile, Very well. After Mo Yang and his companions departed, the lively atmosphere dissipated, and Lu Guang dragged the affluent woman away, grumbling. Auntie, what is your name? Han Qianqian inquired of the middle-aged woman. She replied, My name is He Ting. Han Qianqian continued, Aunt He, let me take you to my home for a visit. If you find it suitable, I will help you gather your belongings. He Ting quickly insisted, No, there is no need to look. You have already assisted me immensely and are willing to offer me work. Even if the pay is low, it does not matter. Han Songqian chuckled softly, assuring her, I will certainly not pay you less. He proposed, How does 6,000 a month sound? He Ting was astonished. For a cook who cleans and prepares meals, receiving 6,000 was indeed a substantial sum. She felt unworthy of such remuneration and hurriedly replied, No, that is too much. Han Qianqian reassured her, Once you see my home, you will understand that 6,000 is not excessive. He knew that the cleaning duties for the entire villa would require considerable effort, and 6,000 would ensure that He Ting worked diligently, without complaint. After retrieving her clothes from her home in the outskirts, Han Qianqian learned that He Ting's husband had passed away from illness 2 years prior, leaving her to independently raise their college-aged daughter. Life had been challenging for her, yet she took solace in her daughter's obedient nature and excellent academic performance. Despite the hardships, she was determined to persevere for her daughter's sake. As they approached the villa district, He Ting was taken aback, realizing that such a place was only affordable to the wealthiest individuals in Yunqing. Boss, do you live here? She asked in astonishment. The term boss made Han Qianqian feel uneasy, prompting him to respond, Please call me Qianqian. I am not accustomed to being addressed as boss. Upon realizing his identity, He Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. You are Han Qianqian, she exclaimed. Han Qianqian offered a wry smile, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the notoriety that had reached even He Ting. Sensing her fluster, He Ting quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm just used to it. It's fine. But if you continue to call me boss, I may not hire you. Upon returning home, Han Sanqian intended to prepare a room for He Ting when Jiang Lan descended the stairs. Han Sanqian, what are you doing? Who is this? She questioned him sharply. And he's someone I have hired to help with cooking and cleaning, he explained. Fuming, Jiang Lan approached Han Sanqian, stating coldly, You've really grown bold. You no longer feel the need to consult me before hiring someone. If you do not wish for me to cook, I will do it myself. Very well, Han Sanqian responded, glancing at Jiang Lan before turning back to He Ting. And since someone will be preparing meals, you can focus solely on cleaning. Jiang Lan, thought to herself that she had grown accustomed to a life of convenience since Han Sanqian arrived in the Su family, avoiding the kitchen altogether. You are indeed qualified to eat my cooking, she glared at Han Sanqian, continuing, How much are you paying her? That money is none of our concern. Rest assured, I will not require you to spend a single cent, Han Sanqian replied. Jiang Lan opposed Han Sanqian's decision to let He Ting stay in a guest room, insisting, How can a servant occupy a guest room? What will we do when guests arrive? She can sleep in the utility room. He Ting, aware of her low status, felt unworthy of a guest room and said to Han Sanqian, I would prefer the utility room. It is sufficient to have a place to shelter from the elements. Jiang Lan regarded He Ting with disdain, muttering, At least you have some self-awareness. This is my home, and I will decide where you stay. Han Sanqian stated firmly, bringing He Ting's belongings into the room. Jiang Lan was infuriated. How could Han Sanqian show such disregard for her authority in front of a servant? Han Sanqian, are you certain you want to proceed with this? She glared at him. And if anyone troubles you in this household, do not hesitate to inform me. Han Sanqian said, ignoring Jiang Lan's glare. He Ting felt conflicted, knowing Han Sanqian had a reputation as a pushover within the Su family. Although her presence seemed to have caused a rift between them, she felt a sense of guilt for being the catalyst, especially after Han Sanqian had extended such kindness towards her. Sanqian, I really don't need to stay here, He Ting insisted. Enough, this matter is settled. My decision is final. Familiarize yourself with the house. I must step out for a moment, Han Sanqian replied. He Ting nodded in agreement, resigning herself to the situation. Returning to the living room, Jiang Lan reclined on the couch, her mind swirling with malicious thoughts. After Han Sanqian left, she began to eat sunflower seeds, carelessly discarding the shells on the floor. He Ting, what are you doing? Don't you see the mess? Get to cleaning. Jiang Lan bak go. He Ting quickly grabbed a broom and began to tidy up the chaos Jiang Lan had created. As Jiang Lan rose to fetch water, she spilled it everywhere. There's water on the floor. Hurry and bring a mop, she commanded. He Ting, still holding the broom, grabbed the mop. Can't you see the dust on the TV cabinet? The living room floor is filthy. Clean it up immediately. And don't forget the stair railing. Wipe it all down. He Ting worked diligently without a word of complaint, following every command Jiang Lan issued. Be careful. If you break anything, you won't be able to afford it. I don't know what stroke of luck you had to end up in the Yending Mountain Villa area, but let me warn you, if you make even the slightest mistake, I will have my daughter fire you. Han Sanqian's influence holds no weight in this house. Jiang Jia, rest assured, I will do my best. If you feel anything is dirty, feel free to call me, He Ting replied. Can't you see for yourself? Don't need to call you to come back. If you return, I will check if anything is unclean, and you'd better be prepared to hand over half your salary to me, Jiang Lan retorted, her tone dripping with malice. I'm leaving now. If I return and find anything dirty, you can pack your things and leave, Jiang Lan warned coldly. After grabbing her bag, she exited, having arranged to meet friends for a shopping excursion. Upon meeting them, her friends expressed envy over her new residence in the hillside villa, which only bolstered Jiang Lan's pride. In truth, she thought to herself, it was merely a spacious place, and she was still getting accustomed to the size and the upkeep required. Indeed, I have hired a maid today, which will cost several thousand yuan a month, Jiang Lan remarked. Her companions were not particularly affluent, as Jiang Lan's previous status had never allowed her entry into the circles of the wealthy. At that moment, a dignified middle-aged woman approached their group, flanked by over 10 bodyguards clad in black suits, clearly indicating her importance. The woman's poise and beauty rendered Jiang Lan and her friends feeling utterly inadequate. Who could this affluent lady be, accompanied by such an entourage? How fortunate it is to be wealthy. If I had money, I too could maintain such a splendid appearance. Jiang Lan thought, why is she coming our way? Jiang Lan, you don't know her, do you? The woman halted before Jiang Lan. Are you Jiang Lan? Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? Suddenly, with a swift motion, the woman delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Lan's face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Jiang Lan's friends, though sympathetic, dared not voice their concerns in the presence of so many bodyguards. Why did you strike me? Do I know you? Jiang Lan et Gulim, covering her face in anger. Remember my name? Shi Jing, the woman stated coldly. Shi Jing, the mother of Han Sanqian and a daughter-in-law of the Han family in Yanjing, was a woman of considerable stature, viewing even the celestial families as mere insects in her eyes. From this day forth, live modestly. If you trouble him again, you will regret being born, Shi Jing warned icily. Although Han Sanqian was not valued by the Han family, he was nonetheless Shi Jing's biological son. Learning that he was being overshadowed by this woman in the Su family, even having his credit for purchasing a villa usurped, Shi Jing could tolerate Han Sanqian's restraint. But she could not bear it herself. Thus, she sought to teach Jiang Lan a lesson. Before Jiang Lan could finish her sentence, another slap landed on her face, and Shi Jing departed with an air of finality, left speechless and dazed by Shi Jing's overwhelming presence. Jiang Lan felt the truth of the saying, evil begets evil. In the face of Shi Jing's dominance, Jiang Lan's brash demeanor crumbled, her head hanging low. Once Shi Jing was out of sight, one of Jiang Lan's friends dared to speak. Jiang Lan, who is that woman? Why did she hit you? Did you offend some powerful person? Listening to these questions, Jiang Lan's expression darkened. She had never encountered Shi Jing and had no idea how she could have offended her. Is wealth truly so impressive? Just wait until I find an opportunity. I will repay those 2 slaps in kind, Jiang Lan vowed to herself, now emboldened after Shi Jing had vanished. Moments ago, she had been filled with fear, but now she adopted a defiant tone. Her friends, wary of Shi Jing's evident status and her retinue of bodyguards, realized that seeking revenge on such a woman was far from feasible. Let us go shopping. The boutique has received a plethora of new arrivals, one suggested. Indeed, I must also take care of my appearance, Jiang Lan concurred. If we don't maintain ourselves, we might lose our men at home. Jiang Lan touched her swollen cheek, feeling that continuing to shop in this state would be utterly embarrassing. You all go ahead. I'll return home first, and we can reschedule, she said. Chapter 69. Apologies upon returning home. Jiang Lan's anger only intensified, leading her to vent her frustrations on He Ting, whom she berated mercilessly. He Ting, aware of her lowly status, noticed the imprint of a hand on Jiang Lan's face and understood that she was venting her frustrations from having been struck. If enduring a few scoldings could alleviate Jiang Lan's ire, she was willing to accept it. When Su Guiyao returned home after playing cards, he found Jiang Lan in a furious state and was taken aback by the unexpected presence of another person in their home. Upon noticing the swelling on Jiang Lan's face, he mistakenly assumed that He Ting had struck her and shouted, "Who are you, and why are you in my home?" "I'm the maid hired by Sanqian." He Ting replied, "A maid? In such a large household, hiring help is understandable, but for her to strike the mistress is utterly disrespectful." "Jiang Lan, are you all right? Did she hit you?" Su Guiyao inquired with concern. "So what if she did? You coward, do you dare to avenge me?" Jiang Lan Zito, still seething with anger and fixated on Shi Jing's haughty demeanor, speaking without thinking. Su Guiyao, feeling the weight of the situation, approached He Ting and slapped her hard. "You are merely a maid. How dare you lay a hand on the mistress? Get out of my house this instant," he bellowed. He Ting, suffering from an unjust attack, covered her burning cheek and said, "I didn't hit her, Sister Jiang. Why are you wronging me?" Jiang Lan had not anticipated Su Guiyao's violent outburst, but now that it had occurred, she thought, "She's just a maid. What does it matter? If you can't handle it, you can leave now. We don't need you here." Jiang Lan added dismissively. He Ting valued this job immensely, as it had been given to her by Han Sanqian, and she was under pressure to provide for her daughter. Therefore, she chose to swallow her pride. "I will go prepare dinner," He Ting said quietly. "You pathetic creature," Jiang Lan scoffed. As He Ting walked toward the kitchen, Su Guiyao grabbed her shoulder, saying, "I told you to leave my house right now. Do you not understand?" He Ting's eyes brimmed with tears as she replied, "I didn't hit her. I just wanted a job to make a living." "If you didn't hit her, how did those marks appear on her face?" Su Guiyao retorted coldly. Jiang Lan lounged on the sofa, appearing detached from the unfolding drama, not wanting to explain further and feeling that He Ting's presence, having been brought in by Han Sanqian, was unwelcome. She thought that if Su Guiyao expelled her, it would be a blessing in disguise. He Ting shook her head. unsure of how to defend herself. Su Guiyao, growing impatient, shoved He Ting, insisting, "Get out now, I don't want to see you." He Ting stumbled to the ground, silently wiping away her tears. She knew that Han Sanqian would likely advocate for her, but such an action would place him in a difficult position. Even though her job was important, she did not wish to complicate matters for him. "I'm sorry," He Ting said as she stood and returned to her room to gather her belongings. At that moment, Han Sanqian returned home after picking up Su Yingxiao from work. On their way home, Han Sanqian recounted the situation with He Ting to Su Yingxiao, who expressed no objections, believing that after 3 years of cooking for their family, it was reasonable to hire a maid to share the burden. "Where is Aunt He?" Su Yingxiao asked, entering the living room and only seeing Jianglan and Su Guiyao. Looking puzzled, Su Guiyao shot a cold glance at Han Sanqian, saying, "Han Sanqian, the person you hired is quite audacious. She even dares to hit your mother." Hearing this, Han Sanqian furrowed his brow. He knew well what kind of person He Ting was. There was no way she would strike Jianglan. Even if Jianglan were to provoke her, He Ting's temperament would lead her to endure the mistreatment. "No, Aunt He would never resort to violence," he asserted firmly. "Look at the marks on your mother's face. If it wasn't her, who else could it be?" Su Guiyao countered. Su Yingxiao noticed the swelling on Jianglan's face, which indeed bore the marks of a handprint. However, recalling Han Sanqian's description of He Ting on their way home, she believed it was out of character for her to behave in such a manner. "Mom, what happened? Why did she hit you?" Su Yingxiao inquired. At this point, Jianglan had no choice but to falsely accuse He Ting, saying, "I am the one who was struck. Why are you not questioning her, but instead asking me?" "How would I know?" Han Sanqian headed towards He Ting's room. He Ting was busy packing her belongings when she saw Han Sanqian return and said, "Sanqian, I don't want to cause you any trouble. Thank you for all your help. And have you forgotten about today's events at the labor market? If you do not defend yourself, who will assist you? Moreover, where will you go? How will you find the living expenses for your daughter? Will anyone still employ you at the labor market?" Han Sanqian spoke. Her face bore wounds, swollen and bruised, which cannot possibly have been inflicted by a woman's strength. It must have been Su Guiyao. The matter of her daughter's living expenses struck a chord with He Ting. Her greatest fear was receiving a call from her daughter while being unable to provide a single cent. "I don't know what happened. She returned home with injuries on her face," He Ting said. "Come with me," Han Sanqian ordered. He Ting followed Han Sanqian into the living room. "And he mentioned that you came home injured. You were beaten outside, and now you're accusing others." "Jianglan, do not test my patience." Han Sanqian's expression darkened. He Ting was brought back by him. As her employer, he bore the responsibility of ensuring her safety and innocence. "Han Sanqian, how dare you call my name?" Jianglan shot up, angrily pointing at Han Sanqian. Su Yingxiao observed Han Sanqian's grim face, feeling a genuine fear of him for the first time. She recognized that he was truly angry. "Mom, who hit you? Who are you seeking revenge against? Why are you wrongfully accusing Aunt He? Have you become so unreasonable?" Su Jingxiao questioned. Su Guiyao, momentarily blinded by anger, did not doubt Jianglan's words, but now sensed something amiss. He Ting, no matter how audacious, would not strike Jianglan. Furthermore, given Jianglan's temperament, if she had truly been struck by He Ting, she would have retaliated long ago, rather than wait for his return. "Jianglan, tell us quickly who struck you." Su Guiyao inquired. "What? Now you all doubt me and trust an outsider?" Jianglan demanded, feigning indignation. "If you refuse to speak, I will have the property management check the surveillance footage to see if your injuries were sustained at home or brought back from outside," Han Sanqian said, pulling out his phone. Hearing about the surveillance footage, Jianglan began to panic. She sat on the ground, resorting to a dramatic display of despair. "I can't go on living. You actually believe an outsider over me, when I'm a member of this family. She is merely a servant. Do you have no conscience?" Jianglan lamented. Han Sanqian regarded her coldly, unmoved. "You still have a chance to reveal the truth. If you insist on causing a scene at the property management, you will only embarrass yourself further," he warned. "Yes, I was beaten outside, not by her. So what? Are you going to hit me too? You might as well kill me. I can go fetch a knife for you," Jianglan exclaimed, throwing a tantrum. Su Guiyao felt his scalp tingle with anger. It was one thing to wrongfully accuse He Ting, but he had also struck He Ting without reason. How could he resolve this? Moreover, Jianglan had witnessed the entire incident without intervening, which was a betrayal. "What will you do about it? Are you still my man? If you have any guts, go and help me take revenge," Jianglan yelled. Han Sanqian commanded, Both of you apologize to Aunt He. You're ridiculous. Why should I apologize to a servant? Han Sanqian, do you know your place? I am your mother, Jiang Lan retorted. Han Sanqian glanced at Su Yingxia. Previously, he had overlooked Jiang Lan's behavior for her sake, but he could no longer tolerate her arrogance. If you refuse to apologize, then get out of my house, my home. The gravity of Han Sanqian's words silenced Jiang Lan instantly. Su Guiyao looked at him with trepidation at that moment. Han Sanqian exuded an aura that was anything but weak. It was suffocatingly authoritative. Yingxia, can't you say something in my defense? Are you going to just watch as I'm thrown out? Jiang Lan beseeched, directing her pressure onto Su Yingxia. Su Yingxia shook her head. Jiang Lan's actions were inexcusable, and even she could not condone her mother's behavior. Mom, since you were in the wrong, you should apologize, Su Yingxia asserted. Jiang Lan had informed all her friends about moving into the hillside villa and had promised to bring them over to showcase her new home. Being driven out by Han Sanqian would be a loss of face she could not bear. Han Sanqian, I am your mother. How can you demand I apologize to a servant? Jiang Lan said, her tone now laced with pleading. Apologize to her, and I will find out who struck you and make them apologize to you. How's that sound? Han Sanqian proposed. This was a concession, and Jiang Lan realized that if she continued to defy him, she would only humiliate herself further. However, she also doubted Han Sanqian's ability to take revenge. That woman was accompanied by over a dozen bodyguards, and she could not fathom how Han Sanqian could manage that. I'm sorry, Jiang Lan said, her apology to He Ting lacking sincerity. Su Guiyao, having acted impulsively, also said, I'm sorry, I was too rash. Now, can you tell me who struck you? Han Sanqian inquired. I've never seen her before, but she said her name was Shi Jing, Jiang Lan responded, feeling increasingly frustrated. Having been struck by someone she had never encountered, an undeserved calamity. Shi Jing. The name rendered Han Sanqian momentarily speechless. How could it be her? Why would she intervene to discipline Jiang Lan? Is this your pride as a daughter-in-law of the Han family? Being looked down upon in the Han family and enduring humiliation in the Su family, you still believe I am useless and want to stand up for me? Han Sanqian's smile was laced with icy disdain. Do you know this woman? If you can help me take revenge, I will surely view you in a new light, Jiang Lan said, hoping to earn Han Sanqian's favor if he could help her settle the score. No, Han Sanqian replied firmly. Under different circumstances, he could manage anyone, even the Tian family of Yin City, but he could not confront Shi Jing. Jiang Lan smirked derisively. I thought you were capable. You can't even handle this minor issue and still boast in front of me. Sanqian, do you know this person? Su Yingxia asked, puzzled. Han Sanqian knew did. She travels with 12 bodyguards, all elite retired special forces, far from ordinary people you would want to provoke. Su Yingxia's expression turned to shock. 12 bodyguards? What kind of person was that? Furthermore, even the Tian family of Yin City would not dare to offend her. Han Sanqian continued. Those words left Su Yingxia's family pale with fear, and Jiang Lan felt her legs weaken. The Tian family of Yun City. That was the pinnacle of power in Yun City, a family that even the Tian family could not provoke. Jiang Lan could hardly fathom the status of that woman. Jiang Lan, what happened? How did you offend such a formidable person? Su Guiyao questioned steadily. Jiang Lan, in a state of panic, disregarded Su Guiyao's tone, stammering. I don't know. I have never even met her. Fear and terror coursed through Jiang Lan, leaving her utterly helpless and anxious. Don't worry. Since she struck you, it indicates she understands the situation. Otherwise, with her capabilities, she could overturn the entire Su family overnight, Han Sanqian assured. But she told me to be low-key and not to trouble him anymore. But I don't understand what that means, Jiang Lan confessed. Her fear unabated by Han Sanqian's attempt to comfort. The him she referred to must be someone she had offended, leaving Jiang Lan anxious about making another mistake in the future. Han Sanqian glanced at Su Yingxia and said, I'm going out for a while. Su Yingxia, unsure of what to say, could only remind him, be careful. Driving to the Peninsula Hotel, Han Sanqian headed straight to the presidential suite where they met last time. The entire floor was under the protection of Shi Jing, with 2 bodyguards stationed at the elevator and watch posts every 3 meters, creating a formidable defense, akin to that of a political magnate. Upon exiting the elevator, Han Sanqian was stopped by 2 bodyguards. I need to see her, Han Sanqian stated calmly. Young master, the boss did not notify us of your visit, so we cannot allow entry. one of the bodyguards replied. Han Sanqian's gaze sharpened. Do you dare stop me? Young master, please do not make it difficult for us, the two bodyguards said, looking down. Taking a step forward, Han Sanqian was immediately blocked by them. Young master, if you take another step, do not blame us for being rude. Then show me your rudeness, Han Sanqian said coldly. The two exchanged glances. Disregarding Han Sanqian's identity as the young master of the Han family, and simultaneously attacked, Han Sanqian snorted coldly, unleashing two punches with overwhelming force. The bodyguards' expressions turned to shock as they were pushed back by a single punch, staring at Han Sanqian in disbelief. Everyone in the Han family believed that Han Sanqian was inferior to his brother, never having witnessed such fierce prowess from him. The two bodyguards clutched their chests, gasping for breath, helplessly watching as Han Sanqian brushed past them. With unstoppable momentum, he swept through the posts, leaving no one unscathed. How could a young master be so formidable? The two bodyguards at the elevator stood in stunned silence. They were elite, retired special forces, yet 12 of them could not impede his progress even slightly. Reaching the door of the room, Han Sanqian adjusted his collar and rang the doorbell. Soon, Shi Jing opened the door, her expression revealing no surprise upon seeing him. Elder Yin once told me that you possess extraordinary talent, and it seems he was indeed correct, Shi Jing said with a smile as she sat on the sofa. Her noble demeanor was innate, and even in simple repose, she radiated an air of superiority. Her face unadorned, yet breathtakingly beautiful. Elder Yin, known as Yinjun, was once the bodyguard of the matriarch of the Han family, and now remained in the family in a revered capacity, possessing formidable strength. Having trained Han Sanqian to his current abilities. Why do you seek Jianglan? An Sanqian Kufunit. She looks down on my son, and I want her to remember her place, which is only right, Shi Jing replied, her smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Yet Han Sanqian recognized the underlying aggression in it. My affairs do not require your intervention. I hope you will not trouble me in the future, Han Sanqian said coldly. Shi Jing retrieved a piece of candy from her bag, saying, This is your favorite from childhood, brought specially for you by your mother. Do give it a try. Every time I bought candy, my brother would pick out my favorites and bury them in the backyard. Even if you saw them, you would not stop him. Why pretend to be sincere before me now? Han Sanqian Skufit. Life is unfair. Even if you're my son, you should understand the immense capability required to inherit the Han family. Your self-righteous patience is viewed as futile effort in the eyes of the matriarch. If you are strong, you must demonstrate it for others to recognize it. You might think gold will always shine, but a pearl covered in dust may remain unseen for a century. What use is that? Shi Jing remarked. I did not come here to discuss these grand philosophies. I advise you to return to Yinjing promptly. This small place, Yunqing, cannot accommodate someone of your stature, Han Sanqian responded. After you meet me today, I will leave. You may play as you wish in Yunqing, but remember, no one hides their strength in the shadows, Shi Jing stated. Han Sanqian stood up, appearing serene. A gentleman conceals his talents, waiting for the right moment. Chapter 71. I do this for your own good. Shi Jing stood by the window, watching Han Sanqian depart, her mind echoing his final words, conceal your talent, waiting for the right moment. This reflected a form of restraint. Yet she sensed a profound confidence emanating from him. It seemed that if he wished, he could achieve anything. His inaction was merely a matter of choice. Was this confidence or excessive arrogance? Even the Han family had never possessed such an overwhelming aura. So what gave him such audacity? Did he rely solely on the trivial tricks he learned from the Han family? Shi Jing smiled faintly, murmuring to herself, You perceive things too simplistically. The Han family still has insurmountable obstacles. So what makes you think you can succeed? If not for the opportunity one fought for you, you would have taken his place in prison. Do you understand? I hope you will not squander my goodwill. Otherwise, the matriarch will make you take his place. You are both my sons, but my fairness holds no weight before the matriarch. Do not let me down, or I will destroy you with my own hands. The Han family's twin brothers appeared nearly identical, making it impossible for outsiders to distinguish between them. Thus, when Han Jun encountered trouble, the matriarch of the Han family immediately considered having Han Sanqian take his place in prison. Had it not been for Shi Jing's fervent persuasion to give Han Sanqian a chance, the matriarch would have personally arrived in Yunqing long ago. Han Jun, named for his superiority, was destined to hold a higher position in the Han family from the moment of his birth compared to Han Sanqian. Upon returning home, He Ting had prepared a meal, and surprisingly, Jiang Lan and her family sat at the table without touching their chopsticks, something nearly impossible in the past. Jiang Lan had not intended to wait for Han Sanqian, but Su Yingxia's insistence prevented them from starting without him. "Where have you been? Can't you see we are waiting for you to eat?" Jiang Lan said impatiently. Su Yingxia approached Han Sanqian, softly asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Han Sanqian replied with a smile as he took his seat at the table. Not seeing He Ting, he asked Su Yingxia, "Where is Aunt He? Why isn't she joining us for dinner?" "Han Sanqian, do not go too far. She is merely a servant. How can she dine at the table?" Jiang Lan said discontentedly. Han Sanqian ignored Jiang Lan's attitude and walked toward He Ting's room. At the door, he overheard her on the phone, hesitantly saying she would find a way soon, suggesting it was a call from her daughter. Once He Ting hung up, Han Sanqian knocked on the door and said, "Aunt He, dinner is ready." He Ting opened the door and told Han Sanqian, "No need, you all eat first. It's not proper for a servant to sit at the table. Aunt He, your daughter called you, right? I can advance some of your wages, but you must eat first. How does that sound?" Han Sanqian said with a smile. It was He Ting's first day working, and she had not thought of asking Han Sanqian for an advance. She was surprised he would offer. "From now on, consider this place your home. There are no distinctions between master and servant here. Our family does not adhere to such odd rules," Han Sanqian stated. Han Sanqian internally scoffed at the absurd conventions of the Su family, knowing he would not impose such a system in his own home. He Ting could only express her gratitude, unsure how to convey her appreciation. Once seated at the table, although Jiang Lan remained discontent, Su Yingxia and Su Guiyao had no objections. She could not cause trouble by herself, and Han Sanqian's earlier assertiveness had left her somewhat intimidated, preventing her from overstepping. After dinner, Han Sanqian advanced a month's salary to He Ting, a total of 5,000 yuan. He Ting's hands trembled as she received it, bowing in gratitude. At that moment, Jiang Lan secretly took Su Yingxia upstairs. "Mom, what are you doing?" Su Yingxia asked in confusion as Jiang Lan pushed her into a room. "Yingxia, is your name on the property deed for this villa?" Jiang Lan inquired. The matter of purchasing the villa was entirely unknown to Su Yingxia, and naturally, her name would not be associated with it. "What's wrong?" Su Yingxia asked, gazing at Jiang Lan with a hint of confusion. "Are you lacking common sense? How can it be acceptable for there to be no record of your name? Find a time for Han Sanqian to handle this matter. It would be best if the villa could be transferred into your name," Jiang Lan insisted. Su Yingxia could not comprehend Jiang Lan's fixation on this issue. "Mom, why should we bother with the transfer? Isn't that just creating trouble for ourselves? I've been preoccupied with a partnership involving Ruoshui real estate. I hardly have the time for such matters." Jiang Lan looked at Su Yingxia with disappointment. "Are you foolish? What if you and Han Sanqian were to divorce in the future? You need to secure your own interests. Didn't you see how he treated me today? Telling me to get lost, simply because the property deed is in his name? If the deed were in your name, would he dare to speak to me like that? Mom, this is your fault. You've gone too far, and you still have the audacity to blame him?" Su Yingxiao realized that Jiang Lan was intent on stripping the villa of its ownership to elevate her own status in front of Han Sanqian. However, she would never agree to such a thing. "What do you mean I lack the right? I am your mother. Don't I have any authority? And I am doing this for your benefit," Jiang Lan retorted angrily. Su Yingxiao waved her hand dismissively. "Let's not discuss this anymore. I will not do it. The villa was purchased by him, so it rightfully belongs to him." As Su Yingxia turned to leave, Jiang Lan grasped her hand tightly. "Daughter, how can you be so naive? Can you guarantee that Han Sanqian will remain faithful to you forever? Aren't you concerned about your future? Mom, is it your intention for me to take the villa and then divorce Han Sanqian? I don't know if he will change his heart, but you wanting me to divorce him is absolutely out of the question," Su Yingxia replied coldly, shaking off Jiang Lan's grip and exiting the room. Jiang Lan's face turned pale with anger. She believed she was acting in Su Yingxia's best interest, only to have her daughter respond with ingratitude. "Yingxia, I'm doing this for your own good. Why can't you understand? Since you refuse to take action, I will have to step in and help you with this." When Su Yingxia returned to the ground floor, Han Sanqian was already lying on the makeshift bed. In the past 2 days, aside from the stress of the partnership, another issue weighed heavily on her mind. Once the collaboration was resolved, Han Sanqian would want to share a bed. Su Yingxia had been contemplating a solution that would allow Han Sanqian to sleep on the bed while avoiding any intimate encounters. However, such a solution was not easily conceived. She could choose to sleep on the floor, but that felt rather excessive to her. With her long, slender legs gracefully crossing over Han Sanqian, she sat on the edge of the bed, playfully kicking her legs. Sanqian, have you been in touch with your old classmates? Our vehicles can't even access the construction site lately, and all material transport has come to a halt. If this continues, I'm afraid things will escalate. Not yet, but don't worry. I will definitely resolve this matter, Han Sanqian replied, glancing at his phone, though his eyes were subtly drawn to Su Yingxia's legs, which epitomized elegance. Su Yingxia sighed. The elderly lady had been calling daily. Although her tone was inquisitive, each call imposed pressure on Su Yingxia. She hoped the project would proceed smoothly afterward. Lying on the bed, with her legs dangling off the side, Han Sanqian finally deemed it appropriate to gaze openly at her without feigning interest in his phone. You must be exhausted these days. A massage can relieve fatigue. Would you like me to give you one? Han Sanqian suggested. The unexpected offer took Su Yingxia back. Their most intimate moment had been the embrace at the Crystal Restaurant, and her instinct urged her to decline. Yet, she recognized this as an opportunity to deepen their connection. Flushing, she softly acquiesced. Han Sanqian sat up, gently taking hold of her right foot, which felt as smooth as fine jade. He applied a light pressure to her sole, asking, "Is this comfortable?" "Yes." Chapter 72. How beautiful it is that night. Su Yingxia slept soundly, whether it was due to Han Sanqian's massage or not. She dreamt with a smile, her expression radiating happiness. The following morning at 6, both Han Sanqian and Su Yingxia awoke simultaneously, their biological clocks perfectly synchronized. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, they set out for a morning jog along the mountain trails. The fresh air invigorated them, and the view from a mountain peak overlooking the city was breathtaking. I had imagined countless times that I would jog at the peak of Yunling Mountain. I can hardly believe it has come true, Su Yingxia thought, standing at the summit, eyes closed, savoring the fresh mountain air. As long as Su Yingxia was happy, Han Sanqian found his greatest fulfillment. Observing her unadorned yet enchanting visage, he smiled and said, "Did you know that you are truly beautiful?" The unexpected compliment made Su Yingxia blush, and she shot him a playful glare. "When did you become so smooth-tongued?" "I speak only the truth. I detest flattery." Han Sanqian replied with a grin. Su Yingxia wrinkled her nose and inquired, "How beautiful?" "More beautiful than a picturesque landscape, more radiant than the sun, moon, and stars," Han Sanqian declared earnestly. A shiver ran down Su Yingxia's spine, and she felt goosebumps rise. "Please, don't say such things. It's quite embarrassing." Watching her dash down the mountain, Han Sanqian chuckled and quickened his pace to keep up with her. In this manner, all was well. Han Sanqian even entertained the idea of foregoing the pursuit of fame and fortune. With his current financial means, he could live a carefree and happy life with Su Yingxia. However, the situation with Moyang reminded him that such thoughts were impractical. To protect the woman he cherished, he needed to be strong. Han Sanqian rejected the notion that strength should be visible to others, understanding the adage that the tallest tree in the forest is often the first to be felled. Yet, he also refused to accept mediocrity. As the prestige of being the young master of the Han family was a birthright he could not easily relinquish without becoming a stepping stone for others. Upon returning home and enjoying breakfast prepared by He Ting, Han Sanqian accompanied Su Yingxia to her company. As they entered the building, they encountered Su Yihan and Su Haichao, who shared a conspiratorial glance. "Su Yingxia, why haven't you resolved the partnership issue yet? Surely, you aren't incapable of handling it? Our grandmother has high expectations of you. Don't let her down," Su Haichao remarked with a laugh. "If it weren't for you, would there have been so many complications?" Su Yingxia retorted. Su Haichao's expression darkened at her words. Su Yihan, always eager to join forces, chimed in, "If you were more capable, our grandmother wouldn't have changed the project leader. I wonder what tricks you used to enchant the owner of Ruoshui Real Estate. Su Difan, perhaps you should focus on your own engagements instead. Aren't you relying on that elusive man to rise through the ranks? Do you have any business meddling in company affairs?" Su Yingxia shot back coldly. Su Yihan, undeterred, wore a smug expression. "Once I'm married, the Su family won't regard you at all. What does your position as a mere project manager matter? But for now, you remain my assistant and must heed my words. You'd best hope that man shows up soon. Otherwise, you'll be stuck." As Su Yingxia stepped into the elevator, Su Yihan seethed with frustration. She had intended to join her, but refused to share the lift with Su Yingxia and was left waiting. "Haichao, What progress have you made in your investigation? Any news? Su Yihan inquired. Su Haichao also wished to leverage this incident to alter the dynamics within the company. However, there were no signs of progress, and Yin City was not home to a formidable Han family. Yet, beyond Yin City, the Han surname was prevalent, making any investigation akin to finding a needle in a haystack. This task presented considerable challenges, but rest assured, I shall do my utmost, Su Haichao stated. When I marry, I will ensure that Su Yingxia is thoroughly trampled underfoot, Su Yihan declared through gritted teeth. I suspect that the Han family presenting the betrothal gifts may have some connection to the Han family in Yinjing. You might just be on the verge of a stroke of good fortune, Su Haichao remarked with a smile. Su Yihan touched her face and replied proudly, of course. I possess a visage suitable for marrying into a wealthy family. Not long after Su Yingxia entered the office, the elderly lady's routine phone call arrived. Grandma, have you seen Zhongliang yet? The elderly lady had been utterly exhausted these past few days, unable to think of food or drink, suffering from sleepless nights, wishing for a remedy for regret. The thought of the collaboration falling through felt like a dagger to her heart, as it would spell disaster for the Su family. Don't worry, I am still searching for a solution. I will resolve this matter, Su Yingxia assured her. The elderly lady sighed heavily, saying, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, things wouldn't have come to this. You must take care. The survival of the Su family rests on your shoulders. Although Su Yingxia had previously been looked down upon by the elderly lady, her heart softened upon realizing the lady's exhaustion. Grandma, please rest well and don't overthink it. Leave this matter to me. I will not disappoint you. Good. Grandma believes in you. After hanging up the phone, Su Yingxia let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, the phone rang again. When she saw Zhong Liang's name on the caller ID, her heart raced with excitement. She had tried countless ways to contact Zhong Liang over the past few days, but he had been avoiding her, driving her nearly to madness. Brother Zhong, she answered hurriedly, I apologize on behalf of my grandmother for the previous incident and hope you can grant me another chance. The project continues, Zhong Liang stated. Su Yingxia was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. She had anticipated apologizing to him in person, yet he had called to say the project could proceed, indicating that the owner of Ruoshui Real Estate had chosen to overlook the matter. Thank you, Brother Zhong. Thank you, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I have other matters to attend to. I must hang up now, he said before abruptly ending the call. A weight lifted from Su Yingxia's heart, and she felt the burden on her shoulders lighten considerably, though she knew the real benefactor of this situation was Han Sanxian. When she returned home tonight in the afternoon, Su Yingxia called a meeting with the relatives of the Su family. Su Haichao and Su Yihan attended reluctantly, finding it distasteful to be commanded by Su Yingxia, akin to a bitter pill to swallow. Su Yingxia, you can't be at a loss and expect us to help you, can you? Su Haichao mocked during the meeting. This matter has been entrusted to you by Grandma. We can't be of any assistance. You should figure out yourself, Su Yihan added. The other relatives shared a similar attitude, unwilling to shoulder any responsibility for the situation. They were content to reap the benefits without risk, fearing that if they proposed a solution, they might be dragged down with Su Yingxia should things go awry. I have resolved the collaboration issue. This meeting is merely to inform you of that, Su Yingxia said calmly. You have resolved it? Su Haichao questioned incredulously. You haven't left the company today. How would you have done so? While the resolution was good news for the Su family, it left Su Haichao feeling disgruntled, realizing that Su Yingxia would soon ascend to the highest position within the company. Grandma had entrusted her with full responsibility for the Chengxi project, and now, with the entire company focused on it, it effectively meant handing over control to her alone. Su Yingxia, don't take this matter lightly. How exactly did you resolve it while being at the company all day? Su Yihan questioned, mirroring Su Haichao's skepticism. Do I need to inform you of how I conduct my business? I have already informed Grandma. Do you truly believe I would jest about such a significant matter? Su Yingxia replied. The relatives' expressions brightened. With the project continuing, the Su family would extricate themselves from their predicament and could resume benefiting from their positions within the company. Yingxia, you haven't disappointed us. Well done. I knew you could do it, they exclaimed, relieved and praising her capabilities. Chapter 73. Underestimation. Su Yingxia dismissed the insincere flattery with a smile, but Su Haichao's gaze turned increasingly sinister as he relished the adulation from the Su family relatives. However, now Su Yingxia had stolen all his thunder. Su Yingxia, Don't be too pleased with yourself, he gritted out. By the way, starting tomorrow, 2 people need to go to the construction site, and it will be you and Su Yihan. Su Yingxia directed towards Su Haichao. Su Haichao slammed his palm on the conference table, standing up in anger. Su Yingxia, I am a senior executive of the company. We'll give you the right to send me to the construction site. The bright sun shone outside, and no one wanted to be exposed at the construction site, as it would tarnish his reputation as a Su family heir. Su Yihan also wished to protect her fair skin from the sun's rays, stating, I won't go. If you want to go, you go. Fine, Su Yingxia said nonchalantly. Since you refuse, I will inform Grandma and let her decide. Su Yingxia, do you have to be this unreasonable? Su Haichao replied coldly. Did I ever say it was excessive when you sent me to the construction site? Su Yingxia responded calmly. Grandma had made it clear that as long as Su Yingxia resolved the collaboration issue, everyone in the company would follow her lead. If this matter escalated to Grandma, it would certainly damage their image. Su Haichao understood that Grandma still hoped to bestow the position of chairman of the Su family upon him, but he needed to showcase some accomplishments to merit it. All right, I will go, Su Haichao conceded. Su Yingxia turned to Su Yihan and asked, what about you? Su Yihan felt a surge of reluctance, but with Su Haichao yielding, she had little choice. Even if a chance to marry into a wealthy family arose in the future, until that day came, she still needed to rely on the company for her livelihood. I will go, but don't get too arrogant. Leave yourself an escape route, or I won't let you off easy in the future, Su Yihan threatened. Su Yingxiao ignored Su Yihan's threat and exited the conference room. In the bustling nightclub of Magic City, Han Sanxian visited to learn more about the trouble Meng Yang had encountered, as conveyed by Lin Yong. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face, Yang Peng. Yang Peng was equally astonished to see Han Sanxian, having come to seek Lin Yong's assistance against him. He had not anticipated that Han Sanxian would present himself willingly. Han Sanxian, what a coincidence, Yang Peng remarked, obsessed with Su Yingxia to the point of madness. Yang Peng had brought 300,000 in cash to persuade Lin Yong to help him incapacitate Han Sanxian. You're not asking Lin Yong to deal with me, are you? Han Sanxian inquired with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Yong felt a chill run down his spine. Earlier, Yang Peng had only mentioned wanting to buy a person's legs, but had not specified whose. Now, the implication was clear. Would it truly be Han Sanxian? Brother Yong, you needn't bother. It's this man before you. Just break his legs, and the 300,000 is yours, Yang Peng sneered. He believed Han Sanxian would grovel and plead for mercy, perhaps even offering Su Yingxia on a silver platter. Cold sweat poured down Lin Yong's forehead. The prospect of 300,000 was enticing, but did he dare to touch it? Yang Peng, take your money and leave, Lin Yong said coldly. Brother Yong, what do you mean by that? Yang Peng asked in astonishment, having just witnessed Lin Yong's sudden change in demeanor. Last time, you borrowed someone from Lin Yong to attack me? Han Sanxian inquired. Lin Yong's face turned ashen as he hurried to Han Sanxian, bowing his head and saying, Brother Sanxian, I had no idea he intended to harm you. Otherwise, I would never have lent him anyone. Yongge, what are you doing? Yang Peng exclaimed in disbelief, bewildered by Lin Yong's respectful attitude towards Han Sanxian, whom he considered a notorious waste from the Su family. 300,000 has been received. If you want to break someone's legs, handle it as you see fit, Han Sanxian replied nonchalantly. Before Yang Peng could comprehend the situation, Lin Yong's subordinates surrounded him. Yongge, what are you doing? I'm here to give you money. Yang Peng protested, but his cries were cut short as searing pain shot through his legs. With several steel pipes bent out of shape, he collapsed, trembling in agony. Han Sanxian stepped forward, and Lin Yong's men instinctively parted. I won't hold the last incident against you, but that doesn't mean I'll let you run amok. This is a lesson for you, if you wish to survive. Stay away from Su Yingxia, Han Sanxian coldly warned, looking down at Yang Peng. TCH, Yang Peng spat defiantly, what are you? I'll make you pay double. Han Sanxian raised his foot and placed it on Yang Peng's face, his gaze fierce as he stated, this is my final warning. Otherwise, the entire Yang family will accompany you to the grave. He then turned to Lin Yong and commanded, throw him out. Like a stray dog. Yang Peng was discarded at the entrance of the Magic City, his legs numb with pain. Passers-by glanced over but dared not intervene. What has happened with Mo Yang? Han Sanxian asked Lin Yong. Recently, Boss Missouri has clashed with the underground boxing arena and reportedly suffered considerable losses, Lin Yong explained. The boxing arena? The owner in Yun City should be Fei, right? Han Sanxian queried. There are currently 3 underground boxing arenas in Yun City, all under Yi Fei's name. I heard he's trying to suppress Boss Mo's rising influence, Lin Yong elaborated. Han Sanxian smiled faintly and said, help me get in touch with Mo Yang. I need him to come. After waiting for over 20 minutes, Mo Yang arrived in the Magic City, rubbing his fists together as he approached Han Sanxian. Give me a cigarette, he demanded. Han Sanxian shot him an exasperated look and replied, you're the boss Missouri now. You don't have even a dime for cigarettes. Do you? Mo Yang sighed, lamenting, some of my subordinates got injured recently and are hospitalized. That costs money. Do you need help? Han Sanxian asked. Can you find me some skilled fighters? Is there a cost? Mo Yang asked seriously. No cost. Han Sanxian pointed to himself. Mo Yang froze for a moment before shaking his head vigorously, saying, you with those skinny arms and legs? Forget it. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Yi Fei's thugs are truly formidable. I envy their skills. Do you look down on me that much? Han Sanxian retorted. Mo Yang nodded honestly, responding, just so, you know, I'll handle this myself. You should focus on protecting your sister-in-law. I'm a skilled fighter. You'll regret missing this opportunity. Mo Yang shrugged dismissively, saying, got it. Got it. You're very impressive. Seeing Mo Yang's skepticism, Han Sanxian sighed and asked Lin Yong, are there any matches at the boxing arena tonight? Yes, but there aren't many skilled fighters on weekdays, Lin Yong replied. Let's go take a look tonight. Han Sanxian tossed Mo Yang a pack of cigarettes. Grinning as he added, save some for later. A dignified boss shouldn't be unable to afford cigarettes, or people will laugh. After putting the cigarettes in his pocket, Mo Yang said to Han Sanxian, if you think I'm poor, when will you give me 200 million to play with? No problem. Get your bank card ready for the transfer, Han Sanxian replied without looking back. Mo Yang stood there, surprised. He had made a casual joke about 200 million. Yet this fellow took it seriously. Having money is truly wonderful. Isn't it? Mo Yang remarked to Lin Yong. Lin Yong nodded dumbly, astonished by the conversation between the two powerful figures, feeling utterly out of place. One boss couldn't afford cigarettes, while the other casually mentioned 200 million. How did these two end up together? Han Sanxian drove to the company to pick up Su Yingxia after work. As she got into the car, she excitedly announced, the collaboration is finalized. Did you contact your classmate? Yes, I just got in touch today. It's all settled, Han Sanxian replied. An inexplicable silence fell in the car, as Su Yingxia was still uncertain about how to face the situation later. Knowing she was struggling internally, Han Sanxian said, I have something to attend to tonight. I might be late getting home. Su Yingxia mistakenly thought Han Sanxian was deliberately helping her avoid awkwardness and replied, what I said 1T change. I truly have something to do, but being late doesn't mean I 1T come back. Han Sanxian smiled, adding, even if I have to crawl home with a broken leg, I'll make it back. Chapter 74. Can these useless individuals hurt me? The underground boxing arena is a disreputable trade, yet Yi Fei manages to thrive, indicating he possesses some capability in Yun City. His audacity to emerge now to undermine Mo Yang's influence suggests a desire to challenge him directly. In the past, Mo Yang dominated Yun City, and Yi Fei feared that if Mo Yang grew too powerful, the city would revert to being his alone. Over the years, Yi Fei had grown unaccustomed to bowing to others. Anyone wishing to step on him must prove their worth. The boxing arena produces fighters, each one a formidable character. In Yun City, while Yi Fei may have fewer subordinates, none can match the prowess of his individual fighters. On weekdays, the underground boxing arena sees few patrons, with less than 200 spectators in stands. Typically, during such times, Yi Fei would be in his office, only attending the lively matches on weekends. Brother Fei, nearly half of Mo Yang's useless subordinates have ended up in the hospital. It seems he should lay low for a while, one of Yi Fei's men reported. Yi Fei, stroking his goatee habitually, scoffed. His wife was killed by Chongbin, and that's why he is willing to emerge. But the Yun City of today is not the same as before. He is outdated. If he doesn't wait quietly for his demise and insists on waving his flag. Isn't he courting death? All the skilled fighters in Yun City are under Brother Fei's command. When you plan to take control of Yun City? Another subordinate inquired. Yi Fei's expression grew serious at this question. He had considered it, but drawing too much attention could lead to trouble. If his influence grew too large, it could attract scrutiny from higher-ups, which would not bode well. This matter cannot be rushed, without thoroughly establishing connections above. I must exercise restraint. Acting too hastily is akin to digging one's own grave, Yi Fei stated. Just then, a subordinate rushed into the office, announcing, Brother Fei. Mo Yang has come again. Yi Fei chuckled coldly, saying, "This fool dares to seek trouble with me? Does he want all his men in the hospital?" However, judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be there to watch the matches. Watching matches? Yi Fei blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. This fool isn't trying to learn from us, is he? I never expected the mighty Mo Yang to resort to such tactics. Let him watch. His useless subordinates are just like him. Even if they observe closely, what can they learn? At the arena, Mo Yang and Lin Yong had arrived. But Han Sanqian was nowhere in sight. Is he playing me? Why isn't he shown up yet? Mo Yang wondered, scanning the audience, but finding no trace of Han Sanqian. Lin Yong, understanding Han Sanqian's character, reassured him, "Let us wait a bit longer. Brother Sanqian will definitely come." The two matches concluded, and the referee raised both hands, addressing the audience. Tonight's special segment has arrived. Anyone who wishes to experience the thrill of sparring with a boxer may come up to the ring. Rest assured, the boxers will ensure your safety. This was a unique event designed for audience interaction, allowing spectators to personally feel the essence of boxing. Should any audience member manage to secure a victory, the boxing venue would offer a reward, though such an occurrence was nearly impossible. After all, how can an ordinary spectator triumph over a professional boxer? At that moment, a figure suddenly leaped from the stands, a height of nearly 2 meters. He landed with knees unbent, showcasing remarkable courage. "Please step up," the staff said with a smile, though their eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. They thought it amusing that this masked spectator was making such a spectacle, only to inevitably beg for mercy from the boxer. The man vaulted onto the stage with astonishing agility, his leap surpassing 2 meters, leaving the staff momentarily astounded. Such impressive athleticism was not common. As he approached the boxer, a warning was issued. "Be careful not to embarrass yourself. This fellow might be here to cause trouble. Don't hold back." The boxer scoffed, "Rest assured, with those spindly limbs, one punch will send him to meet his maker." The man's silhouette seemed familiar. "That figure looks somewhat recognizable," Mu Yang remarked, frowning. Lin Yong felt similarly, suddenly fixating on the man and exclaiming, "Could it be that this is Brother Sanqian?" With Lin Yong's reminder, Mu Yang confirmed the identity of Han Sanqian, chuckling bitterly. Has this guy lost his mind? Is he seeking his own demise? As the bell rang, the match commenced. The boxer, grinning, warned the masked Han Sanqian, "Be careful. My fists are not to be trifled with. If I accidentally knock you out, kindly speak a few good words for me when you meet the King of Hell." Han Sanqian smiled silently, beckoning the boxer with a finger. The boxer, his expression twisted, lunged forward with explosive force. Han Sanqian slightly sidestepped, evading the punch. The boxer, too forceful to retract his arm, brushed past Han Sanqian. Seizing the opportunity, Han Sanqian unleashed a kick with thunderous power. The boxer felt an overwhelming force threaten to shatter his spine, and his body uncontrollably lurched forward, crashing against the ropes before tumbling out of the ring and hitting the ground headfirst, losing consciousness. A stunned silence enveloped the venue. This segment, intended merely as a light-hearted interlude amidst the intense competition, had never before seen a spectator dispatch a boxer so swiftly and decisively. The audience was left in disbelief. Am I seeing things? This boxer is like paper in front of him. Could this be a ruse orchestrated by the venue? How could he be so formidable? Gasps of astonishment filled the stands, each person wearing a mask of incredulity. Mu Yang was bewildered. He had initially thought Han Sanqian was merely jesting. Even as Han Sanqian ascended the stage, Mu Yang worried for him, fearing he might be harmed by the boxer. Yet now, Han Sanqian's display of strength proved he was not joking, but rather terrifyingly powerful. Am I imagining things? Is this truly Han Sanqian? Mu Yang swallowed hard. Lin Yong, who had known Han Sanqian for a long time, but never witnessed his true abilities, was equally astounded. Not only wealthy, but also possessing such prowess. Where did this anomaly come from? Shall we continue? Han Sanqian inquired of the staff after dispatching one boxer. The staff, still in a daze, regained composure upon hearing Han Sanqian's words, "Please hold on." They quickly approached the boxer's lounge, summoning a more formidable opponent, one known for an impressive 2-week winning streak. Though not the strongest, he was certainly of respectable caliber. This audience member, should he sustain any injuries during the next match, the venue assumes no responsibility. The staff warned Han Sanqian. Having injured one boxer, the venue could not afford to lose face. Thus they had cautioned the newly summoned fighter to preserve the venue's reputation. These weaklings cannot harm me, Han Sanchian replied indifferently. The staff gritted their teeth. Such arrogance was hardly deserving of sympathy, wishing him luck. The boxer stepped up, grinning malevolently at Han Sanchian. Brother, you. Han Sanchian interrupted. Save your breath. He launched the first strike, bending his legs and unleashing a force that shook the entire ring. The boxer, sensing the tremor, was taken aback by the exaggerated power emanating from Han Sanchian. Although Han Sanchian appeared 2 meters away, in the blink of an eye, he was right before the boxer, instinctively raising his arms to guard his head, only to be met with a punch to the abdomen. The impact resonated with a clang, causing the boxer to cry out in pain as he staggered back against the ropes. Before he could regain his bearings, Han Sanchian leaped with a side kick, and the boxer felt as though his neck were about to snap. Darkness enveloped him as he crumpled to the ring floor like a rag doll. The audience erupted in astonishment. This is too ferocious. If he isn't affiliated with the venue, I'll write my name backward. This must be a setup. Ordinary spectators could not possibly possess such prowess. Whispers of disbelief filled the stands, while only Mu Yang and Lin Yong understood that Han Sanchian had no ties to the boxing venue. However, they struggled to find words to describe him. Is he planning to single-handedly take on the entire venue? Mu Yang remarked with a wry smile. Lin Yong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It's not impossible, but with Yi Fei's skilled subordinates, can he truly withstand them? Do you see him as someone who cannot hold his ground? These two boxers didn't even get a chance to fight back. Such talent. Why would he willingly marry into the Su family and be regarded as a waste in Yin City? Mu Yang pondered. If he were so wealthy and skilled, he would never accept being belittled. Was it truly just for a woman? The staff appeared increasingly distressed, realizing they had no choice but to present the strongest boxer to salvage the venue's dignity. Do you wish to continue? The staff asked Han Sanchian. If these are the opponents, there's no need to waste time, Han Sanchian replied. Rest assured, I will ensure the mightiest fighter faces you. You won't be disappointed, the staff declared, gritting their teeth as they returned to the boxers' lounge. Upon learning of yet another defeat, the boxers expressed their astonishment. How could an ordinary spectator be so powerful? The staff approached a scarred boxer, stating solemnly, Knife 12, it's your turn. Knife 12 lifted his head, revealing a prominent scar that ran across his face, giving him a fearsome appearance. Renowned within the boxing venue as one of the top fighters, he had numerous fans and was notorious for his ruthless tactics, often leaving bloodshed in his wake. Few were willing to face him, as his motivation was simple, boxing for money. He demanded a substantial fee for each match, indifferent to the venue's reputation. The staff coldly asserted, you work for the venue. Now that it is in trouble, if you refuse to step up, do not blame me for informing Brother Fei. Even in front of Yi Fei, he would still need to pay me, Knife 12 retorted. The staff clenched their teeth, knowing that reporting such a trivial matter to Yi Fei would undoubtedly label them as incompetent in his eyes. The consequences of Yi Fei's reprimand were beyond their capacity to bear. Fine, consider this an extra match. The money will be yours, they thought. As Dao 12 rose and exited the break room, the audience gasped in astonishment upon his appearance in the ring. No one had anticipated that Dao 12 would step forward in such a match, especially on a weekday when spectators were scarce. Typically, witnessing Dao 12 in action was a rare privilege, even during holidays. The audience was abuzz with excitement. However, Mo Yang and Lin Yong exchanged serious glances after overhearing the crowd chatter. Is Dao 12 truly formidable? Mo Yang inquired. Lin Yong, visibly shaken, replied. His appearances in matches are few, yet he remains the only one with an unblemished record. His strikes are ruthless. Even the luckiest of his opponents end up hospitalized for a week. Is there any way to prevent this? We can't let Han Sanchian get hurt, Mo Yang insisted. Lin Yong shook his head helplessly, aware that the arena would not spare Han Sanchian's dignity in such a situation. It was a matter of pride for the establishment. Boss Missouri, we can only trust in Sanchian's strength. If we intervene and alert Yi Fei, the repercussions could be dire, Lin Yong cautioned. In the ring, Dao 12 addressed Han Sanchian. My friend, I suggest you reserve a bed at the City Orthopedic Hospital. Their doctors are quite competent. Han Sanchian, facing Dao 12, no longer exuded his previous nonchalance. He recognized the menace that Dao 12 posed, his strength undeniable. Yin Jun had warned him to never let down his guard against any adversary, especially one that could threaten his life. Since you're so familiar with hospitals, perhaps you should secure a spot for yourself, Han Sanchian replied coolly. Dao 12's expression remained impassive, the scars on his face accentuating his menacing demeanor as he declared, "If you can force me back a step, that alone would count as my defeat." With fists clenched, Dao 12 unleashed a sound like bursting beans. Han Qianqian bent slightly, assuming a bow-like stance, and both surged forward, the ring trembling under their might. The audience held their breath, witnessing a confrontation between titans that promised to be one of the most thrilling matches in boxing history. With a resounding clash, their fists collided. Han Qianqian felt a jolt of pain radiate from his knuckles, yet he refused to yield, his expression betraying no sign of distress. Dao 12's surprise was palpable. Few could match him in a fistfight. The force of their exchange was not merely physical. It was a testament to their resilience. The other boxers watching were awestruck, unable to fathom Han Qianqian's audacity to trade blows with Dao 12. As the match continued, Dao 12's relentless barrage struck like a tempest, leaving Han Qianqian in a desperate defensive stance. With a mighty shout, Dao 12 launched a punch aimed squarely at Han Qianqian's chest. Han Qianqian raised his hands to shield himself, yet the sheer force sent him sliding to the edge of the ring. Mo Yang and Lin Yong, those spectators, felt the impact of Dao 12's power. Dao 12's strength is truly monstrous, Mo Yang remarked. What's more astonishing is that Brother Qianqian refuses to step back, absorbing the full force of Dao 12's punch, Lin Yong added. If this continues, we may have to intervene, even if it means confronting Yi Fei. We cannot allow Han Qianqian to remain in danger. Mo Yang could not bear to watch Han Qianqian sustain injury, convinced that he could not possibly withstand Dao 12's onslaught. Patience, Brother Qianqian is surely aware of his limits, Lin Yong reassured. Dao 12, impressed by Han Qianqian's resilience, mused, most would have fallen by now, yet you stand firm. You, a man of such prowess, have chosen to toil here. It's a waste of your talent, Han Qianqian replied with a hint of disdain. Dao 12, dismissive, stated, I take the arena's money and will fulfill my duty. I admire you, but that does not mean I will relent. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, Dao 12 left a formidable footprint on the ring, charging like a fierce tiger. Han Qianqian leapt, aiming to intercept with a kick. You seek death, Dao 12 scoffed. In an unorthodox maneuver, Han Qianqian evaded Dao 12's punch mid-air, landing a kick to his chest, followed by a devastating strike with his left foot. Dao 12 frowned, bracing himself against Han Qianqian's force. Dao 12 had expected to withstand Han Qianqian's dual strikes without issue, but as the pressure mounted, his expression shifted dramatically. The force was far greater than he anticipated. As Han Qianqian descended, he executed another kick, forcing Dao 12 to retreat 3 steps, leaving him momentarily stunned. The arena fell silent, the other boxers watching in disbelief, unable to comprehend that someone had forced Dao 12 back. As Han Qianqian landed, a thunderous sound echoed through the ring. Do you still stand by your word? He inquired coolly, having successfully pushed Dao 12 back 3 full steps, contrary to the latter's earlier claim of defeat. Dao 12, wordless, descended from the ring and told the staff, I will not take the payment for this match. The staff's expression turned pale, knowing this incident would surely reach Yi Fei, and they would bear the brunt of his wrath. Han Qianqian exhaled in relief. Had Dao 12 contested his defeat further, he might have faced dire consequences. His hands were numb, and it was only Dao 12's momentary lapse that had afforded him this opportunity. As he stepped away from the ring, Han Qianqian made his way towards the exit, the staff too intimidated to stop him. Mo Yang and Lin Yong hurried to catch up with him. Once outside, Han Qianqian discarded his mask, and Mo Yang and Lin Yong joined him. How are you feeling? Do you need to go to the hospital? Mo Yang, still astonished by Han Qianqian's prowess, asked, concerned for his well-being. Han Qianqian shook his head. Just drive me home. Are you sure? Your hand seems injured. Mo Yang pressed, noticing Han Qianqian's trembling hands. The hospital can wait. Tonight is a special occasion, Han Qianqian replied with a faint smile. In Yi Fei's office, upon learning that a spectator had managed to drive back Dao 12 in the boxing ring, he initially found it hard to believe. It was only after confirming the facts repeatedly that he regarded the incident as astonishing. Although Dao 12's defiance of Yi Fei's authority left him quite dissatisfied, he could not deny Dao 12's formidable strength. This was precisely why Yi Fei tolerated him. A powerful individual naturally possesses a certain degree of pride. Even if he does not obey commands, his presence in the boxing arena reduces the overall threat. Now, however, The emergence of someone even stronger than Dao 12 posed a potential crisis for Yi Fei. Immediately send someone to investigate his background. I want all his information within a day, Yi Fei instructed. Brother Fei, we have already captured the surveillance footage from the boxing venue. Would you like to take a look? What a foolish question. Of course I want to see it. How can I not want to observe someone who can push Dao 12 back? As the video played, Yi Fei's expression grew increasingly grave. In terms of physique, he and Dao 12 were vastly different, yet this new individual did not seem to lack strength. Particularly, when Yi Fei witnessed the moment the man smoothly retreated to the edge of the ring, he felt even more incredulous. To withstand Dao 12's formidable force was, in Yi Fei's eyes, beyond the capability of an ordinary person. This individual must be eliminated if he cannot be utilized to my advantage. Such a threat cannot be permitted to exist, Yi Fei stated coldly. Meanwhile, Han Sanqian was unaware that he had become Yi Fei's target for elimination. Upon returning home, he took a shower and was pleasantly surprised to find that the makeshift bedding was gone and a pillow had appeared on the bed. Su Yingxia lay with her back to Han Sanqian, and he could not tell if she was asleep. Nevertheless, it indicated that, after 3 years, he had finally earned the right to share a bed. Just as he lay down, Han Sanqian heard Su Yingxia say, "Your position is beyond the red line." Initially perplexed, he soon noticed the red thread sewn into the bed sheet, leading him to chuckle softly. Su Yingxia had actually sewn a red line on the sheet, albeit crookedly, but it clearly delineated their respective spaces. Will that red line no longer exist? Han Sanqian asked with a smile. That depends on your behavior, Su Yingxia replied, her face flushed and her palms sweating from nervousness. Despite sharing a room for 3 years, sleeping so close to Han Sanqian was a first for her. What if you crossed the line? Han Sanqian inquired. I would never cross it. You are overthinking, Su Yingxia asserted firmly. Han Sanqian smiled silently. Knowing that Su Yingxia was not a still sleeper and had often shifted positions during the night. However, as long as he did not cross the line, he felt it was beyond his control how she might wake up. The next morning at 6, Su Yingxia noticed Han Sanqian maintaining his position and felt a sense of relief. After getting up and washing up, she discovered Han Sanqian still lying in bed. Are you too comfortable? Aren't you going for a run today? She asked. I want to take a day off, Han Sanqian replied. Approaching the edge of the bed, Su Yingxia took Han Sanqian's hand and said, I'm not used to it without you. A cold sweat broke out on Han Sanqian's back, but he maintained a composed expression and smiled. Let us go. Washing his face and brushing his teeth was a routine task, yet for Han Sanqian that day, it proved quite challenging. After finally completing these simple chores, he was drenched in sweat. What is wrong with you? Sweating so much so early in the morning? Su Yingxia asked, noticing the dampness on his shirt as she stepped outside. Don't you think the weather feels a bit stifling? He replied. Indeed, as summer approached. It was particularly warm, but the morning breeze on Cloud Peak was quite refreshing. Su Yingxia dismissed the thought, assuming it was just a matter of personal sensitivity to temperature. Let us go. Their route wound from the mountainside to the summit, not differing much from their previous running paths. Upon reaching the top, Su Yingxia relished taking deep breaths. Yet today, she felt a bit unsettled. Earlier that morning, she had timidly grasped Han Sanqian's hand, but did not feel like a true advancement in their relationship. Having shared the same bed, Su Yingxia hoped their bond could deepen gradually. She understood that if she did not take this step, Han Sanqian would not either, for he was particularly mindful of her feelings and would refrain from any action that made her uncomfortable without her consent. Stepping closer to Han Sanqian, she pointed down towards Cloud City and remarked, I must thank you for allowing me this view. Unfortunately, the scenery here could be improved, Han Sanqian replied. Where is it more beautiful? Su Yingxia asked, puzzled. Han Sanqian raised his hand and pointed northward, saying, There lies a city called Yanjing. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yingxia pretended to casually brush against Han Sanqian's hand, then firmly held it, saying, You are quite bold. Yanjing is a hub of power, and the Su family hardly has the qualifications to develop there. Due to her nervousness, Su Yingxia gripped Han Sanqian's hand tightly, causing him considerable pain. Yet he smiled broadly, for the achievement of holding hands outweighed the discomfort. One day, I will take you there to see different scenery, Han Sanqian assured her. I believe in you, Su Yingxia said earnestly, gazing at him. That day, they did not run down the mountain but strolled hand in hand, admiring the verdant landscape of Cloud Peak. as a romantic atmosphere blossomed between them. After breakfast, the two stood by the car, both ready for the passenger seat. "What are you doing?" Su Yingxia asked, puzzled. Han Sanqian could tolerate previous matters, but driving posed unnecessary dangers. If anything were to happen to Su Yingxia, he could never forgive himself. With a conflicted expression, he stammered. And Su Yingxia, feeling anxious, pressed, "Is there something you cannot tell me?" Han Sanqian's heart raced. Having made progress in their relationship, he feared any misunderstanding could undo his efforts. "Actually, my hand is injured, so I can't drive," he admitted. "Injured?" Su Yingxia looked at him quizzically, having noticed nothing amiss with his hand. She assumed his trembling was merely due to excitement from their earlier interaction. Taking his hand, she asked, "Does it hurt? Is it serious?" "It's not too severe, but it would be troublesome if anything happened while driving," Han Sanqian explained. "Let us go to the hospital," Su Yingxia insisted, taking the driver's seat. "That's unnecessary. I just need a couple of days to recover," Han Sanqian replied. Su Yingxia glared at him, refusing to take no for an answer. "I'm telling you to get in the car." "Fine," Han Sanqian conceded, reluctantly climbing in. At the hospital, he first had an x-ray taken, and upon receiving the results, he went to see the doctor with Su Yingxia by his side, her attentive care deeply moving him. "Doctor, we have the x-ray. Please take a look," Su Yingxia urged. The doctor examined the film, his expression shifting to one of utter shock as he looked at Han Sanqian. "What have you done to your hands?" "Aside from the thumb, every other finger is completely shattered. Shatter bones." Su Yingxia stood frozen, taken aback by the severity of the injury that Han Sanqian had not disclosed. Moreover, earlier while running, she had gripped his hand tightly, and he had not uttered a word of pain. She realized that his trembling hand was not due to excitement, but rather unbearable agony. Su Yingxia's eyes brimmed with tears, unable to contain her emotions as she questioned Han Sanqian. "Why didn't you tell me? When I held your hand just now, didn't it hurt you?" Han Sanqian smiled gently and replied, "That was your first initiative to hold my hand. What does a little pain matter?" Stepping closer to Han Sanqian, Su Yingxia pounded her fists against her chest in frustration, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? I held on tightly just now. Why didn't you break free? I could hold your hand again next time." Han Sanqian shook his head and said, "Every moment of holding hands is a treasure to me." At that moment, the doctor cleared his throat and interjected, "This is a doctor's office, not a place for romantic banter. Are we here to treat or not?" Blushing deeply, Su Yingxia lowered her head and murmured, "I'm sorry." The doctor continued, "His hand is severely injured and requires a cast. During the recovery period, he cannot engage in any strenuous activities, which will last approximately 40 days. Please take good care of him during this time." "Understood," Su Yingxia replied. Han Sanqian, with a perplexed expression, insisted, "There's no need for 40 days. I'm often injured and can recover in about a week. Surely a cast isn't necessary?" If both hands were in casts, he would be utterly incapacitated. The doctor shot him a stern look and remarked, "Do you think you're Superman? Recovery in a week is impossible. Based on my decades of medical experience, at least 40 days are required." Han Sanqian forced a smile. He knew his body's recovery capabilities better than the doctor. Having trained with Yin Jun since childhood, injuries had become commonplace, and a fracture was merely routine. "Just listen to the doctor," Su Yingxia said, covering Han Sanqian's mouth, leaving him with no option but to comply. With the cast on, Han Sanqian felt utterly embarrassed, realizing he was truly incapacitated and could expect no use of his hands. "During this time, you'll follow me to work every day. Otherwise, I want to be able to take care of you," Su Yingxia instructed as they exited the hospital. Given the circumstances, Han Sanqian had no choice but to obey Su Yingxia, as he was now a burden even for basic tasks like eating. Once at the office, while Su Yingxia busied herself with work, Han Sanqian rested on a sofa in the reception area, finding joy simply in watching her. At lunchtime, Su Yingxia took it upon herself to feed Han Sanqian, ensuring he ate well before she touched her own food, showing great care. "I need to use the restroom," Han Sanqian said after finishing his meal. Su Yingxia, who usually took a short break for herself after lunch, nodded in agreement. Upon entering the restroom, he unexpectedly ran into Su Haichao. Seeing Han Sanqian's hands encased in casts, Su Haichao laughed and remarked, "Oh, what a trendy new look for a designer. If you want, I can send you a pair." Han Sanqian replied nonchalantly, "You can keep them." Having previously suffered defeats at Han Sanqian's hands, Su Haichao scoffed. "Such a fine accessory is for your own use. I wouldn't want it, especially since it would make using the restroom quite problematic. Han Sanqian stood frozen, suddenly realizing the predicament he faced. How would he manage in the restroom without the use of his hands? He couldn't even unfasten his pants. After a humorous struggle in the stall, he emerged, feeling both frustrated and amused at the absurdity of the situation. To his surprise, he found Su Yingxiao waiting at the door, creating an awkward moment. "Did you finish?" she asked, unable to meet his gaze as she stared at the floor. "Well, it's not urgent," Han Sanqian awkwardly replied. Su Yingxiao stepped forward, tugging at his shirt, and led him to the women's restroom, saying, "Just wait a moment." After checking to ensure no one was inside, she beckoned him. "There's no one here. Hurry in." "This isn't appropriate," Han Sanqian protested with an embarrassed laugh, having never set foot in a women's restroom before. Su Yingxiao placed a cleaning sign at the door and insisted, "Are you really going to hold it in?" Reluctantly, Han Sanqian was pulled into the women's restroom. The ensuing events were somewhat indescribable, but both felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Fortunately, they were undisturbed during this awkward encounter. Otherwise, the office would be rife with speculation. After relieving himself, Han Sanqian felt a wave of relief, while Su Yingxiao, her face flushed, hurried back to her office. To avoid further awkwardness, Han Sanqian decided to sit in a small shop downstairs for a while before returning to the office. When Mo Yang opened the shop and saw Han Sanqian as casted hands, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, a master with a new weapon. What advanced gadget is this?" Han Sanqian shot him a fierce glare and coolly replied, "Hand me a cigarette." Mo Yang retrieved a fresh pack from the cabinet, saying, "This will go on your tab." He lit one for Han Sanqian and pocketed the rest. "Never realized you were such a shameless person, Mo Yang," Han Sanqian remarked. Mo Yang sighed heavily. Being a boss isn't easy. The brothers need to eat, and money doesn't just fall from the sky. You're a plump sheep, and I'll take what I can get. Other bosses only care about their own pockets, ignoring their subordinate struggles. You, on the other hand, are almost starving yourself while still thinking of your man, Han Sanqian replied. In this world, if you can't take care of your brothers, what kind of leader are you? A leader who feasts while his brothers tighten their belts is one unworthy of the title, Mo Yang scoffed. Mo Yang's loyalty was unquestionable, which is why Han Sanqian valued their friendship. "If money runs dry, how about I lend you 200 million? Han Sanqian proposed. "Are you serious?" Mo Yang looked at him intently, recognizing his need for funds but doubting he required such a vast sum. "Does it look like I'm joking?" Han Sanqian asserted. Without hesitation, Mo Yang pulled down the door shutter. "What are you doing?" Han Sanqian asked, puzzled. "Of course, I'm going to the bank to transfer the funds." Chapter 78. The Su family crisis with resolute efficiency. Mo Yang dragged Han Sanqian to the bank, where Han Sanqian promptly transferred 200 million without hesitation. Watching Mo Yang clutch the bank card with an uncontrollable smile, Han Sanqian felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Had he truly once been the leader of Yin City? Why was he acting like someone who had never seen wealth? Mo Yang, I genuinely wonder if you were all talk before. Are you really that easily pleased by such a small amount? Han Sanqian teased. Mo Yang clicked his tongue in disdain. You rich folks have no idea about the struggles of the common people. How many people go their whole lives without seeing 200 million? You speak without understanding. Mo Yang had a point, and Han Sanqian found it difficult to counter. By the way, I heard Yi Fei has been inquiring about you. It's best to keep a low profile for a while. Given Yi Fei's character, if he discovers you're not helping him, he might harbor ill intentions. Don't worry, he won't find me, Han Sanqian replied with a smile. Why not? Mo Yang asked, puzzled. Then he realized and chuckled. You're infamous for being a useless person. No one would suspect you. Dao 12 is quite useful. We should find a way to win him over. Han Sanqian stated seriously. Given his skills, it would be challenging to find an equal in Yin City, and having him on their side could prove beneficial. I'll look into it, but I'm surprised by your remarkable abilities. I've heard Dao 12 has never lost, Mo Yang remarked. He hasn't lost yet, but if he recklessly continues, I'll be in serious trouble. Han Sanqian spoke. What about him? Mo Yang inquired curiously. After a prolonged silence, Han Sanqian replied gravely. A cripple. Mo Yang raised an eyebrow, recognizing the gravity of the situation, given that it concerned Knife 12. Upon returning to the office, the earlier awkwardness had significantly eased. Su Yingxiao was busy organizing a plethora of documents, all requiring her personal scrutiny, as she was determined to prevent any unforeseen mishaps with the project. I need to visit Grandma tonight, Su Yingxia remarked upon seeing Han Sanqian's return. Is there something amiss? Han Sanqian asked, puzzled. Typically, visits were reserved for the monthly family gathering, suggesting an urgent matter had arisen. I'm not entirely sure, but I suspect it may be related to the company. Su Yingxia replied. The company? What's the situation? Han Sanqian questioned. The cooperation on the Chengxi project has proven to be quite taxing for the Su family. Funds are not returning, yet the supply of building materials is relentless. I anticipated financial difficulties for the Su family, but I did not expect them to manifest so swiftly. Su Yingxia sighed. Han Sanqian nodded in understanding. Indeed, the Su family's capacity to manage the vast Chengxi project was stretched thin. It seems we need to gather funds from various sources, though this is not a sustainable solution, Han Sanqian remarked. Exactly. Thus, the Su family is currently confronted with a significant dilemma. I wonder how Grandma will address it, Su Yingxia mused. After work, Su Yingxia drove Han Sanqian directly to the Su family villa. The elderly matriarch had been waiting in the living room since early morning, devoid of her usual airs. Once all the relatives had gathered, she stated, the company's finances have been depleted in order to manage the Chengxi project, and I have called you here to seek your counsel for the Su family. When the discussion turned to finances, the relatives fell silent. They were amenable to earning money through the company, but parting with their own funds was out of the question. Grandma, the only way to manage the Chengxi project is to secure a bank loan, Su Haichao suggested. The matriarch shook her head. I have already spoken to several institutions, but none are willing to lend us money. I suspect there is interference at play. The Chengxi project represents a lucrative opportunity, and there are numerous companies more qualified than the Su family to partner with Ruoshui Real Estate. It is not unusual for competitors to engage in underhanded tactics, as business rivalries are often fraught with insidious strategies and unspoken conflicts. If a bank loan isn't feasible, then what do we do? Su Haichao inquired. I propose you sell all your properties, liquidate valuable assets, and help the Su family navigate this crisis, the matriarch asserted. The idea of selling their homes left the relatives aghast. What would become of them? They were unwilling to sacrifice their own interests to bail out the Su family, especially considering that it might take 1 to 2 years for funds from the Chengxi project to materialize. Mother, that is utterly unacceptable. If we sell our homes, where will we live? Su Guolin protested. Can't we temporarily rent a place? Are you so averse to a little discomfort? The matriarch retorted sharply. But even if we sell our homes, it would barely make a difference, Su Guolin countered. At that moment, Su Yihan rose and addressed Su Yingxia, Grandma. We don't need to sell our homes. If Su Yingxia is willing to sell the hillside villa, the proceeds would surpass what we gain from selling all our properties combined. Indeed, the hillside villa holds the greatest value. What we possess pales in comparison. And since Yingxia is the project leader for Chengxi, she wouldn't refuse, they argued. The attention quickly turned to Su Yingxia, as everyone hoped she would sell the villa to avert their impending misfortune. Su Yingxia was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The hillside villa was not the Su family's asset, and she had no authority to sell it. Yingxia, the funds for the villa were bequeathed to you by Grandpa. Using them to assist the company through this crisis is only reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Su Yihan declared, proud of her suggestion, as she relished the chance to displace Su Yingxia from her advantageous position. Jiang Lan felt a surge of discontent but dared not voice her objections in front of the matriarch. She instinctively glanced at Han Sanqian, wondering if he might have a solution. The matriarch recognized the unfairness of this proposal towards Su Yingxia and, perhaps to soften the blow, added, I intend to pawn the betrothal gifts from the Han family to help balance the company's accounts until... Before she could finish, Su Yihan interrupted Grandma. Those are my belongings. What if the Han family finds out and is displeased? I cannot agree to that. Are you so certain that they are interested in you? The matriarch retorted coldly. Of course. Who else in the Su family possesses such qualifications? Am I not the most attractive? Su Yihan asserted without hesitation. The matriarch secretly believed that the betrothal gifts were indeed intended for Su Yihan, as the other Su family members could not rival her beauty. Given the wealth of the Han family, it was only natural that they would seek a partner of notable charm. Su Yihan, my villa can be sold, but your betrothal gifts cannot. What rationale supports that? Su Yingxia interjected. Su Yihan had not anticipated that her own suggestion would backfire, and her expression turned menacing as she declared, I said it cannot happen. If anyone dares to sell my betrothal gifts, I will not let it go unpunished. Are my words of no consequence? The matriarch questioned. When personal interests were at stake, Sui Han was unconcerned about whose idea it was. Grandma, this is my chance to marry into a wealthy family. If you sell my betrothal gifts and the Han family becomes unhappy, what will happen then? Are you trying to ruin me? Su Yingxia's villa was indeed a legacy from their grandfather. Selling it was only fitting, according to Sui Han. Jiang Lan regretted fabricating this tale, as it had inadvertently become a weapon against Sui Han. They had barely settled into the luxurious villa, and if it were sold, where they reside, Jiang Lan had already rushed to sell their old house for quick cash, and without the hillside villa, they would be left homeless. Indeed, Su Yingxia selling her property is reasonable. Grandma, let her do it. Mother, this money rightfully belongs to the Su family. Grandpa covertly allocated it to them. Now, it is only fair to reclaim it. Yingxia, the Su family is in distress, and, as the project leader for Chengxi, shouldn't you assist the family in overcoming this crisis? As all eyes turned toward Su Yingxia, she felt a surge of anger. At that moment, Han Sanqian whispered a few words in her ear. Su Yingxia stared at him in shock, shaking her head slightly. Everyone seemed eager to place the blame on her. If she were to accept the responsibility, wouldn't he that merely grant them an opportunity? Han Sanqian nodded encouragingly. Trust me. Su Yingxia hesitated momentarily. Each time Han Sanqian uttered those 3 words, she found herself instinctively inclined to believe him. This trust had almost morphed into dependency. Grandma, I can find a way to secure a bank loan, Su Yingxia announced, rising to her feet. Upon hearing this, Su Haichao scoffed. As even the matriarch had been unable to secure a loan. Don't speak recklessly. If Grandma cannot accomplish it, how can you? Su Haichao challenged. Haichao, if she wishes to boast, let her do so, but let us establish a condition. What if she fails? Su Yihan added with a smirk. If I fail, I will unreservedly sell the hillside villa. However, if I succeed, I have one request, Su Yingxia stated. What request? The matriarch inquired, standing up. If Su Yingxia could indeed secure a bank loan, the crisis facing the Su family would be resolved, and even if she had a demand, the matriarch would be inclined to acquiesce. After all, selling the villa was merely a temporary fix. Only a loan could genuinely remedy the situation. I will manage the company's finances from now on. Su Yingxia spoke. What? Su Yingxia, have you lost your mind? The finance department is under your management, and now you want to take control of everything? A relative of the Su family stood up in indignation. Su Yingxia is already the head of the Chengxi project. If she also takes over the finances, she would dominate the entire company. The most critical concern is that if Su Yingxia manages the finances, how will they be able to extract benefits from the company in the future without her deliberately obstructing them? Su Yingxia, you truly have lost your mind. How could Grandma possibly entrust the financial management to you? Su Haichao had been seeking an opportunity to reclaim his position and authority within the company. With Su Yingxia becoming so brazen, he certainly would not agree. Su Yihan sneered at Su Yingxia and said, Su Yingxia, I never expected your ambition to be so grand. Wanting to swallow the company whole. Su Yihan, how could I possibly swallow the company? Have I ever taken a single penny that doesn't belong to me? On the contrary, you are well aware of how much you have embezzled from the company every year. Since you want me to resolve this financial issue, is there a problem with my managing the company's finances in the future? Or do you think you can handle it? Su Yingxia retorted directly. Su Yingxia scanned the relatives of the Su family in the living room, and no one dared to meet her gaze. They all understood their own limitations and knew they must not get involved in this matter. Yingxia, do you really have a way to secure the loan? The elderly matriarch asked. Although she was reluctant to hand over the finances to Su Yingxia, she had no other choice at this point. Grandma, don't believe her words. How could she possibly secure a loan? Even if she managed to get 1 or 2 million, what good would it do? She merely seeks to usurp control of the company, Su Haichao said anxiously, unwilling to let the matriarch believe in Su Yingxia, as it would eliminate his chances of regaining footing in the company. Su Yingxia, your little tricks don't work here. Do you really think Grandma is so easy to fool? Su Yihan scoffed. Indeed, if you want to manage the company's finances, you should first state how much loan you can secure, Su Guilin stated. Before Su Yingxia could respond, a calm voice interjected, 10 billion. Everyone turned to see Han Sanqian speaking. Han Sanqian, what gave you the right to speak here? Do you even realize how absurd that claim is? Aren't you afraid of attracting lightning with your arrogance? Su Haichao chuckled. Not only did the Su relatives not believe him, but the matriarch also doubted the possibility of a loan of such magnitude being granted to the Su family. Han Sanqian. Be quiet. You have no place in this discussion. The matriarch expressed her dissatisfaction, likening him to a toad yawning with an inflated ego. Su Yingxia glanced at Han Sanqian and said to the matriarch, Grandma, he isn't joking. I could secure a loan of 10 billion. But the condition is that I gain control over the company's finances. The matriarch, upon hearing Su Yingxia's firm declaration, felt her breath quicken. If she could truly acquire a 10 billion loan, she would no longer need to worry about the company's financial troubles. If you can truly obtain it, I will agree, the matriarch said. Neither Su Haichao nor Su Yihan dared to contradict her, for if Su Yingxia could indeed accomplish this, she would be qualified to control the company's financial authority, but the condition remained that she must be capable of doing so. 10 billion. How could the Su family possibly secure such a loan? Even if they mortgaged the entire company, no bank would be willing. With this, Su Yingxia had landed herself in a precarious position. There was no way she could secure a 10 billion loan. After the Su relatives dispersed, Su Yihan and Su Haichao left in the same car. Su Yihan, with a cold smile, remarked, given the market value of the Su family's company, there is indeed no bank that would lend such an amount. However, I am somewhat worried about unforeseen circumstances. If Su Yingxia truly gains control over the company's finances, our future will be very difficult. What is there to worry about? Unless she sleeps with the bank president, but with her looks, even if she were willing, who would want her? Su Yihan maliciously remarked. Meanwhile, in an Audi A6, Su Yingxia drove, her mind a daze. Han Sanqian had given her the idea, but she never anticipated he would casually mention a loan of 10 billion. Sanqian, do you really think I can secure 10 billion? Su Yingxia inquired. If this doesn't work out, we'll lose the villa. How can you just throw out a figure like 10 billion? Do you think money just falls from the sky? Han Sanqian hadn't yet responded when Jiang Lan began to complain, her temper somewhat restrained. Under normal circumstances, she would have already been shouting at Han Sanqian. However, she refrained, still hoping that Han Sanqian would transfer the villa to Su Yingxia. Rest assured, it should be fine, Han Sanqian replied. Hearing this, Su Yingxia felt reassured, while Jiang Lan huffed twice and fell silent. Su Guiyao appeared worried and said, if we can't secure the loan, we will lose the villa. Dad, if Han Sanqian said it will be fine, then it will be fine. You don't need to worry, Su Yingxia replied. Su Guiyao had something on the tip of his tongue, but ultimately swallowed it back. He wanted to question how Han Sanqian could accomplish this, but considering he was still living in the villa, he felt it unwise to quarrel with Han Sanqian. Upon returning home, Han Sanqian made a phone call to the bank. During his last visit, the female manager had deliberately given him her number, presumably with ulterior motives. However, Han Sanqian paid her no mind. While she was charming, she was not to his taste. When the manager answered his call and heard his request, she informed him that such a significant matter was beyond her authority and that she would report to the district president. It would be best to meet tomorrow, otherwise, all the money I have in your bank will be transferred elsewhere, Han Sanqian said, hanging up before she could respond. Han Sanqian could easily handle this matter by providing 10 billion directly to Su Yingxia. However, explaining where the money came from would be troublesome. Therefore, after considering it, he decided that going through the bank to secure the loan was the most prudent course of action. Brother Du, the Su family wants to secure a loan, and there's a major client as guarantor. Do you have time to meet with them? The manager explained when he called the bank president, Du Hong. Su family? Which Su family? Du Hong inquired. The one responsible for the Chengxi project, the manager clarified. Just tell them to get lost. I don't have time to waste with them. Du Hong retorted with a sneer. All banks in Yin City had been notified not to lend to the Su family, and he had already pocketed some ill-gotten gains. Brother Du, that major client has stated that if the Su family isn't granted a loan, he will transfer all his funds from our bank, the manager said urgently. Upon hearing this, Du Hong dismissed the matter. Let him transfer. What does it matter? Does he think I care about a few coins? He scoffed. Brother Du, this client possesses assets exceeding 100 billion. Chapter 80. Regret being born. What? You mean? How much? Du Hong on the other end of the line was astounded, quickly pushing away the young woman nestled in his arms. Over 100 billion, the manager confirmed. Hiss. Du Hong inhaled sharply. Though he had agreed not to lend to the Su family and had accepted some benefits, A client with over 100 billion in deposits was not someone he could afford to offend lightly. After a moment of contemplation, Du Hong sensed something amiss and asked, why would such a wealthy individual agree to guarantee a loan for the Su family? Brother Du, I'm not entirely sure, but he insisted on meeting tomorrow. If you don't show up, I fear he might really transfer his assets, the manager reported. Du Hong understood the gravity of the situation. Even if it meant returning all the ill-gotten gains he had received, he would have to endure the pain, or else he risked losing his position as district president due to accountability from above. All right, arrange the meeting for me tomorrow, Du Hong commanded. Understood. After receiving instructions from Du Hong, the manager promptly replied to Han Sanxian. At that moment, Han Sanxian and Su Yingxia were each lying in bed, engrossed in their phones. Su Yingxia's beautiful legs were elegantly crossed, forming a graceful curve, which Han Sanxian occasionally stole glances at, finding satisfaction in the sight. After answering the call, Han Sanxian informed Su Yingxia, I have arranged a meeting with the regional bank president for tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Yingxia sat up excitedly and asked, Really? Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Han Sanxian replied with a smile. Although Su Yingxia trusted Han Sanxian, she had been quite anxious until now. Only after confirming the meeting did she truly relax. Overjoyed, she rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Han Sanxian with a beaming smile, and asked, So, how would you like me to thank you? Han Sanxian had never considered receiving anything in return. To him, assisting Su Yingxia was entirely natural, as they were, after all, husband and wife. You are my wife. Do I need a reward for helping you? He said. Su Yingxia shot him a glare and turned away, her back to him. Did this unromantic fellow not have any requests? Perhaps to give her an opportunity to reciprocate? Did he intend to never cross the line? Han Sanxian was a bit bewildered. Why was she suddenly upset? Indeed, women could change their moods faster than one could turn a page in a book. A mystery as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. The next morning, after their run, Su Yingxia personally prepared breakfast for Han Sanxian. The sweetness they displayed left Jianglan feeling quite displeased. She did not wish for Su Yingxia to become entangled in such an unnecessary romance. Han Sanxian, since your hand is injured, you should stay home, Jianglan declared. Surprised by this sudden concern, Han Sanxian noted that Jianglan had never cared about his well-being before. Mom, Sanxian is coming with me to the company. Otherwise, no one will take care of him, Su Yingxia replied. Aren't you going to discuss the loan? Bringing him along would be inconvenient. With He Ting at home, do you really think he'll starve? Jianglan countered. Su Yingxia appeared troubled. Bringing Han Sanxian to negotiate the loan would indeed be somewhat inconvenient, yet he had been the one to contact the president. How about you leave him home alone? It's fine, I want to rest at home too, Han Sanxian said. Given Han Sanxian's stance, Su Yingxia had no choice but to agree. After she left, Han Sanxian settled on the sofa in the living room to watch television. Jianglan approached and sat down, enveloped in a strong scent of perfume. When do you plan to add Yingxia's name to the villa's title? Jianglan asked directly. Han Sanxian smiled, realizing Jianglan's concern stemmed from this matter. If she wishes, I could put only her name on it. What difference does it make? Han Sanxian replied. Jianglan was taken aback by his straightforwardness. The luxury villa worth over 80 million did not even make him blink. This saved her the effort of persuasion. In that case, you should find a time to get this done, she said with a smile. Jianglan, if I truly get kicked out of the Su family, you might deeply regret it, Han Sanxian warned with a grin. Pfft, Jianglan scoffed, disdain evident in her laughter. Haven't you nearly spent all your money? How long can you keep being arrogant? Even if I bought 10 of such villas, I wouldn't bat an eye. Your skills haven't improved, yet your boasting has. Han Sanxian raised an eyebrow at her. Is that so? A materialistic woman like you actually looks down on my wealth? He retorted mockingly. Jianglan, who had been making things difficult for him, now seemed intent on forcing him out of the villa. Han Sanxian understood he could no longer let her walk all over him. What do you mean, Han Sanxian? Jianglan glared at him fiercely. I made myself quite clear. You cannot possibly misunderstand. I warn you, if you continue to meddle in my relationship with Su Yingxia, you will regret being alive, he stated before heading back to his room. The phrase regret being alive struck Jianglan as eerily familiar. The woman, accompanied by more than a dozen bodyguards, had said the same thing. Remembering Shijing made Jianglan's face turn ashen. The intimidation she had instilled lingered in her mind, even after many days. At that moment, Jiang Lan felt a striking similarity between Han Sanqian's tone and Shi Jing's. Shaking her head, she dismissed the notion. How could such a formidable woman possibly be connected to Han Sanqian? Once you give a villa to Yingxia, I will deal with you properly, Jiang Lan vowed with a venomous glint in her eyes. Meanwhile, Su Yingxia had already met with Du Hong and the female manager. The absence of Han Sanqian left the manager slightly disappointed. Missing the chance to connect with such a wealthy young man would be a regret for her. Miss Su, did you come alone today? Du Hong inquired, not daring to underestimate Su Yingxia, unsure of the nature of her relationship with the significant client who had guaranteed for the Su family. Yes, I'm now the project manager for the West City project. So I am here to represent us in discussions, Su Yingxia replied. Du Hong glanced at the manager. The person he wanted to meet was not Su Yingxia. Yet since that person was absent, there was nothing to be done. Miss Su, you should be aware of the current situation in Yin City. All banks have refused you loans, Du Hong stated. Director Du, I understand the situation, but you must believe that the Su family absolutely has the ability to repay the loan. You should be well aware of the value of the West City project. Su Yingxia argued. Du Hong nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Indeed, but as for the Su family, it is quite difficult for you to secure a loan of 10 billion. Su Yingxia grew anxious. Having made bold claims, failing to secure the 10 billion would surely provide ammunition for those within the Su family to criticize her. However, considering your friend's influence, I will agree to this loan, but I hope Miss Su can introduce me to him. I would like to meet him, Du Hong added. Friend? This arrangement was facilitated by Han Sanqian. His so-called friend must be Han Sanqian, Su Yingxia realized, initially believing Han Sanqian had merely arranged for the president to meet her. It now seemed he had taken care of the entire matter. His influence is worth 10 billion? Su Yingxia was astounded, reflecting on how Han Sanqian had become increasingly remarkable since their dinner at the Crystal Restaurant. Perhaps he had never been an ordinary person. He simply had not shown it before. Director Du, you are not joking with me, are you? Su Yingxia asked incredulously. Of course not. I have brought the loan contract. If Miss Su finds everything acceptable, just sign it, and we will expedite the loan process, Du Hong assured her. Su Yingxia felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. This was not borrowing $10, but 10 billion. How could it possibly be this easy? Director Du, is my friend's influence really worth that much? She asked timidly. This left Du Hong in a bind. He hesitated, unsure if disclosing Han Sanqian's wealth would cause him displeasure. Failing to please such a significant figure would be disastrous. If Director Du finds it difficult, I will not press further, Su Yingxia said. Du Hong nodded, replying, If Miss Su has any questions, you might want to consult your friend. I truly cannot disclose more. After signing the contract, Du Hong promised to process the loan as swiftly as possible. And Su Yingxia departed. Du Hong anticipated facing considerable backlash from various companies for his decision. Yet there was no alternative. He could not refuse. Brother Du, we have such a substantial client in our hands. The Su family will undoubtedly develop further. Why concern ourselves with those small fry? The manager suggested. Du Hong chuckled. That is true. But who exactly is this person? Do we have anyone in Yin City with such wealth? Du Ge. His name is Han Sanqian. Shouldn't you look into it? The manager suggested. Han Sanqian. Du Hong's brow gradually furrowed, suddenly exclaiming, Han Sanqian, isn't he the infamous son-in-law of the Su family? The manager stood dumbfounded. Although she was already familiar with Han Sanqian's name, she never imagined that a person with such immense wealth could be the same as that useless son-in-law of the Su family. Du Ge, it can't be. He is not a good-for-nothing, is he? The manager said in disbelief. Du Hong shook his head with a sigh, stating, I am not entirely sure. Perhaps it is a case of sharing the same name. After all, the Su family has never regarded that son-in-law seriously. If it were truly the same person, how could Han Sanqian possibly assist the Su family? The manager nodded in agreement with this reasoning. Su Yingxia did not return to the company, but instead went back to the Yunding Mountain Villa area. She wished to share this good news with Han Sanqian. But as she reached the villa's entrance, she realized that Han Sanqian had already known the outcome. What was there to share? Yet, she still wanted to inquire how he managed to gain such favor from Du Hong. Yingxia, why are you home so early today? Jiang Lan was surprised to see Su Yingxia return. Mom, where's Sanqian? Su Yingxia asked. Jiang Lan pulled Su Yingxia to sit on the sofa, saying, I have spoken with Han Sanqian, and he is willing to change the villa's ownership to your name. You should find a time to finalize this matter with him. Upon hearing this, Su Yingxia's expression darkened. Mom, is this the reason you kept Han Sanqian at home? How about that? Aren't I impressive? Jiang Lan said proudly. Mom, I don't want it, Su Yingxia replied coldly. You silly girl, have you lost your mind? I worked hard to get him to agree. I'm doing this for your own good. If you refuse to handle it, then don't call me Mom, Jiang Lan said with her hands on her hips, dissatisfied. She believed that by threatening Su Yingxia in this manner, she would surely yield. Han Sanqian's importance to the family was evident. Without him, Su Yingxia could not have become the head of the Qingxi project, nor could she have secured a loan of 10 billion today. Whether it was about the villa or the divorce, Su Yingxia could not have accomplished these things without him. Even without these matters, Su Yingxia had already come to terms with her feelings and would not divorce Han Sanqian. Fine, Su Yingxia said without hesitation, standing up and walking towards her room. Jiang Lan was left stunned. Her method of intimidation had failed to sway Su Yingxia. Su Yingxia, stop right there, Jiang Lan shouted. Do you mean to say you no longer regard me? Mom, if you want to make unreasonable demands, must I indulge you? I have made myself clear. I hope you keep your little schemes to yourself, or you can move out, Su Yingxia said calmly. Jiang Lan pointed at Su Yingxia, speechless in anger. Upon returning to her room, Su Yingxia found Han Sanqian lying on the bed, laboriously playing with his phone, appearing quite bored. As she approached the bed, Han Sanqian made space for her, smiling as he asked, How did it go? Was everything smooth? Did my mother trouble you again? It was fine, not too troublesome. However, it is only right that the villa be under your name, Han Sanqian responded. Don't you know why my mother is doing this? How could you agree to her? Su Yingxia questioned, puzzled. I understand her intentions, but you should be the one to make the decision here, shouldn't you? I trust you, why would I not? Han Sanqian replied with a smile. Su Yingxia was deeply moved by his words. His agreement with Jiang Lan was not due to her, but rather out of trust in her. Leaning down, she quickly pecked Han Sanqian on the lips and hurriedly fled the room. Han Sanqian was momentarily taken aback, and when he finally comprehended what had occurred, he wore a rueful smile. At least give me some warning next time so I have a chance to reciprocate, he lamented, licking his lips with regret. Why does it taste so sweet and fragrant? Soon, Su Yingxia returned to the room, for there was still something she needed to ask. With her head bowed against the door, she said, The loan matter is settled. President Du was willing to lend to the Su family because of your influence. Is your face worth 10 billion? Your kiss is priceless. 10 billion is nothing in comparison, Han Sanqian replied with a smile. Su Yingxia, already blushing, wished she could find a hole to hide in, threateningly saying, What happened earlier is not to be mentioned again. How could that be? I intend to savor it daily. Starting today, I will even go on a hunger strike to preserve your flavor, Han Sanqian shamelessly declared. Su Yingxia stomped her feet in frustration, her shy demeanor eliciting laughter from Han Sanqian. You still dare to laugh? Do you want to sleep on the floor tonight? The laughter abruptly ceased, and Han Sanqian replied solemnly, By the way, did Du Hong say anything else? He mentioned wanting me to introduce you. He wishes to meet you, Su Yingxia said. All right, I will find a time to meet him, Han Sanqian replied. Although he was dismissive of such connections, they would greatly benefit Su Yingxia, who was now nearly in control of all significant powers in the Su family company. To achieve better development in Yunqing, these relationships were indispensable. You still haven't answered my earlier question. Su Yingxia returned to her initial inquiry, as her curiosity was piqued. Han Sanqian buying a car and a house could be attributed to financial matters, but today's situation was not something money could resolve. The fact that Du Hong placed such importance on him undoubtedly indicated a certain status. However, Su Yingxia could not fathom how Han Sanqian's reputation in Yunqing had not already been tarnished by Su Haiqiao. What Su Yingxia did not realize was that when money becomes a string of meaningless digits, status would inevitably follow. Yet, such status could not equate to power. Only power served as a man's most resplendent facade, which was precisely what Han Sanqian currently lacked. As a man of substantial wealth, he certainly ought to show me respect, Han Sanqian said with a chuckle. He spoke in jest, yet Su Yingxia was unconvinced, pouting and saying, Forget it. You can forget about me ever doing that again. What kind of thing? You ought to clarify, Han Sanqian eagerly inquired as Su Yingxia dashed out of the room. In the time that followed, Han Sanqian remained at home recuperating. The doctor had mentioned a recovery period of 40 days, but in reality, a week was ample for Han Sanqian. After a week, he returned to the hospital to have his cast removed, and even the doctor marveled at his astonishing recuperative abilities. remarking that he had never encountered anyone with such a remarkable constitution. Finally able to move his hands, Han Sanxian reflected on the past week, which had been quite memorable, as he had enjoyed a kingly treatment, even receiving assistance with his trousers when using the restroom, a luxury he knew would be unlikely to recur. As he exited the hospital, Han Sanxian took out his phone and dialed the bank manager's number, saying, "Does Du Hong wish to meet me? Inform him that I am on my way to the bank." The manager joyfully relayed this news to Du Hong, who promptly arrived at the bank to meet Han Sanxian. Chapter 82. An unexpected encounter with Shun Lingyao in the bank's VIP room. Du Hong met Han Sanxian with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He was astonished by Han Sanxian's youth. While he had encountered many successful individuals, it was the first time he had met someone so young with such substantial assets. "Mr. Han, I did not expect you to be so young. It is truly surprising," Du Hong remarked. The manager, standing nearby, cast flirtatious glances, hoping to leverage her charm to entice Han Sanxian, but he remained oblivious to her deliberate attempts at allure. "President Du, I have come to see you today in hopes that you will extend your support to Su Yingxia in the future." Han Sanxian stated explicitly that he would assist Su Yingxia. Could it be that Han Sanxian is indeed the son-in-law of the Su family? "Mr. Han, I have a curiosity that I hope to inquire about," Du Hong said. Han Sanxian smiled, understanding his unspoken doubts, and replied, "I am indeed the person you are thinking of, but there is little more I can say." "Indeed, how could a man worth billions possibly become a son-in-law to the Su family and endure such humiliation? Did he truly covet the Su family's assets? Their worth could hardly justify 3 years of indignity. His wealth could easily surpass that of multiple Su families." However, since Han Sanxian had made it clear he would not elaborate further, Du Hong refrained from pressing the matter. "As long as you are willing to help Su Yingxia, I owe you a favor. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask," Han Sanxian continued. A favor from someone of Han Sanxian's stature is invaluable, and Du Hong recognized its significance. Currently, Yun City reveres the Tian family, yet with Han Sanxian's support, the Su family might well stand a chance in rivalry against them. If, in the future, the Su family were to become the foremost family in Yun City, the weight of this favor would be immense. "Mr. Han, you can rest assured. I will exert my utmost efforts," Du Hong affirmed. "Manager, you've assisted me greatly. Please introduce me to a financial product to explore," Han Sanxian said, looking at the manager with a smile. Though the manager had not contributed significantly, merely connecting him with Du Hong, it was evident that Han Sanxian was offering her a benefit. "Mr. Han, it is my duty," the manager replied. "There is no need for modesty. Opportunities like this are rare and should not be squandered," Han Sanxian insisted. "Since Mr. Han has put it this way, please accept it," Du Hong interjected cheerfully. The manager quickly retrieved several documents and provided a detailed introduction to the financial products. Han Sanxian possessed no genuine interest in the financial products themselves. He merely wished to benefit the manager through this means. He casually pointed to one, stating, "Let us go with this one. How about we invest 100 million? 100 million. The manager stared at Han Sanxian in disbelief, convinced her ears were deceiving her. Even Du Hong gazed at Han Sanxian incredulously. Such a casual display of wealth was astonishing. "Quickly, process it for me. I need to pick up my wife from work," Han Sanxian said with a smile. This statement left the manager envious, her eyes reddening. It was said he was a good-for-nothing. But who could have imagined he could so easily purchase 100 million worth of financial products? Furthermore, his sincerity towards Su Yingxia was truly rare. For a man so young and affluent to treat a woman with such earnestness was enviable to all women. "Mr. Han, your wife is indeed worthy of admiration," the manager remarked with a sigh. It was no wonder that no amount of flirtation could sway Han Sanxian. His heart belonged solely to Su Yingxia. After concluding his business at the bank, Han Sanxian departed, while Du Hong watched him with a contemplative expression and said, "Good-for-nothing son-in-law? I wonder how those who look down on Mr. Han would feel if they knew of his true capabilities. Go, how could someone as wealthy as Mr. Han become a son-in-law to the Su family?" The manager inquired, perplexed. "Can you not fathom it?" Du Hong shook his head. "Neither can I," he sighed, struggling to comprehend the mindset of the wealthy. Having just removed his plaster cast, Han Sanxian opted to walk to the office. Along the way, the sight of scantily clad women with their long legs post-rain failed to capture his attention. Was he perhaps void of desire? No, It was that his heart was occupied with Su Yingxia, rendering him indifferent to the allure around him. As he made his way back to the office, a voice called out, prompting Han Sanqian to halt. Following the sound, he saw Shen Lingyao running toward him barefoot, her high heels in hand. It was summer. Did she not think it would be hot on her feet? What are you doing? Han Sanqian asked, bewildered. Hurry, where's your car? Shen Lingyao urged anxiously. Why didn't he drive today? Are you being chased? Han Sanqian chuckled as Shen Lingyao hopped in place due to the heat on her feet. Ah, Shen Lingyao cried, leaping onto Han Sanqian. Carry me. Han Sanqian sidestepped, causing Shen Lingyao to miss her mark. At that moment, several individuals pursued her, forcing Shen Lingyao to hide behind Han Sanqian. You wretched woman, let us see where you run. A heavily made-up woman, clad in a sheer black garment, leading the group, demanded compensation for her friend's actions. I don't know her, Han Sanqian replied. Shen Lingyao punched him from behind, exclaiming, I am your wife's good friend. You cannot stand by and do nothing. Han Sanqian smiled wryly, utterly oblivious to the situation at hand. Since you are not connected to her, kindly step aside so I can handle my business, the heavily made-up woman retorted. And if I refuse? Han Sanqian challenged. Refuse? If you wish to be beaten, by all means, stay put. The woman coldly laughed as her entourage of burly bodyguards advanced menacingly toward Han Sanqian. Fool! Attempting to play the hero without assessing your own worth? One of them sneered. Since you refuse to leave, don't blame my friends for being merciless. Shen Lingyao tugged at Han Sanqian's sleeve, apologizing. If you end up in the hospital, I will ensure you receive the finest medical care. Han Sanqian chuckled. Stay back and perhaps find out where the best orthopedic hospital is. Shen Lingyao was puzzled by his words when suddenly Han Sanqian sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating the aggressive bodyguards, each one groaning in pain on the ground. The heavily made-up woman stared at Han Sanqian in shock, although these bodyguards were not formidable. Their defeat was unexpected. Shen Lingyao's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit an entire egg. Han Sanqian, you are incredibly skilled. She gasped in disbelief. Now, you may enlighten me about what transpired, Han Sanqian prompted. Shen Lingyao stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Han Sanqian turned to the heavily made-up woman and inquired. Perhaps you could clarify the situation for me? Your friend was trying on clothes in my store and damaged a garment. To my surprise, she fled, the woman explained, visibly unsettled after witnessing Han Sanqian's prowess. Han Sanqian, thoroughly at a loss for words, looked at the bodyguards who had suffered for no reason. My apologies. How much for the clothing? I will compensate her, and please include the medical expenses for these gentlemen, he said. The woman was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Han Sanqian would be reasonable. She had considered letting it slide, given that these bodyguards were easily overpowered. You cannot be serious about paying? She asked. Of course, she damaged your clothing, and compensation is warranted, Han Sanqian affirmed. Very well, follow me to the store, the woman replied. As they followed her, Han Sanqian remained unaware that someone across the street was capturing the entire scene on camera. After settling the matter, as Han Sanqian and Shen Lingyao exited the clothing store, she softly remarked, I will repay you for this. No need, just be more cautious next time. Luck may not always be on your side, Han Sanqian advised. By the way, is Yingxia going to attend a class reunion this year? Shen Lingyao suddenly asked. A class reunion? Han Sanqian was taken aback. He had been married to Su Yingxia for 3 years and had never heard her mention such an event. She used to attend every year, but since marrying you, she has not shown up. You may not know, but her classmates now mock her. Chapter 83. The surge of jealousy within Su Yingxia's circle of classmates. She once held a prominent position, with many male classmates pursuing her, hoping to gain favor. Once revered like a celestial being, Su Yingxia found herself the target of ridicule among her classmates ever since Han Sanqian became a part of her life. Particularly, the male students, unable to win her affection, resorted to malicious taunts during class reunions, compelling Su Yingxia to shun such gatherings. Each year, Shen Lingyao attended these reunions, enduring the slander directed at her friend, and though she often defended Su Yingxia, her efforts were feeble against the overwhelming derision. Now that Su Yingxia resided in a villa on the mountainside, and Han Sanqian appeared to be anything but a wastrel, Shen Lingyao yearned for Han Sanqian to help Su Yingxia reclaim her dignity. The contemptuous remarks from their classmates were particularly harsh, especially from the despicable Rong Momo, who had held a grudge against Su Yingxia since school. With a weapon against her in the form of Han Sanqian's marriage into the Su family, she relished in diminishing Su Yingxia's worth. Shun Lingyao's expression darkened with anger as she recounted these grievances, her fists clenched in fury. Who is this Rong Momo with such a peculiar name? Han Sanqian inquired with a chuckle. Her name is Rong Lu, a vile woman, utterly detestable, hence I call her Rong Momo, Shun Lingyao replied. Very well, if she is willing to go, I shall accompany her, Han Sanqian responded. Willing? It's not that she would willingly go. It's because of you, Han Sanqian. I warn you, Yingxia has endured so much for you. You must help her regain her pride, Shun Lingyao threatened, raising her delicate fist. All right, I shall remember. If there is nothing else, I must go pick her up from work, Han Sanqian nodded repeatedly. Go on, and when I strike it rich, I shall repay you, Shun Lingyao called after him. As Han Sanqian's figure receded, Shun Lingyao's gaze dimmed, and she murmured to herself, Yingxia, you may never know how envious I am of you. Upon leaving the office, Su Yingxia was surprised to find Han Sanqian waiting at the entrance, prompting her to jog over to him. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be resting at home? She asked, astonished. Waving his hand, Han Sanqian replied, Do I look like I need rest? It was then that Su Yingxia noticed he had removed his cast, and her expression darkened. What did you take it off? The doctor said it required a recovery period of 40 days. Do you not value your hand? I'm perfectly fine now, and the doctor has examined me. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the hospital, Han Sanqian smiled. Grasping his hand, Su Yingxia asked, Is it true? You're not deceiving me, are you? How could I ever deceive you? Let us go home. I assure you I'm all right, he insisted. Once in the car, Su Yingxia felt relieved to see him maneuvering the vehicle with ease. Your recovery is remarkably swift. The doctor must be astonished, she remarked. If I hadn't acted quickly, his eyes might have rolled out. Thankfully, I managed to shove them back, he jested. Su Yingxia laughed at his words. Look at how impressive you are. Your ego might just lift you off the ground. Cough, cough. Such actions are not befitting of a man, Han Sanqian replied. Su Yingxia momentarily failed to grasp the implication of his statement, but when realization dawned, a chill enveloped the car, her gaze icy with menace. Han Sanqian, you're growing bolder by the day, she stated coldly. Feeling a twitch of anxiety, Han Sanqian quickly redirected the conversation. I ran into Shun Lingyao today. Yao. She hasn't contacted me in days. I wonder what she is up to, Su Yingxia mused. Han Sanqian recounted the day's events. And upon mentioning his unintentional altercation with some security guards, Su Yingxia expressed her displeasure. You can't just hit people. What if you get hurt? From now on, don't engage in fights without my permission. Understood, Han Sanqian replied, indifferent to the potential repercussions of his promise. By the way, she mentioned the class reunion and wants you to attend. Not going, Su Yingxia rejected without a second thought. She knew Rong Lu would seize the opportunity to humiliate her. Why subject herself to such indignity? But I promised her I would take you. What shall we do? Han Sanqian pondered, a frown etching his features. You can go with her. Perhaps you could even hold hands, she retorted, a hint of jealousy lacing her words. A palpable tension filled the car, as Han Sanqian laughed heartily, seemingly unaffected. Su Yingxia, however, felt her irritation rise as she glared at him. If you're so pleased, should I simply enable your happiness with her? After all, Yao seems quite fond of you. Absolutely not. I'm a married man, Han Sanqian exclaimed, panic dawning as a storm of jealousy began to brew within him. Though Su Yingxia felt jealousy stirring within her, she never doubted Han Sanqian's sincerity. For 3 years, he had silently watched over her, accompanying her on morning runs, shielding her from harm. His unwavering loyalty was a testament to his genuine feelings. If Su Yingxia questioned it, she would be utterly heartless. You may not realize, but my classmates now regard me as a joke. Su Yingxia sighed heavily. That is precisely why you should attend. You're now the head of the West City project and live in a villa. Who dares to mock you? Han Sanqian countered, but Su Yingxia hesitated, torn. She refrained from voicing her concern that any ridicule would be redirected towards Han Sanqian, and she would not allow him to bear the brunt of their scorn. No buts. As long as you don't see me as a coward, no one has the right to look down on me, he stated matter-of-factly. I do not. I would never. Su Yingxia rushed to clarify, her tone anxious. Then take me with you. I've never attended a reunion. It would be enlightening, Han Sanqian smiled. After a long pause, Su Yingxia finally nodded all right. Upon returning home, Su Yingxiao received a call from Shun Lingyao, who was elated to learn that Su Yingxiao would attend the reunion. She eagerly anticipated Han Sanxian's performance at the event, hoping he would silence their classmates with a resounding rebuttal. The next day, at Su Corporation, Su Haichao lounged in his office chair, feet propped on the desk, exuding an air of complacency. A week had passed, yet Su Yingxiao's loan deal remained unsealed. Though he harbored concerns for the company, his delight overshadowed his worries. He resolved that, even in death, he would drag Su Yingxiao down with him, refusing to witness her success. Suddenly, Su Yihan burst into the office in a flurry. "Haichao, have you heard? Goodness, why the haste?" Su Haichao responded nonchalantly. "I heard from the finance department that the loan has been credited to the company account," Su Yihan declared. Frowning, Su Haichao inquired, "Isn't that mere hearsay? How much was the loan?" "The entire finance department is aware. It amounts to a staggering 10 billion, Su Yihan reported. "What?" Su Haichao's excitement caused him to tumble from his chair, scrambling to his feet as he gritted his teeth. How is that possible? How could she secure a loan of 10 billion? "I, too, am reluctant to believe it, but the finance department's statements are seldom false," Su Yihan replied. Initially confident that Su Yingxiao was incapable of such a feat, she now found herself grappling with the reality of 10 billion in their account. Su Haichao's expression darkened. It appeared that Su Yingxiao had indeed accomplished the impossible. The prospect of her overseeing the company's finances was a nightmare for all the Su family relatives. "Let us head to the finance department," he commanded, just as the office phone rang. Once he hung up, Su Yihan asked, "What was that about?" "Grandmother wants us to convene in the conference room." Su Haichao, unwilling to accept the situation, remarked that since his grandmother had intervened, the matter could not possibly be false.